Akira's procedure was a success. The only complication came with her eventual awakening, and trying to explain what exactly had happened in the meanwhile. She did not get upset, she did not get angry, she did not get any kind of way. She just let out the most telling breath possible, and stared forward in the bed. After everything, I never thought you'd be the one to kill Kishao, Akira said quietly, eyes shutting. She pulled the covers up somewhat as she did so, hunkering down in her spot. Any vulnerability was going to be trapped within, and her body as much communicated that. What a sick little joke. Trevor's head was dipped, elbows resting on his knees with his hands gripping each other. He hadn't killed Kishao. At the moment of truth, after all that talk, he couldn't even bring himself to do it. By the end of it all Trevor saw was the battered form of an older brother, and he'd realized he couldn't do it. Kishao had realized that too, so he deprived Trevor of having to deal the final blow. That was the truth that could never be spoken aloud. If anyone else knew, it was probably Take, but Trevor was never going to ask. As far as the world was concerned, the truth was that Trevor killed Kishao. The one-eyed king killed death. Brother killed brother. Faced with Akira, the woman had been front row to Trevor and Kishao's relationship, the ugliness of it all was brought once more to the forefront. The little family they'd made would forever be broken. What could Trevor say to her that wouldn't ring hollow? That wouldn't end with her hating him, rightfully so? Yeah, Trevor eventually said, voice hoarse from telling Akira everything that had happened in her absence. It is. Akira did not open her eyes, the hints of a frown beginning to appear in the slightest creases by her lips. Could you leave me alone? I need to think, she said, maybe a bit more curt than she intended. Yeah. Of course. Trevor got to his feet. He opened his mouth, as though to say something, anything, but it never quite made its way out. Instead, he gave her one last look, and then quietly left the woman he loved like a sister alone to process dreadful news. Take waited on the other side of the door, leaning back against the wall beside it with a thermo at the ready. The quiet man held it out to Trevor as he stepped out. Trevor mouthed a soft thank you as he took it, sipping the coffee. For some reason, it felt tasteless. He sniffed and shook his head. It went as expected, he said tiredly. Had to be done, Take said as he kicked off from the wall. Put any misunderstandings in the grave, so she has enough time to figure out where she stands. It's a lie, what you did to Kishao, but all worlds are built on them in some form or another. It's just a matter of how egregious the lie is. Take shrugged lightly, as if he had long resigned himself to the fact, and began to make his way over to the open space of the hideout. People took turns keeping watch, and today it was Take's. I suppose so, Trevor murmured thoughtfully, following Take. The words were something of a comfort in the longer scheme of things, even if they didn't necessarily balm the damage that had been done. It's too late to regret what's happened. I knew that, eventually, I'd have to look her in the eyes again. It'll be the same for Jinchi and Seiko and Toru. He trailed off, hands falling to his sides. I just sometimes wish it hadn't been me those two put their faith in, he finally admitted in a whisper, a deeper anxiety that he hadn't dared give voice to up until that moment. The king couldn't exactly wear his doubts on his sleeve. But in those dark and quiet moments, away from responsibility and the world's troubles, when he was alone with his thoughts, Akira had affected him. He was still committed, but she'd gotten to him in a way few could. Take sat down at the singular table, flicking open the newspaper of the day and continuing from where he had left it before Trevor appeared for his visit. He spoke as he read. It could have been any number of people, it's true. But the way things aligned, it just so happened to be you. I will not lie to you and say you had agency in that decision, but you have nonetheless chosen to go forward with that faith. It's not easy, and I would not wish your position upon even my foe, but the fact you feel such a way to me speaks to the fact that they were correct in trusting you. Trevor didn't respond right away. He joined Take at the table, idly drinking at the coffee in the thermo. The hideout was quiet and still, no one else was around, nor were visitors expected. Kotaru and Saito would appear eventually, of course, but there had been a mutual understanding that Akira needed time to process everything. It wouldn't do to expend all that effort to heal her, only to overwhelm her shortly thereafter. You think? Trevor eventually asked quietly, running his finger along the thermo. Maybe. I don't know. But this is where I am now, and I have more people counting on me than I ever expected to in my life. I might not have had agency in the initial decision, but if it has a chance of making the world a better place for those people, then I'll take it. Speaking of the two in question brought up another thought, another he'd avoided having. Take, do you think I made a mistake, back at Cochlea? Leaving Ito. Take did not look up from his newspaper, but the way he stared at it changed somewhat. The weighing of values and circumstances behind his eyes, ticking over and trying to come to a satisfactory answer. I think you made a sound tactical decision, maybe at the expense of strategy. Ito was, by all rights, dying from whatever Nomura did to her, but she is Ito at the end of the day. A dying Ito is still more terrifying than most things on this planet, and more than enough to buy us time in our escape. If we had recovered her, we may not have escaped and been boxed in by Aura and Mugen, but if we had overcome that, we could have maybe found a way to stabilize Ito. She would have been a boon, but to rely on that would have been a gamble in and of itself. Take paused, looking over the newspaper. You would have gambled all of our lives for Ito. It was a sound decision. It is not one that feels good, however. Trevor took in a breath. No. No it doesn't, he agreed. He wiped his face with his hand, his human hand. I know you're right. Gambling everyone for her would be. Trevor didn't finish that sentence. He didn't want to. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated more than I've wanted to admit. After everything she did, what we've been through, what she put me through, I feel like now it'll never be resolved. This ugly mess of feelings I have won't be aired at the woman at the heart of them. She. He paused, having to take a breath. It just all feels wrong. I wanted to talk to her, one last time, without any masks for once. And now we'll probably never have that opportunity again. My family we're morticians. We're good with the dead, but not so much the living. I can't offer you any comforting words, but what I can say is that you are not alone. Turned a page in the newspaper, returning to reading it. If she is gone, and I am not convinced she is until I see her body for myself, then I don't doubt she wanted the same thing. That, in and of itself, is an exchange you can remember. At the end of it all, you both probably just wanted to live without any of this nonsense. Trevor hummed, nodding slowly. That is true, he agreed. He was silent for a few moments longer and then, with an exhale, his shoulders sagged. Unfortunately, this nonsense isn't going away until we do something about it. Juyo and Sen might very well have been able to grow old together, if they'd been allowed to. But they weren't. He took a long drink of the thermo. I think a part of me will always be waiting for her, without confirmation one way or the other, but the world's going to keep turning regardless. I really needed to air that out. Thank you, Take. The usually quiet man smiled somewhat. We're the ones in the know. Have to look out for each other. It's different from how I used to work with Nerima, but I am getting used to it. Trevor smiled back. You're doing great so far. The coming days saw Trevor working closely with Jiat, of all people. Ghouls were not exactly the computer-using sorts, outside of basic functions. The internet was a dangerous place for a ghoul who revealed a bit too much, after all, and the last thing a ghoul wanted was to leave a trail. In came Jiat, Jukiyama's one-woman intelligence service. She quickly made herself at home in Oak's then headquarters, establishing a PC setup for Trevor's use in an unused office room. From there, Trevor could keep track of the more blatant movements by the CCG quite readily, and scan public opinion of the whole situation. Controversial, but refreshing. The major local news outlets did not know what to make of the newest Washayu, but they were in agreement on his seeming effectiveness. The work of the CCG had, after all, gone public in a very morbid manner. The results of these new investigations were being presented without hesitation, no longer the quiet and highly process-driven legal affairs they once were had now become the stuff of manga. Investigators were now presented as heroes, breaking into the dens of monsters and slaughtering them, rather than as law enforcement with a few more bells and whistles, which was ultimately Trevor's experience of them. And then Trevor saw it. A horrendous, disgusting, public display. Kichimura Washayu, accompanied by a dead-faced, silent Cory. The two men were standing atop a literal pile of corpses. Some had been mangled beyond recognition, others laid out on spikes with their amputated bodies skewered and high in the air. Around the pile were teenagers in black uniforms, the upper parts of their faces covered in masks, each one proudly holding up a decapitated ghoul's head. All while the masses stared on at the massacre. They stared, and listened to Kichimura boast of the peaceful world he was creating by killing all of the monsters. Trevor fumed. His eyes had gone wide, his heart had pounded, and his blood boiled. He'd gotten so furious that he'd forgotten to breathe. The mutilated dead, turned into ceremony. Blood and gore and ripped flesh, uplifted by children, and where yet more children could lay eyes upon them. Evil. Pure evil. Kichimura was a pure evil creature. Never before did Trevor regret not simply killing Kichimura when he had the chance more than he did now. It wasn't a mistake he would make again. The effect was widespread, particularly among ghouls. More and more flocked to Oak in the wake of the CCG's new policies, regular ghouls seeking shelter and protection. None of them were the well-renowned freaks that Oak already had plenty of, but the normal people of ghoul kind, scavengers and opportunists, who simply had tried to get by day. Everyone was feeling the pressure, and therefore sought the only unified ghoul organization that stood a chance against the CCG and its draconian leadership. Challenges came from the Diet, of course, but nothing would be done about it anytime soon. Worse still, public opinion seemed favorable, when not too long ago the release of a video showing the torture of a ghoul caused outrage. The torture was the concern. Not the murder. Kichimura, thanks to his looks, even seemed to be amassing fans. Any pushback to the atrocious acts of a single man would inevitably find pushback from people who were willing to excuse any horror he posed in front of, all because of a few comforting words, good looks, and the right targets. Kichimura was a monster. There was no ambiguity, no grayness, no ethical question. It's been like this ever since he became the new guy in charge, Chia said, leaning on the computer chair beside Trevor, eyes wide as she observed the screens. I think the CCG has bots helping to turf online responses. If it looks like everyone supports this kind of stuff, then that may as well be the case, I suppose. Trevor exhaled through his nose, leaning back in his chair. A sound strategy for the modern era, he muttered in disgust. Kichimura knows what he's doing, which just makes it all the worse. He shook his head. You said you had a counter-strategy in mind, right? I'm all ears. Directly coming out and saying, hey, look at me, I'm the Cyclops King is a good way to get scrubbed off every website ever, Chia began, blinking a few times. But if we ensure that every now and then, humans, specifically get a glimpse of you, then that'll create something a lot more enduring than a post on a website, or a video. A rumor, which the CCG can't really squash without going outside of their remit. To really get that rumor going, we'll need to make any spotting of you memorable. So you know, I say we play up the whole one-eyed king shtick. Get you an ominous cloak and a mask. Have you stand on top of tall objects, take a few snaps, like Black Getter. Everybody remembers Black Getter. Ooh. That sounds fun, Trevor admitted, stroking his bearded chin. I still have my old mask. The Cayman Rider Scorpion one. Just haven't had much reason to wear it around these days. I like the sound of that. What we're looking to do is undermine the announcements of the CCG, cause as open as they're being, I think people can still tell the difference between over-disclosure and a false announcement. In the meanwhile, Jie took control of the mouse, clicking and scrolling over to an image of one of the gruesome displays. You guys should probably do something about this. This place feels a bit out in the open to be conducting your business. We're working on fixing that. The black marks are helping prepare the Middle Kingdom so that we can operate out of there, but with the surge of new recruits and non-combatants coming in. Trevor mused, eyes focusing as he stared into the air. We'll need to speed that along. At this rate, it's only a matter of time until the CCG hears one suspicious thing about this place, and then suddenly it's a mad scramble. That'd suck, Jie said with a nod, a simple and true assessment. I'll keep an eye on things online. I'd see about calling up some friends about cyber attacks to buy you some time, but that'd probably backfire. Also, it takes a lot of hardware to do successfully against something like the CCG. All things considered, she sounded rather comfortable in her discussion of methods to mess with a government agency. You make it sound like business as usual, Trevor observed, quirking a brow at her. Just how long have you been doing this sort of thing? Since middle school, I think. Covering up Tsukiyama's worst habits, you know. He used to be way messy, so I learned as I went along, she admitted freely. Now, I only did it because he let me ask a bunch of questions about ghouls and stuff, his dad and their involvement with the government, but I had more on him than he had on me. Coulda ruined his family. Quite the transactional relationship. It made sense as a starting point. Tsukiyama back in the day wasn't exactly an easy man to deal with, speaking from experience. Most people would try to avoid that sort of stuff like the plague, Trevor noted, resting the back of his head against his hands. But to have that sort of mindset back in middle school, that's kinda nuts, Chiat. Not that I'm one to talk, but, you know. Pretty early to dip your toes into government intrigue, but makes it all the more impressive you've made it work all this time. Chia hummed, rubbing her chin, wide eyes drifting off from the screen. I suppose it was kind of like finding that one food you could eat forever. It's fun, and keeps me on my toes. When I'm not doing this kind of thing, I'm sort of just taking pictures. It's all kind of boring, compared to doing it with a purpose. Trevor nodded along. I get that. For me, I think, it was more burying myself in other people. Family and friends, strangers even, nothing ever quite made me feel happy like being around people. Getting involved in the tangle of their lives, laughing with them, crying with them, hearing their stories. He breathed, creaking the chair as he leaned back. Suppose that kept me going. It feels good. The small photographer huffed. Makes you the perfect fit for a king, then. You'll actually care about the people around you. Oh, that's good then, Trevor said, smirking a little. He righted himself. I have a bad habit of even caring about people that maimed me or tried to kill me. Or, in particularly drastic circumstances, people that deal in my stolen unmentionables, he added with a wink. For better or worse. I am but a humble procurer of information, and I don't always accept cash, Jie replied easily, eyes still on the screen. But I'm glad I'm within range of your carosphere. Would hate to be on the other end of it, from what I've seen. Trevor followed her eyes to the screen, where a grinning and proud Kichimura still stood. His smile took on a different quality, like a chimpanzee displaying their anger and promising terrible violence with just a twitch of expression. Stick around, and you'll end up seeing more of the other end soon enough. The move to the Middle Kingdom became top priority, in light of Kichimura's new and improved CCG. Each day, hideouts were being abandoned for the underground, and members of Oak, guided by either members of the Blades or the Black Marks, descended to the safety it had to offer. The Black Marks had been true to their word, and the Middle Kingdom was looking somewhat better. The leftover materials were being put to use, both in their own home and with finishing what infrastructure was left behind in the Middle Kingdom. Even as members of Oak funneled into the Middle Kingdom, they continued their work, using notably fresh-looking power tools and instruments. Whether they were working to code or city ordnance was anyone's guess. The hollowed-out school had electricity, for starters. Irimi removed her mask upon entering the Middle Kingdom, squinting ever so slightly as her lips parted to form words, but they did not come. She looked up at the bulb-lined ceiling with its occasional pipe exit dotting its surface, and let out a hey. A number of other ghouls had come with them, civilians mostly. Okay. You win. I'm impressed, she admitted, raising both of her hands in surrender. I've never seen anything like this. Told ya, Trevor replied, hands on his hips and giving her a validated smile. To think, all of this was under our feet this whole time. Credit where it's due, Tuka had the idea of checking it out first. In the time since his initial visit, the Black Marks had made the absolute most of the materials already present in the Middle Kingdom along with those that Tuka and Fuka had arranged for them as well. Buildings had popped up and began to spread across the brightly lit chambers, an outright town of metal springing to life before their eyes. Yet more were still being constructed as an expanding sprawl to compensate for the growing masses of ghouls, and in the distance Trevor could still see tiny figures wearing the telltale hammerhead masks of the black marks continuing their work. Trevor couldn't help but enjoy the sight. While it wasn't a good thing that people were being forced underground, everything he saw was a result of Oak's penchant for cooperation and resourcefulness, all toward the end of looking out for those who couldn't protect themselves. It was something to be proud of. As expected of Tuka. She's come a long way, compared to the moody girl she used to be. Irimi nodded slightly as she took in the work of the black marks, as if noticing the same things Trevor was at the same time. But I think credit goes to the whole of Oak. Which, by virtue of you being the leader. She trailed off, gesturing to Trevor. Good work. Trevor hummed, hands falling to his sides. Thank you. It makes me proud to see Oak being used for things like this, he said, watching as the civilians filed off, guided by black marks or blades or other Oak officials to their new lodgings. While there was a bit of casual air in how people spoke, there was also an underlying efficiency in how the operation was being managed, a bit of the lessons Trevor had picked up from the CCG in how to coordinate large groups of people. He let out a sigh, then gestured for Irimi to follow him in the direction of the school. Here's hoping that it'll give our non-combatants some peace of mind for the time being. It feels secure, if nothing else. Difficult to get down here without our people noticing, and the door, she said, looking over her shoulder briefly. Think even I'd have trouble breaking through that one. Even though it's just another form of hiding, it's a way to hide surrounded by ghouls rather than humans. We couldn't ask for a better setup in these times, considering it. The underground as a whole really is an asset that keeps on giving, so long as we use it correctly, Trevor mused as they walked through the streets that had been carved out. Whenever a ghoul would make eye contact with him, accidental or otherwise, he'd offer them a smile, nod, or wave in acknowledgement before carrying on. It wasn't often he was seen around the majority of Oak's membership, that being ghouls that just wanted to get by. Something you've taken to heart over the years, from what I've heard. Irimi let out a hum. It's one of the few places we can go to avoid the CCG, even if it's also a place we can go to die. Weighed the options, and dealing with the occasional underground ghoul was preferable to putting up with the nightmare of CCTV. She smiled ever so slightly, eyes lidding. Rooftops or the underground. The streets aren't for us. Such is life for most of Tokyo's most wanted, Trevor sighed dramatically. No streets means no theaters either. How long's it been since you had the chance to just watch a movie? Like, what was it? That one you really liked. Tetsuo the Iron Man. He said with a start, pleased he'd actually remembered. Not that long, I'll be honest. You pick up a few things for your hideouts over time, DVD players and such. But Tetsuo? Been a long time. Difficult to find copies of that one, given what it is. Irimi shook her head, smiling somewhat as she did so. I'm over the theater for now. All things considered, I'm just glad I get to watch anything at all these days. The wonders of technology, hey. Trevor huffed. You take what you can get, right? Makes me even happier that the black marks were able to get electricity running through here, in particular here, he said as the two of them reached the school. The structure had ostensibly become the new command center for Oak, the nexus point for executives, their officers, and any other combat personnel gathered. To think, this was one of those sunlit garden facilities. Made to facilitate ghoul extermination, and now used to protect ghoul kind. I've always been a fan of irony, when it works in my favor, anyway. Bad irony is when it hurts me, Irimi said in a foam-opy voice. A quote for the ages, Mr. King Man. Are there more of these places out there, then? She asked, picking up on Trevor's words. Hard to believe the CCG, the government, whoever has been doing all this without anyone noticing. Not that I don't doubt they have. I'm stealing that quote for the book. And I talked with Zero Squad a bit after discovering this place. While this massive chamber is unique for its size, they did confirm they'd come from similar facilities, Trevor answered. Explains why the sunlit garden was hard to pin down. If you want to hide your clandestine child soldier breeding program, the underground would be the place to do it. Unfortunate that it's being used for something like that, to put it lightly. Though I suppose there's something morbid about using a school as our headquarters too, Irimi pointed out, nodding at the structure. But real estate is real estate. It's free real estate at that. The headquarters in question still looked more like a business moving into a new building than anything else. Rooms were given to each executive and major faction of Oak as their own offices to handle their affairs, but considering that most ghouls weren't exactly white-collar, the current efforts were haphazard at best. At least it was a much better setup than the former ghoul restaurant. It had served them well up until a point, but they'd overstayed their welcome. Trevor had claimed the principal's office as his own. He'd barely had the time to properly move in, though he did have a desk, some office materials, and a few chairs. Otherwise, it had yet to feel like it belonged to anyone in particular, save for the presence of a solitary, certain one-eyed Godzilla on the desk. Anyway, behold, Trevor said, sweeping an arm across the room. My inner sanctum. Wow. I feel like I've done something wrong. This what it feels like, going to school? Irimi asked lightly, stepping into the room. She approached the desk, staring at the little king of monsters for a few moments before picking it up, smirking. I wonder what the symbolism of this is supposed to be. Not at all on the nose. It's a bit subtle, I know. But these days, I have to get my laughs where I can, Trevor snorted, walking around the desk and pushing aside a notebook. Believe it or not, but I've had that little guy around long before I put on the metaphorical crown. My sense of humor hasn't exactly evolved much over the years, as you can see. Irimi snorted, settling the little Godzilla down, giving it a pat on the head. Whatever keeps you sane, right? For me, it's thinking about a comfortable bed. One day, I'll get to sleep in on a Saturday again and that gives me life. If that's not a commendable goal for the future, I don't know what is, Trevor agreed, taking a seat at the desk and offering Irimi to do the same. To that end, this wasn't totally a social call, sadly. We hadn't really had a chance yet to fully go over the work you've been putting in lately, as well as those allies you mentioned that I'm not aware of. Irimi pulled out a chair for herself, settling down onto it. She crossed on arm, holding it down by the hand with an elbow. Her other hand rested beneath her chin. V has made plenty of enemies over the years. It's part of being a secret society which relies on fear and force, I suppose. According to Merid, there's enough people of political note who aren't fans of how V run things on this side of the world, but they also have a sword hanging over them. Trevor leaned back into his chair, hand and claw clasped together on his lap. Not surprising, that. Was Merid able to identify any of these people before he went dark? None that he was willing to part with, she admitted, wincing. It's something we can keep in mind. I'm not as optimistic as Merid, however human's a human, even if we start making headway and eventually take down V, we'll probably just be scapegoated for some political points if we don't make some visits first. We need to be fighting tomorrow's war as well as today's, unfortunately, Trevor sighed, running a hand down the side of his face. Battles and such, that comes more naturally to ghouls than politics and the like. There's some Chukiyama family influence we could lean on, but at the end of the day we're going to need much more than that if we want our victory to be worthwhile. Policies, laws, representation in arenas that ghouls rarely tread, that needs to be lined up before the final blow is struck. That, my friend, is for you to deal with. I'm a barista, love, Irimi said dryly, giving him an amused look. And I'm even rusty at that. No, I think you'll be looking to your banjos and your shiyus for this one. Trevor maintained an envious look at her for all of 2 seconds before sagging into his seat. That I will. I'm sure they'll both be eager to get into that. Kotaro should be reliable there as well, once we all get in a room and start hashing things out. I've also considered reaching out to the Great Wheel Act again to see what further expertise they could offer. Have you dealt with them at all before? Not that I recall. The doctors, right? Irimi asked, tapping her cheek with a finger. Well, they've at least got the book smarts to help out, contacts too. I've never really had need for a doctor, if I'm honest, all old-fashioned regeneration and soup. Ghouls still got colds. They didn't eat soup, but the point remained. One of the few points of commiseration and shared misery between the species. Most of us wouldn't, really. Well, it's something to consider. I was initially a bit suspicious working with them because it was Nico who'd brought the idea forward, but we were getting desperate, Trevor sighed. I'm still tentative when it comes to him. He's supposedly a clown, though what exactly that means seems dependent on the clown in question. Frustrating. Don't try and create any rational framework for them. They're nuts, as you've noticed. If Nico's doing something in our favor, don't question it but stay cautious. It means it benefits him, whatever his end goals are, Irimi explained, smile gone and replaced by a thin line. All things positive, he'll hopefully be of a different mindset than the others. Was the case with Yamurai, right? Trevor hummed. It was difficult to forget. Nico had tried and failed to keep Yamurai from killing Kotu and his mother, and then repaired the damage to the latter's corpse. When Trevor had asked Nico to help him escape, he'd refused, calling himself a member of the audience. It was. We'll just have to play it by ear when it comes to him, see what his actions are, Trevor figured, rolling his shoulder. So aside from potential political allies, was there anyone else you thought we could turn to? You mentioned some guy. Hyde, was it? MMH. Only met him a few times, but he's running with Merid. No idea what he's doing there, mind you he's no younger than Tuka, and a human to boot. But, apparently he noticed something was up with Antioku. Wanted to lend a hand after all the stuff went down, Irimi said with a sigh, shrugging lightly. Merid says he's been useful, so I won't question it. I'm sure he's got some brains to him. Trevor's brows went up. That's a bit unusual. But hey, if he's been reliable and means it, then I'm all for whatever he's got. Whenever he and Merid show their faces again, anyway. He adjusted in his seat. Oh yeah. How's Ryuko doing? The black marks talked about her like she's a traveling wise woman now, and I haven't seen her at all yet. That's exactly what she was before I picked her up, Irimi said, smirking at Trevor's accurate assessment of their mutual friend. Underground ghouls are wise in their own way, but they're all used to a pretty particular way of living. Ryuko offered a softer, more humane wisdom. Making better food, for starters. That aside, she's doing well, better than us I'd say. She's really come into her own, too. From pacifist to protector. That's wonderful to hear, Trevor replied with a fond smile. It felt like a lifetime ago since he'd seen her, at the mercy of Kurio Mado before fighting back and then vanishing into the 24th ward. I'd love to see her again sooner than later, catch up, and all that. My life's been basically an endless parade of reunions for a while now, so might as well. I don't doubt it. Are you missing anyone else, or would Ryuko be the last of the old gang? Irimi asked. She picked up little Godzilla, rotating it about with her fingers. I think you've managed to complete the reunion tour, for the most part. Trevor squinted at empty air, reflecting on the question. Everyone that I could, feasibly. Except for, well, he clicked his tongue, Idari. But I found out she was a clown the same way I found out about Nico. A shame, that. She was the hottest of us, Irimi lamented, setting little Godzilla back down onto his rightful place. Why is it always the pretty ones? You're telling me, Trevor muttered, shaking his head. Well, whatever. Maybe I'll see her again, maybe not. Either way. Yet, you were pretty much the last of the old crew for me to see, all told. Naturally, you were also the one I wanted to see again the most, he admitted, leaning forward in his seat. That damn irony thing again. Saving the best for last, love. Aren't you glad all the suspense paid off? The levity following the pathos? Or something like that, Irimi trailed off, twirling her hand about. I don't read that much. Trevor chuckled, resting his cheek against an open palm as he regarded her with a smile. I am glad. Not that I had to wait, I can be awfully impatient sometimes, but that it actually happened. I thought I'd never get a chance to see you again, so even this much is more than I could have asked for. Is it everything you'd ever hoped for? She asked, her sly smile in place, eyes lidded somewhat. One of her eyes, marred by a curving side-like scar at the side, lidded slightly more than the other. Your ex was actually your supporter in the shadows, and she's damn good at it to boot. Everything and more, Trevor replied. His eyes traced along the scars, and the smile dimmed. But I do need to know. You said not to worry, but it's been bothering me. Did I hurt you? He asked plainly. Irimi's smile changed quality, easing up on the edges. She exhaled through her nose. You did. I won't try and dance around it. I'm not the most developed regenerator either, as you can see. She said, gesturing to the scar around her eye not to even speak of the others. Do you consider what you did then your actions, Trevor? Trevor took a breath. He still remembered it, clear as day. Crawling through the water-choked sewers, trying desperately to keep Yamurai, Riz, the Kakuja, from taking over, and failing utterly. He'd fought it as hard as he could, preferring death over becoming a beast again, but the living thing inside him had won out. No. I don't remember a single thing. At one moment, I was dying and the Kakuja was whispering in my ears. It wanted in. He shivered. The next moment, I was, somewhere else, and healed, Trevor said, shaking his head. Do you feel guilty? She asked, leaning against the wall and watching him closely. Trevor hesitated. He couldn't look her in the eyes. I'd rather die than hurt someone I love the way I did you, he eventually answered quietly. My decisions led to that. I wasn't in control of my body, but that doesn't excuse me. It doesn't, Irimi agreed. And maybe you're right to feel that guilt. But I won't hold it over you. Whether it's right or wrong for me to forgive you, I do. Not because I'm that in love with you that'd be crazy, but because if I did not forgive you, then I would not be able to forgive any of us. What you did. We can all do that. Many of us have. Some have done worse. I can't afford to get hung up on it, not yet. Trevor heard her words and, even through the mess of his own guilt and other emotions, he understood them. How many people had he hurt, some to the point of near death, that were now his friends and allies? Or vice versa? If every little slight and every great mistake was forced to be held accountable, then there would not be anything left to protect. He'd known that for a long time. It was in the context of him harming Irimi that it cut deeper than most. The analogy of abuse during a blackout was a dreadfully accurate one of his worst nightmares even from well before he'd come to Tokyo. I understand, Trevor said, exhaling. I understand that very well. I'm going to always feel guilty about that, and try to make up for it. Whatever that might mean. Even if you forgive me. Irimi huffed, rolling her eyes. And you're welcome to continue trying. I won't turn down preferential treatment from Mr. King himself. I'll let you have that guilt. As sweet as ever, Trevor tugged. He got to his feet, claws scratching against cement, and walked over to her. At least that's cleared up. Come in, let's go for a stroll and check out how the development's coming along. He offered his arm to her. And I can finally tell you all about my kids while we're at it. She took it without hesitation, arm looping around arm. And you can tell me what it's like to walk with feet like that. Doesn't it mess with your balance? It's amazing what you can get used to. Especially when you can alter them at will. I'll show you this pogo stick trick I worked out later. Between patrols of the underground and checking in with his lieutenants, Trevor had steered Oak into a sort of routine, one which required less and less direct input from himself as time went on. There was the occasional matter, of course, division of goods from hit-and-run raids, space allocation for civilian newcomers, general administration, but beyond that, they were a group in hiding, and they were managing it. Even as the world above them shifted for the worse, the CCG's new director steepling his fingers into almost every daily aspect of Tokyo life, they persisted. As predicted, the Diet could not respond to the outrageous new director fast enough, and so he ingratiated himself with the people, a bureaucratic superstar for the modern era. Groans were not uncommon whenever his mug appeared on the televisions. It was undeniably the most annoying form of being hounded by your own murderer. But it left a trail. All the media appearances, the displays of strength, they made an image of the young Washiyu which had not existed for any director previously. He showed himself in different sections of the city, and it was being done in a sort of pattern. He had yet to appear in every ward, but he was clearly working towards that. That's what the screens told Trevor, anyway. With data pulled from analysts aligned with the Jukiyama family and direct surveillance by Ayato's people, Oak had every appearance of the director on record and mapped in some form or another, along with his next potential showings if not when, then where. Trevor found himself in the position where he had to look down at the board, rather than simply being a piece on it. Boring work, in truth. Trevor, came a familiar voice from the doorway, Akira. He blinked with a start, turning his attention away from the analytics on his desk. A cooled mug of coffee sat amidst the clutter, mostly forgotten after he'd buried himself in reading. For the time being, he was still in Oak's old headquarters, the former restaurant. While the move was progressing well, that place was still the nexus of their operations. Trevor's shoulders slumped a bit at seeing her. Akira, he greeted, giving her a tired smile. How are you doing? I feel like I'm half the person I was. I can't walk for too long without getting tired, and my words don't come to me quite so quick, she admitted candidly, leaning against the doorframe with her arms folded. She wore a white button-up and slacks, though the former was a size too large. All in all, better than dead. I'll take it. She kicked off the doorframe, padding in with slipper-covered feet, and leaned over to look at what Trevor had been wading through. I'm still behind on everything. Kotaro tried to explain what he could, and so did Fueguki. Trevor hummed and nodded. Kotaro was expected, but he hadn't heard that Hinamai and Akira were spending time together. He was glad to hear that, especially considering the bloody history between the Mados and the Fuegukas. Then you've come to the right place, Trevor told her, arms spreading out in display of Oak's collected intelligence. We're not omniscient, but we've managed to pull off quite the network. Whatever you want to know about, just ask. She hummed, nodding to the screens. Just give me a moment. I can put it together from what you've got here. I'm not that rusty, she said, staring at the collated information before her with a blank expression. It remained like that for some time, the hum of the computer fans filling in the silence. When she spoke again, it was for a different kind of topic entirely. I've decided I'll be leaving, eventually. Trevor had to work to fight back the reflexive frown, even if a part of him had been expecting her to make that call. He exhaled and looked up at her from his seat. What led to that decision? He asked her. I've spent every day of my life since the death of my father living for something other than myself, Akira began, eyes not leaving the screens. I've been, just going, forward without any direction. I found others to try and rely on, yourself, Kishao, but I never really stopped. So I'm going to leave, for once. I'm just going to quit, and take time for myself, to figure out who I am and what I really want. The investigator is dead, so what does that leave? You. It leaves you. But what that means is your call, Trevor murmured, nodding along with her. I understand. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want you around, but I understand. When do you think you'll leave? I'm not sure. Soon. I'll be taking Kotaro with me, I think. We have a lot to catch up on, and time to make up for, she continued, stepping back from the screens with an exhale. She looked down at Trevor, frowning. It's not you. I'm just not sure if I have the fight in me, anymore. I see, Trevor said quietly. The pang of guilt was still there, and it always would be. I don't blame you, after everything. It's your time, and ultimately I'd rather you do what you want with it. So long as you're still alive. He exhaled, then reached down under his desk. To that end, I was going to give you this regardless of the choice you'd make. Trevor set a familiar black briefcase on the desk. Isma. To protect yourself. Just in case. How you use it, if you use it all, is your call. Akira laid her hands on the suitcase, and for a few moments seriously considered it. In the end, she shook her head. I can't do that. Isma is yours, Trevor. Your first one. I know. Which is why I don't do this lightly, Trevor told her plainly. Isma has served me faithfully for years, and I know it would keep doing so if I held on to it. But... He took a breath. I can't imagine a better use for it than being able to protect someone I love where I can't. Isma means a lot to me, but you mean more. She's a beautiful weapon, Akira began, tapping the side of the case. Variable, suitable for different combat preferences, reach and proximity, and even a less lethal option for those who like that. An outstanding quinqua, in every respect. She paused, conflict playing out across her face in brief starts. You're certain? Trevor nodded, smiling slightly. Isma should go with you, Akira. She'll give you more options, should something unexpected or unfortunate happen. I never thought the day would come where I'd be using a quinqua to protect myself from investigators, but interesting times make false prophets of us all. Akira took the suitcase by the handle, allowing it to drop to her side. I'll treat her well. You can be certain of that much. That I will, Trevor responded, easing back into his seat and regarding her with a gently widening smile. He could rest easier now, knowing that even if she wasn't around, she could defend herself. Kotaro was good, exceptional in fact, but Akira was never one to depend entirely on other people. Trevor had never truly told anyone about the inspiration behind Isma's name. It would be a difficult reference to parse for anyone in Tokyo, but he hadn't named the quinqua so that other people would catch it. Isma was named for Trevor to always have a certain lesson in mind about violence and desire and the consequences of them. But more than anything, it was because of the final fate of Isma. It was said that Isma never learned a lesson, which was true until she lost her sight from viewing the universe. Then she had learned one. In the face of blinding truth, even a monstrous, violent creature would come to a stark realization that would forever change the way they treated the world around them. Akira was no Isma. But the moment where she chose Saido's life over her own, and paid the price for that choice, was when Akira had witnessed her own blinding truth. She'd lost and gained much in that instant. Therefore, the path Akira made to walk now was her own. Coffee. Eternal companion. A brief reprieve from the everything of being a ghoul. Why coffee was the one thing ghouls could consume without issue, nobody really knew. It just was. In a sense, that made places like Antioco and Re all the more meaningful. Islands of peace for a ghoul. You ever put any thought into having kids? Not adopted, I mean. Tuka asked him, leaning on the counter, expression curious. Her hair had been cut back to the way it used to be, back before when they were younger and more foolish. Trevor's head tilted back, blinking several times. Why did it feel like the topic of kids, specifically having them, was being brought up to him more and more these days? Even Saito had broached the subject. I mean, yet. In the I'd love to at some vague point in the future sort of way, Trevor confessed, head leaning forward to its previous position. Why do you ask? You're old. And I dunno, maybe you'd make a good dad. Better than the crap most of us got stuck with, anyway, Tuka pointed out, rolling her eyes. I can feel you moving towards retirement. Once we're done with all this, then I wouldn't blame you if you never worked another day in your life. I'm 27. I just look ancient because of this junk, Trevor grumbled, poking at his white hair. Though I'm flattered you'd think I'd do a good job of it. In all honesty, I haven't paid much thought to what retiring would look like for me. Been a bit busy with a few odds and ends these days. Only a few. I'm just waiting until this all passes so I can actually go to university. I still want to study Japanese and English, you know. Just, things came up, as you know, she exhaled, turning to sit up against the counter. And it has been a sprint ever since. The manager did not prepare me for this. I don't think anyone could have. Kyuzan was an intelligent, great man, but I highly doubt he predicted things ending up the way they did, Trevor sighed, taking a sip of his coffee. Though I'm glad you're still keen on continuing that education. What would you want to do with it, once you grab that degree? Hell if I know. Teach? Translate? Probably translate, she considered on the spot, tapping her chin. My English is awful, but I've not really had time to dedicate to it. Here's hoping I don't suck at it. I distinctly recall you calling me an English teacher back in the day, Trevor mused, smirking at the fond memory. I could put that into practice if you want. Show you the ropes on the misshapen bastard that is my native tongue. Yet, no. You're too much of a buddy to teach me like that. She shot him down nice and quick, putting him in probably the least emotionally evocative version of the friend zone. But I do appreciate the thought. It feels like we're coming to a point, you know? Like something's going to have to give. I guess that's why I'm thinking about things like retirement. Trevor's smirk faded, and he set his mug down. I suppose you have a point. All this escalation, more crazy news by the day, that thing in the basement. It does make you think. He blew out a breath. I really don't know, Tuka. Starting my own family, that sort of thing, it's something I've always wanted, I still want, but, after how my attempts have gone in the past, I'm hesitant to try again, he confessed. Attempts in the past? Tuka asked, brow raised. She looked across at Trevor, confused. Wasn't your last one foisted upon you or else you'd die? Trevor blinked. Hey? What do you mean? The kids. It was part of the whole CCG deal, right? Oh. Well, yes and no. It was an order, but how I ran it was up to me, Trevor said, running a hand through his hair. It became more than just a squad of half-ghouls by the end of it. I was more referring to actually starting my own family and finding a partner. I mean, have you actually tried? You've had, what, 2 girlfriends in 4 years? 5. She probed. That's normal. I'm pretty sure that's normal anyway. Yug, Trevor sighed. Okay, yet, few and far between and at very shaky points in my life. I don't know. I'm scared, alright. He finally admitted. I'm scared of messing it up. Tuka hummed, running a hand through her hair as she spoke. You're right to be, I think. Most people I've talked to who come in here who are in that stage of their life are. Fear's normal, but I don't think you should be paralyzed by it. Think of how much you've been through, what's being nice to and kissing someone every now and then compared to that. It'd feel great. Sublime, even. I know that. I'd thought I had something like that twice now, Trevor said. He interlocked his fingers together, the human and reptilian digits steepled on the counter. It's not like I have options to consider at the moment anyway. Irimi as much as said she wasn't sure things could go back to the way they were with us. Who said I was talking about right now? I'm just talking in general. I can absolutely see you getting all sad once this is all done because you're afraid you'll hurt someone, or something. I'm trying to stop you from becoming a lonely older man, Tuka retorted, pointing across at him. Aim for the stars, baby, she said in poor English. That managed to make Trevor snort a little. He pointed a finger right back at her and pretended to shoot. Phew. I'll keep it in mind, Tuka. I'm well aware I've picked up a depressive habit or 20 over the years, but I'm working on it. Thanks for doing your part. All in a day. As bleak as things may be, you've always got people like me to keep you silly. Because, come on. Tuka gestured at Trevor's hands. You're a lizardman. Got to be able to keep it positive. Tuka hopped off the top of the counter, stretching out her back with her arms above her head. Alright. One last check, then it's time to close up for the foreseeable future. I'm going to miss this place, she said, looking up at a clock hanging above her. Weird to think I've been working here longer than Antioku. Things feel like they take up more time when we're younger, Trevor allowed, downing the rest of his coffee and setting it on the counter. It's the place you built, and you did an amazing job with it. He'd be damn proud of you. Thanks. Sometimes I wonder what it'd be like, if he were still with us. If he'd have changed tact, or just gotten rid of the whole coffee shop thing. He always seemed to know what he was doing, after all, Tuka pondered aloud, her single visible eye remaining locked on that clock. Eventually she shook her head and turned to face Trevor, smiling. But maybe he was just winging it, too. It feels like we all are. Trevor smiled back. That's the trick, isn't it? Wing it while looking like you know what you're doing. They don't exactly hand out guidebooks on how to run gangs of ghouls trying to make the most of their lives, or lead movements striving for a better tomorrow. But hey, between you and me, I think we're doing a pretty alright job so far. I'll take alright. A passing grade is better than a fail. Tuka vaulted the counter. Help me close up, would you? Chairs need to go on the tables. Yes senpai, right away senpai, Trevor replied deferentially, getting to his feet. Together, they went about putting Re into the state it would remain for some time. With the transition to the underground nearly complete, all that was left was to make sure that all final matters of business were concluded and tidied up. When the shutters fell on Re, that would be it. They'd be off the grid, a purely underground organization. Tuka went about getting certain items ready for disposal while Trevor tidied the front, holding a mop for the first time in years. The bell to the door rang. Guests. Hello, sir. Trevor froze. His stomach flipped. That couldn't have been right. That couldn't have been his voice. Trevor looked up from the floor he'd been mopping. Unfortunately, he hadn't been hearing things. There Toru Matsuki stood, regarding Trevor with a smile that only served to unsettle him. His hair was no longer green, having turned into a pale white that now matched Trevor's own. Hey, Toru, Trevor greeted in a neutral voice. Long time no see. Toru looked for the words, a few false starts, before settling on what he wanted to say. I came here with you. I remember you liked the coffee. I figured I'd keep an eye on it. I didn't believe you were dead, after all. He paused, turning his nose up to the air, sniffing. It smells of ghouls. I wasn't good enough to notice that before. Trevor straightened his back, hands still on the mop. His eyes never left Toru. He felt as though his senses were electrified, heart pounding. One of his kids was finally in front of him again, the one who had nearly killed Akira, he had to remind himself, and he didn't know what to say to them. And now you've found me. Trevor paused, taking a breath. So what is this, Toru? What do I have to do to get you to come back with me? To come back to us? Toru asked. He stepped into Re, taking it in once again. He unashamedly had a knife at the ready, making no effort to hide it at his side. Full disclosure. He looked back to Trevor, the smile gone. Trevor let out a breath. He leaned the mop against the counter and faced Toru directly, hands at his sides. I'm not going back, Toru, Trevor told him in no uncertain terms. He refused to entertain the notion, to hide behind lies with his surrogate son. Not anymore. Even if it hurt. I'm exactly where I need to be. Toru's grip on his blade tightened. His expression changed. I appreciate the honesty, sir. Trevor could feel it. A charge to the air, the heightening of tension that promised to explode into violence at any moment. There was something about Toru that unnerved Trevor, but only made him desperately want to hold the young man close and try to understand it. To help him. But how could he? Toru's knife landed in a table between them, standing upright, sent with enough force to embed deep within the wood. Trevor's former ward stared at him unblinkingly. Disarmed for now, maybe a showing of good faith. There's another ghoul in here. She's in the back, just by the entrance, listening, Toru said precisely, not even needing to look away. His senses. Tuka Kirishima. Biological match with the Kakuja corpse collector, also once known as Rabbit. A remnant of the 20th Ward operation. Is this correct? Toru asked Trevor. Toru had done his research. There was no hiding it. A half-ghoul was never truly unarmed, both of them knew that, but the symbolic gesture of a laid-down knife wasn't lost on Trevor. Trevor slowly nodded. I see. Sir, I have this building surrounded with a contingent of newly developed half-ghouls. Another member of the Quinks is with me. You're free to try and fight me, and while I believe you are stronger than me, you are currently at a disadvantage. You can try to escape, in which case you know what we will do. You can come with me, in which case, I will do everything in my power to protect you, Toru said plainly, clinically even. Though I cannot promise much. You are Gyojana, after all. Trevor exhaled, shoulders slumping a touch. He knew exactly what he was going to do. He wasn't going to turn himself in, nor was he going to fight Toru. He couldn't fight Toru, the very idea made him sick to his stomach. For what it's worth, I'm sorry, Trevor said quietly, voice hoarse. I'm sorry for not being there when you needed me. You don't get to apologize, Sir, Tora stated firmly, the neutral tone becoming tinged with something ugly. You don't get to say sorry. You think I'm bad? He almost chuckled, voice cracking briefly. Rushima changed us. Jinshi's the butcher of Rushima, and I'm grotesque, he hissed. To his credit, he did not move for the knife. You just left us, like we did something wrong, and suddenly we had to deal with everything ourselves. I loved you, sir. I still do. What did I do to deserve this? Trevor's hands balled into fists, throat going dry. He could feel it, the static in his head, the hundreds of thoughts and feelings bouncing erratically in a mind that had never been quite all that there since Yamurai. When finally faced with one of them, one of his kids, one of the people he'd failed personally, he didn't know anything anymore. Please. Please don't say that about yourself. It wasn't anything you'd done. It wasn't anything any of you had done, Trevor told him. But all of this insanity needs to end. It's killing us, it's killing you. It needs to end before it takes another one of you away. He took a breath, feeling it crack. It felt like hands were boring into his skin, yanking him in every direction and threatening to rip him apart. I know there's nothing I can say to make it better. But I love you with all of my heart. That's the truth. I'll spend the rest of my life proving that to you. That may not be too long, Tora said, frowning. He looked so tired. I'm sure you think you can change the world, sir. Yet, you've seen the television, I bet. You've put it together in your head, how people have been reacting or how they haven't been reacting, I suppose. Tora stepped forward, and drew the knife from the table. You want to find a solution for everyone, but even if we completely ignore ghouls for the moment, humans are just as disgusting. Sitting between the two, I've noticed that. One predates the other, but the other is, what? It's a predator in a different sense. It's one which does not care what happens to the world around it, so long as it is molded to their comfort. What can Oak do to change that? A lot. We've already done plenty, but the work's not done yet. Trevor regarded Toru, exhaling. He didn't react to the knife. All of the apathy and the ugliness in the world isn't enough to stop caring about it. I've sat between the two as well, and it's true that there's plenty of awfulness to go around. But I see all of the beauty too. The hope to make something better than the world they were born in. Everyone in Oak has the hope that they can make a world that humans and ghouls can be proud to live in for once. But that won't be possible while men like Kichimura still have power. He's a symptom, not a cause, Toru replied easily, wiping the edge of his knife against his coat. A thin crimson liquid was left behind, suppressant bleeding from openings in the weapon. Chicken or the egg, sir? Does the world make men like Kichimura, or does Kichimura make the world? He said. The knife vanished, returning to some hidden part of his white coat. I'm going to give you a head start. It's the least I can do. Even when things were at their worst between them, Toru was still Toru. Even if the young man himself didn't believe it, even if he had chosen violence, Toru was worth loving. Trevor cut himself off. Thank you, Toru, he said in a whisper. I'll show you my answer, sooner than later. You can try. Oh, before you go, Toru's head turned to the doorway leading to the back, and called out. Kirishima. I've got something for you. He reached into his coat pocket, and retrieved a small slip of what a letter. There's a wedding. You've been invited. Toru planted the invite onto the table, next to the hole left by the knife. Yoriko. Who? Came Toka's answer, peeking around the door frame. Never heard of her. Toru snorted. Whatever you say. You've got 3 minutes. Thank you. I love you. Trevor snatched the letter and made for Toka. She ushered him into the back, and towards the rear door. As they left through it, Trevor heard something break. A table under force. The back lot of, not unlike Antioku, had a degree of privacy, but it was privacy invaded. Lensed eyes watched them from atop the roofs of the surrounding buildings, garbed in black and with silver shoulders. Frames of young people, each black of hair, unmistakably distinct in their styles. Children observing like vultures. They did not attack. Toru had been truthful. That's a lot of half-ghouls, Toka uttered quietly, already moving to the manhole cover. She tore it off effortlessly, dashing it to the side. No point in trying to hide their escape. They've finally cracked how to mass-produce them, Trevor said, jumping down after her into the sewers. This isn't how I expected to get nieces and nephews. Trevor, don't, Toka said harshly, spinning about on him. Don't do that. Don't turn them into family in your head. You can't afford to, not right now. He jerked back, a half-step at the sudden anger. Trevor flinched. She was correct, of course, and he'd spoken without thinking. Right. Sorry. Bad habit. She paused, running a hand through her hair slowly. No. I'm sorry. That was sudden. It's just, you know. We know each other, by this point. It's fine. I think you might know me better than I know myself, at this point, Trevor admitted, an uncomfortable truth that her conversation with him only earlier that night had highlighted. He walked over, bare talons clicking against concrete, and he grabbed her shoulder. We can talk about it later. We can't waste Tora's grace. Eager to move on, she got back to task. We can head deeper. We mapped out a route to the Middle Kingdom from, so hopefully we lose them. This place is a damn maze. Even so, we'll have to be careful about moving. Any one of those half-ghouls could have better senses than the rest and take the lead, Trevor advised, the comparison of a bloodhound coming to his head. If all of the Quinks could develop senses similar to Irimi and Hinamai, there was no reason to think other half-ghouls couldn't manage the same. Don't want to unintentionally give away our base. You're the expert here. Then I suppose we just give them the runabout. She said, already starting off in one direction, heading deeper into the shadows of the underground. I know the local tunnels pretty well. Beyond that, though, there'll be ways to get our bearings when we can. For now, shaking them off our sense is the priority. I know a few of their tricks, at least, Trevor said, running with her. Let's hurry. Minutes of running turned into hours. Though never close, a chill on the otherwise dense air served as a sort of specter of their potential pursuers, a reminder that there was no way to know if they were truly safe. Tuka eventually slowed, panting with her hands on her knees, raising a hand. One moment. Ghouls had stamina, but it wasn't infinite. Where exactly they had wound up was anyone's guess, still contained within the upper levels of the underground but possibly in a ward over by that point. Everything looked the same. Trevor stopped at her side. He could keep going for a while yet. Wiping his brow of sweat, he looked back the way they'd come and staring into the shadows. Trying to get a whiff of the half-ghouls that were hounding them would be difficult, upwind as they were. For now though, they seemed safe. We might have shaken them. Hard to say for certain, Trevor mused, before looking down at Tuka. You Gucci. It's been a while since I've done this, but I'll be fine. More annoyed than anything, she admitted, standing back upright and planting her hands against the small of her back, pushing at it and stretching. Trevor hummed, setting a hand on his hip. Fair enough. Maybe this'll improve your mood, he suggested, pulling out the letter. A wedding invite from a total stranger. She snagged it. Much good that'll do me. The intent isn't missed on me either. Who's she even getting married to, anyway? Tuka said, opening up the letter. She squinted in the dim light of the tunnel, trying to make out the other name. Kuroiwa. That's familiar. Trevor's brows shot right up. Kuroiwa? Holy, I know that guy. He was at my Christmas dinner last year. Wah. He's an investigator. Be yet. Nice guy. I'm told he cooks a real good turkey, though I'm not a good judge of that these days. Tuka let out a noise like a kettle coming to boil, clamping both hands down on her head. Oh ugh. Not only do I have to eat her crappy human food, her husband-to-be's gonna want to kill me. Just my luck. Just my stinkin' luck. Trevor could relate. He and Tuka had to share a toilet because of Yuriko, once upon a time. It was arguably the most formative bonding moment they had. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders and gave her a there pat. Welcome to Team Horrid Luck. We have a premium membership, but I wouldn't recommend it. I hate it, she declared emphatically. She tried to tuck the letter away into a pocket on her shirt, but she hadn't exactly come dressed for escape. Trevor counter-snagged it back. All right. I guess we should try and find the nearest way down, wherever that is. Time to fumble about then. See if we can hear rushing water or something, Trevor said, pulling away from Tuka. He began to walk on. Oh, the joys of becoming Thonic exiles. The Middle Kingdom looked more like a town, inhabited and living. With the forced closure of that signaled the end of Oak's time on the surface, at least as an organization. Trevor and Tuka's return was the first instance where all of Oak bar a few exceptions were present within the Middle Kingdom. Positioned perfectly to siphon power from the Tokyo Electric Power Company, with no shortage of leftover building materials and a myriad of fields of expertise under the Oak banner, they were making it work. Food would always be a difficult one, just due to the nature of ghouls and what they ate, but there were ways. The Antioch method of scavenging covered a base, but some more intrusive means of scavenging were required. Morgues would, over time, become protected by the CCG. Prior to that, Oak could sustain themselves. They did not need to pick at the corpses of those they had killed themselves yet. Traversing the space between the entrance and the school was an exercise in public duty, warding off the citizens of Oak as they looked to the king for guidance. Unfortunately, he was not exactly dressed in the appropriate manner at that time, and sodden with sweat. Neither Tuka nor Trevor were up to it. Tuka shut the school doors behind them. Naki sat on one of the school chairs in the middle of the main hall, mid-chug of a can of coffee, blinked at their abrupt entrance. You two look like shit. Thanks. Trevor wiped his face. Ari's been compromised. At least we finished moving everything out already. Not like we're going back, anyway, Tuka said. As dismissive as she sounded, there was something more to her tone. It couldn't be easy, abandoning the place you had called home for the past few years. Yet. Everyone's down here. So, Naki looked to Trevor, blinking again. This the part where things get serious, right? No need to worry about hiding if we're well and truly buried. Trevor nodded. Yes. We'll be moving forward now in earnest and I'm going to round up the execs soon to go over our next steps. He fanned out his soaked button-up shirt. After we can clean up though. Maybe a nap too. We just spent the last few hours sprinting through sewers. Don't we do that anyway? Naki asked, brows tensing for a few moments. Yes, he allowed. But I'm going to clean up anyway. The king could do as he liked, and the king liked being clean when he could afford to be. Naki shrugged. He opened another can of coffee, and went to town on it. For some reason, he was one of the only ghouls who could tolerate the stuff it had too many added extras for most, usually turning them into vomiting messes. Naki, on the other hand, downed it like water. Tuka visibly cringed, color leaving her face. Nasty. Trevor remembered trying it after becoming a half-ghoul. Once. Whatever keeps Am going, Trevor sighed, beckoning Tuka on. See you around, Naki. One shower and a change of clothes later, Trevor retreated to his quarters, which were in fact his office. A bed had been laid in the corner for him, one he was eager to use. However, he didn't lie in it, he knew himself well enough to know there was no chance of sleep as he was, so Trevor just sat on it, his back against the wall, and stared onward. His mind wandered. It wandered to Toru, the looks he'd given, the words he'd said, boring under Trevor's skin and sinking deep. Rashima had changed them, Toru said. He'd called himself grotesque. He'd called Jinchi the butcher of Rashima. He hadn't even mentioned Seiko. Neither had Hayashimura. Why? Trevor didn't know. All he knew was what he could see, and what he saw was Toru with white hair, twisted into a bitter man that felt betrayed by someone he'd loved and respected. Trevor sniffed, feeling a hot pressure building behind his eyes. He lifted a hand, pinching the space between his eyes that he'd slammed shut. Damn it. He was so goddamn tired. Tired of worrying about the kids, about Akira, about anyone and everyone in Oak, about Ito. He just wanted it all over with already, so everyone could just finally get what they really wanted and he could stop going. This was the last thing he'd thought would happen when he woke up in that damn hospital bed. He hadn't even known what a ghoul was, and now look at him. Leader of the best chance ghouls had for a brighter future. Receiving love he didn't feel he deserved, loving others when he didn't really know how to express it, and even having fallen in love twice now. In that quiet, lonely moment, Trevor didn't know how he was supposed to keep going if this was going to take longer than a few more years. The future Tuka had talked about, having kids of his own and retiring, was supposed to be the most normal thing in the world. It was what he'd always wanted since he was a child. But now that just sounded insane to even consider. Trevor sniffed and wiped at his eyes. It wasn't something he should be considering. Oak, ghoul kind, needed him to have his shit together. If he snapped now, of all times, everything would have been wasted. Every little joy and misery would have been for nothing. It was a bit twisted, Trevor could at least realize. At some point he'd flipped. Maybe it'd been when Yamurai got his hands on him, or when he thought Kaya had died, or when Ito had revealed herself, or when he held Kishao's dying body in his arms. Maybe it was all of those and more, pushing him further and further from who he used to be. At some point, he'd given up on seeing his mom and dad and brother and sister again. At some point, he'd decided that he was going to die in this world. But at the very least, he could die trying to make it a little brighter for the people born in it. But God, if times like these didn't make him realize just how worn down he actually was. December breeze. A cold smell on the air, and the sound of klaxons undertoned by conflict. Spotlights blared, some manned and others left without hands to operate them. Ghoul and human fought again under the watchful gaze of the one-eyed king. Though a very serious thing, a certain serenity could be found, standing apart from the operation taking place in a spot of relative safety. It turned the operation from an intense, heart-racing few moments into a slower, more methodical incident. Without the threat of immediate danger, Trevor could digest the happenings as they were, untainted by concern for himself. In his ear, he could make out the voices of those doing the dirty work, Ayato and Miza keeping the reins of the operation. The inhibition of the CCG's ability to produce Q-metal was the intent of the mission, but it went without saying that the CCG would attempt to stop them, an attempt they did. Cory was down there, fighting Ayato. Beautiful night, Kuma observed, looking up at the sky from behind his crimson ape mask. A shame we have to make such a mess of it. Trevor exhaled, the sound reverberating through his helmet. The left lens had been removed some time ago, allowing his one Kakyugen to shine for all to see. Reminds me of home. Chicago winters are a lot like Tokyo's. He adjusted his long, dark cloak with a claw, a smooth and simple gesture. In the past few months, he'd taken to maintaining a certain poise regardless of the audience. But oh well. It's a mess toward a good end, at least. A season had come and gone since Toru showed up at Ari's door. A long, brutal season where the conflict between Oak and the CCG had exploded into outright warfare across Tokyo. Thankfully, Oak had proven as sturdy as its namesake and then some, becoming the ghoul hegemon of the region. No longer were they the scattered survivors of a CCG raid, but now a true force to be reckoned with. Not that they were getting cocky, they were still the underdogs in the grand scheme of things, but there was now a hope backed by reality. We should pull them out soon, Take said. The Zero Squad surrounded Trevor at different points, hoods up and focused on their task, protection of the king. I suspect Suzuya is only minutes out. I can handle him, came the voice of Corona over the communications they had established. Though operating largely alone in these kinds of operations, she still coordinated with the others, playing nice. You want to have that run back? Ayato said between breaths. The noise of conflict was his backtrack. No offense meant, but I don't know about that one. You heard Take. My team has done enough damage to call this a success. Agreement, Miza added. We're not here for a fight, Corona. We've all played our parts, and now we retreat. You've done well enough as it is. Fine, Corona began reluctantly. Pulling out. Our escape route secure, boss. Trevor understood where Corona was coming from. Jozu had been the one to kill her sister, after all, so it only made sense she'd be more eager for a confrontation than pretty much anyone else in Oak. Unfortunately, Jozu was the second coming of Nerima in both brains and brawn. Kurona was a powerful Kakuja, but the risk was too great for a mission where Jozu wasn't the primary target. As can be. Operational parameters are always open to change, however, Take replied, something that had become a maxim of his towards the less experienced ghouls. We'll see you on the other end. Take exhaled once the channel closed. They're getting better, he said quietly, nodding to himself. Adopting CCG operating procedure was pragmatic, but everyone's learning. It's been proven to be effective, so they have all the more incentive to keep using it, Trevor mused. After all, ghouls have been on the opposite end of it for generations now. They just didn't have anyone with insight until recently. Truly, the times were changing. The war evolved, so both sides had to evolve with it. It's certainly different from how we're used to things. It explains why we were always on the back foot, now that I've taken part in it, Kuma said. He went into a squat, looking down at the CCG production facility. Being on the outskirts of Tokyo, it was a bit out of the way for both Oak and the CCG to get to. All the more reason to hit it. Gang tactics do not hold up. It's like only discovering so many years after the fact how outmatched we really were. Alas. The shoe is now on the other foot. Indeed it is. Let's keep that advantage while we can, Trevor said, shoulders dropping. His talons wiggled in the snow. Get ready for a dash, everyone. Knowing Suzuya and his sense of timing, we'll probably only have a minute or two after everyone's out before he shows his face, even out this far. I'm sure he'll exceed our expectations, Take said. He opened up the channel again. Black Cats? Progress. Set. We're leaving. Shame we won't be able to enjoy the fireworks. Take nodded to Trevor. It was time to go. The blades were the first to emerge from the facility, small cloaked forms dashing across the courtyard and bounding the wall between them and the home stretch. Not much longer after, bursting through the side of one of the facility's buildings, Ayato and his team. Unlike the blades, there was an attempt at a pursuit, a futile attempt on the part of the CCG personnel. Q weapons fired off in their wake, tagging some ghouls as they escaped, but not bringing any of them down. Though distant, the white coat of Korea leftover of his time in Zero Squad stood in the gap in the wall left by Ayato's team, staring after them. The last disciple of Nerima remaining in the CCG, left behind by his former mentor and fellow students in one form or another. Kurona's escape went similarly, though she made sure to create her escape by launching someone through a wall. She stepped over them, and casually made her own escape at more of an easy trot than a full-on run. That's a visual on everyone. Let's move, Take instructed, already turning about, white coat billowing with the seamless motion. Copy that. Everyone out, double time. Trevor ordered, sweeping a hand and following after Take. Discussions and debriefs would come later, once everyone was safe back at home. In the shadow of their escape, the smell of burning and the light of fireworks. Through the efforts of the Black Cats, the winter sky became bright with detonating prismatic patterns. A Christmas gift from Oak to the CCG. The Middle Kingdom, home of the community of Oak, was coming up on its first Christmas. An unprecedented time, where the majority of ghoul kind in Tokyo would be unified under one banner for their first holiday of a sorts. To signify the event, Quinqua. From the pipes that ended at the Middle Kingdom, they dropped from the sky. The weapons taken from the defeated investigators falling to earth and joining piles of leftover scrap, glistening crimson weapons of various shapes standing out among what was mostly worthless metal, only really used by the black marks in their work. And with them, the one-eyed king, falling down as a splotch of cloaked darkness. Following in his wake was a black mass, seemingly interchangeable from the cloak he wore, an immense expression of his Kagun that took the form of splayed, draconian wings. His crimson Kakugan shined brilliantly, a guiding light for all eyes to trail after. As he fell, the wing slowly receded into his spine and, at his landing, vanished entirely. The king lifted his head, staring out at the vast community of ghouls watching him. Mostly civilians, some military, but all under his and Oak's care. His warm smile could be seen by the way his single visible eye crinkled. It is good to see you, my friends, Trevor began, his voice carrying over the vast space of the Middle Kingdom. And it warms my heart to see so many of you, with your families and your friends, able to rest easy while under our care. You honor me, you honor Oak, with your trust and your faith. In return, we honor you. Although it is a few days early, we present to you a gift. His arms spread out to the hundreds of Quinqua and Q weapons that surrounded him, all spent, all useless without hands to hold them. See our work. See that every day, we take from the CCG the means by which they can hurt you and your loved ones. These weapons will never be used to harm ghouls ever again. Be proud of the parts you've all played to that end. Be proud, be joyous, and have good cause to celebrate this holiday together. And so, for this coming holiday, the one-eyed king has but one command for all of you. Trevor lifted his arms to the sky. Have a Merry Christmas. And for a time, things were merry. Here. A towel was pushed Trevor's way, courtesy of Jukiyama. Oak did not have the privilege of individual showers, but the executives at least had their own within the school. Thanks man. Trevor nabbed the towel and began to dry off. It spoke to a certain degree of familiarity in both men's characters that Trevor wasn't all that fussed about Chiyu being on the other side of shower's curtain. Not that often I get a shower visit. What's the occasion? Trevor probed as he wiped at his bare chest. Just figured I'd come and congratulate you on a show well presented. Santa Claus was not what I was expecting, but it did the job. The matter of food remains an issue, though. It may have done the people better to present them with the bodies of the investigators, Shiyu said candidly, leaning against a wall. He was not completely joking. Maybe, morbid or not, Trevor allowed. He pulled back the curtain, towel wrapped around his waist. But I stand by the decision of Quinqua over bodies, at least for that show. Are the morgues no longer viable? Unfortunately. At this rate, we may very well starve before the CCG gets to us. We'll need to figure something out soon, and I doubt we're going to be ending our little conflict with humanity in time to put it aside, Shiyu explained, sighing. Bad news, but someone had to deliver it. There's a few options, but it depends on what you would rather us pursue. I'm all ears. While he and Shiyu talked, he began the process of getting dressed. Even though he was done with public appearances for the day, Trevor always had to maintain a certain level of class with his clothes to avoid being seen as a slob. No baggy pajamas and graphic t-shirts for him. In a way, it was similar to his investigator days. We put aside the no-kill policy. That will dry up eventually, mind, but it's a good immediate remedy, Shiyu outlined, raising one finger. He brought another up as he continued. We could expand. Look into other cities, Yokohama for example, it's near and has its own CCG jurisdiction, one not quite as ready to deal with the likes of ourselves. This would, effectively, require expeditions. Alternatively, we look into developing further on our scavenging practices. Scour the forest more, look at other areas where we can expect to find bodies and such. But the problem with all of these remains the same. Shiyu frowned. We would only be maintaining a thin status quo. The Middle Kingdom is a safe haven, but it is not one which can sustain us forever, my friend. We must confront the director sooner rather than later. Trevor mulled his words over, exhaling through his nose. When he finished getting dressed, he tossed the towel on a hanger and ran a hand through his hair. I know. We've been looking for openings on him, but Kichimura's as smart as he is vicious. At this point, we'll need to make our own opening, Trevor sighed. For now, look into other cities. See if it can be reliable. None of those options are ideal, but I would prefer that one. In the meantime, we'll work on putting together our best shot at the director. A war of attrition was never the goal, anyway. Too difficult to achieve in our situation. We'll make do in the meanwhile. I'll put together what I can for expanding our searches. Shiyu kicked off from the wall, arms unfolding. It's troublesome, running such a tenuous organization. I much prefer business as opposed to government. You and me both, pal. Alas, this is where we are for the time being, Trevor said, offering Shiyu a pat on the shoulder and a smile. Someday we'll get to retire, and your hair might even match mine. Oof, never. I'll be buying the finest dye, thank you very much, Shiyu insisted with a chuckle. If it ever gets that bad, I'll simply become a guy who always wears hats. You know the sort. Of course, though they usually do that to hide the fact that they're bald, Trevor snorted, making his way for the exit. I say own it, but you'll rock whatever you end up doing, I'm sure. One more thing before you go. While you and the others were out, Naki took part in his self-assigned task, I suppose. We'll have a few new faces around, but not many. A small group that were on the run from the CCG, Shiyu called out as Trevor left. Just figured I would keep you in the know. Trevor gave him a thumbs up. Never thought I'd say this, but you can always trust Naki to be a big damn hero for someone. I'll keep it in mind. See you around, Shiyu. Though the night was getting late, the Middle Kingdom had a bit of a different sleeping schedule. The bulbs that lined the ceiling darkened, taking on a purple shade as opposed to the bright white light they had during the day, just enough for people to see what they were doing outdoors but nothing more. That meant that, no matter what hour, one could probably find some group milling about and talking about one thing or another. Though there were no actual streets, they had sort of formed naturally based on where people walked between the erected homes and allotments. With an absence of reliable entertainment, things had gone fairly old school, with storytelling and singing coming into trend. In the equivalent of a town square, Trevor could always find someone trying their hand at telling an embellished story, usually to a younger audience, some with their guardians, others without. All the while, members of various groups within Oak kept watch. Every ghoul within the Middle Kingdom had been provided a great measure of trust, but that only extended so far. After all, not all ghouls were truly kind people beset by unfortunate circumstances. It was this Middle Kingdom which greeted Trevor, the home away from home they had created. Ghouls approached him freely. Some simply wished to introduce themselves, some wanted to give thanks, others had topics in mind, ideas about what could be done about one thing or another, or concerns. None desired to keep him any longer than necessary, aware of his duty as they were. For all the difficulty of maintaining the Middle Kingdom, it functioned and people were grateful for it. Not just to Oak on the whole, but to him. It was to be expected when wearing a crown, credit often fell onto the shoulders of the one wearing it. Back in the school, the warriors of Oak made their home. Though a young organization, they had started to create their own little traditions simply out of boredom. They learned dances, and partook in the deeper elements of ghoul culture, as revealed to them by the black marks and blades. Though a brutal practice, they took to betting on each other in mock fights, good-natured wrestling mostly. Men and women alike compete for the honor of being the most entertaining contestant of the night, something which carried with it significant clout in the current climate. Trevor had a front row seat to watch a culture develop all around him. It may not be destined to last long, but it was happening. Wearing their masks, two shirtless ghouls faced off against one another. A remnant of Aojirai against one of the remaining devil apes, moving around a circular arena drawn in the dirt of the area out the back of the school. Dozens of soldiers surrounded them, keeping quiet as the two ghouls prepared to begin. The noise only began when they leapt at each other, beginning the melee of entwined limbs. Fuka and Nishiki watched from the steps leading out the back of the school, a pot of coffee between them. They chatted quietly, pointing out things about the fight with brief points at the scuffle. "Fellas," Trevor greeted, walking up to the two men from outside. He joined them in watching the melee, hands in his pockets. "Who's got the lead?" "The ape, from the looks of things," Nishiki said as he turned to look back at Trevor. He waggled his thermos at Trevor. "Want some? It's the good instant brand." "Picky. Always picky." "Sure, thanks." Trevor took the offered thermos, taking a slow sip. He smacked his lips and handed it back. "Ah, just like I remembered. It's weird how we always revert to this," Fuka said, scratching his gill-marked cheek. "The fighting, I mean. Even if it's between friends, it feels like if you leave us alone long enough, we'll always do something like this. Feels natural, I suppose. It's competition, at the end of the day, dire or no," Trevor mused. "I appreciate the healthier outlet for it at least. I suppose. Not like many of us know how to play mahjong, either," Fuka allowed. "I do. It sucks," Nishiki said. He scoffed. "I can teach you lot, if you want. Not exactly the most thrilling way to spend an afternoon, but you know. You take what you can get." Being without things to do explains how a lot of things came to be, Fuka extrapolated. "Including mahjong. Never learned it myself. Or chess," Trevor admitted. "There's plays. Bit more of a physical element to keep people engaged and people already seem to be taking to performances in the town. I've got a bit of experience with theater too, way back in the day." "Theater kid?" Fuka asked, a brow raised. Nishiki tugged. "Should have known." Trevor rolled his eyes. "Yes, theater kid. Back in high school, so no one here would have seen it. Didn't do a lot, but I've played a few roles. It was pretty fun, some teen drama aside. I'm sure Chukiyama can find a few actor ghouls about. Can start a little club, keep people entertained with. I don't know. You ever watch those Korean dramas?" Nishiki asked. "They're dumb, but they're funny. Make some of those." "Sure, why not? I can write up some real garbage in an afternoon. It gets some variety around here," Trevor said, watching over the scuffle. "Give people more options than tussling about anyway. Who knows, Mr. Ape over there could be the next big shot actor. Kuma could. Dunno about the rest of them. But hey, everyone should get their shot," Nishiki allowed, throwing back his coffee. "Are we sure we want to introduce theater drama to Oak?" Fuka asked. "You make it sound like we're tossing a lit flame on gasoline," Trevor noted, an amused quirk of his brow. "Close enough." "What a cynic," Nishiki muttered, rolling his eyes. "I prefer realist." "Whatever you say, Mr. Realist," Trevor snorted. "I'm gonna keep doing my rounds and make theater club priority 1. I'll see you fellas later." Nishiki nodded. He tossed his thermos over to Trevor. "Do whatever keeps you chill, Trevor. Too much stress about right now to not do the things you want to do, right? Keep it." Trevor blinked as he caught the thermos. "Good point. Thanks, man." He made his way into the school, but instead of doing his rounds, he went back to his office. Thankfully, he had his own coffee machine there and poured himself a fresh brew. That done, Trevor looked out the window of his office and stared across the Middle Kingdom. His kingdom. "The things I want to do," Trevor echoed. He raised the thermos Nishiki had given him, as though toasting everything he saw, then took a drink. "We're getting there." Conducting Oak business on Christmas was, as the executives decided, not exactly conducive to good PR. The first official organizational day off came along quietly. Truly, the people of Oak did not have much to do with that day off, besides sit around with one another and talk. The children, under the auspices of adults who were usually busy with one thing or another, played their games, the teenagers brooded and loitered, while the elderly ghouls continued as they always did, playing their own games and relaxing. Though now 28, Trevor's birthday passed without any fanfare, and he was not unique in that respect. Collectively, they had probably missed a fair few birthday celebrations in the time Oak had been functioning. Still, while celebrations were not exactly taking place, that did not mean it went ahead without anything happening. The executives and their officers crowded in the computer room, some standing and others sitting on plastic chairs, watching the myriad screens used for research, now repurposed for a more mundane reason. Die Hard, of course. Subbed, not dubbed. How many times had they all collectively watched it? Had to have been in the hundreds, being something of a darling movie within the wider Ghoul community. A shared point with regular OL humans, maybe. Despite being a fairly silly movie, the ghouls in the computer room took watching it very seriously, or, those not of the former Antioch crew did. The normality of their lives had meant that movies took a sort of commonplace, whereas with the likes of Miza and Naki they were more of a luxury. It came to an end. Though popcorn was absent, the spirit of the movie-watching experience was maintained. Certainly a calmer Christmas experience, compared to what Trevor was used to, but that was to its credit. After parting ways with the executives and officers of Oak, leaving them to spend the rest of the day in their own private manners, Trevor grabbed something small from his office and then began his search. Over the past few months of living in the Middle Kingdom, certain people had picked their own haunts throughout the area, making it somewhat easier to track people down without the convenience of phones to just call or text. You never really realized how much you missed modern technology until you needed it. His destination was a bet, but a safe one. A partially completed construction zone of sorts that had just never been finished for one reason or another. It had been co-opted into becoming the hangout of the Black Cats, the remnants of the Dobers, and their leader. Poker was the game of choice among the members of the Black Cats, their game pausing with Trevor's approach. Each of them wore a mask that covered the top half of their heads, with a pair of little feline ears at the top, an apt little uniform if nothing else, and a spiritual continuation of both the apes and the Dobers' own looks. The usual unfurled, people standing at attention to welcome Trevor, the same form of pageantry that came with being the leader of what was effectively a small state unto itself. Though the lord of the haunt had yet to return, their next closest to a leader was present. The skeleton of a structure, which would remain such, still had a few walled rooms and a second floor without a roof. She was there. Trevor made his way to the second floor, rapping a knuckle against the doorway as he entered. "Knock knock," he said by way of greeting. She sat cross-legged on the dusty ground, staring out over the Middle Kingdom. Though with her back to him, it appeared as if she were in a state of meditation before he arrived, her posture straight and breathing controlled. She glanced back, the hints of a smile at the end of her lip. "Who's there?" "Santa Claus," he responded back with a smile of his own, walking over to Irene. He stopped at her side, looking from the Middle Kingdom to her. "Mind if I join you?" "Free to." "I've got no reason to stop you," she said, looking forward once again. "Just going through some of the things the manager taught me. Nothing terribly important. Movie time done already?" "Yet. Diehards only, what, 2 hours?" Trevor wondered, taking a seat beside her and going cross-legged as well. After seeing it so many times, it's fun to see someone watch it for the first time ever. Misa was downright transfixed, though mainly at the violence, he observed, which wasn't a mark against Misa in the least. It was just the way most ghouls, and indeed a great deal of humans, tended to lean. "From what I know of her, a lot of the things we do on the surface are still fairly new. Cannot imagine what it must have been like for her to stick her head up onto the surface for the first time," Irene said, allowing a quiet chuckle at the idea of a shocked, fish out of water Misa. "It's a shame that innocence will wear off eventually. She'll get used to it all, just like us. I look forward to it." "The more the merrier, when it comes to enjoying schlock," Trevor said in amusement. He went quiet for a moment, looking out across the Middle Kingdom and seeing the many ghouls that called it home going about their lives. Then, without much fanfare, he reached into his coat and pulled out something. A small box. It was wrapped in everything. "My true motive for stopping by," Trevor admitted, offering it to her. She blinked, reaching out to carefully take the box, staring at it with some confusion. It hit her that it was in fact Christmas, and that was what people do. "Oh, what's this then?" she asked herself, bringing a finger to the top of the wrapping and creating a tear with her nail. "Hope it's not something expensive." "Not in this economy." Trevor snorted. "All I'll say is that I didn't dump all of Oak's funds into it. I need to be something of a respectable leader these days." "Oh, so you won't pull out all the stocks for me?" "Comforting." She got him. Trevor rolled his eyes and made a rolling gesture with his hand. "I'm about to make up for it in a couple seconds here, I promise. I'll hold you to that." She opened the present without further delay, revealing the contents. A flower, carefully constructed from the metalworking craft that the Black Marks so specialized in. Its dark petals were pristine, glinting in the white light of the Middle Kingdom, and from its back hung a metal chain of similar appearance and care. A necklace. "I'd wanted to do something that I could make myself," Trevor started, with a touch of anxiety. "But I ended up relying on Roku for a lot of it. He cleared his throat, "I hope you like it." He wasn't all that smooth of an operator, at the end of the day. Irene carefully lifted the flower from the box it was contained in, shifting it about slightly in the light, watching how it reflected the white light from its midnight surface. She let out a huff, smiling once again. Without any hesitation, she looped the necklace around her neck, allowing the flower to rest over her chest. "It's good, and it doesn't matter if Roku did most of the work, the thought and effort count. I'll keep it close, Trevor." "What was the thought process there?" "For the shape, I mean," she asked, leaning back onto her hands, looking across at Trevor. Trevor rested his elbows on his knees, hunching slightly. "I got the idea from an anime I'm very fond of. It's the Tekadon, the iron flower that never wilts. Something that retains its strength and its beauty even if it blooms on the battlefield. Made me think of you. This is the most you idea for something I've ever heard." "Thanks," she said with a genuine fondness, rolling the flower between her fingers. "Never been much of an anime person, outside of movies, not had much opportunity to watch it, but I'll be sure to check out your source of inspiration. Not going to lie, I've stopped thinking about my beauty these days. Hardly had the time." "Well, thinking about it or not, you still got it," Trevor said, leaning back again. "That and more." He took a breath, self-consciousness and vulnerability coming back again, then made himself look at her. Man, I used to be better at this," he muttered. "Just saying things felt difficult. I've done a bit of thinking. Maybe too much of it. But I decided that I don't want to be your ex anymore. I want to actually be with you again. In case, I dunno, the flower didn't make that clear," he added, scratching the back of his head. Irene gazed at the flower, brow knitting in thought. If nothing else, she considered it for a few agonizing moments. I think you need someone to talk to, Trevor. Not a partner like me, she said, looking up from the flower to Trevor. Not as ghouls, not as exes, but as two people who have been through some stuff. I do love you, Trevor, but I don't think it'd be good for either of us, in the end. Given what happened, and how I still feel. Some stuff, Trevor echoed slowly. He licked his lips, finding them very dry, and didn't know what to say. It made him feel the fool. After a few moments, he turned his gaze outward, exhaling. I don't understand, he admitted, frustrated with that. Do you really think you're not someone I can talk to? No, I do. That's what I'm offering. I just don't think either of us are in the position to be considering this kind of thing, not with each other, she explained, sitting upright with a huff. I can listen, and I can talk to you. But going further than that right now, it'd create problems. I don't know the exact nature of those problems, but I'm going to listen to my intuition here. I can't be that person, Trevor. I see, Trevor said quietly. He rested his hands on his knees, a slow gesture. Almost half a year now, since Oak was founded. A lot of time kept busy, but also a lot of time to think. Perhaps he'd thought himself into a bad hole, what with the pressures of leadership and also the, somewhat unappreciated, comments about considering starting a family in the near future. He stopped himself. He was doing that thing again, not talking. You may be right. Maybe I. Trevor ran a claw through his white hair. I've developed a particularly bad habit, since I joined the CCG. I'd had to keep a tight lid on, well, most of my thoughts and feelings a lot of the time, so I got used to never really, he gestured outwardly, putting those things out there, not letting people in all the way. It makes for a god-awful feedback loop. Then I left, and I didn't really need to withhold so much anymore, but I just kept doing it anyway, because it was normal. He clicked his tongue, shaking his head. So I kept internalizing. Put me on the thought process of getting back together with you, without, actually considering all the factors. I should have asked before just telling you I want this and putting it on the gift like that. That was unfair of me. It's true what they say, about it being lonely at the top. You have plenty of people around you, but none of them are in the same position as you, Irimi said. She reached out, resting her hand on his shoulder. But with Tuka, myself whoever, you have to be able to put that aside and open up. Otherwise you'll put yourself in these little thought containers, without any air. You might have been able to get away with it in the CCG, but not anymore. So, let's start with this. She pulled him into a one-armed hug, sides pressing together. How have you been, Trevor? Really? Trevor made a noise, a non-word that croaked out of his throat at the action. Then the question hit. He blinked several times, staring forward at nothing, while not resisting Irimi's contact. How had he really been? I've been tired, Kaya, he began slowly. I haven't slept well in years. I still don't know if it's right for me to be the one-eyed king. I don't really feel like myself anymore, like everything that's happened has pushed me further and further away from the kind of person I want to be. When Yamurai got his hands on me, when I thought you died, when Ito unmasked herself, when Arima died, all of that and more, it's just all stacking in my head, all these things that I still don't know how to deal with. I've just been trying to live up to the me that I think other people see when they look at me, he confessed in a cracked voice. I don't know how much more of it I can take. I know, she said quietly, squeezing his side. What kind of person do you want to be? Irimi asked. She listened to his plight, but she did not focus on it. That probably would not help, in her mind. Instead she kept him talking, kept him open. I want to be loved, and to be able to return it without reservation. I want to be like my dad. Quiet, reliable, kind, helping to raise a family and doing it well, Trevor continued, tone wistful. A tear fell down his face. I want to be a writer, but that's not as important to me anymore. I just want the means to look out for people I care about. And how are you not any of that now? Writer aside, she asked, bonking her head lightly against his. Think about it, seriously. Trevor didn't say anything right away. His shoulders slumped. I'm trying to be, he finally said quietly. And I am. It's just hard to see, with all the mistakes I've made along the way. And that goes for all of us. A lot of people only see the end result, they don't see everything we've done along the way. The same goes for you, and how you perceive me. That doesn't mean I'm not the things you think I am. It just means I know about the times I wasn't those things. You've probably done things you regret, hurt people you never wanted to, but... Irimi paused, exhaling through her nose. That's how it is. If you feel there was nothing else to be done, then there's no changing that in any possible world. We move on, wiser for it. Trevor sniffled. Yet, he uttered simply. That's the hard part. Moving on. Guess that's what makes it so important. He blinked slowly, wiping away the tear. You know, I'd thought these were all things I'd figured out before, but I must have forgotten along the way. Hell, I need reminders of stuff every now and then too. We don't learn things perfectly, you know, Irimi said, letting out a little huff of amusement. When things get tough, we can fall back on habits instead of the things we've learned. That's normal. It's just a matter of making sure you can pull back from that or have people who can help you do that. Thank you for being one of those people, Trevor said genuinely, eyes shutting for a few moments. I should have gone to you sooner, but, well. Like we've said. Habits. It's alright. Even if we're not together, I'm still one of the people who knows you pretty well, even with all the things we've been through in the interim. Or, I like to think so at least. Perks of sharing a bed with someone several times a week. She pulled her arm back, but did not pull away from him. She leaned on him, letting him know that she was near. Front row seats to the show, Trevor agreed. He remained there as well, quite content to stay as they were. You've definitely got me pegged at this point. Better than myself, at least. Being that self-aware is tough. It's like full circle self-awareness where you are so aware that you become aware of how everyone views you and why. A lot to ask from one person. Still, I think if you ask every person down there. She gestured to the Middle Kingdom. They'd say you're doing a pretty good job, I think. Better than being up there with the CCG as it currently is, at the very least. Yet. Much better, I'd say, Trevor murmured, following her hand and looking across Ghoulkind's temporary sanctuary. He smiled a little. There would always be those doubts, in some magnitude or another. His fears and his worries couldn't be dispelled with some magic words and a clap on the back. But that didn't mean those things needed to rule him. They could be pushed away, or reduced, or put in perspective. If Kaya said those things, then maybe he could believe her. A part of him loved her, and perhaps there would always be a part of him that would want more, but she'd made better points than he could have. If she believed it would be a mistake, then there had to be some truth to that, and he would move forward with that in mind. He'd been rejected, but it didn't feel like the worst thing in the world. They'd both come a long way, after all. Thank you, Kaya, Trevor whispered, eyes glistening as they stared forward, leaning against her in that simple, yet warm contact. For being you. It's the least any of us can do. The peace was bound to be broken eventually. Fortunately, it was not an earth-shaking disruption, but rather a bit of bad news. Naki, bless his simple soul, had rescued an agent of the CCG unknowingly. Now, this could have gone poorly for everyone involved, but even in how it was resolved there was not much noise. Tsukiyama noticed something unusual, he looked into it, cornered the agent and with the help of Zero Squad apprehended them. Easy. We found him trying to use the main computer in the middle of the night, Tsukiyama explained. Though there had been a fight, the man had since changed clothes and cleaned himself off, looking completely nonplussed by the assault. He stood in Trevor's office with the Zero Squad, poise unbroken. For the time being, we've locked him up beneath the school building. The basement door is tough, so I doubt our new friend will be causing any trouble from there. He's one of their new half-ghouls, Take added, hands behind his back as he looked out through the windows of the office. A smart application of their nature. It makes it more difficult for us to discern who is what. It's a familiar tactic, and one they were bound to use eventually, Trevor sighed, leaning forward in his chair. He spoke from experience. Oga infiltrators, did he have anything on him? Take reached into his shirt pocket, retrieving a folded-up piece of paper. A letter. I took the liberty of inspecting it first, just in case it had a harmful agent on it, but it's a genuine article. Here. He held it out to Trevor. I think it has more meaning for yourself, than any of us. Trevor quirked a brow, but wordlessly took the offered letter from Take and gave it a look. The more he read, the more furrowed his expression became. He exhaled through his nose, placing a hand over his mouth and chin. It was from Toru. In the letter, he laid things out very simply yet in a detailed manner suiting him. Toka's friend, Yoriko Kosaka, had been arrested on charges of colluding with ghouls. He was thorough in laying out the case against Yoriko, all in CCG speak that was second nature to Trevor, and making it abundantly clear that Yoriko did not stand a chance of having the charges dismissed. It was enough evidence to have her killed, in the eyes of the law. Toru was extending an offer. He could protect her, for the sake of Trevor's friend, but only if Trevor met with him at a certain time and place. In the letter, Toru expressed that while he had been incredibly upset with Trevor after all this time, he still respected him and wished to help him. All they had to do was meet up. Shit, Trevor quietly muttered, staring at the letter. Quite. I did not understand all of it, but I got the essence of it, Tsukiyama said with a frustrated sigh. It's a trap, Trevor. I wouldn't buy into it, even if Toka's friend is in trouble. It's not worth it. Trevor remained quiet. He tapped a claw against his chin. It was, without a doubt, a massive risk. Shiyu was justified in thinking it was an unnecessary one. Unfortunately, Toru knew his former mentor far too well, he knew what manner of leverage to use against him. Try telling that to Toka, Trevor replied, frustrated in kind, not with Tsukiyama, but with the situation. After all the effort she put into keeping distance too. And now Yoriko's slated for execution. And being used as blackmail. He tossed the letter to his desk. I can't just ignore this. It's a good trap, Take admitted neutrally, ever observing the situation with an unflappable objectivity. Even if we know it is one, you have incentive to spring it nonetheless, on the off chance it could pay off. Shio let out a dramatic exhale. The boy had kept quiet up to that point, still in work mode. This is getting complicated. It's not the kind of situations we were trained for, the lilac-haired Rikai said. But we can adapt. If we know it's a trap, then we can work around it. Captain Nerima believed that springing traps was the best way to deal with them. In certain situations. Though we know where this trap will be, we do not know the nature of it, Take corrected as a matter of fact. We need more information before we consider springing it. Until that point, I am in agreement with Tsukiyama. Though potentially cruel, it is the pragmatic approach, but we do not operate on a purely pragmatic basis. No, we do not. Otherwise Oak would have been killing investigators every chance they got. What was the point in trying to change the world for the better if you stuck to the crueler rules of the old one? We have a couple weeks before the first meeting date. It's... He trailed off, recalling the address and eyes unfocusing for a moment. It's where the Quinks live. Lived, maybe. I know the area like the back of my hand, including the underground parts. What options do we have for getting more information? There aren't many, Take admitted reluctantly, his lips pressing together somewhat. We could begin surveillance, but pulling that off in the first ward would be more than a bit difficult. No way of directly being able to tell who else is part of this trap, either. We have few options to press the ground, as it were. Not without simply stepping into the trap, no, Tsukiyama said. Trevor's majordomo had apparently thought far enough ahead to consider up to this point. If anyone else goes in your place, I doubt the trap will spring. If you go, the trap springs and then there's the chance you could simply die. I do not doubt your strength, but it is not impossible to stop you. Worst case scenario, none other than Josu Suzuya would be metaphorically, perhaps even literally, waiting in the rafters for him. With Toru on support, or maybe even Jinchi or Mugen, Trevor knew he'd have a rough go of it. And if someone else goes in my stead, I doubt Toru would keep up his end of the deal, Trevor sighed. I can be highly mobile when I need to be. The first thing that comes to mind is bringing someone with superior senses but keep them at a distance to whiff out trouble if it's there. Someone like Irimi or Hinamai. I think assuming Toru is going to uphold what they state as being too generous, Take said, brutally even. The fact Take had known Toru made the bluntness that much more stinging. There's no need. If the goal is to get you there for your execution, then they only need a false promise. Not that we should not attempt, but that must be taken into account. This may not change anything. A grim outlook, Tsukiyama said, not disagreeing either way. Trevor hummed. Who else knows about the letter? Just the people in this room, Take said. No need to spread this information unnecessarily, not before we decide what to do with it. Trevor nodded in agreement. Tuka is the only other person I want to know about this until we make a decision. This directly concerns her, she should have a say in the discussion. Understood. Shio, could you retrieve Tuka? Take asked the white-haired boy. He blinked rapidly upon being addressed directly, and then nodded. He snapped into a salute. Yes sir. I'll get right on it. Shio said clumsily, almost jogging out of the room to see the order through. Do you want us present? Take asked. No, that'll be all for now, Trevor said after a moment of consideration. Marinate on this in the meantime. I'll call for you later. Take stepped away from the window with a nod, beckoning the other members of Zero Squad to get up. Understood. We'll patrol the settlement. Largely unnecessary, but it is best to be seen. I suppose I'll check in with the Black Marks and their work. See how they're progressing with a few projects, Tsukiyama said, shrugging. Good luck with that conversation, by the way. Don't envy you. Trevor let out a breath. I wouldn't envy me either. Appreciate it either way. Take care, everyone, and good work. Tsukiyama pat Trevor's shoulder on the way out, and soon enough he was left alone, waiting for Tuka to arrive. It did not take long, cutting Trevor's brain-racking mercifully short. The door opened once more, and she stepped in without knocking, combing a hand through her dark hair. Considering Shio was the one who found me, she began as she shut the door behind her. I've been priming myself for something interesting. I'm hoping it's just an exchange of quips, but good news rarely has a nervous herald like Shio. Rarely indeed, Trevor groaned, beckoning Tuka over. Tsukiyama and Zero Squad managed to catch an Oga that tried to infiltrate us. He's subdued and locked up, but he had this letter on him, addressed to me from Toru, he explained, before offering it to Tuka. But it concerns you more. It's about Yoriko. She's not hurt, but, they've arrested her. Tuka's expression rapid-fire snapped between the beginnings of a few feelings and sensations: worry, anger, fear, and then finally a reinforced neutrality. A solid exterior to cover the torrent of emotion beneath. She took the letter, hard eyes flicking over the text, rubbing the bottom of the sheet between her thumb and finger, crinkling it somewhat. Execution, she said aloud, as if just discovering the word for the first time. Over what? This is all years ago. I've not talked to her since. We were in high school, she argued to the letter more so than Trevor, eyes starting to narrow, an intense anger starting to bleed through. God, it's such an obvious bait. I hate how it's working. You and me both, Trevor admitted, running a hand through his hair. That address is where I used to live. The Quink's house, right in the first ward. He didn't need to elaborate on how that was the enemy territory. It's difficult to fully trust Toru, but we can't just sit on this and do nothing. Do we know where she's being held? Tuka asked, taking her eyes off the letter. I'll break her out myself, if I have to. Not specifically. But there's jails scattered around Tokyo specifically made to hold humans related to Ghoul cases, Trevor explained. Between Take and I, we should have all those locations. It'd be a matter of breaking into each one and checking for ourselves. Not good enough. If you miss it twice, I'm sure someone will catch on. It's too easy, she said, biting down on her thumbnail, chewing at the edges of it. Her husband's an investigator. What's he thinking about this, hey? She asked the air, sucking on her teeth. The hell? I knew it was a bad idea for her to get married to a dove. I can't imagine he's doing well either, Trevor reflected. His eyes refocused as a thought occurred to him. Maybe we don't need to break in to see for ourselves. We can scope them out, he began, leaning forward. To see if there's any jail in particular that he visits in the next couple weeks. He never struck me as a cold man. Maybe her parents too, if you know what they look like. I do. I've not seen them in a long time, but I can probably pick them out of a crowd. Tuka began to pace, pulling her thumb away from her teeth. I'm not going to let someone die just for interacting with me. I'll handle the breakout myself, if we find her. Saves putting anyone else at risk. Obviously, you've got all my support in this. And I know everyone from Re and Antioco at minimum will have your back on this one too. Trevor got to his feet and walked around the desk, lowering the distance between them. He knew Tuka would be the quickest to force through a plan, while Jukiyama and Take were superb planners, they weren't nearly as personally invested as Tuka. Just don't do the breakout all alone, alright? She scoffed. Don't worry. I learned my lesson on that front years ago. I'll keep you in the loop. What about you, though? You're supposed to be meeting with that knife brat, right? Still thinking it through, Trevor confessed, leaning against the desk. He'd demonstrated good faith back at Re, and I want to trust him. But my lizard brain's telling me it's too obvious of a trap to even consider the idea, he grumbled. So, you know, the usual weighing of big stakes that I have to do all the time these days. No fun. Tuka ran her hand down her face, groaning. Nobody said it was going to be easy. But it's still shockingly difficult, keeping everything running. Now this. She slumped down onto one of the extra chairs, resting her forehead in her hands. Then what after? Just bring her here? She has her own life, and I'll be hijacking it to protect her. Better hijack than having none, Trevor said, folding his arms across his chest and tilting his head up at the ceiling. None of it's ideal. Situations like hers are more common than people think. But it's not forever. We can keep her from being killed, and protect her until there comes a time where her trumped-up charges don't matter. Right. Of course, Tuka muttered, eyes shutting. They're pulling out all the stops. It wasn't this, indiscriminate, even before. It was bad, sure, but nobody used years-old interactions against other humans. It had to be an immediate thing. She paused, coming to a certain resolution. We have to bring it down, now. Before it becomes the new normal for everyone. Agreed. It's more a reign of terror than it's ever been. At this rate, Kichimura was fostering a far more brutal, callous world than the one that came before. Kishao had his own brand of oppression over Ghoul kind, but Kichimura somehow managed to make the former death appear kind in comparison. We've been focusing more on trying to pin down the director, but he's a slippery son of a bitch. We might not have much choice but to make our own opening before things drag on. And what does that look like? How do we force him out into the open, when it seems like he doesn't give a damn? She asked, hands moving away from her forehead as she sat upright. That's the problem. I've dealt with ghouls like him before, completely uncaring of those around them, focused purely on their own interest. Unless we can make it so that everyone around him is willing to put him out into the open, then we're going to have a tough time manufacturing a situation where he has to be in front of us. I don't know. Even after all this time, I still don't really get what his true goal is, Trevor admitted with annoyance. As for people around him, those are all gambles in their own right. Who in the CCG would be willing to undermine him? Corey? Jinshi? I know neither of them would exactly like the guy, but... He trailed off in a grumble, shaking his head. If Irimi was still in contact with Merid, that could have been a route to attempt. But our prospects aren't the greatest. Tuka moved to stand again, looking up at Trevor. Even with all that known, she wasn't close to giving up. Making sure Yoriko's safe can be the first step towards improving our prospects. If we can outsmart the CCG here, when we're basically walking right into a trap of our own volition, then they don't have a chance in the long term. We'll counter their trap, and then keep going. Trevor smiled, kicking off the table and resting both hands on Tuka's shoulders. That's right. Things'll work out, we just need to put the work in. One bite at a time, right? An idiom that the manager had been fond of, back in the day. In fact, it was the one of the first things Kyuzan had said to Trevor, when he'd just been a clueless, starving half-ghoul that Tuka had picked up off the streets. One bite at a time, Tuka echoed, smiling up at him briefly. She managed it through the stress of the news. I'm going to quiz Ayato on what he'd do in this situation. He's a brat, but he has plenty of experience with this kind of stuff by now. I mean, how many Cochlea breakouts has he been a part of now? 2? 3. Kinda makes the CCG look silly at this point, doesn't he? Trevor chuckled. Despite how exciting of a life Trevor had led in the past 5 years, he only had one breakout under his belt. Downright rookie. He gave her a gentle squeeze and pulled away. Say hi to Hinamai while you're there, please. I see everyone all the time yet it feels like I don't, if you get me. I will. It's the whole being the boss thing. I rarely felt like I ever saw the employees at Re, even though I saw them all the time. It was always in the lens of work, you know? Doing what I have to do. It's one thing to interact with someone when your mind is working towards a goal, and another to just be with them, yet. She said, sighing. It's better these days, but it seems it all fell onto you. I'm sorry, Trevor. It's the way the cookie crumbled. I do miss being more of a social butterfly, I'll admit, and it'd be nice to just hang out again, but, Trevor shrugged, I take comfort in the fact that I'm not going to be in this position forever. Besides, I'm invested in it all. If being the king means we can change things for the better, then that's what I'll be. It's a good thing the crown fell onto someone who doesn't really want it. There are worse candidates I can think of, she said lightly, nudging Trevor. Tsukiyama, for example. I think he'd go mad with the power. Madder than he already is. We'd be dressed like peacocks. Trevor snorted. The world needs eccentrics, just maybe not at the helm. He's an excellent major domo, though. He tutted, shaking his head. Now go work on rescuing Yuriko like a big damn hero. If you need me to lend an ear or drop a line, just let me know. I will. Keep your head above water, Trevor. I know this whole leadership business is stressful, but I know you're stronger than you think. It's not enough to push you under, not yet. Whether he wanted it or not, she pulled him into a squeeze, a bit of ghoulish strength bleeding in. Not enough to discomfort Trevor, but enough to let him know it was a real damn hug. He really needed to stop being surprised when certain people did sudden hugs with him. That used to be his thing, but now that sort of intimacy was a rare thing these days. Trevor managed to return the hug, wrapping his arms around her and squeezing back. He didn't say anything for a few moments, simply enjoying the contact. Thanks, Tuka. I don't have much gas in the tank, but it's enough. It has to be, he said quietly. It'll be enough. Just keep going, and remember that we're all trying our best with you, she said as she pulled away, giving him a reassuring smile. We all have to make sure it's enough. That we do, Trevor said, returning the smile with his shoulders sagging somewhat. A bit of tension was relieved. I'll be all right. It's stressful, but it's a cause worth stressing over, and a lot more besides. Not like you have any more hair color to lose, anyway, she quipped, moving around Trevor towards the door. Thank you for telling me, Trevor. I appreciate the trust. You're welcome. Never occurred to me to do otherwise, Trevor replied, waving her off. One last smile, and she closed the door behind her. Once again, Trevor was alone. Trust rewarded on both ends. At the end of the day, the two of them looked out for each other. It was simple as Tuka would take care of Yuriko. Which then begged the question. What to do about Toru? The specter of the surface world loomed, the threat of discovery ever present, but it was a tension from which all had long adapted. Every ghoul was aware of how bad things were, and how bad they could get, but they proceeded nonetheless. At the end of the day, everyone needed to go to bed and get some sleep, and worrying about things largely out of their control did not help. Peace was not the word. Stability was more appropriate, and it was the best many could ask for with the times being what they were. Not so for Trevor. Having an elevated perspective on the situation, he saw how tenuous it all really was. There was no stability, as he heard every bit of trouble that had occurred, or simply could occur. Exhibit A, the man in a cloak and a cracked Aojirai mask stumbling into his office. One of Ayato's group, the remnants of those who still identified in some sense as Aojirai, despite being part of Oak. An investigator had found Ayato, and they wanted to talk with Trevor. 2 requests in quick succession. However, Trevor had little reason to think this second investigator was related to Toru's letter, beyond that the reason Ayato had been found was because of Oak's interest in saving Yuriko. Ayato had set up a surveillance point in the 3rd ward, near inhospitable for ghouls even before the CCG's recent turn. That said, the fact Trevor had been called out rather than just having Ayato killed meant this was not the result of the CCG's grip on the ward. Of course it was the Tokyo Tower. Who wouldn't take the opportunity to use it as a bird's eye view? From the inside, there were only a few buildings that one could not look over, otherwise getting a decent view of the Minato ward. With the sun having set hours before, and access to the public coming to an end, neon lights lit the walkway around the interior, reflecting from fractal glass patterns that consisted of the inside walls and ceiling. It contrasted against the darkness of the night just out of the windows opposite to them, from which only the specks of street and office lighting could be seen. Finding an entrance was easy enough for a ghoul. A regular door, locked or no, could be worked around. As he rounded the observation deck, he soon enough found Ayato and the investigator in question. There was no tension in the air, no sign that Ayato had been forced to do this. He just leaned on the railing, looking out over the city with the investigator by his side doing the same. The 2 suitcases, however, still spoke to a preparedness to kill if needs be. Ayato looked over at Trevor, nodding to him. Figured this is better than fighting, he explained simply, stepping back from the railing. Jinchi stared at Trevor. He looked different dressed in a manner that was not like him. The well-fitted suit seemed wrong on him. His hair, buzzed completely off apart from a thin semblance of it over his scalp, made him look professional. There was no toothy grin, no wild energy to his pinpoint eyes, just the air of pure exhaustion. You're looking to get Kuroiwa's lady out, right? He asked Trevor, accent still in place. Right to the point. No greeting, none of the in-your-face familiarity that had been Jinchi's calling card. It felt wrong. Trevor wished he could embrace Jinchi, just as he had when he saw Toru again. But he didn't. Trevor breathed, hands falling to his sides. Dressed in the white suit of oak, black scorpion and crown emblazoned on each shoulder, he understood Jinchi's exhaustion all too well. If Jinchi of all people was being curt and professional, that only spoke to just how much his surrogate son had been through over the past half-year. Yet, Trevor told him. We are. Jinchi grunted, scratching his cheek as he frowned, pointed teeth showing through. Me and a few others too. We ain't too happy about this whole thing. We're heading up an inquest into the director, which will probably be a bit distracting. If that's happening, then you can probably get her out. Even if the director don't want to go along with it, he's just one guy. Doubt he can take on me, Big Kuroiwa and a few others. That's quite the move, Trevor noted, a white brow quirked. The fact that Jinchi was even telling him this much. So this situation with Yoriko was the straw that broke the camel's back, then. Enough to get a lot of us riled up. Shoulda seen Seiko. She was a second away from ditching altogether. But no point running away and losing access to the head, as I see it. I'd rather decapitate it myself, Jinchi said, deadly serious. Dunno what comes after, but at this point I don't care. Between Yoriko, Off and Matsuri, and whatever they're using Tora for, I'm done with this CCG. We weren't great before, but this is a different beast altogether. Both brows shot up at the news. Matsuri Washayu's absence from the battlefield had been noticed, as had Kyoko Ora's, but Oak hadn't heard that the former had been outright killed by his own. A different beast was a bit of an understatement. To put it mildly, Trevor eventually said. I'm not surprised to hear about you and Seiko. But where does Tora stand in all this? It's difficult to trust everything he wrote in that letter. I dunno. Wish I did, but we haven't been talking much, not since Rushima. We tried. Better off talking to him yourself, I reckon, because I can't tell you much more, Jinchi admitted, his frown deepening with each passing word. I don't know if doing this'll be good or not, in the end. But I don't think I care anymore. I'm gonna do what I have to do to protect my family. Trevor gulped, head dipping for a moment. In that sense, when it boiled down to his deepest priorities, Jinchi hadn't changed. There was some comfort to be taken in that. You and me both, Trevor agreed quietly. He looked back up at Jinchi, meeting his eyes. In that case, we can work together, if indirectly. Once the director is ousted, if the CCG calls for talks, Oak will listen. We're all ready for this war to end. War? Is that what you're calling it? Jinchi asked, a brow raised. They've just been calling it an extended extermination. But we both know what that means. Attempted genocide, Trevor said bluntly. Right. Like I said, it was bad before, but not this bad. Jinchi shook his head, reaching down to pick up his suitcases. If word of mouth was to be believed, then it was neck and neck between himself and Suzuya as to who was the deadliest in the CCG, which meant that those Quinkle were not just for show. That's all I wanted to tell you. We've got a date set, the external committees are already looking to move in with us. Do what you want while the bigwigs have their hands full. Trevor nodded. Understood. He hesitated, looking at Jinchi as he was ready to leave. Months and months to think about what he could say, but it was all for naught when they were finally face to face again. Just like with Toru. Thank you, Jinchi. For reaching out. Thanks for coming. Didn't really know how else to go about it, and getting a drop on rabbit here might not be considered a good idea. I'm not a savage. I can tell when someone's out for my blood and when they're not. Besides, you're a Yukaku who can fend for himself up close. That's admirable, Ayato interjected, arms folded. Still a dove, but I'd at least kill you respectfully. Oh. Thanks. I think. From him, it's definitely a compliment, Trevor replied, managing a small smile. He shook his head. In that case, I hope we'll be able to see each other again soon. Ideally without either of us needing to worry about the director anymore. Here's hoping. No hard feelings or anything. You did what you had to do, Jinchi said, giving Trevor a look of pure understanding. Given the position he was in, it made sense that he'd be able to put himself in Trevor's shoes. Don't eat shit before then. A part of him had known better, but Trevor couldn't deny Jinchi's words having a strong, relieving effect on him. He'd needed to hear that, and Jinchi must have known it. Thank you, Trevor said again, but with a bit more emotion leaking in again. And right back at you, bud. I know I don't need to warn you that Kichimura's got his share of nasty surprises even when alone. Course not. But I'm not a pushover either, you know. Not anymore, anyway. He spared a grin, the shark-like teeth on full display. For a few moments, he was the Jinchi that Trevor knew all too well. Stay safe out there. You too, Rabbit. Safe is the last thing we will be for the foreseeable future, Ayato replied, rolling his eyes. Relatively safe, then. As well as we can be, Trevor allowed with a tut. Please send my love to Seiko in the meantime. Though I plan on doing that myself soon enough. Will do. She'll appreciate it. Fighting against temptation, Jinchi left before they could talk any further, spinning on his heel and marching away with suitcases in hand. Indeed, it looked a little goofy seeing Jinchi dressed like that with his 2 suitcases, weapons or no. Like a boy going to a job interview. Ayato sniffed. That worked out. Very well, I'd say, Trevor agreed, folding his arms across his chest. He watched Jinchi leave, fighting his own temptation, but they both knew there wasn't the room for that yet. It's the best we could have asked for, as things are. It seems pretty clear-cut. He gave me the date, the location, everything. Only thing that's left is for us to act on the day. Means you can ignore that invite, Ayato said knowingly, glancing at Trevor. I got my ears. Course you do. That invite instigated this whole thing, Trevor sighed, entirely unsurprised. He stepped over to the railing, looking out across Tokyo. It was a lovely view. The last time he'd been here, it was because of Ito, over a year ago. That conversation felt like it belonged to another era. But you do have a point. When's the date, relative to the deadline period? 15th of January. You're looking at a couple of days before your little tea party with the knife nutter. Assuming Shark Teeth does what he says he's gonna do, that should keep a lot of the special investigator sorts busy. Death by bureaucracy. A hell of man's own making. In that case, Trevor began, turning on his heel to regard Ayato. All we need to do is rescue Yoriko while the CCG effectively undergoes a coup. Either way, there's no telling what kind of horrendous hissy fit the director might pull when his own subordinates call him out. Best we be ready to mobilize during that time period just in case. A coup, hey, Ayato mused aloud, smirking to himself. Can you imagine if that's what took them out, instead of us? After all the work we've done? What a joke. We'll laugh it up all the way to the bank if that's the case, Trevor agreed with a snort. He began to walk on, patting Ayato's shoulder as he passed. Let's head back and tell the rest of the execs. I'm sure they'll be happy to get some good news. One victory at a time, Ayato groaned, rubbing the back of his neck and following after Trevor. Glad you got to see your kid again. Yeah, I am, Trevor admitted freely. I don't like seeing him so exhausted and beat down, but he's still in there. He's still Jinchi. He smiled, a fond, warm expression. And that's all I want him to be. Standard guard rotation. Bureau staff headed by a couple of investigators, Take said aloud, looking through his binoculars. He brought them down slowly, squinting ever so slightly into the distance. The currently unused open plan office building served as their starting point, just a few streets away from the CCG holding section in the 3rd ward. We're certain that the upper echelons will be preoccupied. He asked again. For one reason or another, he was on guard still. That's what Shark Tooth said, Ayato replied, his mask on in form obscured by a coat with a high collar. And it's meant to be this building. We don't have much in the way of leads to suggest otherwise, Tuka added, fastening her own mask on. Still a cartoonish rabbit face. It's an in and out job. Even if it goes poorly, the objective is simple. Simplicity is determined purely by the situation and how it unfolds. A simple sounding objective can still yield complex operating parameters, Take reasoned. Nonetheless, he reached down and picked up his suitcase. The rest of the Zero Squad were there, hoods up and ready to roll. In the event it does become more complex than expected, retreat takes priority. It was Take's job to worry. That said, he clearly seemed to have a bad feeling about this. Trevor trusted Jinchi at his word, but he knew that Jinchi hardly had absolute control over the entire situation. Luckily, we can all move very, very quickly, Trevor noted, watching the 3rd ward holding section through his helmet, one eye covered by a lens while the other was bare. And it's a small enough building. Little enough to cover where a quick extraction shouldn't be troublesome, or to find out if it's a dud. True enough. Best to get to work, then. Kirishima's will focus on extracting the target, while the Zero Squad, myself and Trevor will disarm and neutralize any attempts to stop us. Stick to the roles, and do not engage where you do not need to, Take instructed to all present, even Trevor. The former investigator's game face did not mess around, unflinching before some of the more dangerous ghouls in the world. 6 minutes. Timer starts the moment we leave this building. That's a copy. Everyone ready? Trevor called. Always, Tuka said, her brow set and gaze determined behind her mask. It was far more personal for her than the others. Could always use another coffee, but hey. I've done more on less, Ayato said, shrugging. How about the brats? He asked the Zero Squad, looking back at them. Shio puffed his cheeks out, indignant. Do not taunt them. They could dismember you, Take warned without any hesitation. Let's move. Trevor nodded. Onward, he declared, standing up to his full height. He tracked the patrol outside the building, how they were moving, what they were holding. That determined, he stepped out of the abandoned office building. Then his tails came out. Black blurs that shot through the air at lightning quick speeds, each one aimed for the back of the patrol's heads. The tails struck, causing each of the humans to crumble to the ground before they even realized what was happening while the weapons were snatched and tossed far away. In a second, they'd been knocked out. Like ghosts, the Zero Squad did their part. Though young, each member had proven their worth several times over, and they did it once more. Lacking Kagun, they made up for it in pure martial skill, disarming bureau staff without much fuss before sending them to the ground, leaving crushed weapons in their wake. Naturally, it was not hard to notice a group as large as theirs approaching. The alarm had already been sounded from within, though as to whether they'd have time to respond was another matter altogether. They barged in through the front, where several bureau staff were waiting, their Q weapons trained on them as they entered. Ayato's wing shot out from his shoulder, furling around to form a barrier between them and the hail of bullets. A mindful move from him, taking the relative squishiness of the Zero Squad into account. Watch the left. Could be more in there, he said over the noise of bullets slamming into his Kagun. Leave it to us. It's a more open space, Take replied, getting a nod from Ayato. He stepped forward, and from there the Zero Squad broke off to the left, entering the office space actual. More gunfire. Over time, it would lessen. With the human-adjacent members of the group out of the picture, Ayato dropped the wing without ceremony, and darted forward with Tuka following. Without missing a beat, they moved in sync, crossing each other's paths before doubling back, making their exact path difficult to track onto. And then they got to work, slamming armed men and women into walls, knocking the wind and fight from them. Together, they made it look easy. Keep us covered, Trevor, Tuka said looking back, standing over the groaning form of one of the bureau staff. Poor guy would feel the soreness in his back in the morning. We're going straight through. You got it, Trevor assured her. His four tails uncoiled, eyes blooming along their lengths and rapidly assessing every possible angle. None shall pass. They progressed opposed, but for all intents and purposes unopposed. The rooms were too small, and their weapons not at all specialized enough to deal with ghouls of their caliber. Even shots which did land only stung, sinking in before being popped back out by their inhuman capacity for self-mending. But moments later, they stood in a dark part of the building, natural light filtering in through heavy windows, but with the openings too few in number to properly illustrate every nook and cranny of the space. The cells were occupied, full even. Some held multiple people, humans all, while others only held singular individuals. They cowered at the sound of gunshots, crowding into the corners of their cells, looking upon the masked ghouls with nothing short of abject dread. If these people were even guilty was up in the air. Yoriko. Tuka called out, stepping forward. She dragged her Kagun armored arm along the cells as she did so, bending bars and scratching through locks, allowing the doors to open. You hear? Over the sound of muttering and heavy breathing, a voice Trevor had only heard once before years ago called out. Tuka. The furthest end of the holding area. A blonde woman with a fluffy bob cut pressed up against the bars, still dressed in her own clothes, though wrinkled and messy from time spent in the cell. I guess that's her, Ayato said from beside Trevor. What about the other people here? Just leave them to do whatever. Trevor looked the people over, lips pressed into a line. They were all clearly terrified out of their minds, for entirely understandable reasons. They'll die if they stay here for being ghoul collaborators. It can be their choice to stay, to go on their own, or come with us. Come with us? You sure about that? Ayato asked quietly. Look, I can take or leave it, but people gonna be going hungry. Taken the Zero Squad can kill anyone who looks at them funny, but these people. He gestured to them to make the point. It was a well-made point. Food for ghouls was always tenuous, even when Oak was working on other methods to provide. Civilian humans would struggle under Oak, even if Oak itself did not want them to. Trevor exhaled through his nose, clicking his tongue. You're right. If the other stuff goes as planned, they might not need to worry much longer anyway. Ayato nodded with a grunt. Tuka all but tore the cell door from its hinge, allowing it to screech and clatter against the ground. The two old friends stared at each other for a few moments, before Yoriko all but ran at Tuka, hugging her. What's with the mask? She asked quietly against Tuka. It's all I had. It kind of stuck. That's so stupid. They shared another look, and then broke out into disbelieving laughter. Of all the things they could talk about after reuniting after so long, Tuka's secret now out in the open, it was about the silly rabbit mask. Ayato rolled his eyes. Job done. Come on Tuka. Let's get a move on. Tuka nodded, and without any pause hefted Yoriko onto her shoulder, getting a yelp from her. Right. Moving time. That seemed to break the air of dread, and with that every other person in the cells began to pile out, shoving past Trevor and Ayato despite the danger they presented. Better to chance it, maybe. That left them alone in the cells, with exactly one other person left behind. The sound of armored plates clicking into place echoed through the empty stone walls. Ayato snapped around, facing the source of the sound. It rose up onto its feet, plated feet tapping against the floor as it approached. Who the hell? Ayato muttered as he tensed completely. Dead? Tuka asked breathlessly. Trevor sucked in a breath, his entire body bracing and dreading what was about to come. There was no mystery for him. Jozu, he called, loud enough for the waiting figure to hear. Of course you're here. The special class investigator stared out from the mouth plate of his armor. The Arita had become sleeker, hugging Jozu's form as if it had been specifically made for him. He looked like a dagger in human form, a curved and sharpened edge in almost every respect. It was a near-perfect Kakuja, transplanted onto a human. He had been waiting the entire time, from the moment Yoriko's imprisonment had been revealed to Trevor. You're a good friend. I prepared as if you would act like a good friend, Jozu said. His voice was as boyish as ever, though softer spoken and lacking the childish energy that usually filled it. I'm not here for the others. They can go. Fleeting mercy from Jozu, a rare thing. The last bit of goodwill he could afford to show. Trevor's muscles tensed, his back straightening. Kagun bubbled along his spine, preparing itself in response to his emotions and ready to unleash the Kakuja. Regroup with Zero Squad, Trevor ordered. His inhuman legs snapped their joints backwards, knees bending in reverse. I'll hold him off. Ayato cussed. He hurried over to Tuka, grabbing her by the arm and all but dragging her and Yoriko out of the room, leaving Trevor with Jozu. The investigator watched them leave before focusing back onto Trevor, stepping out of the cell completely. The right hand of the armor had been modified, heavier looking than the left. The remains of Yamurai, what little they had been able to recover, had been built into it. It was only a matter of time. Trevor had managed to avoid facing Jozu, but it was bound to happen eventually. The director would not have let Trevor get away without facing his strongest card. There was also the matter of a promise made from when they were colleagues, a promise that was being fulfilled. The Kakuja answered Trevor's call. Plates of scaled chitin slid across his entire body, liquids and solids mixing and changing to better suit the will of the wielder. Armor the color of blackest midnight covered Trevor's form, his arms extending into large claws while the scorpion tail loomed behind him, glowing a fell crimson. From below each shoulder blade, a serpentine neck protruded and ended in the maws of hounds. His helmet was covered with a sheen of RC, allowing a cyclopean visage to stare at Jozu. I suppose it really was only a matter of time, Trevor mused, voice distorted by others, familiar and forever etched into his skull, a byproduct of the Kakuja. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a bit excited, Jozu said, rolling his shoulders and bouncing on the spot. I mean, everyone else has had a crack at you. Not fair, if you ask me. Trevor tilted his head to the side. Of course you feel that way. Way back when we made our promise, I hadn't expected it to turn out quite like this. He slid into his stand, polyarm legs coiling and ready to launch. But then again, life's been full of surprises. All told, this is a pretty mild one. I'm just gonna forget all the stuff that's around this. No point thinking too hard about it. Best to focus on the fight in front of you. Are you ready? Jozu asked, hunching somewhat, body tensing. Trevor raised his arms, claws open and hooked. He didn't share Jozu's perspective, but he had the right idea. Against an opponent like him, no distracted thought could be allowed. Not really. You. Though his mouth was covered, the way his brows raised and eyes eased spoke to a genuine smile beneath it. Same. Suzuya wore the armor well. It scarcely took long before the damage to the small CCG building resulted in their fight needing to be taken outside, avoiding the crumbling around them. With the barrier between human and ghoul all but removed by the Erida, it became a reality that Suzuya was almost more of a ghoul than Trevor, able to fight in a way Shinohara never could. The wall toppled as Suzuya flew through it, the tendrils of his Yamurai made Quinqua gauntlet following, retreating to prop him upright as he landed. The armor was, without a doubt, a Kakuja able to take a hit without so much as a scuff, somehow both stronger and more flexible than dense metal plates, all the while far more streamlined than Shinohara's iteration of the armor. Suzuya brushed off some debris from his shoulder, looking through the hole in the side of the building for Trevor. The tendrils of his Quinqua began to curl around his arm, forming another layer of protection around it, morphing into a 3-digit claw that was asymmetrically large compared to his other arm. Trevor didn't go through the hole, but made a new one. He leapt upward at a diagonal and then through the second story of the building, spinning rapidly with his tail becoming a shrieking, crackling top of crimson energy. With the power of a Kakuja in full swing, he slammed himself into Suzuya. Suzuya's claw lashed out, taking the brunt of Trevor's spinning approach as it raked across, blunting the momentum of the motion just enough for Suzuya to take the weight of the blow without crumbling, sending him back several feet on his heels, the road beneath him left with 2 small trenches. He wasted no time in retaliating, the distance between them closed by the claw, its tips shooting out in a series of straight, right-angled vectors, darting through the air in unpredictable patterns, leaving a trail of red straight lines in its wake, before the 3 points converged on Trevor, shooting towards him from different directions to pierce his armor on what gaps Suzuya had identified. There weren't any, but no armor was perfect. Some spots were more prone to damage than others. Collarbone, a calf, and inner thigh. In such close proximity, they were difficult to dodge, but to intercept. Tentacles sprouted along Trevor's armor at seemingly random locations, an explosion of mass that latched themselves onto the lines made by Suzuya's Quinqua in the air. At the moment of contact, they became boa constrictors locked in death grips, then yanked with all their might, the rest of Trevor's body turning to assist in a swing to the right. Not one to purely be on the defensive, the hound heads atop his shoulders became rigid and stony before slamming into Suzuya's left side like hammers. Hit! Suzuya barely winced, as quite literally dug in with his heels as he was, and instead reached with his left hand to grip at the maw of one of the hounds, capturing it against his side and arm. He raised a boot, cramming its jester-like tip into the bestial mouth. He pulled up, and pushed down. Trevor gave Suzuya 2 problems to worry about in response. His left arm, pure Kagun, molded itself into a guillotine-like blade that was as sharp as Trevor could manage, and slashed at the red lines of Suzuya's Quinqua, seeking to sever the claws entirely while they were locked down by Trevor's tentacles. The other problem manifested as Trevor's scorpion tail, hissing with steam and volatile energy coming down on Suzuya's shoulder. A sword intervened, attached to another figure in all black armor. A skull-faced visage with long black hair, which lingered for but a moment before becoming a blur of motion, retreating into the peripherals. The tail did not meet its target, the end falling away with a silver sheen left in its place, like a cold cauterization of mercury. All the while, Suzuya's tendrils retreated as the young man spun on the spot to build up momentum, the severed points joining up together to form a singular appendage. It slammed down onto Trevor. Trevor cussed and dodged the attack, bounding away on his spring legs with lightning-quick hops. Eyes sprouted along his tail and remaining hound head, the other retreating into Trevor's shoulder after its mauling. Should have expected Han B. Trevor muttered, many eyes working to track Han B along with Suzuya. The former had completely vanished, no doubt taking cover into a building while Trevor was distracted. Frustrating but effective. It was to be expected. The tail wasn't regenerating either, an effect of Han B's Quinqua, so Trevor chopped off the cauterized point himself to let new flesh grow. Suzuya pressed, breaking into a dash on approach, his left hand dragging through the concrete as he moved, carving up the ground into pebbles and then launching what he could gather at Trevor as a shotgun spread of stone and dust, a distracting cloud to cover his movements. He burst through it from an angle, tendril-encased fist slamming down like a club over Trevor's head. A mace for armor fitting. Trevor ducked so sharply that he heard something crack along his spine. Ignoring the sound, he shot straight forward and into Sosuia's legs, wrapping his arms around them on his way. It was then Trevor embraced the more inhuman aspects of his body. More so than usual, at least. His legs stretched, and continued stretching, until they'd pushed him and Sosuia high into the air, only to send them slamming into the street, Sosuia first, again, and again, before Trevor finally let go by hurtling his opponent into a concrete structure across the street. The same one they'd used to scope out the CCG building, abandoned. He crashed into it, vanishing inside with a cloud of insulation, wood, and dust. The length of Trevor's legs suddenly became much shorter. Hanbi doing his work. As he fell, replacement limbs came from his spine, spindly legs that caught him before he could crash. Trevor immediately honed in on the exposed Hanbi, eyes narrowed, before skittering close along the ruined street towards him. Chunks of concrete and wrecked cars were turned into weapons, all thrown in Hanbi's general direction to limit his movements. The emotionless grimace of the skull mask spoke to no hesitation or fear. The motion of the body, however, told Trevor purely of Hanbi's determination. Rather than flee, he rammed his blade into the ground beneath him, to the hilt, and then almost immediately, a colossal silver ribcage erupted from the ground like a barrier, causing cars to crash into them and fold like paper. As he pulled the sword from the earth, the ribcage retreated, leaving the wrecks it had accumulated to fall to the ground. Hanbi stared at Trevor, ready. Trevor had kept moving, even in the face of the ribcage that would have belonged to a giant. While pursuing Sosuia while he was down was an option, it was a choice Hanbi would have punished without hesitation. With a quinkle like that, regeneration was a twice costly affair. His arms morphed into large clubs that gleamed like obsidian in the daylight, and upon the moment of meeting Hanbi, he let loose a flurry of breaking blows. His many legs kept him constantly moving around Hanbi, like a centipede surrounding its prey that harassed at every possible angle. Despite having the tools, Hanbi did not move as an aggressor. No, he fought like someone simply trying to survive. He made no effort to try and stop the blows, instead relying purely on the speed the Arida provided and his own kinetic vision. He darted from side to side, less of a graceful dance and more of a hummingbird in a cage, frantic yet not leaping at any opportunity to counterattack which may have presented itself. It lasted for a few moments, a lifetime in the context of their battle, but he was caught eventually. Trevor's club of an arm slammed down on Hanbi, cratering him into the concrete with a crashing sound. The armor did not crack, but beneath it, damage had been done. The sound of plated feet rapidly tapping on the ground, from behind. Trevor leapt up and away from Hanbi, away from the sound of Sosuia's approach. He had no intention of actually killing Hanbi, only to beat him out of the fight or inhibit him. Trevor landed atop a nearby building, staring down at the war zone the street had become. Sosuia moved up beside Hanbi, allowing the tall man some time to recover from the blow, steadily getting up though clearly dazed from the blow. Sosuia had a new weapon in his hands, a scythe, made purely from an organic, fleshy substance. It pulsed like a heart, the light of a cocoon bubbling beneath the surface. Trevor didn't quite have the fortune of a new armament. His legs had been chopped clean off and weren't regrowing, forcing Trevor to rely more on his cocoon for actual movement. That in and of itself wasn't too bad, as it allowed for more unorthodox maneuvers, but it was still a pain. Otherwise, Trevor hadn't been too taxed. Not yet. Still, fighting two in-sync opponents that were effectively Kakuja was annoying. Trevor's scorpion tail split itself, and yet neither new appendage was wanting for mass. Several stingers were born, some pointed like spears while others flattened into swords or cleaver-like weapons. Others still became rounded, chitinous shields, as though an entire armory had bloomed from Trevor's back. They all burned with RC, a dozen crimson lights that shined even under the midday sun. Trevor launched himself upon Sosuia and Hanbi as a storm of Kakuja, a dozen weapons screaming downward in seeming chaos yet perfect tandem. While Hanbi retreated, Sosuia stood his ground. He spun the scythe over his head, twisting his body about. With the motion, the weapon, almost twice as long as Sosuia was tall, hummed with crimson power, all accumulating in blade. When he met Trevor's gaze again, there was something there, a focus that went above and beyond. A look that Trevor had only ever seen in one other person, a void of emotion that filled itself instead with the goal before it. Sosuia had not just become the next Nerima, he had surpassed him. Jason's 13, he uttered to himself. He swung the scythe. A trail of blood followed it, liquid RC weeping from openings in the weapon spreading through the air, little bolts of red electricity contained within the droplets. Every point of air between the individual drops and splashes, as they moved through the air, became a net of arcing static, covering the entirety of the space before Trevor's approach vector, a screeching wall of pain. Trevor couldn't change direction mid-air, his descent already inevitable. With no way to avoid it, Trevor decided to flip the table. His arms went to his chest as layers upon layers of armor covered his actual body in anticipation of the oncoming onslaught. In the meanwhile, his many tails spread outward, widening their scope and no longer aimed precisely at Sosuia. Instead, they all stabbed and crashed into the street immediately around Sosuia. At the moment of impact, every single one exploded into violent bursts of power, the roaring of thunder and crackling of lightning, a deafening cacophony of destruction. Whatever the outcome, Trevor did not see it in the moment. Instead, he saw and felt red. The wall of liquid RC, charged as it was, hit him in his plummet towards Sosuia, coating his monstrous form and sending waves of crackling pain through his body, every receptor active and burning with pure agony. While he had long grown numb to the experience of pain through injury, this was not an injury. It was pain, pure and simple. There was nothing Trevor could do but experience it. All thoughts and emotions beyond agony fled his mind, reducing him to little more than a terrified animal in those moments that stretched on for an eternity. If and when he fell to the earth, he couldn't even tell, rendered utterly insensate by an attack that had put even IXA's electricity to shame. All he did was hurt, and desperately wish to live. Nothing else existed beyond that. The agony lingered for an eternity of seconds, even as the RC lost its charge over the course of a few moments. Old habits kicked in as the renewal of the pain ceased, his mind starting to instinctively numb the sensation. Sensation returned as the outer body experience of direct pain came to an end, though he still didn't have his legs. Suzuya stood with the support of his scythe, blood leaking from above one of his eyes, causing him to wince. A crack ran down the mask section of his armor, and aside from the way he seemed to steam, he appeared unharmed on the surface. He dropped into a stance, and with a wide spinning swing, carved apart the tails which had impaled the area around him, bringing his scythe to rest after. "Do you give up?" he asked Trevor, voice hoarse. Trevor sucked in a breath. It didn't hurt anymore. He pushed himself up with his arms in a groan. A black claw and a pale hand rested on the cracked pavement. It was almost tempting to just lie down and accept defeat. But that wasn't an option, had never been an option for him, no matter how much he might have wanted to. After all, there was something else he wanted far more. Trevor looked up at Suzuya, his brown and red eyes staring into his former peers. Fire burned in there, his Kokugan still pulsing with the light fed by a Kokuhou that had not yet expended everything. "I can't do that, Jozu," Trevor told him. Suzuya blinked slowly, but then nodded. He spun the scythe off from his shoulder, bringing the end down onto the ground. He raised his left hand, and made a beckoning gesture to the air. Instinct told Trevor something was coming. He didn't look up. Kogun shoved him backward and away from Suzuya and whatever was barreling toward him, more spider-like limbs appearing to assist the movement and carry him further off. Hanbi dropped onto the spot where Trevor had been but a split second before, sword brought down. Whatever damage could have been done was avoided. "The new erratas are limited compared to a Kokuja," Suzuya began, taking a step forward. "But it's efficient. It can support us like this for a long time." He rolled his shoulder. "We're good to keep going." Trevor gazed at them from his momentary resting point across the road. He licked his dried lips, then hunched forward as his body became enveloped in black once more. He no longer assumed a humanoid form however, Kogun rippling into a longer, quadruple form. Slender yet muscular limbs that ended in claws, and along the back sprouted spikes and lashing tendrils. Two tails protruded from the rear, their entire lengths a honed edge. The tiger's head at the front had no mouth. Only a singular eye that burned like a sun in miniature. The new form, the new beast, regarded Suzuya and Hanbi. "So can I," Trevor rumbled, with no visible mouth but speaking through the armor with perfect clarity. "Let's go." A table in a meeting room, overlooking Tokyo. It was a big room, deceptively so it kind of looked like one of the CCG meeting rooms, but not quite. Others were in the room. A television sat at the head of the table, and a whiteboard beside it. "All right everyone. Pull up a chair," Yamurai said as he trundled over to his own seat next to the television, looking none too pleased. He wore glasses, strangely enough. He sat down with a grunt, huffing and folding his arms. "We gotta review what happened there." Yamo sat down with far less indignation, folding his hands together on the table. "We lost. It is as simple as that." Trevor did not sit down. He looked mostly confused, dressed in mundane clothes, very much out of place. Another Trevor, his face completely covered by a helmet, took his seat. One last Trevor, besides Trevor actual, joined them. Juliojana, rather, bespectacled and clean-shaven. The final guest in the room stood off in the corner of the room, her hands resting across her front, merely smiling patiently. The donor of his abilities, no longer facing away but still distant. "It's never as simple as that," Yamurai muttered, switching the television on with a remote. "We'll start at the halfway point. Obvious assessments first, please." Hanbi's probably the biggest issue, Juliojana began, getting the most blatant issue out of the way, applying an investigator's method to his analysis. "He plays off Jozu too well like take to Kishao, or even us to Kishao. Add in his Quinqua." "That thing's what stuck out to me," Scorpion said, rubbing the top of his helmet in an exasperated manner, his voice somewhat muffled. "I mean, maybe I got too used to being able to heal everything, but that Quinqua's absurd. They were hiding that thing the entire time." "Do not discredit Jozu's abilities in and of themselves," Yamo began, looking between the assembly of Trevors. "He could read your movements before they even happened. For one reason or another, he's as much aware of the mind of a ghoul in combat as Nerima was. And he used me to do the damage." "Me?" Yamurai barked, incensed. He threw his hands up into the air, sneering. "I didn't even think there was enough left of me to make a weapon." "The wonders of CCGR&D, Juliojana uttered dryly. Trevor, the actual Trevor, or so he wanted to believe, looked around the room, frowning. He did distinctly recall the rest of the fight, and how it seemed to be ending, but the actual ending point? It felt like he'd blinked, and then he was surrounded by past mirrors of himself and his, tulpas? Vestiges of psychotic breakdowns? Unfortunately, it was similar enough to the last time he'd died to understand what had happened. He sat down heavily into his chair, running a claw down his face. "Christ," Trevor groaned. "I really ended up here again." "Hey, pay attention," Yamurai said, smacking the whiteboard with the remote control. "No point getting all moody about it. We're all here, and we all know why we're here. You got your ass kicked. Now we gotta live with it, and figure out what we're doing next. Trevor blew out a breath and leaned back. If we lost, but we're not dead, then that means Josu didn't kill us. Me. Whatever, he said, dismissing the weirdness with a wave. He wasn't in a psychiatric dissection mood. So unless someone from Oak swooped in to get our body out, we're probably in containment. Have we got any footage of that, actually? What things are like right now? Juliana asked, leaning forward and gesturing to the television. Oh, sure. 1 SEC. Yamurai muttered, fumbling with the remote. He began to fast forward it, and they quickly went through the entire experience of fighting Sosuya again. Steadily, the end result became clear. Hanbi had, in fact, been the crux of the issue, steadily removing limbs and exhausting Trevor's reserves of strength to create new ones in new places. All the while, Sosuya bled him dry. Finally, there was nothing left. Just a man, who was a torso. Laying on the ground, staring up at the blue winter sky. It was not without sacrifice. Hanbi, too, bled and Sosuya had lost his own legs, the replacements which seemed to be weaker than the man they were attached to. They were in no position to apprehend Trevor. More of a draw, right? Ragboy asked the others gathered. A few mutters of consideration followed. It doesn't matter, Yumo said, shutting his eyes and exhaling. We're alone. They're CCG. We're out of energy, and they likely have backup in the wings. Backup that could keep Oak from retrieving us, Trevor muttered. We couldn't even grow a single tail as we are now. Maybe we could try kickstarting our ghoul stuff by, I dunno, eating our own tongue. Ragboy proposed. Juliana shook his head. It'd work, just not quickly enough. We need to be escape capable, and the amount of time it'd take to make something that could get us out of here quickly is more than we have. Yamurai ran his hand down his face, getting up out of the chair and starting to pace. We bite the face off the first person who tries to grab us. That's all I got. A few more mutters of consideration. The plan was not rejected outright. Audio from the television interrupted their discussion. Other voices talked quietly in the distance, steadily getting closer. Feet marched around them, not stopping at Trevor, but going to the aid of Hanbi and Sosuya. One voice in particular stuck out. It looks like you lost, Mr. Jenna. The serene, smiling expression of Kichimura Washiyu loomed over Trevor. That was quite the fight. Any other pair, and you could have struck them down and escaped. But not those two. Now, were it not for a sudden opening in my schedule, I don't think I'd have been able to be here to see it myself, but I'm glad I was. He squat down, still smiling at them through the screen. Mr. Jenna, I suspect you thought I would not be able to be here. That, through one means or another, you thought we'd be preoccupied. And you would have been right, were it not for my own preparations. But this little incident, easily predicted. At pivotal moments, when the tension is highest, I knew what you would do. You'd go at it alone, choosing the lives of your friends over the risk of them being harmed. You would fight young Josu alone, and suffer for it. You always choose yourself and that's just the way you think. Kichimura stood with a disappointed sigh, shaking his head. It's pointless, now. You played your part excellently, to the point where even I could not completely tell where you were going with the role. But you're at your limit. All the foes, all the friends, all the fights, it had to end somewhere, didn't it? Presents, please. Someone planted something before Trevor with his squelch. The bearer of the gifts was a boy, no older than the Zero Squad, with a battered and bloodied expression. He smiled proudly nonetheless at the presentation of his gifts. 2 heads. I had to work hard for it, the boy said. Shio and Rikai. The youngest members of Zero Squad. Trevor had all but helped teach them, if not outright acted as their brother in the case of Shio. Juliana slammed his hands on the table, standing up. Moments later, he seemed to all but melt away into nothing. The room began to shake. The pattern on the floor became monochrome. That's enough. We're leaving. We have the other ghouls to exterminate. The television ceased showing them the world that was. It began to show them the world that had been. His first encounter with Tuka. His first conversation with the manager. Vomiting into a toilet to bond with Tuka. A date with Irimi, it continued, and continued. Sleeping at Sen's, living with the Quinks, training with Nerima, everything, all the people in his life and all the moments he'd had with them occurred in a few clarifying moments. The other Trevors were gone. Their desires were not. The room was a black canvas, with only the television left. A voice joined the cacophony of desire, the want to spend time with and be with the people he loved drowned out by a question from the voice of a woman. Will you press forward, Trevor? No matter the cost. Trevor stared at the television. He saw everything, felt everything. He knew his answer. It had been his answer every single time he'd stood at death's door, every single time his heart had been broken, every time he offered his hand, and every time he laid eyes on the people he loved in this world. Yes, he swore. Shio and Rikai's dead eyes stared back at him, gone forever. No matter the cost. Silence. A large hand on his shoulder, attached to the body of a large man. The beast called Yamurai, which had harmed him so much, stood with him. Another hand. Yamo, the one who had taught him how to fight in this world, stood with him. A face on the screen. The most elusive woman in Trevor's life, Riz, stared back with a mischievous smile. He'd never talked to her, nor even knew what she was like, but still, This version of her spoke. Yamarai was right. You are fucking crazy. With her blessing, the limbless body of Trevor started to life, and bit the face off the boy who had offered the heads of his dead friends to him. There was no sensation that followed, just the action. What followed from there was the birth of something else. Something far beyond whatever Trevor had been before. Clumps of being were added onto his own, as if consuming himself 100 times over. More and more power, more Kagun. More Kakuhao. All his and no one else. It filled his mind with images of Tokyo, viewed from on high, and the sound of a sky-splitting howl. From the depths of Tokyo, sleeping creatures awoke and uttered the word. Rakshasaraj. The sea stretched out into the horizon, drinking the blue sky. It was not a familiar sea, even if the noise of unseen gulls trumpeting at each other was. There was no shore, no land to speak of. Instead he rested upon a house, unmoving against the gentle movements of the waters as an island of complete normality. Torii gates jutting out from the waters went out into the horizon like a path, though with no ground to be walked upon. Stone lanterns ran alongside the gates, though they went unlit. The sea was red as the Torii gates themselves. That was Trevor's world. No Yamarai to goad him, no Yamo to guide him, none of his prior selves. Just him and the ocean of blood. Trevor stared outward across the ocean, through the gates, with an unfocused gaze. For the first time in what felt like years, he had perfect, horrible solitude. In that world, the concerns of the world he'd come to didn't seem to exist. There was no eternal struggle between human and ghoul, no blurring of lines between predator and prey, no craving of flesh. There were none of the people he'd come to love either. He couldn't hear their voices or see their faces, the reason he had managed to keep going for so long. No matter the cost. And that cost had brought him here. His last fleeting moment of sensation before it all vanished had been the sight of Tokyo from on high, gazing down upon the city and all its residents with many eyes and letting loose an earth-shattering roar with drooling maws. Whatever Trevor had done, whatever he'd consumed, had turned him into something thought impossible. Something he didn't know he was capable of. Something like the immense serpent that slumbered beneath the roots of Tokyo. Nagaraj. The king of serpents. Would his family and friends be okay? Were they being hurt by his own actions? Were innocent people being killed, right now, because of him? All because he refused to die? Trevor sniffed. He wiped at his face with fully human hands, then stood up with fully human feet. He had to know. He didn't know if he was dead or alive anymore, or if he had entered some fantastical realm of impossibility, but he didn't care. For once, he didn't care about the nature of the world he'd come to, or what dark secrets laid in the power of ghouls. All he cared about was making sure his loved ones were alive. He had to know. Trevor looked to the torii gates and unlit lanterns. They were the only features amidst a sea of blood, the only guides. Without hesitation, he leapt from the roof of the house and into the blood. He sank, finding no ground beneath and forcing him to swim. He began to push himself up, but then stopped upon looking through the blood. Trevor knew that feeling, deeper than his bones, the feeling that had saturated his very being. It wasn't blood. It was an ocean of pure RC. And within it floated endless bodies, their gazes empty and dead. Humans, ghouls, anything in between, and strangers to Trevor's eyes, they all hung there limply, drowned in the RC that comprised the world. Trevor stayed, floating, staring back at the dead. He gulped, lips trembling and teeth grinding. No matter the cost. He kicked his feet, pushing himself up to the surface. The corpses showed no emotion, but all the same he felt a crushing judgment from every single dead man and woman. He couldn't bear looking at them. Trevor broke through the surface, reorienting himself. After spying the gates, he forced his body to swim in their direction. He had to keep moving. For Trevor, there was no other option, staying within that world of RC and death would only drive mad, at least, madder than he'd already become. He entered the winding path of crimson gates, and felt nothing. There was no sensation of leaving one place and entering another, just the dense RC soaking through his clothes. He swam, passing gate after gate, but nothing changed. Eventually he passed a woman sitting upon one of the lamps. Bespectacled and fairly normal looking, it was the second time Trevor had seen her face while she was not a gibbering mess. She smiled in a way that felt cruel, though there was no reason to really think that. Looks like somebody doesn't need much encouragement to keep going, she said with tangible amusement, one leg crossed over the other. Trevor looked up at her, floating as RC dripped from his hair. For someone had always felt so important, he'd always felt like they'd been dodging each other in one way or another. But now, in the world of RC, they were finally face to face. I just have to know if they'll be okay, he eventually replied, sharing none of her amusement. If they are, then it's fine if I just leave. The dead eyes bored into him from below with an unbearable pressure. Leave to go where? Riz asked him, bringing her chin to rest on her palm. There's nothing out there. I've checked. This is just our little world. Our little world. Is this really it? The end of the road? Trevor wondered, frowning. Did I finally die? Riz shook her head. Oh, you wish. At this point, I wish I was dead. But we're not done yet, you and I. Weird to think we finally get to talk after all this time, but it's not actually in person. Look, get us out of this wet pit and put us somewhere nicer. You've got the driver's seat. Trevor exhaled through his nose. What choice was there but to roll with it? He imagined somewhere nicer. The scent of coffee hitting his nostrils, and distant, cheerful conversations. The old Antioku, unmarred by the troubles of the years, became their world. Riz wore the barista outfit well. She looked down at herself with a quirked brow, and then shrugged. All right, sure. She rolled with the unintended association with the location. Anyway, an apt spot. I think this is where we first met, but my memories are a bit of a mess. Steel beams will do that to a girl, you know. And to a boy, apparently, Trevor replied. He ran a hand across the old, familiar counter, feeling the wood against his fingers. I don't remember a single thing about how we met, if we got along or didn't. All I can recall is the end, both of us dying, with Kichimura looking down at us after doing the deed. Kichimura, hey, she noted distantly, her smile turning nostalgic. I'd say I should have known, but, really, how could I? I'd forgotten him, Riz said, letting out a laugh that while pleasant to the ear, sounded mean. I'll apologize for the steel beams, but I don't know if you should give a damn. I'd have eaten you, if it weren't for Kichimura. From what I've heard of you, I'm not surprised, Miss Binge Eater, Trevor said blandly. Then he shrugged. I dunno, it's definitely something I'd be more up in arms about in the past, but now. People wanting to eat me isn't all that upsetting anymore. They're all either dead or my friends at this point. That's Lady Binge Eater to you. You're welcome, by the way. Getting all popular using my kakuhou and kagun. She shrugged again with an ugh, pulling out a chair from one of the tables and swinging it around to sit facing Trevor. This entire time, I had no idea why what happened. But mentioning Kichimura makes it seem a lot more sensical. You really are just a bystander in this, or were. A not so happy accident. Trevor reached over and grabbed himself a chair as well, plopping down and dusting at his pants. Completely dry, no more RC soaking him. I'd figured you were his real target, but the why had escaped me for so long. Something to do with that Washiyu blood in you, I figured, or that winning personality of yours. Both, I suppose. I knew him when I was a girl. We were both born and raised in the same place. He, like everyone else other than me, was a half-human, while I was looked down on as the full package. But he was always nice to me, always said we'd get out together. All that kind of kiddie crap. In the end, he was right. We got out, but in our own ways it seems. I made a break for it when I could. Her words trailed off, and her eyes steadily began to narrow. They wanted to use me as a sow. Over my dead body, I said. Good response. Can't say I'm shocked they had ideas like that in mind for you, like they went out of their way to do the most awful thing, Trevor noted in agreement with Riz, a bitter twist to his voice. Sounds like that boy clung to that childhood promise a bit more than you did. To the detriment of everyone else. Who knows what he's really thinking? I don't know him. If it is because of his little crush, then I'm not interested. Half-brother aside, she said with a wince. I like my freedom too much to be restricted. Sure, I'll play around, but any idiot who thinks I'm going to become their wife is in for a rude awakening. Especially if they're dropping steel beams on me. Bit of a red flag. Right? But you'd think these people would know better. I'm called fucking Binge Eater, Trevor, not Cock Eater. What's a lady supposed to do? Caught entirely off guard, Trevor snorted and barked out a laugh at that. I'll have to pass that on to Banjo if I ever see him again. I don't know if he ever moved on from that crush of his, but it'd be for the best if he did. She snorted, smirking. Now I'll admit, Banjo is cute. How does a guy get built like that, and manage to be so weak? It's adorable. If you ever have the guts to, feel free to tell Banjo I'd be more than willing to have given it a shot. Problem is, however, we're both a bit indisposed. We're a dragon now. What, symbolically, or? I love sense work, but I'm not Sen. Being as blunt as I can be here. I suppose you haven't seen what's happening out there, have you? No, I haven't. The previous, brief bit of mirth dissipated in an instant. What's happening? Do you want to see? She asked, eyes lidding dangerously. Could you handle what you'd see? Trevor's eyes narrowed, an unpleasant heat stirring in his chest. He'd wondered, on dark, sleepless nights, if it had been for the better or the worse that he couldn't remember maiming Irimi while lost in Kakuja madness. It was probably for the best, but that didn't change the fact that he'd done that to one of the women he'd fallen in love with. But was he doing that all over again? It doesn't matter if I can handle it or not. I need to see what I'm doing out there, Trevor told her. What we're doing. Somehow, I'm also part of this mess, Riz emphasized. She extended her hand out to Trevor. It seems that I'm the one with the senses. Whatever that means. It sounds like we're of one body and mind now. Whatever that means, Trevor echoed. He reached out and, after a brief hesitation, took her hand. Sensory overload. 100 eyes, 1,000 eyes, all open at once and unblinking. A crumbling world around them, spanning the underground to the top of a skyscraper. A serpentine, ever-changing body crawling through streets too narrow to contain it, all the while proliferating deeper into the ground itself. Like a tree, they set their roots while the main body howled into the sky. Men and women scrambled to stop it, but nothing halted its advance. Smoke, dust, and blood were the scents that filled Trevor, every inch of the vast form able to feel everything. It burned and broke, the world around him too weak to resist the movements of something so great, something so terrible. From its form, came smaller creatures. Men-shaped beings, with none of the gentleness of humanity. Lacking features, bar a wide grin upon pitch and crimson slime-slicked bodies. Among the static of vision, familiar sights. People he knew, though the specifics were lost as they folded into one another. Among the static of vision, one thing stood out. Visions of vibrant serpents attached to small pale bodies, striking down the malformed, violent, and hungry children of the Rakshasaraj, protecting who they could from them. Apocalypse. Apocalypse had come to the world. No. Trevor screamed. Horror and rage overwhelmed him, a near primal reaction that obliterated higher thought. No, no, no. We're killing them. We're killing everyone. I never wanted this. Riz drew her hand back, and sighed. We're not doing anything. We're vectors for whatever this is. We can experience what's happening, but frankly, this goes beyond a bout of hunger. This is like... She paused, licking her lips. Inside each ghoul, there's a beast. Not a flowery metaphorical one, but a tangible side to ourselves which we must learn to manage. Call it instinct, call it survival, I call it the beast. It's the thing in our backs, which works its way into our heads. What we are now, is that. Pure and undiluted by whatever facsimile of humanity we dress it up as. No freedom-loving binge-eater, no heroic Trevor. No filters. Just a ghoul doing what a ghoul must do. Trevor stared on as Riz spoke with wide, unblinking eyes. His heart kept pounding, a harsh ringing in his ears. The senses were gone, but the sights had been branded into his mind. Even if they weren't controlling the beast, their actions had brought them to that point. If we're vectors, Trevor started slowly, forcing himself to breathe. Breathing probably didn't matter in their little world, but it was a meditative action. Can we stop this somehow? Have we been able to stop anything that has happened to us so far? Trevor had to think. They hadn't been able to stop Kichimura from dropping steel beams on them. Riz hadn't been able to stop being passed around like a piece of meat in a butcher's shop, and Trevor hadn't been able to stop playing Kichimura's tune, or Kanu's, or even Kishao and Ito's. Even when he'd thought he was doing what he wanted, there was always someone else behind the curtain, whispering lines into his ear. Not really. But we work with what we've got, Trevor said, hands balling into fists. We can't just sit here while that's happening out there. Riz hummed, drumming her fingers on her cheek. Then let's think about this. Boil away all the awe of it. It looks like we're just a big kakuja, because you ate a bunch of, well, me. When most people are in a kakuja state, they're usually a bit loopy. So, if we assume we have any control here, then how do we calm down? I'm feeling pretty calm, if I'm honest. Good for you, Trevor grumbled, running a hand down his face. If I want to calm down, it can be any number of small things. But the biggest would just be, he paused, then let out another breath. It would be talking to someone close to me. Spending time together. Hugging. Sentiment. Not happening. Yenga. Riz offered oh so helpfully. Trevor groaned again. If they both somehow got out of this horrible mess, he was going to pray for Banjo. Not Yenga. If I'm in the driver's seat, and there's really nothing we can do. Trevor trailed off, frustrated and helpless. What had he done the last time he'd been so frustrated and helpless? That would have been in Cochlea, most likely. They were no longer in Antioku. The building had changed from a public space to a private one, with a high ceiling and many of the odd personal touches that made a home. One of his homes, the place that he and the Quinks had shared when he was Giojana. They sat in the living room, sharing a couch and facing the TV. A movie began to play. Guess that's my default, Trevor admitted as the Fellowship of the Ring started rolling. Hey, Riz let out, eyes on the screen. Mine too. What's this place, then? Bit big for you, isn't it? It's one of the homes I had while in Tokyo. When I became Giojana, the CCG put me in charge of their first official half-ghoul squad. The Quinks, he explained, warmth leaking into his voice. My kids. We lived here, together, for a couple years. At his words, figures appeared around them. Jinji, with a full head of hair and wearing his usual brown coat, was sauntering about and having an energized talk with Yuri, who grumbled in his usual manner, while Seiko dramatically regaled her latest virtual exploits to a tired but attentive Toru. The scenes mixed together, rotating who was talking to who, but more often than not they were all together, simply living their lives in the comfort of each other's presence. It looks good, Riz admitted with a smile. Despite all of what came before, you still found something good, something warm. She paused, looking back to the television. I'm not good at this whole openness thing. I've never really cared for it, despite Dad's attempts. But you know, even with all this weird stuff happening to us, I'm sure that you found and made this, she gestured to the space around them. Means you can do it again. It's just a matter of getting over this hump. It's a big hump, but you know, every single one will always feel like the biggest in the moment. Trevor hummed, resting his cheek on an open palm. The scene around them changed further still, adding to the cast. Toka and Irimi, Shiyu and Nishio, Ayato and Hinamai, Kuma and Kurona, Yamo, Akira, Kotaru, Take, more and more joined in and talked as if there wasn't a care in the world. Only one of the people had turned to look at Trevor and Riz. Ito stared at them, that ever-present smile on her lips. She winked and went back to join the crowd. Do you really think so? Trevor asked with a shaky voice. He blinked a few times, feeling pressure build up behind his eyes. He felt vulnerable, cracking open. Can it happen again? Even after all this? Are you dead? She asked him with a lidded, dry look. Trevor breathed, shoulders sagging. No. No, I'm not. Well, there's your answer. If you're not dead, you can get the food. You can do what you want. If you want to make something new, then you can use your still living hands to make something new. Nobody's the master of their own universe, but you can make a pretty damn good shot at wrangling it, Riz said, gesturing to the people around them. You already managed it once, Mr. Half-Ghoul. So, you know what? Shut up and enjoy the movie. You'll rebuild when the opportunity arises. He sniffed, then wiped at his eyes. Gah, he muttered to himself. In short, Trevor and Riz could do nothing but wait for their shot. The troubles of the world were in other people's hands for the time being. It felt wrong, after all of the running around Trevor had done for the past 5 years, but what else was there to do? Watch something with a happy ending. As inspiration. Consider your wisdom heeded, he said, turning to the TV. He blinked, then her earlier words caught up with him. Wait, you like Lord of the Rings too? Big fan. We met because of books, she elaborated, nodding along. So, you know I was going to eat you, but at least we had a few good talks about the kind of stuff we read. Trevor opened his mouth, then closed it. Eventually, he nodded. It's always the little things that stick out the most, I've found. Happy to provide good conversation. Riz smiled, tilting her head back. And I'm happy to take it. We're slowing down, by the way. So keep watching, and keep talking. Control. They were beginning to take better control. Trevor needed no further encouragement. Sure thing. You got a favorite character? Trevor asked, gesturing to the television. Mine's always been a tie between Frodo and Sam. Samwise, every time. I don't think I need to elaborate, he's the best thing about the books. Not fond of Aragorn, but he's a victim of being what many people then copied, she said, waving off her own critique of the character. Oh yes, tell me more about your gruff loner ranger man, Western author. Trevor scoffed. Sad but true. You know I got into an argument with a teacher in high school over that kind of thing? She was complaining about how unoriginal the books were, saying it all been done before while citing stuff that was inspired by it. The most frustrating conversation of my life. Riz gaped at him, eyes wide. That didn't happen. You're telling a lie. Riz, I gain nothing from lying to you right now. It really happened. Give me her name, I'll figure out the rest. She was serious. Riz's expression changed ever so slightly, a small ripple upon the face of a calm pond. She breathed outwards, attention leaving her shoulders. I can't see any more. Good work, she said as she stood from her seat. The credits on the television came to a halt. She looked down at Trevor, the light of the screen reflecting off her glasses. You plan on giving up? Trevor exhaled, looking up at her. No. As painful as it's been, I've got too much to keep going for. His shoulders slacked. But if staying here, staying calm, is what's needed to keep us from hurting everyone, then here I'll remain for as long as I need to. Not that I know how to leave in the first place. There is no leaving. Right now, that thing is us. I don't doubt our bodies are within it somewhere, but how much of them would even be left? Riz asked as much to herself as to Trevor, running her hand over the top of the chair back. You'll never wake up if you're here, but you'll probably only wake up if someone else can find you. Are you willing to risk going to a point where you could wake up, but without the promise of anyone ever coming to get you? A gamble, for sure. But the more Trevor thought about it, the less it actually sounded like a gamble. Trevor stood up to match Riz in the eyes. He smiled at her, contently and assuredly. Someone will come for me. I don't know who, exactly, or when, but they will, he told Riz. It's not about a promise. I trust the people I love, and the people that love me. That's it. You have more faith in people than I could ever have, that's for sure, Riz replied with a gentle scoff, shaking her head. Fine then. If you think you'll be fine, then take us back to that sea. I think I know where you have to go. Trevor hummed. The world around them changed once more, the walls of the home melting away to allow the sea of pure RC into sight. As the Torii gates once more rose from the endless crimson, he asked, and what about you? What do you want? Riz's smile gained a malicious quality, the slight raising of a brow doing very little to help with that. To live and die as I please, on my terms. I doubt that's going to be the case, but I'm happy enough here for the time being. If your friends can figure out a way to deal with the thing we've become, then they'll sort me out too. She turned to face the crimson sea, and pointed down beneath the gates that rose out from bloody waters. There. That's the core of what we've become. The bodies. Get through them, and you'll be back in your own. And in what state would that body be in? As human as the day he met Riz? Even more reptilian than he'd been before? Who knew? Whatever his body's state, it was better than remaining the Rakshas Araj. I see, Trevor said, peering down. He didn't actually see anything in the depths, but that would change soon enough. In that case, I suppose this is goodbye for now. It's a bit ridiculous it took all of this for us to finally talk. Yeah, well, we were never exactly in a good position to go get some coffee and catch up. Considering I was off my shit for a couple of years there, and then this happened. Riz rolled her eyes, stepping back from Trevor. But hey, you put my Kagun to good use. Seal of approval. Oh, that's good. I didn't embarrass my donor, Trevor noted with a slight chuckle. He let out a breath, bracing himself for a dive. I'll be going now. I don't doubt we'll see each other again, in one form or another. I'd say take care, but... He trailed off, lifting both hands in a shrug. Yeah, not much to really do. Once you're gone, it's back to being with my own thoughts, which isn't the worst fate for someone like me. So get going, she urged him with a nod. If you do get out of here, give Kichimura a kick in the jaw for me, would you? I don't like clingy guys. Trevor's smile twisted a little, an edge to his features. Don't worry, I'll give him that and more. You can be sure of that. With a huff, he waved to her. See you on the flip side, Riz. And then he fell. Trevor sank into the depths of a world made of red child, the scenery more befitting hell than anything that truly made sense. And yet, even as he fell through endless blood, went past endless bodies of men and women, humans and ghouls, a silent parade of horror and death, he was calm. In a space with more bodies than fluid, where simply moving involved bumping and pushing some lost soul out of the way, a burning light glared at Trevor. Once obscured by the depths, its brilliance hit Trevor like a wall of needles, prickling at his flesh with a demand to be felt. Through the winding gaps in the wall of bent limbs and vacant torsos, he saw it. An eye like a dying sun, furious and bloodshot, stared outwards. A tempest of violent, glowing red with an event horizon as its iris, drawing in the bodies that surrounded it like a barrier. It gathered the souls of the lost, and from it made something of itself. The great and terrible result of Trevor refusing to die. If he'd known it would lead to this, all of that talk about no matter the cost would have been cast aside in an instant. His life was not worth so many. It never had been, and never would be. It's exhausting, isn't it? Trevor murmured, as much to himself as to the great eye. To keep going like this. Trampling on people, taking more and more from them without concern. I never thought I'd ever end up this way, you know. I never thought I'd cause so much pain. A bitter laugh escaped his lips, that eventually changed into a quiet sigh. What was it she'd called me before? An idiot hero? I'm certainly one of those things. Oh well. Trevor began to push his way through the tangled limbs, dragging himself closer and closer to the eye that was the core, that was him. I'm sorry, Yuri. Kishao. Kyuzan, Shiki, Haru, Shio, Rikai. Ito. But I can't join you all yet, he continued, his voice cracking but growing firmer with each body moved aside. I'm not done yet with the world. There's still more I have to do. More. He said, straining to keep going. Trevor breached through. The eye was blinding with its horrible brilliance, a wrathful thing that could only promise more pain if he drew closer. There's still so much to live for out there. Trevor said, as he did the same thing he'd done for years, the same thing that had brought him so much pain and yet given him so much to love. He offered his hand. The eye focused upon him, the full weight of all that he had become coming down upon him in that instant. Like when Riz shared the experience of sensation with him, he became all too aware of what the creature had done. The agony, the destruction, all wrought in such a short amount of time, became Trevor's. Even still, the eye calmed. The light dimmed bit by bit, a before unseen eyelid moving to shut. And then it was just Trevor, alone inside his own head. The darkness of unawareness poured over him, and then there was no need for thought. It began with discomfort. A nagging ache in the back gained from spending far too much time laying down in still sleep. It continued with comfort. The sort gained from a well-earned rest, enough to outweigh even the minor physical soreness at the base of the spine. A weight on his arm. A chill air. Slight sounds of existence, quiet but distinct. And then through the timeless, spaceless mire of it all, came awareness. Eyes registered light blocked by eyelids, and shifted beneath them. They opened to a clinical world. Seiko slept on Trevor's arm, drooling onto his patient garb, the vibrations of her quiet snores enough to stir him from his sleep. She was not alone in her snoring, as Banjo turned out to be a bit of one. Even from a different end of the room, his snores felt louder than Seiko's. Trevor sniffled, blinking rapidly. Slowly, silently, and stiffly, he craned his neck to look around the room. Composure, what little he had, threatened to utterly shatter as he realized just how many people were in the room with him. Seiko and Banjo were far from the only ones present, merely the loudest. Yamo. Miza. Ayato. Tuka. Akira. Kotaru. Nishio. Hinamai. The gas mask siblings. Last but not least was the only person still awake, if only barely. Sandwiched between Nishio and Hinamai was Shiyu, exhausted eyes barely open. Trevor's jaw worked, briefly. Eventually, he found something to say to Shiyu. Mornin'. The tired man stared at Trevor for a good few moments, expression completely unreadable. He then shot to his feet, disturbing the two at either side of him and bringing out startled noises. He basically strode over to Trevor and grabbed his shoulders, staring him right in the eyes. Don't you ever, Shiyu began with a hiss. Worry us like that again. This isn't a warning, it's a threat. I don't care how strong you are, I will personally kick your rear so hard you'll wish you were still inside that thing. The man seemed on the border of letting out tears. The noise was enough to stir the others out of their rest, utterances of surprise coming from almost all gathered. Tuka stared on, wide-eyed, her hand moving over her mouth while Seiko all but punched Tsukiyama out of the way, crashing into Trevor. Her little arms managed to pull off a bear hug, sobbing against him. It was their first meeting in so long. What must it have been like for her, to see him in such a state? Only when he lifted his arms to hold her did he realize just what exactly his state was. He felt utterly fine, great even, but the arms that embraced Seiko were anything but. Gone were human limbs, or even the vaguely saurian appendages he'd grown accustomed to over the past year. Instead, they looked utterly alien, tri-digit claws coming from arms made of pure Kagun. The rest of his body was no different, red plates and chitin molded into a humanoid shape. Although he could not see them, he could feel holes in his body, 6 empty spaces like vents along his chest. Whatever he'd become, it was neither human nor ghoul, not as anyone knew either of those things. For obvious reasons, he couldn't tell what his head looked like. At least he felt like he had hair. Sorry for making you worry, Trevor whispered, as much to Seiko as to the others, gently stroking his daughter's back. A hand grabbed Trevor's face. Nishio glared down at him half-heartedly, shaking him about as he squished Trevor's face in his grip. What the fuck, man? Why are you so damn resilient? You shitty half-ghoul. He continued to thrash Trevor's head about a bit before letting go with a grunt, his frustration unresolved. I'm gonna go tell Kimmy you're awake. Sanuva, fucking dot. He threw his hands up, storming out of the room. He's glad, really, Yamo said with the hints of a smile on his usually impassive face. Welcome back. I've learned the dialect, I think. Trevor sniffled again, returning the smile. I'm just glad I got to see you all again. We'll see how long that lasts. We've got a lot to catch you up on, Ayato said, already back into business mode. Tuka, recovering from the initial shock, shook her head. Later, Ayato. It's not so bad that you need to do anything right now. So just, take a moment, alright? We'll figure out what's going on, she said, bringing her hand to rest atop his own, strange and near malformed, one. That one guy, Jinchi, really came through for you, you know. Jinchi, Trevor echoed, brows furrowing. I don't. Is he okay? He's fine. He's just the one who had the idea on how to find you, in all of that, she said vaguely, taking her hand back. She pat Seiko, drawing her attention from Trevor's shoulder. She sniffled a few times. Oh, right. She murmured with a stuffy nose, reaching under her cloak and pulled something from it, a small piece of metal. A tiny ornament, shaped like a tiger. It had once been silver, but it bore stains of red upon it now. He figured you'd have this on you still. So we used metal detectors. Of all the solutions, Trevor murmured with affection, looking at the battered Byakko cufflink. It was true, Trevor rarely ever parted with the gift his kids had given him on his last day as their official leader. I guess I owe him a big one, then. And more besides. On instinct more than anything else, he grabbed at a nearby tissue box and began to gently wipe some of the gunk off Seiko's face. She let out a gut as she was babied by him, again. I've got so many questions I don't even know where to start. I only had brief glimpses of what was happening outside before I was shut out. Where to even begin, Banjo muttered, scratching his cheek. He went to open his mouth to say more. The door slammed open, interrupting him. Kimmy, Nishio's long-term partner, stood in the doorway almost triumphantly. We start with a checkup, is where? She declared proudly, beaming at Trevor. Come on, Trevor. We've got a few tests to run. That works too, I suppose, Banjo said, slumping. Good to see you again too, Trevor said with a groan, beginning to sit upright and revealing the state of his body. He looked down, in particular at the holes in his chest. I've got nothing. I look like an actual monster now. I'm not making any judgment on that front, Kimmy replied quickly, already turning around to get a move on. Just another patient to me. Are you okay to walk? Seiko asked from beside Trevor, looking up at him. She hadn't physically grown at all. I think so. I feel. Trevor trailed off, rolling his shoulders. Fine. Great, even, like I've never been better. Physically, anyway, he amended, scratching one of his warped claws along his cheek. Still trying to catch up in all the other ways. Nothing new, then, Tuka snarked, slapping him on the shoulder. You're a little stranger now, but honestly. You were already a sore thumb English teacher anyway. It's what keeps getting me into trouble, Trevor snorted, tussling Seiko's hair as he pushed himself off the table. The patient garb rustled against the armor beneath, odd protrusions here or there indicating the inhuman nature hidden away. Two-toed Kagun feet smacked against the floor, no longer talons and instead something even stranger. But even stranger was the calm. Trevor didn't find himself recoiling at his appearance, or even horrified at what he'd become. He just was. Most likely because of what he'd woken up to. It was difficult to be distressed when surrounded by so many people staying in a hospital room for his sake, to the point of sleeping as they waited. That said, he didn't have anything downstairs anymore. It was a little unpleasant. A white light beamed straight into Trevor's eye, the shadow of Kimmy's head hanging just beyond it. She hummed as she lingered for a few moments, before swapping over to the other eye. The checkup had seemed fairly standard, all things considered. The attempt to take a blood sample had gone poorly, but other than that it were as if he had just gone to a local clinic back home, only without worrying about health insurance. She pulled back, and his eyes adjusted to the light once again. No need for glasses anymore. She sat down on her chair, reaching out to a file she had on hand, and looking over it again. Her teeth came down on her lower lip, eyes narrowing. I'm stumped. I'll admit it, I don't get it. Kimmy began with some befuddlement. I don't understand how your body is even functioning right now, but I'm glad it is. There's no way of telling if it could deteriorate, or if it'll just stay like this. We don't even know what you need to sustain it in its current state. She tugged. I'll need to keep an eye on you, make sure it doesn't take a turn for the worse. If it does, then at least we can figure out more about what this is, and probably resolve it. What do you think? Trevor hummed and wiggled his grand total of 4 toes. I think your guesses are as good as mine. I feel totally fine, not hungry, not thirsty, not tired, nothing. It'd be nice to have my monkey hands again, or skin, but I'm alive. He shrugged. Considering it feels like a miracle I'm even that much right now, I'm not feeling greedy. A miracle is one way to put it. I don't think Kanu even had this much in mind when he started his work, she muttered, tapping a pen to her lip. But I can do it. I can keep you going, provided you don't get too messed up. My team and I may not individually be as good as Kanu, but together with what he taught us we can do better. Taught? Trevor echoed, quirking a brow, one of the few normal things remaining about him. And you have a team now? What be you been up to these last few years since I last saw you? She blinked, looking across at him, confused for a moment before something clicked. Oh, right. The last time we saw each other, I was still a student. Well, after the Antioco thing went down and Nishio went into hiding, I settled on doing something. You remember the time I took your hair? Hard to forget. She conceded that with a nod. True. I learned a bit from that, and while it wasn't much, it was enough to get me started on the right path to understanding the intersection between ghouls and humans. Unfortunately, it was a path with a big barrier going across it called the CCG. So for the sake of figuring out how to break down the wall between ghouls and humans, I used my contacts in the Great Wheel Act to go to the one person who could actually help me develop on that front, Kimmy explained clinically. I joined Kanu's team. Left the Great Wheel Act to continue doing what they were doing before, just without me. It wasn't pretty, but I knew that one day he'd be gone and I'd need to use what I'd learned for something better. Hey, go figure. That's understandable, I can't really blame Trevor cut himself off, catching up with something else she'd said. Wait, you founded the Great Wheel Act, too? Jesus, Kimmy, you've been busy. I want to marry a ghoul. There's a lot of work that needs to be done before I can do that. I'm willing to put in the effort to wear that dress, Kimmy said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I've always been a grade A student, you know. And an ambitious one at that. It's admirable, Trevor replied with a smile, resting his claws on his knees. I'll be in your care then. That you will be. Despite it all, we're closer to human and ghoul solidarity now than ever before, at least here. I don't know who we should be thanking for that, but we've still got a few more steps left. We've got to clean up that dragon thing, and after that, it'll be time for Oak to take on a more political function, I think. The Diet's all but abandoned Kichimura, leaving UI in charge, which means that once we're all done, conversations can happen. Trevor took in a long breath. Good. Good. I really do have a lot to catch up on, don't I? Just how long was I inside the dragon? She exhaled, crossing one leg over the other. 3 days, which is 2 days too long. It started as one body, but it started to plant roots and spread. Some strange ghouls from underground helped to stop it from spreading too far. They even told Oak and the CCG where to hit in order to slow it down, but it was just too big. I suspect that it has various bodies at this point, like a ghoul with several Kakuhao. She paused, rubbing her eyes for a moment. It's been a long week, Trevor. You were unconscious for 2 days after we operated to get rid of as much of the dragon matter as we could. 2 days, Trevor silently echoed as he looked down at his claws. Jesus, he muttered, wiping at his face. After a moment, his expression sobered further as another important question crawled its way to the surface. How many did we lose? Not known, she said candidly. We probably won't for a while yet. It's a cold comfort, but once it started, the thing moved in a predictable enough manner. The bigger problem was the things that came off of it. It seemed to make ghoul-like entities, though it feels rude to even compare ghouls to those things. I only saw brief flashes of them. They looked horrific, Trevor recalled with a blanch. But have they stopped attacking? For the time being. When the dragon fell asleep, they slowed down, but when we pulled you out, they stopped altogether. I've got my concerns, though. She rolled the pen between her lips for a few moments before asking a question with the gravity one might ask about a bomb threat. It's the Kakuhao problem I mentioned. Trevor, is there another body in that thing? Yet. There is. Rizkami Shiro was in there with me, Trevor told her. Kimmy rubbed her eyes again, groaning. Shit. I thought it was weird the whole thing didn't collapse in on itself. When you kill a ghoul, the Kagun can't sustain itself for overly long. Its folded structure begins to unravel until it's like fluid again. It's why Quinqua need metals and frames to capture the unique qualities of a Kakuhao. If it's just dormant, then we've still got a problem on our hands. Of course it wouldn't be so easy, Trevor breathed. He shook his head. So is it now a matter of finding her like you did with me, and pulling her out? If that's how you want to go about doing it. It'll be a big search, so in the meanwhile the only thing I can recommend you do is catch up with what's happened. Go for a walk, get used to whatever this is. Kimmy gestured to his body. Preferably before anything goes wrong. You've still got an organization to lead, and a CCG to work with. That I do. It never really ends, Trevor said, acknowledging the simple reality that was his complicated life. He got to his feet, brushing at his patient robe. He paused, hesitant to ask his next and likely last question for the time being. Did we lose anyone that was close to me? He made himself ask. Not that I know. Kimmy offered carefully. From what I understand, the only person who was near when it really happened was just Suzuya. He's alive. Trevor's shoulders slumped in relief. Okay. Okay, he murmured, wiping his face again. I think I'll take that walk now. Thanks, Kimmy. She smiled genuinely, standing in case she needed to assist Trevor up to his feet. My pleasure. It was nice seeing you again, circumstances aside. If it weren't for you and Nishio, I don't think I'd have come as far as I have. Maybe, maybe not. Either way, it's good to see you again too. Feels almost like another lifetime, after all the ordeals, Trevor tutted with a smile. I'm looking forward to that wedding, once all is said and done. The Antioch crew will be the first invites to go out, don't you worry. It's the least I can do to thank you all for keeping him out of trouble for as long as you did. It takes a village, or something like that, Trevor replied, patting Kimmy and turning to leave. I'll see you around. Upon reuniting with the others, it was Seiko and Tuka who insisted on going with Trevor on his walk. The two of them accompanied him to the door of the medical facility. Tuka opened the door for them, and revealed to Trevor the world he had so thoroughly changed. It did not take a moment for Trevor to come face to face with a dormant, exhausted eye, a serpentine body winding around a building. A small extremity of the dragon. The worst had yet to come. Trevor couldn't help but wonder when that had ever not been the case. Even through the heavy coat which covered his warped body, cold winds hit his new flesh in strange ways, to the point where it could be questioned if Trevor even had flesh. The chill brush stung like a raw scrape, the freshness of it like an entirely new sensation altogether. Trevor had been numbed to pain, but the cold felt new. Slight drafts entered the odd gaps in his chest, giving him a hollow sensation though it did not last. Eventually the warmth of the coat managed to beat it away, generated from his steps through the near-vacant 4th ward, Shinjuku. Together with Seiko and Tuka, he trudged through debris-addled sidewalks and roads, most of it caused by evacuation. Signs of the beasts passing were clear, the fronts of entire buildings scraped off on some roads, the once maintained roads upheaved into a fractal of deep cracks and rubble. The one thing which kept Tokyo from feeling like a ghost town was the sound sirens and the beeping of construction vehicles in the near distance, working tirelessly to mitigate the worst of the beast's ruin. The occasional bystander passed, seemingly unbothered by the state of the ward. What else was one to do, other than continue? Being caught up in awe of the sudden destruction around them was no option for the average man or woman. Life went on. Life went on in Shinjuku, under the watchful, dormant eyes of the so-called dragon. Its body, simultaneously broad yet serpentine, curled around the Tokyo Metropolitan Government building in the distance, a bloody snake strangling the cold grey heart of Japan's rulership. It had not even completely furled itself around the building, much of the creature's length still trailing around the streets, but with what little it had managed to circle around, it already scaled both the towers, many-eyed head peering down at the world around it with an open maw of 2 human teeth. Trevor was silent for the entirety of the walk. His typical social airs had vanished upon laying eyes on the first branch of the dragon, the sight of which put him into a cold, unpleasant state of mind. So much devastation, so much death, all because he'd refused to die. How many people were gone now? How many had died as a result of his actions? Had he finally outdone Yamurai, Kanu, and Kichimura, the 3 men he hated most in the world, when it came to death? Was it even a contest? A dreadful line of thought. But it was an unavoidable one. They joined up with Jinchi at Shinjuku Crossing. The young man, now looking almost several years older from the tired wrinkles around and beneath his eyes, had been helping an old woman to a bus out of the immediate area. Once she was gone, the positive air wavered and he exhaled, rolling his shoulders about. He laid sharp eyes on Trevor, and they widened in realization. He approached them with the speed of a half-ghoul not a moment later, completely unconcerned about maintaining the facade of humanity in that point of time. All bets were off, it seemed. You're awake. Jinchi said, coming to a skidding halt before them. Seiko, you were supposed to call me. What the hell? He barked with a toothy grimace, lowering himself down to glare at his surrogate sister. I'm sorry if I was a bit emotional. She all but yelled back. I forgot. And it's not like you weren't busy. Seiko huffed, crossing her arms. Fine, fine, Jinchi grumbled, standing back upright. He looked between Trevor and Tuka, humming. Why look different? Trevor smiled slightly, a bit of tension fading at Jinchi's presence. The brief burst of bickering brought back good memories. The gesture crinkled the vivid crimson indents that stretched from his eyes and down his cheeks, like scaled tattoos that had become a natural part of his body. I feel different, Trevor admitted somewhat sadly, despite that. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and embraced Jinchi, 3-fingered hands pressed against the young man's back. It's good to see you, Jinchi, he said quietly, voice cracking. No hesitation from Jinchi. He hugged Trevor like his life depended on it, squeezing him with all the unintentional might he could muster, resting his chin on Trevor's shoulder. Glad to have you back, old man. We've missed you. So I've seen. I'm sorry for putting you all through so much, Trevor said, exhaling through his nose. Did he even have cartilage anymore? Tuka told me you're the one I should be thanking for pulling me out of that thing. Jinchi pulled back, clearing his throat and sniffing. He smiled wide enough for almost all of his pointed teeth to be visible. Pretty good idea, right? I figured you're sentimental enough to keep that kinda stuff on you. Was a bit of a long shot, though. All sorts of metal could have been caught up in that thing. Good thing you were kind of close to the surface. It worked out, though. Jinchi said, ending in a cackle. Difficulties aside, it wasn't that difficult. I hate to say it, but you trained a group of decent doves, Tuka said with a cheeky look, a hand on her hip. For better or worse. Jinchi grunted, scratching the back of his head. We've sorted all that. All water under the bridge. Toru won't be an issue for us, promise. Trevor blinked, lips twitching downward. Toru? Is he alright? Did something happen? He's fine, he's fine. We just had a little fight is all, but we're all happy now. Don't worry about it. Jinchi nudged Trevor with his elbow, nodding. Besides, it happens. Families argue sometimes, ours just happens to have Kagun. You should have seen some of the arguments I've had with my brother, Tuka said to Jinchi, shaking her head. Not pretty, but now that we're both older, those just seem like silly little spats. I'm sure you and the other Quinks'll come to see this the same way. Here's hoping. I've already forgotten about it, Seiko said, huffing. I'm not interested in getting hung up over the past. That's good. Nothing would get done if we all just wallowed in it, Trevor agreed, tussling Seiko's hair. If you say so, then I won't worry about whatever it was. I still want to see him again, obviously. Ideally before I get lost learning about everything that happened and figuring out what to do moving forward. He's thrown himself into work. That's what he does, when he's stressed or avoiding something, Jinchi grunted, eyes drifting off to the side momentarily. It's a pain when you just want to sit down and talk with him, but it's helping. Hunting down those things. They're still active, but they're not appearing in large numbers. Right. The dragon spawn, Trevor recalled, frowning. I only saw brief flashes of them while I was inside. How strong are they? Strong enough to be a nuisance. The bigger problem is that they don't act like people. They attack, and only stop when either side is dead. A team of investigators can handle a good number of them, but the concern is more the civilian damage and if we get caught off guard by a roaming group, Jinchi explained, far more succinct in his wording than he used to be. That lady, Kimmy, got a quick look at M. Said that they could probably get stronger, like ghouls. That's a problem too. Trevor sucked in a breath. Of course. It's never simple. But so long as we can keep up, killing them before they can grow too much, it sounds like they're manageable. At least until we figure out a way to get rid of that for good, he said, tilting his head to regard the dragon, still wrapped around its gargantuan prize. Kimmy seems to think we can, so long as we find the host body. Unfortunately, that's Riz, he sighed, glancing at Tuka, before turning to his kids. You'd better know her as my original donor. The wheel of fate is turning. Seiko said, mimicking a video game of hers. Jinchi blinked down at Seiko. I don't even know what that means. Do we got any idea where she might be? If it's like you, she probably ain't in it willingly. I don't know about her location. And she's not in there willingly, from what she told me, Trevor admitted, rubbing the side of his face. It was very strange. She and I could talk and see each other, but it was like we occupied a surreal, dreamlike world that I could manipulate and use to recreate memories. A bit fantastical, even for me, he said, squinting. Charming lady, but also totally nuts. Tuka cringed. Yet. Sounds like her. And her effect on men. Trevor scoffed. I'm not falling for her, no matter how much she loves Tolkien. Even I have my limits. Good. She'd eat your balls, Tuka warned with a squint. Her evident experiences with Riz told her what to expect. Anyway, things re pretty quiet right now. Even with the occasional bit of fighting, it's mostly just recovery efforts right now. It's something us ghouls are pretty good at, turns out. It's the nose and the strength. Makes clear and rebel a breeze, Jinchi said, nodding in agreement. But she's right. Not much to do right now other than help people out and look for the second body or whatever. We could meet up with Mr. Ui, and see what he has to say about it, I suppose. I don't mind, but I should probably regroup with Oak's leadership before meeting with him. Ayato was itching to get work done the moment I woke up, Trevor sighed. The details of Oak and the CCG's current alliance? Partnership? Whatever it is, I don't have the full picture yet. We're working together. That's all I know, Jinchi said, looking at Tuka for a few moments. Your lot made a real show of it. Mr. Merid, the Hound Lady, and you. Not exactly the words I would have chosen, but it worked. Sometimes the blunt approach is best. It's just a matter of knowing when to tell someone to eat shit. Scary, Seiko muttered. You see now a bit more clearly where I came from before we met each other, Trevor snorted to Seiko, while giving Tuka an affectionate pat on the shoulder. Sounds like that moment's a whole story on its own. Let's just say there's a reason none of us have our masks anymore. We sent a message, Tuka said with a proud smirk. No more hiding for us, King. From here on out, it's all or nothing. Trevor's lips quirked upward, a surge of pride filling his hollow chest. Then Oak's goals are really starting to come to fruition. That brighter future we've been fighting for is closer than ever. But before that, dragon slaying and cleaning up the ugly remnants of V. I'm just going to assume they're not gone yet, that'd be too convenient. Lil Kuroiwa encountered those black hat fellas a few times. They were supposed to be working with us a few weeks back, but now they're attacking us. Harassment tactics, not actually going for anything big, Jinchi recalled, scratching his chin. The beginnings of stubble were starting to show. Not really sure what to make of it, if I'm honest. It means that this thing Tuka gestured to the creature in the distance, means something to them. The fact they're trying to inhibit us tells me that, on some level, they probably planned for this, Tuka concluded, looking at Trevor. That, or it was something they wanted anyway. Trevor pressed his lips into a thin line, expression darkening when he thought back to the terrible few moments before he had consumed all of the oget. I wouldn't be surprised. It's like they go out of their way to do the most heinous shit, he muttered, shaking his head. Thinking about that day allowed him to remember something far less horrible, thankfully. His expression lightened, looking back to Tuka. Oh, right. I almost forgot. How's Yoriko? Oh, alive and well. It was a real pain to go through the whole apologizing thing, but I owed her that much. Tuka's confidence faded, replaced with a slacking of her shoulders. But hopefully I won't need to ghost anyone like that again. Provided the CCG holds up their end of the bargain, the Prime Minister too. Can't make no guarantees with the last guy, but the past while in the CCG has been shit. I think we're more than willing to try something new, Jinchi replied. Not that I can talk for the CCG or nothing. I'm just a goon. Is that really how you see yourself still? Seiko asked dryly, squinting up at Jinchi. You're the only other one people listen to other than Jozu and Ui. Well, that's just cause this is a crisis. Once it's over, the special classes LL be talking back over, yeah? Besides, it's that Washuya who's basically telling me what to do when it comes to the big picture stuff. Seiko waved her arms about. Mr. Matsuri's doing it because he knows you're not some idiot, you idiot. Even if he wishes you were. If you say so. Anyway, Jinchi paused, eyes narrowing. The skin around his ears tightened. You hear that? The brief shock of hearing Matsuri was somehow alive after all went away at Jinchi's prompting. Trevor listened, and heard. That clicking noise. No. No, that's crunchin', Jinchi elaborated. Without a moment of hesitation, his suitcase opened folding away into a singular black blade. I'm checking it out. Wait, Tuka commanded, arms folded. If it's a ghoul, what do you intend to do? Jinchi paused, looking back at Tuka. He swallowed. I dunno. But if they're talking the chance to eat people, we can't let it slide. Not even as CCG, but as allies. So you'll kill them. Jinchi shook his head, facing forward once more. No. I'll stop them. They can go somewhere else. If they're eaten the dead, then the relatives of the dead deserve more than to be told they're missing. Seiko broke away from Trevor's side, jogging over to join Jinchi. She took his free hand with hers, squeezing it. You don't need to. I don't. But I know I won't kill him. Can't say the same for the others. Jinchi traversed rubble and metropolitan detritus, heading towards the source of the sound, just over a mount of discarded concrete and broken wooden beams, in an alley where a broken hotel sign hung down. Tuka glanced at Trevor, offering him a little shrug. She caught up with him with a few deft hops. Not one to be excluded, Trevor darted after the group. He trusted all parties involved to handle it as peacefully as possible, but just sitting off at a distance didn't sit right. If push came to shove, Trevor had a new body that he knew nothing about in terms of capabilities. He'd need to experiment, when he had time. For now though, there were more immediate concerns. They stood over a grisly sight. Hood up, a ghoul feasted on unrecognizable remains pulled from beneath a dense slab of wall even before their arrival, the body itself had been mangled beyond recognizable humanity. Though having pulled everything from the knee free, the leg they feasted on was itself a floppy, shattered mess, the bones had been so thoroughly shattered that structural integrity had all but failed. The crunching came from the shards of femur now scattered throughout the torn-off limb, dispersed by whatever series of impacts caused the death in the first place. Seiko visibly recoiled, while Jinchi stepped forward once more, shoe cracking a shard of glass beneath it. The ghoul reacted immediately, spinning about but tumbling at the same time, falling onto their rear and scrambling back with their hands and feet. Blood dripped from their mouth, and they let out a noise of desperate protest, raising their hands to cover up their face both in shame and to preempt any strikes that may come their way. Please. Please, forgive me. I'm sorry. The ghoul, a woman with freckles and shut-watering eyes, let out. I don't know what to do. I'm just, so hungry. Please, overlook this. She sobbed and begged to Jinchi. What? Jinchi asked, this time recoiling from surprise at the display. What are you on about? Trevor squinted at the woman, flickering bits of recollection starting to pop out. Hold on. I know you. You worked at the front desk of the CCG office in Nerima, right? This ghoul smells like a human, Seiko observed with wide eyes, her nostrils flaring somewhat. But, not really. I don't know what to do, I'm so sorry, I never thought I'd. The woman rambled, the panic and shame taking full control. Tuka steadily raised a hand up to Jinchi, pulling him back a little. She stepped forward slowly, eventually going to a knee. She planted her hand on the woman's shoulder, smiling. It's okay. Nobody's going to hurt you, ma'am. We're with Oak and the CCG and we're here to help. Can you stand? She nodded weakly before doing just that with some help from Tuka. Disheveled and dressed like a thief, she had most certainly seen better days. Tuka continued to talk to her, giving a look to Trevor as she guided the woman out of the alley with an arm around her, both to guide her and to make sure she did not run off. Jinchi stared forward. A human, but a ghoul. He asked Trevor and Seiko. Deja vu, Trevor muttered. But this is strange. My first assumption would be that she's an artificial half-ghoul like us, but she had dual Kakyugen like a natural-born ghoul. With her disorientation, was she transformed some other way? We need to get her to Miss Kimmy. I don't know anyone else other than the R&D guys who could figure this out, Jinchi said, spinning about on his foot. If this is what's happening to people, then we gotta stop it. Nothing against ghouls or nothing, but I don't think everyone becoming one is a good thing. No, I get what you mean. I haven't exactly taken a poll, but if ghouls had a choice, they'd rather not have to eat people to survive, Trevor groaned, beginning to walk out the alley. His eyes wandered, and it didn't take long to find yet another gargantuan, obsidian piece of the dragon resting in the street. Its many eyes were closed, but far from gone. Rakshasaraj, Trevor muttered, before raising his voice to a normal volume. It might be doing more than just sleeping and spawning those monsters, after all. I hate considering it, but it could be contaminating the air as well, putting something out there that's changing humans. Is that even possible? Seiko asked. She looked up at the two of them, panic in her eyes. Jinchi squinted, glaring almost, at the small woman. His breathing picked up. He knelt down, and cupped Seiko's face, holding her stare for a good few moments. Her face went red from the neck up, sputtering a little, but it vanished quickly when he began to thumb over a spot just over her eyes. Seiko. Did you have these bumps before you came out here? Trevor's heart felt as though it stuttered. In an instant, he was down with Jinchi and Seiko, staring at the spot the former had highlighted with wide, frantic eyes. Tiny little growths, bare perceptible to all but who knew what to look for. Jinchi, for both good and ill, was intimately familiar with the condition. ROS had begun to set in. ROS, so it went, took years to set in for any individual patient, though it could be as little as a few months for the signs to show solid, fleshy growths protruding in an arrow-like manner, usually focused around the face, with a trend toward being around the eyes. It began as bumps, no different from a skin tag, but over the weeks and months, the growths became agonizing parasites, drawing vitality away from the body to produce more and more RC cells. In humans, it was among the most lethal conditions on the planet, though one could prolong their suffering with the correct treatment. That was another cornerstone of the CCG, ROS treatment. A rare thing, but not so rare that the average person did not hear stories of it happening in their adjacent circles. For Seiko, the ROS only took hours. She had gone from her normal self to a near catatonic state, a spike of hardened flesh jutting out over her eyes, both of them covered by the combined mass of the insect limb cancer. It did not have the distinct coloring of most things related to RC cells, and instead looked no different from her own skin. Kimmy had been the first to look at it, and her surprise spoke to the unusual nature of Seiko's condition. Ghouls only got mild cases of ROS, the sort that went away by itself, like a welt. Seiko's case was not that. Dr. Shiba, the second set of eyes, shared Kimmy's assessment. The mustached man faltered at the sight, but recovered quickly, the guise of a professional worn tightly around his face as he ran observations on Seiko. Jinchi stayed by her side the entire time, talking to her as if nothing had changed. Though barely aware, she sometimes murmured responses to him. It helped to keep them from going under, Jinchi told Trevor. For his part, all Trevor could do was clutch Seiko's hand with his own, constantly trying to reassure her that he was there and keep her awake with Jinchi's help. There wasn't any more relief from having returned to the world of living, only the unstoppable stress of watching his little girl deteriorate at a rapid rate before his eyes. How had Jinchi dealt with this feeling for all these years? Trevor had always known Jinchi was strong, but now, he was beginning to see even more of his surrogate son's strength. Pride and respect grew even higher. Trevor hated that it took something like this to make him realize that. The rest of the day had been that. The combined efforts of Kimmy and understudy of Kanu and Dr. Shiba labored to learn more about the suddenness of Seiko's condition. Nobody interrupted them, despite Trevor's awakening. Took his handiwork, likely. Fortunately, Oak could survive without him for a day. They had proven that much already, built up for that exact eventuality even. As the sun set on an eerily quiet Tokyo, the air accented only by the sound of heavy-duty vehicles and the smell of dust, Kimmy finally had some news for Trevor and Jinchi. I'm afraid there's not much to say about Seiko's condition, in and of itself. It's ROS, it happened in a few hours, and that's that. But that's just one part of a larger picture. We took a look at the woman took brought in as well, she informed them, sitting down at a desk they had set up in Seiko's room, becoming Kimmy's ad hoc workspace. It took a bit of privacy invasion, a dash of violating doctor-patient confidentiality, but I got some of her old medical records. Human as human can be, and healthy to boot, but compared to her current condition, she may as well be two different people. Her RC levels were comparable to a blooded ghoul's, like one of Oak's soldiers. That should have killed her on the spot from shock alone, but it seems that the RC has integrated with her system, and has even begun forming a Kakyuhao. She paused, rolling back from the desk to look at the two of them, expression grave. Seiko is an adverse reaction, I suspect due to her being a half-ghoul. The intended result is complete ghoulification. Jinchi, you have signs of ROS, but it's early and not progressing. As we're still trying to figure out what the exact vector is, I'd recommend not going out without some form of protective gear. Trevor. She paused, looking at him with a squint. Nothing. No changes. Look. She beckoned him over to look at her computer screen, a collage of nonsensical information dotting the window she was using, but with one statistic evident. She gestured to it. A 0.01 difference. Whatever the vector is, you're immune to it. Whatever you are, this process doesn't mean anything to you. Maybe because I'm more Kagun than person, at this point, Trevor mused, armored shoulders sagging. He rested a claw on his chest, where his heart was, or where it was supposed to be, rather. Instead, there was only a hole. I can't even feel a heartbeat anymore. If I don't have conventional lungs either. He shook his head. I don't know. I wouldn't go that far, Kimmy said, clearing her throat as she got ready to go into lecture mode. Dr. Kanu's work, unethical as it is, has shown us one clear result when it comes to the medicinal applications of RC cells. They have what we call an omnipotent potency, a trait shared by particular forms of stem cell. Only, unlike stem cells, they have an aggressive quality in their reproduction, a programmed need to divide further and further. This likely results in the unique sensations of hunger ghouls feel, further down the line, as a means to feed that program. That said, if you are standing here, talking to me and bleeding from cuts, you do have a heart. You do have lungs. They're just in a different form, as dictated by RC cells which have been, sated, I suppose. While you were in that dragon, I doubt your body had any need to find fuel, so the RC cells simply did what they do best. They adapted. Trevor exhaled through his nose, hands coming down to rest on his lap. That's comforting in a way, I guess, he admitted. He could roll with a lot, but the idea of being alive without hearts or lungs sounded a bit too alien to properly reconcile with. No matter how absurdly strong they got, a ghoul still needed those basic organs to survive at the end of the day. But we need to circle back. Is Seiko going to have to be treated like previous ROS patients, or is there anything else we can do because she's a half-ghoul? Kimmy shook her head. We're looking at our options, but they're not much better than a standard case. The suppressant drip will keep it from progressing much further without harming her, but it's the best we can do for the time being. We're considering removing the cage around her kokuhou, which may allow her to better manage the excess RC, but at an obvious cost. Full ghoulification, Trevor said. It would make Seiko like Trevor, and every other natural-born ghoul, needing human flesh to survive. It went without saying that such a decision was never to be considered lightly, especially when the person in question was in no state to consent to such a drastic change. At her current rate, how much time do you think she has before a decision needs to be made? It's difficult to say, Kimmy admitted with a frown, turning back to her desk. Dr. Shiba has a hypothesis, currently. If there's truth in it, then we may not have to make that decision. We've been keeping an eye on new cases of ROS, and they're only coming from particular parts of Tokyo. Seiko's not alone. We think, if we can narrow down the reason and find the source, we can maybe engineer the equivalent of a sort of antibody to combat instances of ROS. Jinchi looked up from Seiko at that, brows raised. Wait, you mean? In humans too, yes. We've never seen something, substance or otherwise, that can directly cause ROS, so we have new options here. Then maybe Haru and so many others can finally get back to their lives, Trevor realized, resting a hand on Jinchi's shoulder. We could eke out some good out of all this after all. It all depends on a few things. That said, there's someone I need you to talk to. They'll only talk to you. Trevor frowned. Ominous words. Who is it? The underground ghouls. The underground ones. They seem to have information, but they're not eager to open up, Kimmy explained, tutting after. They knew how to slow down the dragon, and that the offspring were coming. They must have more. Not that dreadful, then. Hopefully. Then I'll get to it. If there's anything more they can help with. Trevor gave Seiko a look, gaze softening. Then I'll learn everything I can from them. Is there anything else you need from me before I go? No. No, I don't think so. For the time being, all we can really do is monitor Seiko's situation and keep her as comfortable as we possibly can. If you're happy to leave us with that, then go do what you have to do. Trevor sucked in a breath. I wouldn't call it happy, but it's enough. If getting to work speeds Seiko's recovery along, I'll get going. Jinchi, what about you? I'll stay here, for now. If we learn more, I'll be good to go, but until then gotta stay by my team, you know. Jinchi said, smiling. Confident, but with a crack in the visage that spoke to the concern beneath. That you do, Trevor agreed, managing a smile back. I'll come back once there's more. Until then. He leaned down gingerly, pressing his lips on Seiko's crown. See you soon, sweetie. Love you, he whispered, before pulling away and getting to his feet. His eyes glistened, staring down at her. After more than half a year without being able to see each other, they'd only had a few hours together before something happened. Trevor was always thankful for what time they had, but this all felt uniquely cruel. The respite, however brief, was over. His many responsibilities called to him in a deafening chorus, demanding his attention. It was time for Trevor to be king again. Few men could look as tired and frustrated as Ui in that moment, his usually impeccably neat bowl of hair looking a tad messy than it should have, foregoing the formal wear of an investigator for a black turtleneck and jeans. He didn't linger on it, treating the entrance of several ghouls into the CCGHQ as business as usual. Jana. Nice of you to join us, the acting director began curtly, nodding to Trevor. We were wondering when you'd visit. Our guests have been unnerving the rank and file. Trevor saw no reason to get nitpicky about the name, or take issue with how Ui addressed him. The times had been rough for everyone and, if the reports were right, for Ui in particular. He felt for the man, but somehow going out of his way to express sympathy in that moment felt like the wrong call. After all, Trevor himself was no small source of Yui's troubles over the past year. They tend to have that effect on people, Trevor replied, hands folded behind his heavily cloaked back. While the signs of his inhuman body were impossible to completely hide, a clearer visual of the changes to the rank and file felt like it might do more harm than good. He appraised Yui, sympathizing with the exhaustion. Where are they? The director's office, Yui said with enough dryness to crack the lips of all who heard. As good a place as any. I'm not exactly using it. Come along. Yui turned, making off for the elevators without pause. Ayato leaned across to Trevor, whispering. He seems pissed. Can't say I'm surprised. He's been left to clean up the mess his last boss made, among other things, Trevor whispered back, shaking his head, before moving to follow him. So long as he's cooperative, that's the best we can ask for. Boss is making a mess? Wouldn't know. At that, Trevor only rolled his eyes and kept going. Maiza glared up at Ayato, her reprimand silent. Hinamai just smiled, shaking her head. The ride up to the director's office remained quiet and awkward, Yui staring forward dispassionately. Surrounded by his enemies not several days ago, he did not seem to care in the slightest. As the metal doors opened, Trevor beheld an unusual sight. The underground ghouls, who had seemed so ominous in the absolute darkness of Tokyo's depths, were childlike in the light. Skinny and malnourished, they were nonetheless shorter than everyone else in the room, and paler than paper itself. Their hair, body length, was primarily white with streaks of unusual color combinations in each, allowing them to be differentiated from one another. Garbed in simple, toga-like clothes, they sat around the office at various perches, toying with bits of modernity. One, hanging from a lamp by his feet, tried to read a magazine upside down, while another closer to the central desk was in the middle of dissecting a bento box of food with white eyes. Pure black sclera with different shades of irises. Their leader, the one Trevor recognized, sat in a lotus position upon the desk, eyes shut and completely still. They each stopped in what they were doing, 6 in total including their leader, and appraised the newcomers silently with immensely wide eyes. From their perches they dropped, moving to the walls of the room, as if making space for them to approach their leader. The one non-ghoul with them, Taishi Fura, looked relieved as Yui returned. Oh, thank heavens. Am I dismissed? For now, Yui said, stepping in. Jenna, how long will you be, you think? Check by in a half hour, Trevor replied, gaze drifting from Fura to the underground ghouls. If we need more time to get everything we need, I'll let you know. Understood. Come on, Fura. Time for a late lunch, I think. Good. Dying for a smoke. Nice seeing ye, Jenna. Talk later, yet. Taishi said, clapping Trevor on the shoulder as he passed. Trevor managed a small smile. Likewise, Fura. That sounds good to me. Until then, take care. That left Ghoul to talk with Ghoul. Only once Yui and Fura were gone did their leader open his eyes, appraising Trevor, face gaunt. Then he spoke, accent clipped. Now you understand, Serpent Master. Where an eye is singular, this is to be the outcome. Shocked, I am to learn that there are so many of you, the pale Ghoul said blandly without inflection. Unnaturally so, yes, Trevor said, stepping closer to the Ghoul until he stood just before him. But I'm afraid that even after what's happened, I still don't understand everything about it. I was told you'd only share more with me, specifically. No. The men without tails would not understand. We will not waste air on that which cannot be understood. It is why we remain silent, last encounter. But now, you have been akin to our father. You lived as yourself. Somewhat. Trevor's arms fell to his sides, revealing the 3-fingered claws that had become his hands. He sat down across from the Ghoul, no longer looming so much like a dark shadow. So close, and without the gloom of the lowest depths of Tokyo, the Ghoul had never looked so childlike than he had in that moment. So this has happened before. We don't have any records of your father. If I'm akin to him now, please, help me understand what's happening. The Ghoul nodded. The tale of we humans is the tale of the one you call the One-Eye King. Those who came before, were like you. He raised a hand to Hinamai. Similar, but not us. We know little of them. A dark time came, and our father, in desperation to combat an enemy, became the Serpent Master. His body stretched along the tunnels, and the home of those who came before was shattered. From his body, came us, but not us. Immature us. Hungry beasts, which only consume. Those from before who survived also became hungry beasts. One day, after many days of unending feasting and battle, we emerged from the Serpent Master's body. Wiser than those who came before, stronger, faster, we ended the feasting. We bid father to rest, by bleeding him dry through his eyes. A task of years, for there were many bodies, all connected. It paused, exhaling. What else would you know, Serpent Master? Details that are needed. The hungry beasts needed no explanation. As tantalizing as the greater history was, ultimately Trevor knew where he needed to find the most pertinent information. There's another person inside the dragon. Another. Serpent Master, maybe. I spoke with her, while I was inside, Trevor explained. For the time being, she seemed content to remain. But if we were to find her within the body and remove her, would the dragon rest for good, without us needing to bleed him dry? With no heart, it will not move again, the Ghoul began, pausing for consideration. It may still create more. Trevor licked his lips, straightening a little more. I see. Then the only sure way is to do as you did to your father. This world is different from ours. Your ways may be different, your tools strange. There may be other ways to do as we did. The Serpent Master, the one who remains a heart, may be in any of the beasts' bodies. The one which moves is only one. There are others which support it, towers. He lifted his hand, making the point. From them, creatures are born. That tracks, Nerima began, looking across to Trevor. We've seen towers in other wards. They're like plants. He hummed, considering it. Riz could be in any one of those. As for eliminating them, perhaps it could be easier for them than it was for the underground ghouls. The bodies, or towers, seemed to function like a Kakuhao would for a Kakuja, adding their power to the primary host. If they could find the cores, the Kakuhao, and destroy them, then hopefully the bodies would die without having to wait for years. I see, Trevor murmured, brows furrowing. There's something else that's happening. There are humans, men without tails, being changed to be like us. He gestured back to Hinamai, Miza, and Ayato. We believe the dragon is doing this as well. Do you know of it? The ghoul glanced downwards for a few moments, and then shook its head. We did not have the tailless among our kind. But, those with tails did become beasts, in the presence of the Serpent Master. It took time. The same, maybe. After another moment of consideration, he nodded. Yes. Only in the presence of the Serpent Master. Never the bodies without the Serpent Master. Trevor paled. Slowly, he lifted a hand to gesture at himself. Would I have the same effect as I am now because I'm a Serpent Master, even though I'm separated from the dragon? He asked. We do not know. You are without your flesh. Your body is your own. It may be different. All the same, the news deeply disturbed Trevor. If the same rules applied, their problems didn't end at the beasts, the ghoulification of humans, and the rapid rise in ROS cases. If the greater ghoul population of Tokyo steadily began to go mad, not unlike the roaming half-Kakuja of the underground. They needed to kill the dragon, and quickly. Before it became too great of a monster to kill. Trevor breathed, then glanced back at his companions. Did you three have any questions of your own? 1. King, Miza began, looking for Trevor's approval to continue. The pink-haired ghoul went without her mask, but kept it under her arm. With his nod, she continued. Your kind have been spoken of among the underground for many years, now yet there are so few. Are you truly the very same ones our prior generations encountered? You wither. We rest. When we do not rest, we too wither. Long have we rested, the ghoul explained, leaving it at that. Miza hummed, content with the answer. She put the pieces together herself. Ayato raised his hand, but didn't wait for any approval. If I've got this straight, then people turning into monsters will be happening around the tower which houses the other body, right? If they are also Serpent Master. Ayato glanced to Trevor. We'll need to talk with the ducks and the doves. We need information on where the ROS cases are coming from. That will be the key to finding Riz, Trevor agreed. Then we can cordon off the location to keep people from getting close and develop our plan of attack from there. With luck, that won't take too much time. He turned back to the underground ghoul. I do have one more question, what will you do? He gestured to the small gathering, once the dragon is defeated. The ghoul answered with ease, smiling ever so slightly. We do not pursue the hunger. We seek peace of self. We shall never be beasts. Rest calls. Trevor couldn't help but envy that. But rest was not for him. I see. In that case, Trevor began, dipping his head to the ghoul. Thank you for all of your help thus far. You may very well have saved many lives with your words and actions. We knew the time was approaching when we perceived you, Serpent Master. A time of chaos, born from one eye. It is our duty as those who came before, to instruct those who come after. You are welcome. The ghoul dipped its head, eyes shutting once more. We do not desire repayment. But, we would like to hear more of the music. It is pleasing. Trevor smiled as he lifted his head. It truly is, isn't it? We'll be more than happy to provide that for you. Then that is repayment enough, for now. Something soft, to calm the mind. I know just the thing. United as they were, the division between CCG and Oak manifested in a most literal fashion. As ever, Trevor stood somewhere between the two groups, the former sitting at the front of the table and Oak at the back towards the door. Even with a layout like that, the experience was still a quietly surreal one to Trevor's eyes. To see the higher UPS of the CCG peacefully sharing a room with Oak's executives, many of whom had tried to kill each other, was nothing short of miraculous. The necessity of the times demanded it, however. Hopefully it could be maintained afterward. Ui sat at the head of them all, fingers steepled and eyes lidded as he processed the information. Were it not for the draft of any other reliable sources, I'd call into question how reliable these ghouls are. That said, Ui said, eyes shutting. We cannot ignore how their words line up with our own observations. Cursory data shows that ghoulification is more concentrated in certain areas, even if it is occurring everywhere. It follows that the aggressive pack hunter organisms designated dragon orphans for the time being spawned from that one particular vent are disseminating the agent. Ui looked to Merid, eyes reopening. Do you have the footage? A sleazy-looking man in his middle years, Merid had clearly seen better days. Irimi's human partner in crime wore stress lines like they were a new suit, and his eyes spoke of a fox-like wheeliness. Though it looked as if he smiled a lot, then and there it could not be found. He reached into his coat pocket and retrieved a USB stick, waving it about. Right here. Figured it'd come in handy, considering how weird it all is. Bring it up, UI instructed. With a shrug and a done upon sigh, Merid did as instructed, plugging USB drive into a laptop on the table. After a moment of fiddling, the presentation screen behind UI lit up with a video player. What it showed came from a JSDF infantryman, aligned with what would have been the man's helmet. Deployed into Tokyo soon after the emergence of the dragon, they were also among the first to encounter the dragon orphans. It did not go well. Trevor saw men torn apart in new and creative ways as the instinct-driven organisms ambushed the owner of the camera and their team, the muted sound of gunfire and death coming from the laptop. Their weapons, whether they were using Q-bullets or not, did take down a couple, but it was not good enough. The owner of the camera died looking up at a face with only large white tablet teeth for features, heckling them with a hyena's voice. Only light topics in the CCG, hey. Naki muttered. Despite being a ghoul, even he could acknowledge the brutality of what they had just watched. Merid rewound the footage, and paused. He went through it frame by frame, stopping only when a particular event could be highlighted. One of the dragon orphans, the first the team on the ground spotted, being gunned down. It did not simply fall to the ground, no, instead, its head exploded. Nothing hit the head to even cause anything close to it. One moment it had one, and the next it did not. See that? Merid asked the room, looking up from the screen. Why the hell would an organism's head explode like that? Unless it had something to hide. Suzuya began, looking at the table in thought. The man, his hair more of a mess than usual, had been touched up by medical services following his encounter with Trevor, but he still looked worn down. The dragon orphans could be the vector, I suppose? The ones from that tower they mentioned are spreading out, and it's where they go that ghouls appear in the aftermath. Mugen, the wall of a man who still maintained a pristine condition despite being on the front line of the dragon's march, hummed. He ran his fingers over his mustache, nodding along with Suzuya. Unless the dragon itself is releasing the agent. I don't even want to consider that. We don't even want to consider that, UI stated. That is the worst case scenario. One we cannot do anything about. This is actionable, and it tracks with everything we've learned. If we look at the cases of ghoulification, then we know where to hit. We've confirmed the existence of 9 oviducts, a blonde-haired young man said, smiling even in light of the dire mood. He wore a suit, though it did not look halfway as well pressed as the others. Jozushik. Toka twitched as he spoke. Trevor ever so slightly quirked a brow at her, but said nothing. He continued. It'd take a lot of time to confirm individually whether there's been cases of ROS or ghoulification in the XS, but luckily for us, a couple of the ducks have entered a state of disintegration. Ayato raised a hand. UI nodded to him. Who the hell is this? Ayato asked, blunt as an old hammer. Hideyoshi Nagachika, Merid said, gesturing to the young man. He saluted to the room. He's my assistant. He's not CCG, but he has what I look for in a Division 2 analyst, a functioning brain. Given all that time I was meant to be dead, he was useful to have around. Nagachika. Mugen inquired, eyes narrowing. As in? Yes. His son. Enough of that. It's rude to the guests. His word's good, on my mother's soul, wherever the hell that thing went. Doesn't sound like you value it much, Naki pointed out. Yet. And. Hyde clapped. Anyway. Nice to meet you. I hope we can all get along. He gave Trevor a thumbs up, beaming at him. Trevor chuckled a little, shaking his head. I don't think you need to worry about that. We'll have to find a better time to talk about Disturbed's new album. They have a new album? Not been keeping up, Hyde said with an awkward chuckle, shrugging. After this, I should have time to see if it's crap or not. Strangely enough, Hyde was one of Trevor's first encounters in Tokyo. The weird kid who wanted to practice his English and talk music in Antioku. One of the rare firsts in Tokyo that hadn't been traumatizing to Trevor. We should be able to narrow down which duct is causing all the trouble in pretty short order. Once that's done, it's a matter of going inside to find the source of the agent. Hyde paused, looking over the room. He cleared his throat. There is the matter of the danger that presents to any and all who go near it. You know. Agent and all, turning people into ghouls and all that. We can use gas masks, I suppose, but I've got no clue how effective that'd be. There was the additional problem of ghouls eventually going mad with prolonged exposure, if the underground ghouls were to be believed. If it's the best we can do to mitigate the chances, then we have little choice, Trevor said, eyes turning back to the screen where the still image of the orphan's headless corpse remained. And if the source is as the underground ghouls say, then it shouldn't be too different from where I was recovered. Another body, a woman, attached to the dragon. UI nodded, wasting no time in declaring their course of action. He took to the role of director well. Then our next move is clear. In order to minimize the damage the dragon orphans are capable of, we need to disable the source of the agent. To that end, I am asking the ghouls of Oak to support the CCG in this matter. I do not doubt we will face resistance on the approach. Can say that again. This whole ghoulification stuff is probably at the heart of whatever's going through VS head, Merid said, finally closing the video player and allowing the screen to go dark. If they're gonna try and stop us, it'll be then and there. None of this is a coincidence. No, it isn't. All of this, the dragon, the orphans, are a dire threat to all of our peoples. The alliance between Oak and the CCG has proven to be effective thus far, Further cooperation is our best chance to put an end to this, Trevor spoke, arms folded across his chest. Oak will cooperate. But we will need to be included in all operational strategy decisions. This is acceptable, provided you have a representative who can remain with us at HQ, who you can also trust with making decisions. In the event of lines of communications becoming staggered, we'll require that much, Ui said, gesturing to Trevor. I imagine you'll want to be on the front, after all. Correct. To put it mildly. Trevor couldn't deny a steady itch inside of him at the idea of so much having happened, so much death, while he laid within the dragon, impotent and unaware. He didn't know the full strength of his new body, not yet, but he'd use all of it to undo the horror he'd unintentionally wrought. He turned to Oak's executives, all of whom had survived the dragon's rampage, if a little worse for wear. Anyone who stepped forward would be willing to stand alongside Doves for an extended period of time. It was a harder decision than he'd admit, as he trusted all of them to represent Oak. But he needed to be decisive, and quickly. After running through their qualities in short order. Banjo. I trust you to make those calls while we're away, Trevor declared, giving his old friend a smile. Everyone other than Banjo seemed okay with that. Hey? Me? Really? The big man asked, eyes darting about. You've proven time and again that you've got excellent decision-making skills, and your heart's always been in the right place, Trevor assured him. Sorry bud, but you're a really good guy. I stand by my decision. Oh, well, Banjo cleared his throat, placing his hands on his hips and looking down. I can certainly give it a shot. I mean, how hard can it be, right? That's the spirit. Trevor let out a breath, and turned back to Ui. Banjo will be Oak's representative at CCG HQ, and he'll have similar authority to me in my absence while here. Talk about a premonition, Naki muttered to Miza, who elbowed him in the side. He let out a little yelp, giving Miza the stink eye as he rubbed the spot she jabbed. Also, it's promotion, Miza corrected him. Acceptable. We'll consult with our science team and Kanu's assistants before we attempt anything. If they can unearth some useful bit of information before we move, all the better, Ui said, already standing. In the meanwhile, the CCG shall focus on containing the dragon orphan threat. If Oak can emphasize protecting evacuation and rescue efforts, it would be greatly appreciated. That we can do. Until we're ready to make our move, then, Trevor said, turning to once more properly join the rest of the executives. The meeting seemed adjourned, a little less formal than a typical CCG strategy meeting, which was only fitting considering the unusual participants. Well, simple enough, Kyode said, tapping his sheathed blade against his shoulder. Remarkably easier to work with than I thought they'd be. It's easy to put differences aside, when existence is at risk, Fuka just about managed. One half of his face looked completely and utterly mauled, by what they had never said. It was still in the process of healing, the muscle reconnecting in places and the skin healing over. That said, we shouldn't be too comfortable. They're still the CCG, at the end of the day. It's in their name. Trevor hummed as they began to make their exit. As it stands, it's an alliance of necessity. We're hardly the raving beasts we're all up against, after all. The real moment of truth will come after the dragons dealt with, when we potentially lose our common enemy. We can thank V for one thing, at the very least, Chukiyama said off to Trevor's side, smiling. There's going to be families with both ghouls and humans in them, at least in Tokyo. I imagine that'll make things a bit easier for us. An even better argument for representation, among other things, Trevor agreed. You, me, and Fuka will need to redraft some of those statements we'd been preparing for the Diet, when we're not fighting for our lives. Here's hoping that time comes. Chukiyama crossed his fingers. Tuka had remained quiet for the meeting where she would have otherwise said something. As the conversation petered off and the rest of the executives began to talk amongst themselves, Trevor took the opportunity to be nosy. He elbowed her. What's up? Trevor asked her quietly. Wah. Nothing, she stated with crossed arms, intent on not revealing what had clearly kept her quiet. What makes you think something's even up, hey? Tuka, Trevor tugged. You were quiet for the whole meeting, a rare thing, and you got twitchy when Nagachika spoke. What's up? She stared at him for a solid few moments, her single visible eye boring into him. She relented. I know Nagachika. Pretty well, actually. He's the best friend of one of my friends. The one I told you about, the student. Thought it was weird he'd been away recently, but I didn't really expect this. It's like two parts of my life just overlapped, and it was weird. Trevor let out an odd as it dawned on him, nodding along. That's a relatable feeling. How is the cute student anyway? I'm assuming he's cute. That's none of your business, Dad, she shot back, tutting. She knew when she was being teased. Focus on your own disaster love life, would you? Oof, Trevor winced. I'd rather not, to be absolutely honest. Tuka pointed at him. You're not living vicariously through me. Stop that. Can't a man be invested in making sure his best friend's love life is going well? Trevor tugged. Man. But boundary respected either way. You really don't want to talk about it, I won't get pushy. You better not. I don't care how much kagun you're made out of now, I'll still figure out how to make it hurt, she grumbled, signs of the old Tuka shining through the new. Trevor sighed. Cute student's a lucky man. Her glare could freeze magma. It took time to find the most distant of Trevor's children, busy as they were. It did not take much in the way of an investigation to know that they had thrown themselves into the work, likely to distract from something or even to outright avoid Trevor. But Tokyo, large as it was, only had so much work to be done in it for someone like Toru. The blood of dragon orphans had dried onto his daggers, the splatters crusting on his coat. He sat upon the rubble of what had once been a small police station, looking out at the vacant street as clean-up crews worked on collecting the corpses of the dragon orphans he had dispatched, geared up as if they were removing nuclear waste. Not inappropriate, given all they had learned. Toru flipped his knives between his hands idly, singular eye half vacant. Anyone sneaking up on him would do so successfully, but they'd probably die for it if the deftness of his half-attentive hands were anything to go by. Trevor didn't want to shock Toru, but it might have been unavoidable given the circumstances. Jinchi had been right in his assessment. Toru was doing what he typically did when there was a problem he couldn't stab away, dive into work to the point of fatigue, growing numb to himself and the world around him. It was a response that Trevor couldn't entirely critique without being a hypocrite, but that didn't mean he worried any less. He approached from the side, his shoes hitting the cracked concrete below. For the first time in over half a year he could actually wear shoes again, yet somehow it didn't feel all that natural. He'd grown too accustomed to his monstrous aspects. Trevor didn't say anything as he got closer, only stopping near the pile of rubble Toru had claimed. After a pause, he cleared his throat and called out to him. "Hey, Toru." The dance of knives in the air came to a halt. Toru snagged them out of the air, one after the other, and held them like the throwing weapons they were, each held between a finger. Though he did not brandish them at Trevor, they were ready nonetheless. Toru hesitated before looking at Trevor, lips pressed together in a thin line. An uncomfortable air settled over them. Toru cleared his throat. "Sir. I mean. Trevor," he fumbled, holding back the frustrated exhale of his own verbal clumsiness. Trevor didn't mind. "Old habits die hard," he remarked, regarding Toru gently. "How are you?" "I'm managing," he answered honestly, looking away to stare at his knives, as if looking for dirt. Unfortunately for Toru, they were covered in it. There was no need to search. "There's no shortage of things I can be doing, so there's that. How about you? Do you feel different?" "Physically, there's no discomfort," Trevor admitted, glancing down at his tri-digit claws. They clenched and unclenched. "Though I get cold more easily now. A hollow chest will do that. As for the rest..." He trailed off, shaking his head. "Well, all of the work to be done is a distraction I'm indulging in more than I should. I think you can relate." Toru hummed. "I don't think it's a distraction. It's what needs to be done, for the time being. The less we work, the more likely people are to get hurt. That's how I'm trying to see it, anyway." "It's a good justification," Trevor agreed. After a pause, he stepped closer and claimed a seat atop the rubble, near Toru. "Have you had a chance to see Seiko yet?" "Not yet," Toru admitted. "I'm too busy. And Seiko's strong. She'll pull through," he said, wiping off the mess on his blades with a sleeve. "I hear there may be something that can be done, if we get to the heart of one of those ducks." Yuri had been strong too, recalled a dismal part of Trevor. "That's the hope. But even so, you should still find the time to at least see her," Trevor told him, hands clasping and resting atop his knees. "No one will call you lazy for that much, and I know she'd appreciate it." Toru did not reply. He continued to wipe at his knives, the action growing more intentional. The sound of people calling across to one another as they carefully shifted demonic bodies about the intersection took the place of their conversation. Some distance away, a controlled burst of gunfire but nowhere near them. "A ghoul didn't kill my parents. I did. My brother too," Toru finally said. Trevor blinked once, then twice, before turning to face Toru properly. Knowing Toru, it wasn't as random of a thought as it might have seemed. All the same, Trevor wasn't sure what to think of the bomb being dropped. The official report was that Toru had only been 12 years old when his entire family had been violently murdered by a ghoul. Beyond that, not even Trevor could get all of the details buried by red tape. "Why?" Trevor asked him. "Because it was a way out. Because it felt convenient," Toru said, cutting into the sleeve of his coat as he continued to wipe. "One morning, I woke up, went to the yard, got the axe Dad used to chop things, and used it to chop them. I didn't even think about it. Didn't think about it for years until Rushima. Then I remembered why I was even there in the first place. I'd killed my family, and lied to myself about it for years. Even though I'd do it again. 100 times over, if I had to." Trevor was silent. It felt like a sinner at confession. The ugly thing that had always been there, stewing in Toru's mind for all of these years, gnawing away at him. Now it made sense, Toru's distance, and why he had called himself grotesque. The idea of doing the same to his own family revolted Trevor. But Trevor was not Toru. "A way out," Trevor echoed in a murmur. "Did they hurt you?" "Just Dad. The other two were just a pair of eyes. They watched. Didn't do anything. They were useless to me." Toru licked his lips. "Dad wanted respect. Sometimes he thought I didn't give it. It was my eyes," he said with a half-chuckle. He knew the look, supposedly. And then he'd expect me to show my respect. He paused, a sort of awareness coming over him as he stopped trying to clean the smeared knives. "Anyway, I killed him and the other two. And that's not the end of it. I've hurt animals in the past. Do you see where I'm going with this, Trevor? I'm not who you thought I was. I'm not who any of you think I am. You should leave me be. It'll be easier for all of us. And where would that leave you? Trevor asked. Concerning words, terrible words, were coming from Toru's mouth. But Trevor couldn't bring himself to recoil in disgust, to push Toru aside because of them. It wasn't that easy. Alone? Doing this, he gestured around them, at the knives, at the corpses of monsters, until you die. Who knows? What I do know is that I'm not a good person, Trevor. I'm not like you. It's why I... He hesitated, swallowing. It's why I love you. Not as a guardian, but as you. You're someone I can never be. Even despite all of this, despite the fact I tried to hunt you, you're here. Trevor didn't see himself that way. But that didn't matter as much as people thought. The way we see ourselves is only half the story. The other half is how others see you. Even though other people can never really see the full you, that doesn't make it any less real, I've found, Trevor murmured. He didn't see himself as king material, but Kishao and Ito had, and now so did the rest of Oak. Trevor exhaled, shaking his head. I don't love you the way you do me, Toru. But I do love you, even now. So do Jinchi and Seiko. That's not something that can be changed. It's impossible for me to leave you be. Good person or no. The me you love was a lie, sir. You and the others have only ever seen a lie. Was the me you knew as Gyojana a lie too, then? Maybe. I don't know. I felt like I was lied to, Toru said with complete candidness. Maybe it was a lie, sir. Maybe we've both lied to each other. A bit, perhaps, Trevor conceded. But every moment wasn't a falsehood. The way I treated the four of you, the feelings I had for the four of you, that was all true. I'd lied about who I was, but my affection had been and always will be real. As for you. Trevor turned once more to Toru. You can lie all you want, but you're still the same Toru that showed up on my doorstep. I still see you. It doesn't change my answer. You think someone like me should be in a room with Seiko? He asked Trevor, not returning the look. After what I've done to one family. To the one I was born to. Is Seiko just a pair of eyes? Trevor asked in kind. Toru snorted. No. She's lazy, but she tries. Trevor smiled. That was all he needed to hear. Then yes. You should visit Seiko. Toru let out a long sigh, slumping and staring down at the rubble beneath him. You've never really ordered me to do anything. Just this. Just polite suggestions. Have I really? Trevor wondered, a brow raised. I never thought about it. I was the one who listened, so probably. Toru stood, the knives returning to their hiding spot within his coat. I'll visit Seiko when I get a moment. Trevor stood as well, smiling growing. Good, good. She'll be glad to know you stopped by. After a moment, he splayed out his arms. You mind if I hug you? The other two got one when I woke up and, to be honest, you kinda look like you need one. I'd rather not. Not right now. Nothing against you, sir. It's just, it wouldn't feel good. Okay. Trevor lowered his arms. He'd asked just in case. Then never mind. I'll see you around, alright? And thanks. For opening up. It needed to be said. You needed to know who you were dealing with, Toru said. The bodies of his quarry had been taken away. Stay safe, sir. It's quiet now, but I doubt it will be for long. It rarely is. You stay safe as well, Toru, Trevor replied, turning to leave. Without Toru, the silence of Tokyo became deafening. Even as the sun set over Tokyo, the work continued. With the hospital serving as a sort of ad hoc base of operations for Oak, a point of concern for most non-ghouls present, but they had other things to worry about before the ghouls. Trevor could watch and listen as the organization he and the others had built functioned without much input from himself. With each of the executives acting as a subject matter expert on whatever they were most familiar with, Oak directed their own search and rescue operations in conjunction with the CCG. The dragon had been most active for 2 days before it slowed down. In that time, it managed to carve a scar into numerous wards, before finally falling asleep in Shinjuku. That left plenty of work for everyone to take part in, searching in its wake for survivors. With the minutes passing, less and less ghouls wandered in and out of the hospital, less reports. Sleep called them, and the work began to slow. Seiko continued to rest, and Jinchi never seemed too far from her bedside when he was not dealing with another matter that demanded his attention. Kimi remained hard at work at all hours, balancing medicinal work and research between day and night. When the hospital was quiet, she locked herself in a room with corpses, the bodies of the dragon orphans, pulling what secrets she could from their still flesh. The second generation of Quinks stopped by at some point, the one called Shio acting as their leader in Jinchi's absence. The encounter had been brief, as it was not Trevor they were there to see. Seiko had endeared herself to them, it seemed. In the dead of night, when no more visitors were expected, one walked into the darkened lobby of the hospital. A giant of a man, taller than Trevor, covered by a black coat that was reminiscent of the one he and Nerima would wear. When they finally came face to face, there was a pause. I can safely say you have had it worse, Kotaru said as he took in the signs of Trevor's altered state. You hardly looked human when they found you. A cause for concern for everyone who showed up, Akira included. I don't doubt that, Trevor murmured, leaning against the chair he'd claimed. The longer he'd been awake, the more conscious he'd become of his appearance, and the other changes that he'd steadily begun to notice. I can feel more changes, still. Another layer is growing, covering the holes. And, well. He looked around at the darkened lobby, empty at the witching hour save for the two of them, and sighed. I've been awake for 2 days straight out now, and I still haven't gotten tired. Sleep feels optional, for lack of a better word. A silver lining. It means you can get more things done, if you so choose, Kotaru suggested, scanning the room. He looked no worse for wear, still a tower of muscle and resolve, his hardened expression otherwise untroubled. He settled on standing. Our vacation was cut short. Were the situation less unusual, less dire, we may have ignored it. But, well, you saw it for yourself. If we did nothing, we would merely be indolent. Hard to ignore the end of the world, especially for two people like you, Trevor remarked fondly, though the warmth faded after a moment. It'd been his own actions that had cut it short, after all. Was it at least a good vacation, while it lasted? I know you two can handle yourselves, but my thoughts were with you more often than not. We didn't get far. Kyushu was the goal, but we did not go beyond Nara. A few close calls with the law and regional CCG branches, but other than that. Kotaru paused. It looked like he wanted to smile, but held it back out of raw stoic instinct. It was nice. For the first time in 2 decades, it was like we were trying to be human again. A life of working towards, thinking about, and enacting death made that feel strange at first. It still is, even now. But it's nice. I look forward to returning to it, once this is all resolved. Hopefully we can all talk again, once things are less dire. Trevor did the smiling for Kotaru, getting to his feet as he did so. The black cloak that covered his body ruffled at the motion. He'd tried wearing his oak suit, but it never quite fit right anymore, tight and loose in odd places, so he settled on the cloak. The sole standout amidst the midnight cloth was a small, silver cufflink placed above his heart. That's great to hear. And I hope so, too. It'd be nice if we could just be, for lack of a better term. You and I've never really had a chance to relax around each other, Trevor mused. Because of each other, or otherwise. It's funny, you know. Back when I was in the CCG, Akira had said she thought you and I would make a good comedy routine in the office. Me the goofball, you the straight man. I never took you for a goofball. You're earnest, maybe to a fault, but I see no foolishness in that, Kotaru said with utter seriousness. It's typical of her, to find amusement in honest people. It is. But she was right to a degree about me being a goofball. At least, back then, Trevor admitted, chitinous shoulders sagging a touch. Now, though, not so much. He shook his head. How is Akira, anyway? I haven't seen her since I woke up. Busy. Like nothing changed, really. Turncoat or no, Suzui has been eager to have her around. That Quinqua has been used. A reliable weapon, from what I've seen, Kotaru said. I think leaving you and the Quinks hurt her. I imagine she would have returned to Tokyo eventually, even without all of this, even if it meant her being caught. It hurt to see her go. She's become very important to me, over the last few years, Trevor admitted quietly. She looked out for me in more ways than one and now it would just feel wrong to not have her around. I love her like a family member at this point. Like a smarter sister, he added with a tut. Then I think it is time we consider what comes after this. A way for her to be in your life again, without fear of repercussion from ghoul or human, Kotaru began after a moment of thought, something clicking in his head. Akira and I, we talked about these kinds of things. Ways for ghouls and humans to work together. The best model she could come up with was the formation of a ghoul advisory committee which works alongside the CCG, which itself should undergo a transformation into being akin to true law enforcement. That's all a bit over my head, but I understand the sentiment of it. What about you? Any ideas for how your people proceed after this? I was considering something similar. We've spent a while talking about an oak, chiefly with Fuka and Shiyu, and we came to the conclusion that oak should be built to serve as a parallel to the CCG, Trevor explained. Protectors for ghouls as a whole, law enforcement for ghouls, essentially become the governing body of ghoul kind. In the worst case scenario of no progress being made, oak can at least level the field and provide stability to ghouls. But in the better cases, with the CCG taking on new leadership and becoming more amenable to our people, oak would take on a more political and advisory role. Using social capital already existent and within the CCG, we can get proper representation in the Diet and provide experts to lawmakers. We haven't had much time to discuss it yet, but the sudden boom in mixed ghoul-human families is another important matter that we'll need both sides to properly handle. Fuka and Shiyu can give a far more in-depth explanation, but that's the gist of it. Shiyu is the Jukiyama scion. Kotaru asked, brows knitting together. I suppose he'd be well equipped for it. I do not know who this Fuka is, though. The executive with the mohawk. Very smart guy. Ah, I see, Kotaru said, though it was hard to tell if he actually did. You've built yourself a capable circle, Trevor. A long way since charging at me with a shirt pulled over your head. Yeah, well. To say I was half-baked back then is putting it mildly, Trevor said, shaking his head. It's been a long, long road, Kotaru. All of the friends, the enemies, the fights, the, romantic endeavors, a little twitch of the lips, it all brought me here. I can't say I expected to get a crown out of it, but here we are. Is it as heavy as they claim? Kotaru asked, glancing at the crown of Trevor's head as if he could see a literal crown resting atop it. More than I can let show, Trevor confessed, smiling sadly. The expression crinkled the inhuman scales that trailed down his cheeks like crimson tears, a strange face framed by growing white hair that curled at the edges. He hadn't bothered shaving off the beard and mustache that had grown while he was in the dragon, creating the effect of an older man than he actually was, but most certainly felt. I will remain the one-eyed king until my people no longer need my help to guide them to a better future. After that, I don't know. MMH. I cannot see a normal life being for you, after all of this. It is the trauma of being us. Half-ghouls, investigators both. It will keep us from normality, likely begging us to act in some way or another. We have the power to act, after all, Kotaro mused, shutting his eyes. But we must not. Once all is said and done, we must be willing to step back and away from the forefront of history. Too many men have overstayed their welcomes, and I refuse to be one of them. And you're wiser for it. Once the dragon is dealt with, I imagine you have one more goal of yours that still needs doing before you can feel like you can take a step back, Trevor figured. If it comes to it, I will face him. Not for revenge, but out of a simple duty to those who have already been lost. Vengeance is, as they say, a fool's game. To attack Donato Papera while filled with emotion would only result in death, Kotaro said, eyes opening as he envisioned something in his mind. Mine is a sword of justice, and nothing more. For all the horrifying things he has done, I have never truly experienced any of it. Trevor nodded slowly. That's probably the best conclusion you can reach when it comes to him. It'll be a brighter world without him, and if you can dole out his execution with peace in your heart, all the better. He reached up and rested a claw on Kotaro's shoulder. Once we've both stepped back, we'll have to find more things to talk about and do. All you and I have only really shared grim experiences, and I can't imagine Akira would want to listen to us being sad old men all the time. No, she would not. That said, I understand that you and Oak will be going to secure a sample of whatever is changing people. You'll be going down into it, correct? Amon asked. That's correct. Trevor pulled away his arm, letting it hang at his side. Did you want to come with? That's right. I would also like to accompany you into the duct itself. I suspect you will require cover, if the dragon orphans are anything to go by. I'm more than happy to have you with me. I still don't know what my new body is capable of, but it'd be nice to fight alongside you for once, Trevor admitted. Kotaro finally allowed himself that smile. Indeed. 4 times we've fought, but not once have we ever stood against something as one. I look forward to seeing if you are as capable as everyone claims, these days. Trevor returned that smile, a little touch of cheekiness to it. I've gotten a bit stronger, at least. I'd say do your best to keep up, but I know I don't need to worry about that. He offered his hand to Kotaro. Looking forward to working with you, Kotaro. For real this time. The call came without warning, but they had all expected that. In but a few moments, Oak had gone from rescuers to soldiers once again. Word had come from Banjo at the HQ, and the CCG were on the move to secure the duct in the 4th ward. Expecting fierce resistance on the part of the dragon orphans, and the looming threat of it was a complete mobilization of all available investigators throughout the city, numbering roughly 2,000 at present numbers, though many resided beneath first class. In a breath, Oak gathered from across Tokyo, gathering at the front of their ad hoc hospital. Though dirty, they wore their suits with pride, any hint of a mask long gone from all the faces gathered. Even Irimi, secretive as she was, stood without hers alongside a bare-faced Kyode. Oak's forces numbered less than what the CCG had to offer, but they were no less potent. Though many had died over the course of months through the raw attrition of their conflict and the emergence of the dragon, those that remained were ghouls in the spiritual sense, fighters and wielders of their Kagun. Once a band of different gangs and prisoners, they now looked like something resembling a true arm of enforcement. The 4th ward was not far. It'd take them no less than a few minutes to reach it, at full pelt they may even get there before the CCG. They were tired, hungry, and worn down from the events of past days, but they stood tall in the presence of their leader. Atop the stairs leading to the entrance, his executives, Zero Squad and Kaya awaited him. Trevor approached with heavy footfalls. With no scorpion mask, the helmet long since shattered for good, to cover him, he beheld his inner circle and his people with unobstructed eyes. Oak was the organization he had built, all with the help of his friends and former enemies, turning it into something that they could all be proud of creating. They'd all come so far. Never had he thought it would turn out like this, but here they were. Stronger than ever and built to last. Trevor could allow himself that. For all of the mistakes he had made, Oak was far from one of them. He joined the inner circle at the top of the stairs, clawed hands clasped behind him. Is everyone ready? Trevor asked. As will ever be, the scarred Fuka said, dipping his head to Trevor. Nerves are high, but so are spirits. The first joint operation between Oak and the CCG will do that to a ghoul, Jukiyama added, resting a hand on his chest and bowing slightly. I have conversed with the ghouls from the deep. They are ready to assist us too, King, Misa said, mirroring the other two with a dip of her head. Excellent. Their strength will be appreciated, Trevor said, nodding slightly. If there is nothing else, then let's join the rest outside. With a round of affirmation, the executives made their way outside. Before Trevor could though, Irimi clasped a hand down on his shoulder. 1 second. Trevor paused mid-step, blinking and turning back to her. What is it? He asked her. They're going to be there, she said, locking eyes with him. I don't know what they want, but that duct has something to do with it. Are you ready? Not just to fight, but to ignore one fight over another. I know where my priorities lie. It's not about revenge for me. Not anymore, Trevor told her, and he meant it. I'll keep my focus. Good. Good. She squeezed his shoulder before drawing her hand away, smiling up at him in that way that felt so familiar, going as far back as his first days at Antioch. Then all things willing, we're ending this. We'll kill that thing called V, and the dragon too. From there, who knows? Who knows, indeed, Trevor replied, allowing a smile back at her. He let out a breath. I'm proud, Kaya. I never once dreamed things would turn out like this when I stumbled my way into Antioch, but I'm proud of what we've built. You've done all right, Trevor. I'm proud of you, not just as a friend, but as a former co-worker and as a ghoul. I'm proud of you and Tuka equally. You both found your way in the world, and did more than Kuma or I ever could. That's all we ever wanted, from those who worked with us to do better than we did. Thank you. Really. For that, and all the help along the way. I wouldn't have been able to come this far without you. Trevor turned, beckoning her onward. But we're not done yet. There's people that need saving. She huffed, running a hand through her hair, and followed by his side. That there are, Mr. Hero. One more time, with feeling. Trevor smiled, feeling just that much pressure lifting from his shoulders. Even as miserable as he could get, as much as he blamed himself for so many things, he still couldn't deny something so simple. It felt good to be called a hero. With the streets all but empty, the ghouls went unimpeded in their march. They moved through vacant roads and between rooftops unimpeded, a tide of inhuman speed heading towards their destination. A broad, tree-like tower of off-red flesh stood in the distance, covered in bulbous growths and thrumming with a form of life most dangerous. It bore no branches, and had no leaves, a single trunk which bloomed into several ends at the top. It looked down upon its neighboring buildings, being among the tallest within the fourth ward. By all estimations, it was still growing while several of the other ducts failed. Within that structure, a malicious process was taking place, creating a means to turn an unsuspecting human into a ghoul. Whether through raw instinct or some guiding hand, the growths upon the surface of the duct began to quiver, and though distant, the raw quantity of their motion and subsequent bursting made it difficult to miss. Crimson vapors entered the air like a weather front, rolling off from the structure and into the city surrounding it. Little shapes dropped from those ruptures, falling down into the streets. They appeared little only because of the distance. Were they men, the fall would have meant death, but the dragon orphans were closer to ghoul than human. Even the ones which descended from the crown of the duct would survive to harass and trouble Oak. The closer Oak got, the louder the sound became. Malformed feet thundering against concrete and glass, the snapping of large edgeless teeth, and the bestial cackle of underdeveloped voice boxes in the distance. What started as a drone became a tide of sound, even though they were nowhere in sight yet. Kotaru Aman did not even wince at the sound. He continued his forward march, even as the entirety of Oak began to form something of an arrow formation, spread out across differing elevations. It appears there is some sort of survival instinct, Kotaru noted out loud, his coat done away with in exchange for a cloak similar to the one he wore while on the run. He was keeping something beneath it, hidden away. At least for this one. The others have never displayed this kind of response. That means we're on the right track then, Trevor mused as he strode beside Kotaru, watching Oak prepare itself for battle. To be able to sense the danger even from so far away, it's impressive, even if it makes our jobs that much harder. Just another obstacle in need of removal, Kotaru said with a certainty that could steel even the most cowardly of men. The magnitude of the threat had no bearing on Kotaru, only that he needed to get beyond it. With that, he took a hand out from beneath his cloak, and with it a gas mask. He affixed it to his face. Just in case. It didn't take long for the others around them to mirror Kotaru, and before long they were deep in the haze. The visibility of the surrounding area became much nearer, the immediate surroundings clear but anything beyond them tinged in a fog of red. The sound of the dragon orphans died down, but not the noise of their approach. They're encircling us, Irimi said, appearing as if from thin air. Her own gas mask bore resemblance to the ones the three siblings under Banjo wore. They're still operating like ambush predators, even in these numbers. If we press hard, we can break out before they do. Trevor nodded. We won't give them the chance. Oak. Press on, double time. Don't give the enemy a chance to surround us. He shouted out through the crimson haze. A roar of affirmation was the reply. Even if some of them could not hear Trevor, they at least knew they were doing something. Misa spoke up once everyone was done with their yelling. I shall take up watch of our back, lest we be caught unawares. With your leave, King. Naki spun his head about. Oi, get me in on that. I ain't letting Grandma go and fight alone. Misa said nothing to that, but did look at Trevor from behind the lenses of her gas mask tiredly. Relatable. He returned the look with one of utter sympathy. Then we'll be trusting our backs to you too, Trevor replied, gesturing backwards. Good luck back there. And to you, King. Fight well. With a quick dip of her head, Misa turned about mid-run, and then bound in the other direction. With a yell, Naki called the white suits to his side and they took off with him, still looking immaculate as ever. And then they saw them. Less ghoul, and even less than men, the dragon orphans were more akin to insects' army ants, rolling forward almost blindly. They crawled along the walls and teamed through vacant buildings, bursting through broken window panes like blood from a ruptured vessel. The distance was negligible. One moment they were distant, the next they were all but face to face with the swarm of monsters that threatened to bar their way. Ayato, Yamo, and Tuka, as if all thinking on the same wavelength, wasted no time in their opening salvo. From the siblings, a hail of crystalline shards pelted the street in front of the wave of dragon orphans, while Yamo forged on ahead. Around his arms, his cocoon formed into a pair of claws over his own hands, and between them light crackled. When he made contact with the first dragon orphan, his blow carried through a mass of them, forked lightning that jumped from body to body, causing them to detonate in a cascading wave. A wedge had been carved out of their approach, but it quickly began to reform. An instant later, every other Yukaku among Oak followed the Kirishima's lead. The combined firepower of dozens, if not more than 100, Yukaku ravaged the street with a variety of exotic effects, be it in the form of launched crystalline shards, acidic RC spew, or the deadly static that seemed to be a speciality of a few. The assault hit the dragon orphans with a sound like hail on glass. It became clear, however, that they were outnumbered. But moments later, Oak ran straight into the wave of dragon orphans, and then a spectrum of Kagun were unleashed in response. Wings, tails, claws, blades, shields, everything was on display as the battle began. Monster fought monster, and while the dragon orphans were lesser, they were no pushovers. They were ghouls in a sense, after all. In the chaos of superhuman carnage, Kotaru Amon pressed on. From beneath his cloak, he drew out a pole as tall as he was, folding together like a quinquo wood, and used it to swipe dragon orphans aside in handfuls, his raw strength alone to cast them aside, torn in two. With wide eyes, he let out a warcry which went over the sound of battle, charging deeper. With wide swipes and strength that dwarfed even the most physically powerful of ghouls, he carved a path forward for both himself and Trevor. Their way was forward, ever forward. Through street and building, blood and gore, Kotaru did not divert from their goal. All around Trevor, the featureless grins of the dragon orphans clamored, their claws natural and bodies like a mass of pure shiny muscle. Some, strangely enough, had hair. For the first time, Trevor exercised his newfound power. He could feel it through every part of his being, the flesh, the blood, the organs, it was all Kagun. The surging rush of a permanently active Kakuja, but even more so than Trevor had ever felt before. He wasn't a Rinkaku anymore. Not truly. He was also a Nyukaku, a Kaukaku, a Baikaku. Through the process of consuming all of the Oget and creating the dragon, Trevor had become a pure Chimera Kakuja. Trevor's cloak was cast aside, revealing the alien flesh that comprised his torso and arms. Crackling red energy surged outward from his shoulders, thrumming and pulsing as though living lightning. The wings of a supercharged Yukaku flared up high and then, with the sound of a heartbeat, discharged their deadly payload. Every dragon orphan before and around Trevor was cooked. The monsters became little more than charred piles of sizzling grease in a matter of seconds. But even that wasn't enough to cease the assault. With no survival instincts of their own, the dragon orphans charged without regard for their well-being, baying and clawing at Trevor despite the sheer gap in power. Trevor's entire body was a weapon. Gargantuan Baikaku trunks smashed the orphans into paste. Kaukaku blades sheared their muscles like a knife through warm butter 1,000 different ways. Rinkaku tendrils struck the orphans like serpents, tearing them apart in all manner of creative and efficient ways. It was all natural to Trevor, as if this was what he had always been. Things that used to seem impossible were now as casual as breathing to him, an infinite font of power and imagination that he could draw upon without much exertion. And so, Trevor cut down the dragon orphans with ease, and made sure that Oak saw their one-eyed king was fighting alongside them, pushing the tide through sheer might. They could, and would, emerge victorious, no matter the trials ahead. For the moments the battle went on, each ghoul within Oak became a beast. Though they bore their fangs, it was not at each other and not at humanity. Tsukiyama, a changed man through raw exposure to Trevor and the others, reverted to something much more violent but at the same time, more elegant. He moved through the crowds adjacent to Trevor and Kotaru, a bloody dervish that rejected the stereotype of the sluggish Kaukaku. Ayato and Tuka, the two who had been apart for so long, fell into a flow they had not had since they were children, surviving alone on the streets. They darted about with the agility granted to them by their Kakuhao, like a pair of hummingbirds in a synchronistic dance, thinning out the waves as they approached, remaining out of harm's way by bounding from building to building, their wings ablaze all the while. The dog and the ape, for the first time in a long while, fought together. Though they lagged behind, it was not without intention. They drew the numbers to them, allowing those around them to press on unimpeded. A certain man who was proud of his kicks required no backup. Instead, a giant serpentine tail made short work of whatever was in reach. They could do it. The dragon orphans were too immature to contest against the executives and Antioku, too young. Given time, they could have evolved into something more, but they were merely average going up against the best Tokyo's ghoul community could offer. It was too easy, and it could not last. From the very top of the duct, from each of the several tips of its bent crown, more figures descended, one for each tip, 7 in total. They did not fall down, but instead they shot towards Oak's formation. One, a white light among them, positively bright and resplendent, collided into the earth beside Trevor, taking out a handful of its own kind, and members of Oak besides. There was no recovery period. Tethers of white light shot out, and Oak paid for it. Ghouls who were, moments before, as confident as could be, fell into several neat parcels of carved meat. From a cloud of dust and red, a tall, white figure could be seen, and as it waved apart the cloud with swipes from the arm-thick tethers that slashed about it, its true form became clear. A void for a face stared back. A black hole where a face should be, as dark as can be, with a form that burned with condensed RC, to the point where it ran white hot. The tethers withdrew, revealing what they were: its arms, which numbered in 4. Hello, it said in a remarkably normal voice, a stolen voice. And then it attacked once more. The 4 arms shot out like rays of light, carving through Dragon Orphan and Ghoul alike on their path towards Kotaru and Trevor. Trevor was more powerful than he'd ever been, but he wasn't cocky. He dodged the rays of light with blurring movements, retorting back with a retaliatory salvo of spinning yokaku spikes, each one super hot. The thing moved like a serpent despite its humanoid body, slinking off to the side as its arms returned with a snap. They burst back into motion like a series of whips and flails, striking down each of the spikes as it began to dart about, barging through whoever or whatever got in its way to reposition. Kotaru met it on its next move, bringing his pole down on the creature with enough force to create a burst of air in a crater beneath both himself and the white thing, even as it stopped the pole between 2 of its hands. It did not take long for Dragon Orphan and Ghoul alike to make some space at threat of getting between them. Now! Kotaru yelled over the chaos. Trevor was already moving. His entire right arm had been replaced with a gleaming white trident, thrusting into the kneeling monstrosity from behind and protruding from its chest. With a mighty heave, Trevor sliced straight upward and through its head, bisecting the thing by nearly half. With that, its defense yielded at the exact same time. The blade passed through, and Amun swept one half of the creature to the side with a roar, sending it colliding with the side of a building. Kotaru grunted, looking down at his side. Blood drawn from the initial attack, but nothing that would take him out of the fight, or would not repair in time. It seems there are more surprises awaiting us yet. Nothing's ever simple, Trevor tugged, arm reforming to something more resembling an actual arm. The rest of them landed elsewhere in the formation. We need to keep going before the duct can make more, or something even worse. Kotaru looked to either side, at both sides of the formation, and grunted. Let us hope the other can handle them. The executives should be able to deal with them. Corona's out there too, Trevor said, beginning to move on. With the CCG on the way, we can leave that part to our comrades. You're right. Kotaru spun the pole around, bringing it to his shoulder. Something beneath Trevor glinted. Move. Trevor shouted to Kotaru, leaping away from the glint. The rays of light once again shot out, darting about at sharp angles. More came from the side, in the direction Kotaru had sent the other half of the creature's body, pulverizing the ground as Kotaru scrambled away. With the time afforded to it, the 2 halves of the creature stood, each on a single foot, each with 2 arms. Hello, it said 2 times over. The most distant half began to hop over on a foot. Kotaru hissed through his teeth, glaring at the half which had attacked him. What is this thing? A new stage of Dragon Orphan, I bet, Trevor growled, claws extending as he faced down the other half. Before more could be said or done, the arms shot out once more, one going for each of the 2 half-ghouls to keep them on their toes, and another for the other half. Hands met halfway, and they pulled themselves towards each other. They slammed together, and after a split second of adjustment, rejoined into a singular being. The creature stood before them, a set of arms folded across its chest while the other loomed high above it, ready to fire at a moment's notice. It was slowing them down greatly, dulling the momentum of the entire formation. We don't have time for this, Trevor said, bending forward slightly. Any ideas, Kotaru? Kill it, Kotaru suggested. The most direct possible answer he could have given, but that did leave the matter of how. It survived being bisected, which suggested the thing was not quite a living being in the same way they were. It stood before them, the first real roadblock on their path, arms crossed and ready to fulfill that role. Right up until the moment a snake lined in neon light burst through the crimson smog, snapping it up by the leg as fast as one could blink, and dragged it away. Proceed, Serpent Master, a throaty voice from behind Trevor said. We shall dispose of these ones. They are troublesome. Incomplete children. Your allies are on the way. Trevor glanced back, smiling at the sight of the ghouls of the deep. The strange, childlike beings had all assembled, their cocoon all drawn. Cobras with too many eyes and far too many teeth in strange places. Thank you. We leave them to you, Trevor replied, waving Kotaru on. Fight well. They did not reply, choosing action over words. They got to work, splitting up and darting off in the direction of the other creatures. A cursory glance back would show the thing they had been facing alive and well, battling a great serpent attached to a small body, both darting about what space they had between flashing of white. It was a scene from old scripture and poems, not the reality they were so familiar with. More of those things was not something Oak could handle. If the duct could create more, then they were on a timer. Kotaru did not question the appearance of the underground ghouls, deciding to not look the gift horse in the mouth. He set his eyes forward, and continued on. From there, the quantity of dragon orphans grew lesser, the majority of them already engaged with Oak. Not many ghouls had managed to get through. In the end, it was Trevor, Kotaru, Ayato, Fuka, and a few soldiers. They were rewarded with the sight of what rested at the foot of the duct, a space that had once been whole buildings, collapsed and swept aside by the dense crimson roots. Up close, it seemed so much larger than it actually was. The amount of time it had taken them to get there could have been anything from a few minutes to a couple of hours, time blurred in the frantic rush to carve through as many as the dragon orphans as they could. A number of men in black hats and coats stood atop the roots, a murder of human-shaped corvids. The last line of defense, they were by no means lacking in numbers, a good 50 to 80 of them, give or take. There were likely even those who had yet to be spotted. Outnumbered. These guys, Fuka murmured behind his mask. It only covered the lower half of his face. We should be able to keep them busy, long enough for you to get past. They're not that much nastier than an investigator, I suppose. Trevor hummed, eyes narrowing at the gathered members of V. At the head of the group, Trevor saw him, Keiko. The former teacher of Kishao Nerima. The one in front is the most dangerous, Trevor warned Fuka. With the white eyes. Be careful with him. Got it. You were fond of Kyuzen's daughter, no? Keiko said, as if hearing himself be mentioned among them. The gaunt, older man smiled, hand atop his hat. Though distant, his voice was as clear as it needed to be. That is good. Love is so lacking in this world. I would gladly let you see her again, if you stand down. Thought-terminating words. The old man fully intended to worm his way into Trevor's head. An ugly, unpleasant feeling in the back of his throat. For a terrible few moments, the mere mention of Ito made Trevor reel. His eyes widened, though not in shock. She was dead. She had to be dead. These bastards had killed her after Trevor had left her in the bowels of Cochlea. And now Keiko was using the memory of Ito to give Trevor pause. Trevor's nostrils flared, a forceful exhale. His Kagun heart pounded in his fake chest. How kind of you, Trevor said, eyes narrowing at Keiko. But I'm not going to back down. She wouldn't want me to waste everything we've built, least of all while trusting you, Keiko. Any promises you make are poison. That is a shame. I believe right now, she should be killing your friends in the CCG. Unfortunately, with no Kishao around, there is nobody I can think of who would be able to stop her, Keiko said as if he were observing a funny little fact, the hints of a chuckle in his voice. Along with Kichimura's little band. You could, of course, press on ahead, or you can save your allies while you can. Either way, you will be slowed down. Trevor blinked several times. His mind raced, Keiko was obviously baiting him, laying it on so thick that it became impossible to ignore. Was Ito actually alive? But then why would she be fighting alongside Kichimura, the clowns, V? There was no way on earth she would ever do so willingly. Trevor cursed inwardly, his resolve rattled as ever when it came to Ito. Taxidermy, Kotaru said out of the blue, his tone dire but clear. It's a technique the ghoul known as Priest developed, and what earned him his rating. He can puppet bodies, dead or otherwise, from a distance. If the clowns are in play, and Donato Papara is free, then it is likely that his technique is in use. With preparation, I imagine it is being used to great effect. Keiko let out an ah, blinking. How astute, young Amin. Truly you live up to your father's assessment. Nonetheless, nothing changes. Kotaru exhaled, and then spoke quieter for Trevor. If I'm right, then if we find Priest we can sever his control of whoever or whatever he's controlling. That's the hard part. It's a distraction, but... Trevor took a long breath. If there was even a chance she was alive. He couldn't leave her alone. Not like that. Not again. But not one we can ignore, Trevor admitted quietly. He lifted his head, voice firming up. Our next move is clear. We're going to stop Priest and free Ito. While there were strategic advantages to going to dispose of Priest and saving Ito, he neither needed nor wanted to give voice to them. They all knew anyway. The truth of Trevor's motivations were simple. Keiko had been right on the money. Get going, Ayato said. If the CCG are here, but tied down, we should focus on supporting them until we can join up. You could go in now, but if you come back out and we're all dead, it'd be for nothing. Give yourself a time frame, then go for the duct, he almost ordered, the hints of Tatara's education shining through. We've not got all day, but you know doesn't mean we've only got seconds. Ayato had a tendency for forcefulness, even after all this time. At least he kept it in check most of the time. A leader that was stricter than Trevor would have probably cracked down on that harder. Yeah, we're going. Come in, Kotaru, Trevor urged, eager to move on. If Keiko had any thoughts on that, he did not voice them. Instead he and his fellow black hats watched, and waited. As they left, the lack of input left the air eerily quiet, apart from screeches in the distance. It did not belong to the dragon orphans. Trevor felt almost out of body, nearly in a dreamlike state at the notion of being reunited with Ito. After so long, he'd become resigned, believing that the two of them would never have the chance to see each other again, to talk, to do what they'd both always wanted to truly do. Another tragedy among others that Trevor believed he had no choice but to accept. But now? Ito was out there. Alive, but a slave to the true monsters that she'd sworn her entire life toward defeating. It wasn't a fate Trevor would wish on his worst enemy, let alone her. If there was even the slightest chance that he could save her, Trevor would grasp it. For as messy as their relationship had been, as much as it had been a beautiful lie that was mostly true, and despite all of the things they both had done, Trevor loved Ito. That much he knew, without a single doubt in his heart. To the east of the duct, where no dragon orphans could be spotted, bodies nonetheless littered the streets. Men and women of the CCG, dressed in operational armor that had done little to save them from being crushed and scattered into unseemly pieces of humanity, had drawn near the duct itself, only to be driven back by something. The smell of death overtook the putrid scent of the duct's respirations, human blood, still appealing, accenting the air. Amin had left Trevor to find Hinamai. If they were going to pin down Donato Papara, then they would need someone with the senses to even be able to detect him in the first place. Fuka went with him, if only to instruct Oak of the change in plans. That left Trevor, Ayato, and a few stragglers to press onwards towards the CCG, and towards the owl which was besting them. Ayato stopped over one of the bodies, eyes narrowing in recognition behind the lenses of his gas mask. The body in question looked as if an airburst had punched a hole through the torso, creating an almost perfect circle in the chest. Through the blood, he could see the ground. Though he did not say it, it was clear that he had seen death in a similar form before. He did not linger longer than a second, and just like that he was back to keeping up with Trevor, bounding through the streets with an ease afforded to his inhuman body. It only took moments for the sound of distant screams, melodic in their agony, to become clearer than ever before. A wave of changing air pressure accompanied it, and then a burst of static filled their ears. Through the glass of buildings and the gaps of streets, a cascading flash of light bright enough to give pause and leave impressions in Trevor's vision for seconds after, and the rumble of a city crumbling beneath the force of an unknown might. Mugen came flying through a building, arm absent, blood flowing from a wound at his side, his cannon of a quinqua held firmly in the arm that remained. Though sent backwards through glass and brick, he retained himself enough to let out a battle cry, the same one he had always used. Higher mind. From his quinqua, more light, the brilliance and friction of RC cells given charge and crammed together, unleashed in a single direction. The ray of light did not help his journey, in fact sending him further until he slammed into the building across from the one he had been launched through, right before Trevor and Ayato. With a blood-specked cough, he fell from the wall of the building and down to the ground. The eccentric warrior had spent what remained of his strength to land one last hit on his quarry. His weapon fell with him. It took one instant to happen, and the very next was no better. It followed Mugen, disregarding any laws of weight or size, ignoring obstacles in its way. A creature of pure white flesh flew through the building Mugen had emerged from, well above 3 men in height, and with a width to match its uncomfortable proportions, long arms and torso, large thighs and thin calves, and series of blade-like wings protruding from what could generously be called its shoulders, more bulbous and round, like the joint of a doll. A blank face with 2 dots for eyes carried it forward, a mask sewn onto the end of a dense headless neck. It landed on all fours, the force of its landing caused it to slide and scrape up concrete with its arm-length claws. Whatever blow Mugen had landed already healed. Dense nails with rounded eyes ran the creature's back, like they were pinning down the largest tent of a circus. It registered Trevor's presence with a snap of its neck, the dots for eyes honing in on him. The mask was of an owl. Staples and nails held the mask in place, a grisly display though there was no blood. No words, for it seemed it could not speak. It rose onto its legs, still as tall as 3 men even while hunched in a near horizontal manner. And then, between the series of wings, more light. It formed a circle, a halo of lilac radiance. The melodic scream came again, the origin point from within the taxidermied creature's core. Move! Trevor hollered, scooping up Mugen in his arms and hurtling them both out of the way. The air changed again. Something popped in Trevor's ears. The halo expanded outwards with the blink of an eye, becoming a wave of destruction. Buildings which could endure earthquakes caved, their sides collapsing from the impact of the halo of light, carving a circle into the surrounding area. Ayato found himself forced to scale collapsing buildings, running up and across them as they fell around them, remaining airborne only by hopping from one to the other until they had ceased their descent. They had all fallen on the taxidermied owl, but that would not nearly be enough to stop it. Ito had endured worse, and this creature could probably meet her on that front. Ayato landed beside Trevor, exhaling sharply. Never seen that before. Me neither, Trevor breathed, eyes wide and focused as he watched the creature from a distance. He exhaled through his nose, then regarded Mugen. The special class was still alive, but would need help soon. After a quick decision, Trevor handed him to Ayato. Get him back to the CCG lines. I can keep her busy for now. Ayato took the man with a scramble, grunting his acknowledgement. Like I'm gonna doubt that. I'll be back soon, and with help, Ayato promised with a nod. Good luck. You too, Ayato, Trevor replied, rising to his full height. His false heart pounded, his Kagun flesh already beginning to shift around him. He leapt down from the building they temporarily used to recover, mid-transformation. The entirety of his form, save for his head, expanded explosively around him and taking on the figure of something greater. Red RC flesh hardened and grew, becoming silvery chitin that curved his armor along an immense figure. Smooth plated feet hit the cracked concrete, further ravaging the ground and kicking up a large dust cloud in their wake. What rose from the dust cloud was a giant to match the taxidermied owl in height, if not in monstrosity. A humanoid creature clad in silver, long limbs ending in 5-fingered claws that were tinged with red. From the shoulders sprouted scorpion pincers, raised to the sky as though ready to clasp down upon it and drag it to the base earth. The head of the creature was the only thing it could have been. A smooth helmet with a pointed chin, staring back at the owl's blank mask with compound eyes. At its crown, a single horn curved back. To Trevor, it wasn't like entering a Kakuja state. He'd had the power of a Kakuja constantly active ever since he woke up, subconsciously. To Trevor, this was something else entirely. Ito. Trevor roared from the giant's maw, calling the owl's attention to him. Whether it acknowledged the name or not, Trevor would never know. It flew up from the rubble on legs that could break steel, descending upon Trevor's new form with claws at the ready, the blades for wings starting to hum in a manner no different from how Takaizawa's once did. A through line between father and daughter, for Takaizawa had inherited the manager's abilities. Trevor's fist slammed into its face moments before impact, then spun his giant form to land an axe kick into the owl's side, a literal axe head warped around Trevor's foot, crimson RC lightning curling around the weapon. The bladed kick landed, carving deep into the bicep of the owl, but after getting through the flesh it seemed to hit something near indestructible. The bone of the malformed Kakuja remained exactly as strong as it needed to be to support something like the owl. The creature's hand came down on Trevor's mask, clasping it tightly, and began to squeeze and pull, peeling away at the plating to reveal the flesh of the helmet beneath. Another tune began to rise while they were in proximity to one another, a herald for an incoming burst of light. The shoulder which did not have Trevor's foot lodged into it changed, a gap opening up in the flesh. Little star-like twinkles of lilac light began to accumulate at the center of the opening, condensing. Too close to get away in time. 2 moves at the same time. The pincers on each of his shoulders shot out, intersecting at the wrist of the hand that threatened to crush Trevor's head. While Trevor's true head, his core, was not located there, he'd prefer not to lose it. Trevor's arms, and along with a new pair that emerged from his ribs, thrust themselves out, each one clasping the owl in a death grip and shoving with all of his might. The shoulder was aimed right for him, but if he could overpower the owl, however briefly, he could redirect the attack up and away from his body. The attack launched with a burst of static filling the air, arcs of wasted energy scrambling and clawing outwards from the opening on the owl's shoulder, surging through Trevor's body even if the attack itself missed. The spike of light went up and past Trevor, slamming into a building and detonating, setting the upper floors ablaze in an instant. The wings at the owl's side began to shift along the mass of its body, redirecting themselves until they were able to point at Trevor, and plunge forward, impaling him with broad blades across 6 different points, their vibrations continuing. Even through the protective layers of the Kakuja, the violent shaking could be felt. Trevor slammed the owl into the earth on its back, putting his full weight down upon the taxidermied Kakuja. His giant frame straightened, the owl's blades carving canyons into his flesh as he did so. As he sucked in an immense breath, a new layer of armor appeared along his collar, the hardest material he could manifest, with muscles lining the top of the armor as though it were a new appendage entirely. Like a guillotine, the muscles pushed, shoving the armor straight down upon the myriad blades stabbing into his torso. It worked, utterly snapping all of the owl's weapons and cutting off the connection to their host. Trevor's insides were quick at work, latching onto the blades all still within him, and then shoved them out straight through his back. Into his own waiting hands. 6 blades, clasped in 6 hands. Trevor raised the swords, and then brought them down upon the owl. Its primary limbs, reinforced as they were the primary targets to be cleaved. Even now, he did not wish to strike Ito's true body buried within the creature. The blades struck, again and again. Each hit carved one more piece of the owl's white flesh, driving it back and down onto a leg. It did not bleed. And then, several more ports opened, like gaping maws across the width of the owl's shoulders, neck, and chest. There was no delay. Crystalline shards the size of half a man came from the openings, the entire upper body of the owl immediately converted into a firing line of yokaku projectiles. Some of the long, sharp structures bounced and shattered, while others came in at just the right angle, lodging into Trevor's pseudo-flesh to discharge their electrifying payload in full, hitting not the false body that Trevor had created for himself but the thing that controlled it. All the while, new blades formed, more arms formed. The entire back was becoming full of them, like a mule carrying upright logs. Trevor gritted his teeth through the pain, forcing the pseudo-flesh to expel the yokaku shards outward before they could further hamper him. "You're as ridiculous as ever," he murmured from within the giant's body. "But that makes 2 of us." The hands that held the blades melted into clumps of mass, no longer carried like individual weapons but now seeming as though natural extensions of his body. Through the connection, he tapped into their power, causing them to hum and vibrate as the owl could. The tendrils wrapped around each other in tight knots, turning 6 blades into a singular cleaver attached to a thick trunk. The owl stood at its full height, no longer crouched. The arms, numbering just less than a dozen, at each side stuck out. The ring of light formed again, framing the owl as it looked down at Trevor. The air pressure changed. Trevor's ears, even within the Kakuja, felt uncomfortable. The halo did not expand outwards. Instead, it became the source of a dozen rays of light, arcing and darting about the air at strange angles, untraceable in their movement. They converged on Trevor's giant form with a supernal precision. Rather than blindly slam into Trevor's body, they aimed at very precise points, key muscles and tendons which, while part of a very much improbable entity, were still required for it to move in particular ways. Trevor's control over the bulk of his body went from complete to patchy. The main set of arms were numb, and his legs lost the ability to support the full weight of his empowered form. Easily healed. Done in moments, even. Important moments that could see Trevor die. Trevor burst out from the silver giant's back as it keeled over, a new body growing directly out of his true head to replace the one he'd lost. In the giant's final moments of control, the trunk lowered the cleaver into Trevor's waiting hands. He landed to the side, hefting the ridiculous weapon on his shoulder. Then he advanced upon the owl as a crimson blur, the weapon made from its own body trailing just behind him. The owl swung down, the speed enough to crush almost any ghoul on their approach. Trevor was not any ghoul. Though grazed by the skin of his cheek, a hole opening in it from the briefest of contact, he avoided the blow. In the fraction of a second allowed to him, he struck true. With the blade made of the owl's own flesh, he swiped its leg off, and it tumbled. He did not hesitate in pressing the advantage. The second leg was next, and then the owl's arms, carving away at its ability to move around. However, an owl without limbs was not an owl without options. It swapped to using its arms like legs, supporting its weight entirely upon clawed hands. The unfortunate head changed, and from beneath the mask and running along the length of the neck, a mouth opened. A pit filled with eyes and teeth, though each eye was misty blind. It lunged forward to consume Trevor like a dog to a scrap of meat. An object just out of Trevor's line of sight lodged into the neck of the creature. The object expanded with the force of a bomb to form an icosahedron, effectively pushing the head apart from the inside, scattering bone and flesh everywhere. Jinchi's blade came next. He descended from his perch, blade Quinqua and Yokaku Kagun ready. As he fell, propelled, chitinous spikes of RC munitions fired from the missile launcher of a Kagun sprouting from his back, tracing his descent and landing in their target at the same time he did, blade sinking into the back of the owl. With teeth grit, the sharp-eyed young man let out a triumphant cry for the ages. Let's, fucking, go. The munitions detonated in sequence, racking the body of the owl with numerous explosions, causing it to reel back and away from Trevor. In the aftermath of the explosions, Jinchi leapt away from the owl, both Quinqua in hand. Beside Trevor, he sniffed. Sorry we was talking a while. It kinda sent Mugen flyin'. He alive? Jinchi asked, cutting straight to it, eyes never leaving the owl. It looked notably different from how it was but moments ago, now lacking a head and legs. He should be. I sent Ayato to take him back to the CCG, Trevor answered, swiping his gargantuan sword through the air to wipe away the owl flesh still covering it. Thanks for coming. What kinda surrogate son would I be if I didn't, hey? Jinchi asked with a cheeky little grin, spinning his Quinqua about in his hands. This thing's the owl, ain't it? I wasn't sure, but given the ass kickin' it's giving everyone. Yeah, it's the owl, but... Trevor frowned, staring at the thing. She's being controlled against her will by Priest. Those nails in its back? That's his taxidermy ability, I reckon. Amon's hunting for Priest now, if Priest dies, he'll lose control of her. Then it's a wait-and game. Jinchi asked, sniffing the air again. Any sign of hesitation had been worked out of him long ago. Before Trevor stood an investigator if not one of the best ready to face down a foe only Kishao Nerima had truly bested. That's right, Trevor answered, giving Jinchi a slight smile, filled with pride. You and me, holding the line. I'd ask if you're up for it, but... I don't need to anymore. I trust my back to you. It's endin' tonight, Jinchi almost hissed under his breath, watching the owl closer still. It moved still, readjusting. New growths of flesh formed, and where there was once a head, a smaller body protruded outwards, wrapped in loose bandages, limb like a stringless puppet. It had no head. Instead, at the flesh of the neck it coalesced into a little cross. It was a sight that made Trevor's heart freeze. Her. It was her. Reduced to a butchered puppet. We're gonna save my sister. We're gonna save Seiko. We're gonna make it so that every motherfucker who died cause of all of this didn't go without some justice. We're gonna make up for every bit of evil we've ever done in the name of this fucking charade, he continued, completely unfazed by the sight. And, we'll save ER too, Jinchi declared, looking back at Trevor. It don't matter what she looks like right now. We'll save ER, sir. Trevor blinked away the buildup of moisture that threatened to come from his eyes. Jinchi's words cut through the haze that clouded his mind with a surprising ease, making the path before them both all too clear. That's right. We will save her. We will save them all. Trevor lifted his blade, finding its weight comforting. A new owl. His resolve, which had wavered for but a moment, had returned in full, then magnified 100-fold. The horrible sight before him only fanned the flames. V would die this day. The clowns would die this day. The dragon would die this day. And finally, the world would be able to move forward again. Let's go, Jinchi. The thing before her, riding the body of a woman Trevor knew well, was not Ito. The form was wrong, wearing none of the telltale signs that belonged to her imagination, no cyclopean eye, nor any mouth to speak of. Instead, it was more akin to a disproportionate centaur, the torso small compared to the four-limbed lower half. Giant, blocky crosses vascular in appearance hung stuck out from the shoulders of her warped Kakuja, the vessels running along the surface of the crosses pulsing with an uncomfortable, worm-like quality to them. They were wings, or an imitation of them. In the absence of Ito's own mind to hold the body together, another intellect had taken over. The essence of the owl had been filtered through a lens belonging to a different mind. Ito's body hung limply from the neck of the beast. It had been some time since Trevor had trained with Jinchi, longer still since they had needed to work as a team. Even still, his once subordinate fell into pattern with him without any hesitation. No words were spoken, no orders given. Jinchi simply knew where he had to be to fulfill his role. In a way, he seemed no different from Take. He covered Trevor's approach with a saturation of clawed missiles, aiming not at the taxidermied owl but the area around it, a rolling series of explosions creating a cloud of visual and auditory noise for Trevor to use as his cover. Even through the haze, an aura of crackling power clung to the owl, its silhouette clear. Trevor charged through flying debris and dust clouds as a bolt of pure silver, trailing streaks of red from his glowing visor. The full scope of a chimeric Kakuja enveloped him, yet retained the humanoid form and size. His owl cleaver hung in one hand, strands of his Kagun stabbing into the weapon and breathing life into it. With the cover afforded him, Trevor swung the ad hoc Quinqua clean through a forelimb, feeding it with power as he did so. Lightning crackled along and through the blade, firing a spray of Yokaku energy along with a blow that carved yet more damage to the butchered appendage. Trevor kept going, running beneath the taxidermied owl as it leaned to the side, and then passing through the other side. Kakuja flesh pulsed and warped along his front, enveloping the blade until it had become a gargantuan lance. Wings of light vented through his back, violent energy that directed him straight forward at blinding speeds. With that power and speed, Trevor speared the owl's side, and pushed. The creature rose up from the blow, discarding its position on all fours, body transforming to support the change into a bipedal entity, swatting Trevor away all the while. Though one forelimb had been removed already, in the process of recovering it nonetheless had one arm to spare, and it had the power to crumple a bus by itself. With that power, Trevor had been smacked away and sent tumbling away, skidding on concrete. It stood with a hunch, legs wide stanced. The large, person-sized crosses shifted, becoming an interlocking series protruding from its back in the fashion of wings. It gained a halo in the traditional fashion, a ring of light that framed its back instead of lingering over its head. The crosses crackled, feeding energy into the condensed loop, a storm of lilac fury arcing around the halo. In a seamless gesture, the halo shrank, framed by two of the crosses. And then it fired again. It was not the widespread attack of before, but a pure ray of light that melted even stone as it passed, the remains of steel columns bending away from it. Trevor was tougher than he'd ever been. But that was no excuse for just tanking hits when dodging was perfectly possible. His form became liquid, melting into a centripetal shape that rapidly skittered out of harm's way like a silverfish. As he went, pieces of himself were dropped into the earth, chunks of writhing RC that burrowed like moles towards the owl. A dozen of the torpedoes had been released, all of them speeding at their giant target. They circled it like sharks beneath the ocean, forming an underground cage at the owl's feet. At Trevor's mental command, each torpedo explosively grew by several orders of magnitude, becoming spears the size of buses that impaled the owl all along its body and ravaged the Kakuja. The spears created blooms of flesh shooting out through the owl's large body, almost as large as the night Trevor had faced her alone, binding it in place. A high-pitched howl came from the mouthless body, but the body at the top of it remained limp. Jinchi ran forward with all the intent of an arrow, his blade of a quinqua at his side. Dark tethers began to unfurl from the metal, multiplying from the red-tinted weapon. More and more, until the tethers surrounded him like a cloak. In a snap, they coalesced into a singular form, a dark-fleshed worm with a truly huge mouth at the end, smiling a grin that could only be called foolish. As if still wielding a blade, Jinchi swung with the handle of the quinqua, and it responded without pause. The elongated mass of darkness darted for the owl, heading up and then opening its cavernous craw. It let out a rumbling noise just before it descended on the owl, its whole upper half consumed by it. With a munch, it tore away the owl's torso, leaving only a set of legs behind. "Got er!" Jinchi called out. Trevor sped toward him, insectoid body rapidly changing back into roughly that of a human. "Good work. How long do you think it'll hold?" he asked, staring at the mass of ginkgoi enveloping the owl's upper body. The irony of Noro being used against Ito was not lost on him. The owl answered for Trevor. The thing that was ginkgoi, so content before, lost its grin with an explosive force, slab teeth launched from its mouth like balls kicked across a court. It let out a displeased whine, its mouth being forced open by two uneven-digit hands of pure white. "Shit. C'mon, Jin." Jinchi cussed, his grip on the weapon tightening. A howl split the night once more. A blob of white launched itself from Ginkoi's mouth, up into the air, and then back down with a rumble, landing before Trevor and Jinchi. It was much smaller. Much more human, but clearly anything but. The owl had regressed. With the majority of its Kakuja lost, it reverted to a more comfortable and familiar form. Trevor had seen it written about, heard of it from Nerima, but never experienced it himself. The earliest iteration of Ito's Kakuja stood before Trevor, one eye a wide red lens, the other three narrowed horizontal slits. Lacking a mouth, it instead had an upside-down V. Her body resided beneath pristine white chitinous armor, and her shoulders were engorged with RC cells, two crosses hanging from her back. Even after all that, the owl could keep going. "How much fucking more?" Jinchi asked, teeth pressed together as he recalled Ginkui. "Final stretch," Trevor replied, intuition kicking in. Large tendrils emerged from his spine, a more traditional version of his Kagun. "We've pushed her this far, we need just a bit more." The tendrils lashed out like whips, tree trunks slamming into the owl's chest before it could retaliate. It vaulted them in a manner that looked automatic, legs raising and hand pressing down on one as it swept across her, landing, and then clearing the space between them in the blink of an eye. The sound of her approach did not catch up to the impact itself, the audible boom only coming after the physical one. The owl slammed into Trevor, its clawed hands curled around his throat, specifically his throat, and squeezing tightly. Even as they slammed through debris, the owl held on and stared down at Trevor. The singular red eye held no emotion. It was one hell of a way to discover the first true weakness of Trevor's new body. He gagged and choked, the cold presence of true death seeping into him as the owl did everything in its power to kill him. But it wasn't the fear of death that motivated him anymore. As his burning eyes stared back at the blank mask between him and Ito, that motivation had never been clearer. Trevor's hand reached up, claws digging into the owl's mask and ripping it away. It left behind a hollow space, occupied solely by the cross protruding from her neck. Even as the owl choked at him, his hands grasped the cross. His connection to the rest of his body was weak, growing weaker with each passing second. So he poured it all into his arms, all of his power, all of it carried by a simple wish. To save Ito. With a wordless roar through a mangled throat, Trevor yanked out the cross. The owl relented with a pained start. From its position atop Trevor, it immediately retreated with a stumble, clawed hands going to the raw pit left in the absence of the cross, a sheet of veinous pseudo-flesh coming off with it to reveal the headless stump. It span about, swinging at something invisible with one hand, while the other clawed at the now bleeding absence. It looked like it was doing something. It looked like it was fighting, against itself. It did not last. The fight ended as the other hand produced something from its palm, a bubbling mass that solidified into another cross. It rammed it down onto the spot, and the sudden burst of panic came to a cold halt. Jinchi caught up with them, their exact location a blur of ruined buildings and shattered streets. He looked to Trevor, and then to the owl, nodding. He had seen it. The objective was clearer than ever. Jinchi grinned. He shot his hand up into the air, and then snapped his fingers. A segmented tail shot from the ground around the owl, weaving in and out around it, crossing through the gap between its legs, over its shoulders, beneath the arms and then around them several times over. From the dark, a black armored figure darted out from cover, a head of messy black hair atop it. It lunged for the owl with two-pronged claws for hands, landing on its back and plunging the claws deep with a hiss. A hand pulled Trevor up from his shoulder. Ui stared at their quarry, face set in stone. At his other side, take. About time you found something, Janna, Ui said. He looked like he had been through the wars, his hair less than orderly and his skin smudged with dust and blood, but he was alive. Excellent work, both of you. Standing alongside his fellow students of Nerima, Trevor smiled slightly and rolled his shoulder. Thanks, Ui. Glad you could make it, Trevor replied, eyeing the owl as it struggled in vain against both Jozu and Toru's assault. The new cross gleamed through the bloody haze, what little sunlight breaking through shining against it. We remove the cross, and we interfere with priest's hold on her. I'll handle that part. Be careful. We saw how it reacted when you did it moments ago. It was not exactly calm, Ui noted dryly. There's a number of investigators in the area if we need support, but given who we are dealing with, I'd much rather have it left to us. Agreed. Let's make sure it doesn't come to that, Trevor said. The taxidermied owl had killed far too many already. He lowered his stance, legs tensed like unsprung coils. Let's go. Trevor lunged forward, bursting into motion directly for the owl. They moved as if they had fought together for a lifetime. Every single one of them carried the lessons of one man with them, and they shone then and there. Even as the taxidermied owl howled with no mouth, a series of trap Kagun springing on their approach, Ui and Take both acted in an almost identical manner. They covered Trevor perfectly, carving apart jutting tendrils and launched spikes from the earth. The Kagun binding the owl cracked with tension, the strength of a natural one-eye threatening to break free. Jozu let out a roar as he drove his claws deeper, trying to press the owl down to subdue it. A spike ran out of his side, an attempt to pry him off ending in failure. One step followed by another. Through the swords of both Take and Ui, the path was clear. Trevor had a straight shot. His hands outstretched. They clasped the cross in a death grip. The heat of the moment, the exhilaration of reunion, the purity of purpose, it all flooded into Trevor in a deafening crescendo. Give her back. Trevor roared, ripping the cross out. The owl did not make another sound. It thrashed, it struggled and fought against its restraints and Jozu. It tried with all its might to move its hands, to replace the cross it had lost but it could not. And following uncertain moments, it stopped. The body went limp in its restraints, no more fight present. Jozu moved first. He pulled his claws back and fell away, stumbling onto his rear. Toru's Kagun followed, withdrawing back into the earth. Trevor stood before the owl, somehow breathless without lungs. The shattered cross fell apart into crumbling dust in his hand. It was like all the noise of the world had vanished, not even a heartbeat. All he could do was stare at her, waiting for something. Anything. Owl subdued. The first successful mission of its sort in over a decade, Ui noted quietly. He sighed, rubbing his brow. He had no coat, and instead wore a turtleneck of sorts. We lost sight of Mugen. Is he alive? He was when I last saw him. He'd lost an arm. I told Ayato to bring him back to the CCG for medical attention, Trevor reported. Then he is likely further back with the other wounded. Good, Ui said, nodding to Trevor. The owl was the only threat impeding us. We're free to move on the duct. What's the status of Oak? Trevor took in a breath. We took the brunt of the orphan's defense, but Oak was handling it well. The only true threats came in some new variant of orphan, larger humanoid creatures with incredible regenerative abilities. Last I saw, the executives were handling them. I expect by now it's a mop-up. Here's hoping. I'll direct a detachment led by the Quinks to support Oak. The rest of us will go on ahead, and hopefully have this resolved come nightfall, Ui said. He stomped over to Jozu, looking at his injury from a squat. The young man let out a hiss as Ui touched around the area of the spike. Ow. That one actually hurts. Jozu said, genuinely surprised. Though in the Arida armor, he still somehow looked innocent. Gonna need a doctor. Darn. You are the only investigator I know who never wants medical attention. Be quiet and head to the back. Get it treated, Ui instructed, beckoning for Take to approach. The deadpan man looked to Trevor first, giving him a supportive incline of the head before going over to his former colleague. He picked Jozu up. Return when you can, Take. That was the plan. Ui huffed. All right. Shirazu, Toru, gather the rest of your squad and 2 additional units, find Oak and relieve them of their burden. Janna, Trevor, sorry. We've got to keep moving. Trevor nodded slowly. I know. I'll regroup with Oak shortly, he promised. He had yet to move from his spot before the owl. Ui looked from Trevor to the body. He finally gave him a slow nod. Right. Another investigator approached them, navigating the rubble with careful steps, crunching over weak detritus. Dear, oh dear. So messy. It was a hoarse voice, more of a whisper. She does live up to her reputation, doesn't she? To think Kuzan could have sired such a creature. The very instant Trevor recognized that voice, he moved. Eyes wide and focused, a tail of blades and spikes burst from his body to run Keiko through. His own tail became entangled with another. It was coming from Keiko's back, a pitch-black Kagun. Keiko, pale and irisless, smiled and placed a hand on his hat, keeping it in place. That may have worked but hours ago, but no longer. Please see, since you are vastly outnumbered. Keiko waved his hand off to the side. Black hats and black coats. A committee of vultures loomed all around Trevor and the gathered investigators, as if they had always been there from the very start. However, there was one notable, worrisome change that had become uniform to the pale members of V. Their eyes gleamed a brilliant crimson. The half-humans had become ghouls to a man. Even worse, however, was the dawning realization afterward. Keiko had trained Nerima. Everything that Nerima had passed down to Trevor, Ui, and Take had all come from Keiko. And if Nerima had been a ghoul, he truly would have been the strongest being on the planet. All of that power, all of that skill, had now condensed into someone far, far worse than Kishao Nerima, his mentor. Trevor's tail retracted, a sneer on his lips. Talking about sense is a bit rich coming from you, Keiko. I have never been anything but open and honest with you, Mr. Galina. I hope to continue that. But if you wish to fight, then we are more than happy to oblige. Keiko's Kagun curled behind him, not anywhere half as at ease as the man himself was. I assume, Ui said, stepping forward. Just another bunch of ghouls, it seems. Kichimura is with you. No. He is elsewhere, handling another matter. Besides, he is not what you should be worrying about, Mr. Ui, Keiko answered. The sword at his side remained undrawn. You and your people should stand down. Once all is seen to, then there will be no need for our fight. That's so, Trevor drawled, eyes narrowed. Time to be open and honest, then. What's the plan here? Protect the thing, turning everyone into ghouls, who then either get ROS or go insane. Doesn't sound like a cause worth dying for. It is far more selfish than that, I am afraid. We have no interest in world domination, or anything of the likes. The ROS is merely an unfortunate side effect, one which can be mitigated, in time, Keiko said candidly. The investigators, Jozu included, grouped up in an inverted wedge formation, with Trevor at the peak. If Kishao had simply listened and come with us, he would have lived to see what awaited him beyond his early 30s. All those half-humans gathered here, all those currently among the CCG, can thank V for their new lives. In the body of a ghoul, they can live beyond the short lifespan our parentage offered us. And to the others. Keiko paused, his smile deepening. No more humans, no more conflict. At least, not this conflict. Men will fight and die, but it will not be for something as droll as some inherent difference. As it stands, a continued arms race between men and ghouls will, as you have seen. He gestured to Ito, though he could have also been talking about the dragon orphans and their creator. Result in creatures far worse than what we are today. Humanity will die no matter what, but this way they continue in another sense. Trevor exhaled, a look of abject disappointment staring back at Keiko. So that's it. Extinction. Because you're all too cowardly to imagine anything better, Trevor said. He sighed. I sympathize with wanting to live longer, but you took the absolute worst path getting there. Point all that fingers you want, but that doesn't change that V built this charade. We've all participated in evil because of this conflict, but it only lasted this long because you wanted it to. End. Trevor's face flashed with a burst of outrage. Don't you dare call this endless tragedy droll, you son of a bitch. Keiko sighed. It was the most infuriating thing he had done yet, as if he had just heard a tired story told from the mouth of a child. Of course, Mr. Galina. But a prediction, if you will, one which favors your victory. Should you win, you will find that our work, and the work of one Dr. Kanu, will be what builds whatever right and good world you envisage. You may find us uncouth, villainous even, but do remember this should you somehow emerge victorious. The mouth of V finally looked at Trevor. Before that point he had acknowledged Trevor's existence, but nothing more. The work of V generations in the making, across kingdoms and eras, is what will deliver us from this cage, one way or another. Whatever follows is our legacy. I genuinely do not care, Trevor remarked. Claim all the credit you want. Make it all look better in hindsight if you want. That doesn't change the fact that you are willing to get countless people killed or changed against their will. The moment before you ordered a man to murder his wife and newborn child should have been the moment you stepped back and stopped. Since you didn't stop yourself. Trevor's claw lifted up in front of his chest, a blooming light of vibrant crimson and white crackling above his open palm. We'll just have to do it ourselves. It began with sparks, a sword drawn with such speed and force that it created light. Keiko acknowledged that words were no longer useful to either himself or Trevor with the swing of a midnight blade. Behind him, his newly attained Kagun coiled and rose up in a serpentine manner. Chaos followed the members of V. Each man and woman in a black hat had once been on par with some of the finest investigators the CCG could offer, and now they had gone above and beyond into the realms of the inhuman. They had become ghouls. That did not deter any of the investigators, and especially not Jozu. First blood was his but an instant into the fight, clawing through a man with the same ease one might open a letter. The true danger, however, was in Keiko. The specter of a man moved in a manner so similar, with a deftness that belied his sickly appearance. Even with Take assisting him, even as the other members of the Zero Squad appeared to back him up, Trevor quickly found that the man before him was everything one could assume him to be. Fresh with a Kagun, for sure, but he did not need it, he only needed the strength of body, and the skills he had accumulated over the years. The very worst possibility, someone like Kishao, but with much more to draw upon in every respect. Yusa cut the image of Kishao as he fought. With Rikai, Shio, and Haru gone, he was the only remaining youth of the Zero Squad. The burden apparent upon him, he proved to be unrelenting in his assault on Keiko. The man in black toyed with Yusa like a grandparent with their grandchild, allowing him moments of progress amidst their swordplay only to kick Yusa away in a literal sense. The other members of Zero Squad, the four besides Yusa, he spared no such indulgence. If they made a mistake, they suffered and bled for it. A single opening. That was all Kishao had needed, and it was all Keiko needed. Keeping me from your friends. Excellent strategy, students of Kishao, Keiko praised dryly, spinning his blade about in his hand, turning to reflect a blow from a white-coated investigator with the greatest of ease. Hope for your odd little Jozu over there to clean up my colleagues, and then progress to victory from there. A tad optimistic, but workable. Take had long discarded his coat. The man still dressed as a professional, even though he had not been in the CCG for some time. Even against a foe like Keiko, he did not flinch. He supported Trevor as if he had fought alongside him his entire life, forcing Keiko to make openings of his own. He swept in from the side, his thin, needle-like blade of a quinqua glowing red-hot Yukimura, the oldest quinqua of Kishao, passed down long ago poised to pierce through Keiko. The ghoul's Kagun lashed out, striking the earth where Take had been, ever vigilant. Take leapt to the side and struck out at the Kagun, ramming his quinqua into it like a nail holding down a tarp. It would not hold long, but it did not need to. Trevor was a storm of silver and crimson. He'd grown several arms, each alight with different weapons and forms that assaulted Keiko without reprieve in a dizzying whirlwind. The instant Take had provided an opening, one of Trevor's hands lashed out in the form of an axe that crackled and dripped with a sizzling fluid. The axe came down upon Keiko's tail near the point of contact between it and the rest of the ghoul's body, chopping it clean off. The fluid left in the axe's wake clung to Keiko, hissing and steaming against his skin. Trevor didn't let up in his primary, multi-armed assault. Keiko did not back down, meeting the array of weapons with raw speed. With his blade held in both hands, he struck back at each blow, his arms becoming an obsidian blur and his blade a flash of sparks. Take had to make room for the exchange everyone other than the two involved did. A stray hit could have rendered them to the afterlife in an instant, the feedback of their strikes meeting creating deafening cracks. Keiko's eyes remained locked on Trevor, though it seemed as if they stared beyond him. He wasn't watching Trevor's attacks, he was reacting to them with every other sense. Keiko was a fresh ghoul. He was still adapting to everything that entailed. That was why he barely reacted to losing his Kagun. It was too new, and he was too unskilled with it to care. As expected. In time, it would grow back, and in time, Keiko could truly understand it and become far more of a monster than he already was. Trevor could not let that happen. While Keiko was fresh to Galdom, Trevor was not. He knew his Kagun, his entire body, and he knew by now there was only one true limit, his imagination. Vents opened from Trevor's chest, each rumbling and burning like dormant volcanoes. Without warning, without any change to the rest of his motions, those vents exploded, each one vomiting streamlined streaks of bloody RC fire right at Keiko's chest. The flat of Keiko's blade redirected two of the streams away from him, but the third struck true, shooting through Keiko's side cleanly, leaving a hole in its wake. If the injury hurt, if it gave him any second thoughts, it did not show. Through the injury, Keiko struck back, his blade carving a diagonal gorge up Trevor's body and face in a flash. The damage to his body was cosmetic, but the line going across his face was anything but. An eye gone, the other soon to be blinded by blood. An eye for an eye, almost literally. Unfortunately for Keiko, Trevor did not need his true eyes to see. Eyes bloomed along his neck and shoulders, even across his many arms to compensate. Another tail grew from the base of his spine, its end a singular compound ball that stretched and watched down upon their battle from on high. Facsimiles of Isma, the Tsunagi Plus, and Ixa had all been brought to bear as Trevor's newfound arsenal. Each Kagun Quinqua was backed by the full power of a Kakuja in each swing and thrust, honed by the countless days and hours spent training with the one man that connected Trevor and Keiko. And through the storm of fleshy steel, Trevor sought his opening. An Isma snaked its way around Keiko's black blade after it had rebuffed the attack of its Tsunagi Plus, the three-part staff rapidly pulsing and growing in mass to lock the enemy's weapon down. An Ixa lanced at Keiko as it happened, poised to spear the man through. Keiko froze. His white eyes, absent any vision, were wide. It became an instant that drew out into moments. I see, Keiko said quietly. He then vanished, the sound of his movement and the explosion of dust the only indications that it actually happened. The sword had been left behind. An eye on Trevor's body ruptured, and then another. The old man, quick as a lightning bolt, had foregone his Quinqua to instead burst Trevor's eyes with his hands, darting about with a speed that trumped even a Nyokaka ghoul. The myriad eyes on Trevor's body could see him barely through his rapid hops and dashes, vector altering with each passing second. I have been without sight for so many years. But this, the way you ghouls hear, smell and feel, it offers so much more clarity. Keiko called out. A trail of blood followed him, his wound yet unhealed. That humanity had remained above them is a mystery. Is it? Trevor hissed rhetorically. The black blade was tossed aside, far, far away, and Trevor's many arms changed once more. Their forms became like flowing water, serpents with bodies consisting of so many blades and barbs that lashed out at Keiko in dizzying blurs. If the man sought to get an edge with raw speed, Trevor would not let him keep it. Then you really are an idiot. He weaved around the lashes he could, barbs catching his clothes. He elected to do away with the coat and hat, shirt, and tie, exposing a ghost-pale body with a red-hot core upon its back, vascular lines leading out from it and burrowing into his body. That was not something Trevor had ever seen before, a Kakuhou functioning inwards. He was learning with each passing second, pushing the limits of what he could do as a ghoul and finding he could reach newer heights still. An idiot he may have been, but Keiko was no pushover. Foregoing the cocoon entirely, he instead managed to redirect his RC cells to his body, allowing it to exceed the strength of a newborn ghoul. Keiko was the mistake, the error at the heart of it all. A creature bred for combat and to maintain control, placed in a position to make important decisions. All would come back to the nature of the environment Keiko had been raised in, and the task he had been groomed for. All would come back to the art of innovative killing. Keiko's smile was full, his white eyes wide. He navigated the lashes like a man wandering through a jungle, eventually reaching the heart of the attacks. His hand clasped down around Trevor's face, and then pushed. He sent Trevor to the ground with an exhale, cratering the ground around them. The pale old man, his body a litany of old scars from before his change, bounced away. A counterattack avoided. After so long, I feel alive again. To have spent so long, barely clinging to life, only to receive all of this, outstanding, he breathed out, eyes shutting momentarily, head turning to the sky. Kishao, my boy, you are missing this. Around them, the Zero Squad were stiff. They had their weapons ready, but they could all see what they were up against. They had seen Kishao in those movements. Yet. It really is a shame that he couldn't see this, Trevor said as he pushed himself off the ground. His form returned to its roughly humanoid state. He stared at Keiko with a bloodied and mangled face. After all, he always wanted to see you fail. So it would seem. But alas, he could not do it himself. If he could have simply struck me down, then he should have done so instead. He died, and left it in the hands of jesters and fools. Keiko shook his head. I feel for him. He gambled on hope and his own ignorance in death. A comforting way to die, if you think you have left it all in decent hands. But how true is that really? Keiko asked, looking back at Take for a moment before returning to Trevor. All that power, and you still cannot kill one old man. As he talked, Trevor saw something with his many eyes. A body, one that Trevor was incredibly cognizant of, that was dreadfully close to Keiko. Its finger twitched. And then blood began to flow from the stump of its neck, as a dam had been breached. Rapidly, bone and nerves and muscle followed suit. Half of a face that Trevor had not seen in almost a year was forming, staring back at Trevor with a singular, vacant eye. Once the body began to sit up, Trevor knew. Donato had finally died. It took more willpower than he expected to not give in to his first instincts. But Trevor remained where he was. If there was ever going to be their best shot. Trevor smiled at Keiko. The fact that I'm not like you is a point of pride. It means there might be hope for me after all, after this is all said and done. Your optimism is refreshing, Mr. Galina, but unrealistic. The body rose up behind him, carefully and with the uncertainty of the resurrected. Bit by bit, her face became complete. The scare of regrowing her head came in the form of a discoloration in the skin, raw and somewhat darker. She glanced about with her eye, taking in the faces of all present and where they were, before settling on the back of the man in front of her. The moment she did, Keiko felt it her desire to kill him. Keiko spun, swinging the back of his fist to collide with her in a singular motion. She grabbed it, and stopped him in his tracks. I don't know where I am. I don't know what's happening, Ito began with a raspy voice, so different from the melodic way of speaking she used to have. But I know who I am. I know who you are. Her eyes were wide, haunted. So were Keiko's. Keiko. If you could have killed me. She grinned, eyes turning red on black. And then Trevor heard it, that little sadistic lilt, that melodic amusement. You should have done it ages ago. White muscle exploded from her body. The head of her Kakuja, and only the head, formed around her. With a cyclopean eye and teeth like barricades, the head snapped down on Keiko. One moment he was there, the next he was cut in half. The half inside the mouth was chewed upon. All fighting came to a halt as everyone, investigator and V alike, stopped to watch Keiko be eaten alive by the head of a monster. Silence, apart from the breaking of bones between titanic teeth. All told, it was a very Ito way of coming back from the dead. If there was anyone that could regrow their entire head, it would be that woman. Trevor waited, feeling out of body, as he watched Ito make short work of the man who'd given them all so much trouble. The smile hadn't changed, after all, it was one of realization and love. He walked over to her, and waited for her to be done with her grisly work. It took only a few moments. The beast opened its mouth, a pit of blood and gore, and from it emerged a woman he thought dead. Covered in red, her eyes tired, she nonetheless looked like a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She stepped off from the tongue and over the teeth, took a deep, deep breath, and then laughed. She laughed and laughed, hands on her hips like some triumphant comic book hero. Ito was alive, and she had been the one to kill Keiko, the same man who had driven her from her parents in the first place. I win. She called out to the heavens, grinning toothily. If any one of you V-wastes of space want to try and change that, then here's your chance. You're ghouls now, right? She all but taunted the other members of V. The pale men and women were caught in something, completely stiff at the sight of the owl alive and well. Of course, she had been the spanner in the works. She had been the enemy for over a decade. Aojirai, everything she had ever done, had been for the express purpose of ruining VS Day. And here she was. Nobody rose to the challenge. What a letdown, she said, spitting to the side. A tooth came out, and it wasn't hers. Finally, she looked at Trevor. It took a second. Wow. What happened to you, mister? She asked, leaning in to appraise his body, brows knit together. She had streaks of white in her mossy hair. A small, almost hysterical burst of laughter escaped Trevor's lips, his arms outstretched at his sides. That's a long story, Han, he managed with a voice that cracked at the end. His face regrew, showing the red streaks of scaled tears that went down his cheeks. But it's safe to say I'm more Kagun than man at this point. Impressively strange. Anyway, aren't your friends supposed to be killing these V guys? She asked, already touching Trevor's body, testing whether the holes on his chest were actually that. As appropriate as always. They're too busy being scared of me. To be fair, you're a bit of an eye-catcher, Trevor tugged, lifting his arms. His body was pretty weird, even by her standards. That said, he began, looking around. Sure enough, friend and foe alike were still shocked out of their minds at Ito's resurrection. Let's wrap this up. The sooner V is dealt with, the sooner we can regroup with Oak and get to the duct. Naturally, it was Jizu who commenced the killing again with a gleeful yeah. A reunion in red. Ito leaned against Trevor as he held her eyes shutting. A weary breath left her mouth. I'm tired, Trevor. I know, Trevor murmured, rubbing her arm. He'd thought he'd never feel or hold her again. He still almost couldn't believe it. Just, relax for the moment. We'll need to move again soon. I can do that, she said quietly. I'm sorry, for making you leave. And I'm sorry for leaving. I'd convinced myself that I left you for dead, Trevor confessed. He sniffed. It's been over half a year, Ito. For much of that time, I thought you'd died. That long, hey? She asked. It feels like I've just been asleep. Like I saw you only a few minutes ago, until, she paused, and didn't continue. When she did speak again, it was a completely different train of thought. So? Have you done what we asked of you? Trevor smiled again. We're almost there. Oak, my organization, has become the hope of Ghoul kind in Japan, and the CCG is working with us now. There's a lot to cover, but, there've been some bumps in the road, he admitted, looking to the side. Namely, at the massive trunks of the dragon's body, ever present, snaking their way through Tokyo's battered buildings and streets. It's more than enough. More than a good start. You've done well, Trevor. Thank you, she managed, her voice growing more strained with each passing moment. The act of standing had left her hands, falling to Trevor to support her instead. Seemingly immortal she may be, the act of growing back her head, brain and all had taken her to the edge of consciousness. You're welcome, Trevor uttered, gently keeping her upright as her head rested against his chest. His hand, softening its composition, stroked her green and white hair. An old habit from when Juyo and Sen would waste the day away lounging in her apartment. So don't worry, love. We've got it from here. Bloody moments turned to minutes. The shadow that had been looming in the back for so long, had been brought out into the light and cut down. Ideally, that would be the end of it. Trevor would be able to finally work towards something other than violence, but it was not an ideal situation. There was one more task left. One more place to be. One more man to kill, before they could finally rest. Suda Kichimura Washa, you had to die. Is that Takatsuki? Kotaru Aman asked, the duck looming behind him. He regarded the small, green-haired woman quizzically, finding the energy despite the signs of battle marking him, even through the cloak he wore. He held a pole in a 3-digit hand, blood dried onto one end of it. Though there had been some obvious concerns about being in the presence of the owl, the larger threat had kept the CCG from acting. With little in the way to bar their approach to the duct, they moved in on it with force, finally setting up the cordon they had been intending to establish from the moment they arrived. Bureau staff in full CBR gear, dark blue full-body hazard gear obscuring the people beneath, scurried about them, even as the investigators themselves went without the gear. Ito herself was not actually with them, instead resting in the hastily set up base camp just at the edge of the space beneath the arboreal duct. Coming back from the dead took some energy, naturally. Yeah, that's her, Trevor answered, following Kotaru's gaze. As willing as he'd been to carry her around, it was probably for the best that he didn't for the time being. He wasn't exactly the most comfortable transportation and it'd be an odd look for one of the commanders of the operation. As for Oak, they were not present in full, represented only by himself and one other. At least Hinamai had arrived with Kotaru, joining Trevor at the base. After a moment, he recalled something. Oh right, she mentioned you two had met before, ages ago. I'd say it's a small world, but knowing her, that was probably calculated on her part. Mockingly calculated, maybe, Kotaru said, grunting. Priest is dead, thanks to Hinamai here. She found him. The noise was faint, but distinct, she began with a smile, dipping her head somewhat. I've never seen a Kagun do something like that before, but it makes sense that it wouldn't be able to do it without leaving a trail. But if it weren't for Mr. Aman, then finding him would have been pointless. No. My own investment made it last longer than it should have. Others would have suffered for it. At least it ended, regardless of how long it took. We were able to keep the owl from hurting anyone else during that time and wiped out most of V in the process. As much of a win as we could have hoped for, Trevor said, smiling slightly, one that faded when he looked at Kotaru. How are you feeling? He asked. Conflicted, but I am alive nonetheless. Still enough candle to burn to see whatever's left of this day done, Kotaru said. Something glistened in his other hand, a piece of jewelry dangling from his human fingers. A cross necklace. And yourself? Are you ready? He asked Trevor, casting his gaze back to the duct. I suspect we will have no shortage of obstacles to test us. I've got more reason than ever to see this through to the end, Kotaru, Trevor assured him, looking to the duct as well. He'd always had the motivation, with far too much investment in the people around him to do what needed to be done, and Ito's miraculous return only further fanned that desire. I'm ready for whatever Kichimura has left to throw at us. This can only end one way. We'll wait for you. If you take too long, then we'll follow, Hinamai said, pulling her hood up as she spoke. So make it quick, like you're serving coffee again. Yes, ma'am, Trevor said, ruffling her hood. Take care while we're inside. This thing may yet have some surprises in store if it feels threatened again. And... He hesitated, voice lowering as he glanced back toward the camp, toward one occupant in particular. Please keep an eye on her for me, he requested. Better to have someone he trusted looking out for her, rather than him worrying while he needed to focus. Hinamai followed his gaze to Ito, nodding. Of course. Despite everything, I owe her a debt. Who knows where I'd be, if she hadn't offered safety after Antioku, she said, expression softening somewhat. A strange, maniacal woman with a benevolent streak. I don't know what to make of her. You and me both. But I've reached my own conclusion, I think, Trevor admitted wryly. Thanks, Hinamai. I'll leave her to you. He looked around, noticing something troubling and frowning. I expected Oak to at least have people trickling in by now, he noted with concern. Kotaru's gaze flicked from side to side, as if trying to spot something Trevor may have missed. He sniffed. Agreed. The dragon orphans are durable, but they're hardly enough to stop a force of experienced ghouls of that size. Unless the ones left behind were more troublesome than we saw. He considered aloud, sucking on his teeth. The CCG, have they moved to support Oak? The Quinks were sent with other reinforcements once V was mopped up, Trevor answered. That wasn't long ago. Maybe 10 minutes. As good support as they could get. Kotaru brought the pole to rest on his shoulder. We should get going. Oak won't fall to a few dragon orphans, and the sooner we put a stop to the duct, the sooner we can lend our aid. Trevor nodded, taking a breath. He would have liked to at least see some of the executives before departing, but he trusted them to do what they needed to. You're right. We've come too far to hesitate now, he said, patting Hinamai's shoulder with a three-fingered hand as he began to move. See you soon, little sister. Put an end to this, and come back safe, Hinamai said, her hand briefly overlapping with his before he pulled away. We're going to take a break all of us, together. Trevor grinned back at her. Best plan I've heard all day. We'll make it happen. He turned away, moving alongside his companion. Let's hustle, Kotaru. They approached the duct, and there at the base of its trunk, where the roots spread deep, the concrete it had emerged from revealed the structure beneath. An inverse of the duct stretched down or from the depths, points of glowing red light lighting it all the way down. A hatchery of bulbous pods which contained half-formed dragon orphans. There was nowhere to go but down, and the only hold could be found on the fleshy, arboreal structure before them. They had to climb the duct, and weave between the pods. It was a rhizomatic structure, through and through. The source would be at the root, and that would be where the agent was produced and infused into the dragon orphans. Though the surface seemed still, all beneath the surface pulsed with an uncomfortable vitality. The duct was a living creature in its own right. Kotaru affixed a gas mask to the lower half of his face as they began their descent, leaping onto the descending base of the duct wordlessly, fingers digging deep into the flesh of the structure, his feet finding hold on the uneven surface. And then they went down. Silence did not accompany them. All around them, the sounds of liquid jostling and cardiac throbbing was the song of the duct. As they passed pods, their inhabitants would twitch, but by no means did they seem awake. For the best. When I graduated, Kotaru began with some difficulty, breathing heavily. I never expected this would be a point in my career trajectory. Beneath them, an expanse of black. There was no way of knowing exactly how deep it went. I would be shocked if you had, Trevor remarked as he steadily moved downward. His body had changed again, more insectoid in nature, to better suit the climb. All around them, the imagery of a dark, twisted fantasy moved and curled in its disquieting manner. All of it ugly, all of it having come from his own flesh. I can't say I expected any of this to happen when I became a half-ghoul, either. The night when we met in that alleyway feels like a lifetime ago. May as well be. That Kotaru is long dead, as is that Trevor, I suspect, he said with a grunt, dropping briefly before latching back onto the side of the duct. I've never met this Washayu. What can I expect? An infuriating personality, Trevor started bluntly. Spider-like limbs skittered between two pods, careful not to disturb the monsters within. He's clever, and might try to get under your skin with his words. As for his fighting capabilities, I've never fought him before, but he was able to defeat Ito, the owl, once before. At minimum, he is a Kakuja, but he is likely stronger than average. As average as a Kakuja can be, anyway. And that's the point we're at. Discussing average Kakujas, Kotaru noted drily. I was taught they were a once-in-a-lifetime encounter for an investigator. Trevor snorted. Now look at us. You're one, I'm one, your old coworker is one, and one of your former students is one. I've been told I have a habit of attracting freakishly strong types, but it doesn't look like I'm the only one. And it is exactly as stressful as I suspected. A burden on the mind that can manifest physically. That's the last thing any human needed. The shapes of the dragon orphans began to change the further down they went. Even more incomplete, the ones that they came upon lacked even limbs, giving off a pupil impression. Given how long it had taken them to arrive en masse, it probably would not be long before those missing limbs grew out. They did not seem interested in awakening, thankfully. For once, it seemed like things were going smoothly. The only obstacle was the lack of decent light and the verticality of their route. A dangling bulb protruded from Trevor's back, casting a pale light over their immediate area. As good as their senses were, Trevor and Kotaru lacked perfect night vision. Kuzan, the pacifist owl, your donor, once described it to me as the outward expression of inner trauma, Trevor spoke. That didn't really prepare me for what ended up happening, through no fault of his own. He blinked, then looked at Kotaru. Whenever you had episodes, did you ever see him? He asked. Somehow, it had been the first time he'd been able to broach the subject with a fellow Kakuja. Kotaru said nothing for a few moments, as if trying to figure out if he should say anything at all. He made his choice, voice muffled by his mask. There was a man. Black hair, serious face. He had his eyes shut, always. I always thought he was a delusion, so I never tried interacting with it. The one time we did, though, he said something. He hesitated again, grunting as he shifted position on the duct. If we are all sinners and thieves, then we can all agree on one thing. It'd be nice to live a life we are happy with, even if it is not a pure one, Kotaru recited, the words imprinted on his mind. I did not understand it. It seemed like my own derangement. But over time, I've come to see the truth in that. After killing and nearly being killed, taking and being taken from, I have come to stop caring about justice. At least not in the way I once did. Now I simply want a life, one where those around me are cared for no matter what form that takes. Justice only comes into it marginally. This world is not wrong, it just is. And so am I simply am. Trevor listened in silence as Kotaru spoke, a sad sort of smile on his face upon hearing Kuzan's words. He sniffed. You're right, he murmured after a few moments of quiet, letting Kotaru's words hang in the air. You're very, very right. I once thought this world was sick and awful. I hated ghouls with all my heart, once, Trevor confessed. I blamed them for my misery. Even though I am one of them, it took too long for me to reject that they are evil. They just are, as we are. People deserving of a life. Trevor sucked in a breath. You are not the only one to see such things. I've seen my donor, too. Riz, the woman at the core of this all, he said quietly. She always had her back to me, always so far away. It wasn't until recently that she finally looked me in the eyes, when I was at my most desperate. She asked if I was willing to keep going, no matter the cost. I said yes. Riz liked that answer, and then called me fucking crazy. I can't really contest that, anymore. No comment. I'd be a hypocrite anyway, Kotaru said. I don't know what could cause that. The Kakuha must hold on to something of the originator, and somehow transfer some recollection of them to ourselves. The how of it I'll leave to R&D. I'm sure they'd like our notes on the matter. Chichio would love it, I bet, Trevor sighed. When we don't sound like raving madmen, anyway. They finally reached the base of the structure, but it did not end there. Instead, routes burrowed across the city, a particular set of them bright with RC. Trevor recognized where they were in the underground the remains of old facilities established likely in secret, all around them. Concrete and faded signage. The main set of routes were leading somewhere, to something. The heart. It led to the heart to Riz. It was quiet. The sound of the duct had faded into the distance, leaving only their breathing. Kotaru gestured outwards, towards a hole in their surroundings, ad hoc and not part of the original design of the facility. The main set of branches ran through it. Beside the hole, however, was a vast set of metal doors. It gave the impression of the facility the black marks resided in, only without their presence entirely. This is a storage facility, an old one. The nucleus should be in there. Plenty of space, he explained, gesturing to the faded signage. This place is at least 4 decades old. Trevor hummed, inspecting the area. Must be a lot of history here. But we'll have to worry about the present for now, he said, walking up to the massive metal doors. Without an access code like the black marks had for their door, the facility would need to be opened manually. You ready? As much as one can be. Amon's 3-digit hand clasped onto one side of the door, metal already yielding under his grip. On your mark. Trevor's claw gripped the other side of the door. 3, 2. Mark. Locking mechanisms rattled in protest, and metal whined with clinking pangs as bolts were twisted out of place. It took a moment, but the door did open, torn apart like the opening of 2 pages stuck together. Dim light did little to illuminate the space before them, but the small electric lamp inside did allow them to see their quarry. Kichimura Washayu sat atop a box, a mouthful of noodles stuck caught mid-slurp from an instant ramen cup. The black-haired young man stared at the entrance to the storage area from within, eyes wide. They flicked between Trevor and Kotaru once, twice, and then 3 times. He finished slurping his noodles up, cleared his throat, and then set the cup down. Earlier than I expected, he admitted, his surprise now gone. Well, the fact you showed up at all is annoying, but it helps to plan for the worst. What? What do you want? Come to stop something or another? Come for some sort of final showdown? I'm already done with you, Trevor. And you? I don't even know who you are, Kichimura pointed out, gesturing to Amin. Trevor ignored him. He just sighed. You see what I mean? He said to Kotaru. A distinct vessel popped from the side of Kotaru's head. Yet. I know the type. God, look at you two. Arrogant as can be, barging in here and then ignoring me. I take it that the fossil is dead, then? Crown 2. Kichimura said, sounding mildly frustrated at best. He stood from his box, kicked it aside, and reached for a sheathed blade that had been resting on the other side of it. He picked it up with a grunt, blowing off some dust. Annoying. But they did well enough. I hope Donato died well. Kotaru said nothing to that, expression growing terse. His grip on his pole tightened. I'll take that as a yes. Listen, you two, if you're planning on fighting me, I'm going to have to call foul play. 2 against 1? Not very nice. I distinctly recall you gloating about how I always fight alone, Trevor noted, rolling his bulky shoulders made of smooth, curved silver plates. The constructive criticism was noted. You've got yourself to blame for this. Yes, but you weren't supposed to survive. I hate the power of friendship, but it seems to work well enough when using it to tag team someone, Kichimura said, falling into a few stretches. Dressed in all black, it was difficult to make out his entirety against the backdrop of complete darkness. All right, fine. Fine. We'll do this shitty manga storyline of yours. But fair warning to both of you. He stood upright, completing his stretches. He began to draw the blade, steadily revealing a metal of complete matte darkness. It reflected no light, instead taking it all into itself and suffocating it. He held it out to his side, pointed to the earth. He bore a smile that felt disgusting, the squint of his eyes turning upwards in a reflection of his smile. I'm actually pretty strong, you know. If you want to talk this out to save me from killing you, it's in your best interest. Trevor exhaled. We're past the point of talking this out, Kichimura. His legs slid into a kicking stance, the same that Imo had taught him, the same that Kishao had honed, as his arms lifted up. The palms of his claws began to glow an eerie, fell crimson light. Besides, I promised Riz I'd give you a kick in the jaw. I'd say don't take it personally, but... You know. That's what they say about love. It's a kick in the jaw. Anyway, say something cool before we get started. I know you're dying to. Kotaru exhaled, his grip on his weapon relaxing. It is difficult to remain serious against such a... Kichimura's smile widened. Clown, Trevor sighed. Let's just kill him and move on with our lives already. You and me got better people to be around. Kichimura tugged. It'll have to do. Kotaru's body transformed into a hulking, bloody thing, the monstrous form he had taken upon his awakening. It lasted for all of a second before the entire mass of the body shifted along Kotaru's arm, dense plating and reinforced flesh relocating to a singular point, running up the pole in his hands until it began to coalesce into a perfectly simple form. A cross-shaped blade, crackling with barely restrained power, the exact same color as the black sword held in Kichimura's hand. An arc of red lightning ran up the middle, coming from a point at the blade's base where an eye glared out of either side. Kagun were deadly origami, material folded in on itself and capable of expanding. Through his own methods, Kotaru had taken this to an extreme, folding a kakuja down to the size of a large blade. Kotaru's cloak fell to the side. His right hand still bore signs of his kakuja, but the majority of it was dedicated to the sword. Foregoing the durability a kakuja offered, he poured every ounce of his being into pure, simple striking ability. Oh, no thank you. Kichimura was having none of it. He kicked the little lantern at his side away, and hopped back into the darkness of the storage area, an infuriating little smile on his face being the last thing either of them saw as he escaped into the cover of shadow. He had no intent on making this a straightforward fight. As expected of a coward who has hidden this entire time, Kotaru sneered. Just means we have to drag him back into the light yet again, Trevor stated, hunching forward. His back began to bubble, bulbs of glimmering white beginning to protrude along his spine. With a twitch of his shoulder, all of the many bulbs burst outward all around them like the flares of a plane. They scattered across the room, landing haphazardly but spread out far enough to illuminate the entire space well enough for them to see. Kichimura was closer than they may have expected. Close enough, in fact, that as the light went out his pale face was illuminated just to the side of Trevor, curved midnight blade coming down and across at the same time as he dashed towards him, eyes wide with a sort of vacant look. Trevor's body split before the path of Kichimura's sword, flesh rapidly parting and reattaching as the weapon passed through empty air. His fists crackled with red lightning, latching onto Kichimura's sword arm in a death grip and yanking it downward even further. Trevor's spiked knee, dripping with caustic fluid, jabbed up at Kichimura's face faster than a bullet. With the willingness of a machine, Kichimura broke his own arm in the sharp motion he made to avoid the knee, elbow cracking outwards. Even still, the hand which held the sword moved, spinning the blade to hold it in the reverse. If there was any pain, Kichimura ignored it entirely. Kotaru bellowed as he approached, his cross sword swinging down from over his head to crush Kichimura beneath it. Even as the force of the gust kicked up by the attack hit Trevor enough to make even a Kakuja consider their footing, there was no telltale sound of death. No, only the further breaking of bone as Kichimura moved around the arm still in Trevor's grip, grabbing the sword out of one hand and into the other, and cut himself free from the hands in a flawless motion that would have made the most experienced of investigators blink. In the same instant, several black flashes flew out from Kichimura's sword, meeting both Amon's attempt to follow up and carving a chunk out of Trevor's ever-changing form. Kichimura did not blink. He did not taunt the two. He just stared forward, as if they were not even there. Not unlike Keiko, or even Kishao. It was like staring into an utter void in the shape of a human, solely dedicated to killing. Void or no, Trevor and Kotaro couldn't back down. Trevor tossed aside Kichimura's chopped arm with enough force to paste it against the wall, ignoring the wounds, and changed yet again. His main body smoothed away all features, turning into a pale, androgynous figure that lacked clear definition. From his back came 4 pointed stars, great blades hissing with heat waves attached to intertwined tails numbering 4 in total. His legs snapped backward, knees bending in reverse, and then he went on the assault. Each tail struck as though to kill, flowing around Kotaro's own heavier attacks to keep Kichimura from flitting away. While their foe was down a limb, that didn't mean much at the level the three of them were at. They had to fight as though their enemy could keep going, as though they still had more power to bring to bear. One arm down, Kichimura only seemed to be mildly inconvenienced. That black blade, it carved through almost anything it came into contact with only Kotaro's weapon being dense enough to stop it, and even then, there were notches where their blows had met, retreating parries rather than full-on clashes of weapons, but still it left a mark. The man who had been considered unexceptional by Shiki in matters of combat moved like water in human form, moving with the necessity of portions of seconds, finding lapses precisely when he needed to in order to land a subtle slash on Trevor's form, or pierce Amon's own. This was not Kishao. It was not Keiko. Kichimura, clown as he was, had something else to him, a force that both pushed and pulled precisely when it needed to. Kichimura was aiming for something tangible, and it was in reach to him. Whatever it was, being so close to it turned him into something more. It, like Trevor, turned him into a man with something to lose. It made him far more dangerous. As Kotaro swung at Kichimura like a batter, the clown jumped, his feet landing on the flat of the blade right when they needed to in order for him to be flung backwards. He recovered by jamming his sword into the ground, the blade carving through the concrete with absolutely no issue. Kichimura looked up at them as he stood up, spinning the blade about him as a black blur. Oni Slayer is exactly as perfect as I was led to believe, Kichimura said aloud, bringing his sword down into an elegant stance, weight mostly on one foot. It's a damn shame, keeping a weapon like this locked away. So useful. Kotaro glanced at his weapon briefly. It had been battered by that black blade, but due to the nature of Dojima's new form, the damage was repairing with a knitting fibrous motion. Like a knife to paper, Kotaro said to Trevor. I've never heard of it. With a name like that, though. He paused, sucking on his teeth. It's probably as old as Dove. Oni hasn't been used as a classification for ghouls in over a century. Oni, dragons. History's been making a comeback, it seems, Trevor mused, tails curling behind him. We need to change this up. It's difficult landing a solid hit as it is. Your body can form almost any type of Kagun, correct? Kotaro asked. Pretty much. There was a maneuver Mr. Madao and I used to use to capture powerful ghouls. Can you form a net? Trevor tilted his head to the side, still watching Kichimura. I can, out of any part of my body and any size. You want me to bag him? When Akira's father had been alive, Trevor had never actually fought the man, which was undoubtedly for the best, since at that point in time it would have certainly ended in Trevor's death. Projectile net. All you need to do is fire when I have him pinned. He'll be forced to make a choice. I have responses to each one he can make, Kotaro explained, bringing Dojima overhead, the point aiming down and out towards the ground. In the event I fail, you can still move in and make use of the confusion. Understood, Trevor said with a nod. It was as good a plan as any against a foe like this, and Kotaro had more experience fighting as a duo than Trevor. He could trust that intuition. The bladed tails lifted upward, raised like poised stingers. Round 2. Let's go. Kotaro burst into movement, the air cracking with the speed of his approach towards Kichimura, a surge of red light following behind his weapon. Kichimura spun his blade, preparing to kick off the ground to avoid what was coming, but Kotaro was already upon him like a hammer to a nail. Escape prevented, Kichimura had to face the might of Amon one-on-one. Slower than Trevor, Kotaro made up for it by each swing of his weapon being enough to send debris flying across the large storage space. A singular blow could have felled even an executive of Oak, the raw physical potency of Kotaro on full display. The man who could kill a ghoul with his bare hands is a human, unleashed. Kichimura kept up, but that was expected. The two bound about with Kichimura getting in his shots against Kotaro, carving and piercing at his body, but no blow deterred the block of a man. Trevor circled like them, eyes wide and unblinking. Like a serpent patiently waiting for its chance to strike, he watched the battle unfold with a body that rapidly skittered around debris and freshly carved trenches without missing a beat. Internally, his form bubbled and bristled, ready to launch any manner of weapons that he could imagine. Kichimura caught lightning in an instant that allowed for it. He set his feet and swung diagonally upwards, his body low. A spout of blood and RC followed, a clean cut through Kotaro's front which stopped the giant of a man in his tracks. Kichimura regarded him with a complete and apathetic focus, watching him start to fall back. Only he did not. Kotaro's eye spewed flame, the sclera turning a complete black and the iris a burning red. He grit his teeth, set his feet, and then grabbed Kichimura by the front of his black uniform coat. Kichimura was already moving. But in that instant, he was grounded. Kotaro had him. And in turn, so did Trevor. Bursting from the earth around him like the jaws of an antlion, a pitch-black net laced with wicked hooks entangled itself along Kichimura. It tightened its grip within an instant, completely engulfing the clown and twisting its many hooks into his flesh. Trevor advanced in bounding leaps, prepared to strike the moment he felt Kotaro could not. Kotaro opened his mouth and lunged for Kichimura's neck. A conflux of moments, joining together into a bloody point. As Kotaro's teeth sank in, ripping at skin and the muscle beneath, Kichimura finally looked at them, a presence of mind returning to his eyes, and a grin splitting his face. Even as Kotaro ripped part of his neck away, exposing what was beneath, Kichimura let out a noise akin to a laugh. Distorted through the injury, it was nonetheless loud. Very loud. It's not enough, it's not enough. Finally, Kichimura's eyes changed. Black on red, they had finally coaxed out the ghoul. Dark flesh ruptured from Kichimura's back, tendrils of ridges, spikes, and eyes that shredded through the net, granting him space to move once more. His sword plunged through Kotaro's throat in an instant, driving the man back and down onto his knees, swiping the sword aside and in the same gesture, slamming his foot into Kotaro's head, sending him tumbling to the side. 1, 2, 3 a dozen eyes of pure red glared down at the world from behind Kichimura, a kraken with the man at its head. Let's go, Riz. Kichimura bellowed, a maniacal grin on his face as he spun to face Trevor with all those eyes of his. The space around them began to rumble and shake, and the ground beneath them began to crack. Fissures formed, heralding their arrival. 4 heads erupted from the ground beneath Kichimura, eyeless and attached on serpentine necks, long purple hair falling from along their necks. Slate teeth and long tongues, they let out hissing howls as they swung about blindly, flinging Kichimura up into the air. They looked about blindly, coming to calm once Kichimura landed atop one of their heads. They looked down at Trevor. It's not enough. I ended the Washiyu legacy. I ended the CCG. I released the dragon, the one able to change this world. Where you've only failed, I've succeeded again and again. But it's still not enough. Give. Kichimura jumped down from atop the serpentine head, his body changing mid-air, his form enveloped by the tendrils that had emerged from his back. Me. He landed before Trevor, a creature of all black. His head snapped up, a singular X of an eye reading on a face with a perpetual grin of full teeth. Everything. Patterns like circuitry ran along parts of his body. The eye, irisless, burned with a blinding white light. The shadow of his hair remained perpetually drifting upwards, caught on an unseen draft. The shape of Trevor's enemy was clear. A thing like a man dressed in midnight, his eye like the unfiltered sun. The heads of a hydra flanked him, hissing. Trevor breathed in the face of an absolute monster. A beast that displayed everything wrong with the world, devoid of masks and filters. Built by the Washiyu legacy, ruined by a life of suffering and killing, Kichimura had sought to change the world the only way he knew how. Atop a pile of butchered men, women, and children. That was all Trevor saw now, when he looked at Kichimura. It was no longer about revenge for what he had personally done to Trevor. It was simply about putting an end to a miserable, vicious man who had learned all the wrong lessons. Perhaps their goals were the same, at some point. But that did not matter, at the end of all things. Yamurai, Trevor breathed, thumb resting upon his finger. No answer. The ghost of his tormentor was gone. Forever. Trevor smiled at the madmen and the monsters. His thumb fell away from his finger. The way was clear. Trevor called upon his full might. His skin became pure silver, twisting into curled and sharp edges along his limbs and torso that formed a pattern, that of a tree's roots that wrapped itself along his entire body. Vents opened across his chest, from which erupted flames of purest white that snaked past his shoulders and then grew, and grew, becoming unfurled wings of light. Bladed stars were born from Trevor's back, at the ends of 4 tails. Their sheen seemed to shine in the light of the wings, winding through the air and pointed directly at the heads of the hydra. There was no more Yamurai, no more Riz, no more apparitions haunting Trevor. Instead, he felt the warm presence of kindly eyes watching him, dozens of them, all with names and voices that he'd taken to heart. The eyes of the world he'd utterly, completely, fallen in love with. While Kichimura bayed at him like a mad dog, full of fury, Trevor did not return that rage. He didn't have it in him, not anymore. After all, how could a man with so many who loved him be anything but blessed? Let's go, Kichimura, Trevor said, fully unmasked. And so they fought, 2 thunderclouds embroiled in a war of lightning, their blows could topple buildings, their bodies able to endure the worst the world could offer. They fought and fought, dancing between the snapping heads of a many-headed dragon, its venom running deep into the earth. Silver flashed across sheets of night, tails of white and black lashing at one another and carving apart the world around them. Deeper and deeper they went, their travel heralded by the rumbles of their prolonged battle and the hissing of serpents. Kichimura would never give up. Whatever he was seeking, whatever he desired, it meant so much to him that he would become the thing he was, a demon to all but a few. Who he was did not matter, he was merely a product of the ever-understandable conflict between 2 near-incompatible tribes. It was no conflict of race or ideology which gave birth to the creature called Kichimura Washiyu, but the simple friction of survival in a world where humanity was not the sole apex. How does one even begin to resolve that? It was no construct of society, but a real and observable difference. Nothing so petty as the one's shade or gender, their religion or ideals, but the difference between a polar bear and a wolf. Two species, occupying the same space, and one was prey to the other. Kichimura chose to destroy it all, and take what he viewed as his. Not an invalid answer, for fire can scour the floor of an old forest, and allow for life to grow anew, healthier for it. But what of the lives lost in the burning of that forest? The animals that, despite their differences, predator or prey, mammal or otherwise, all share the same space? To those who were left, would the ruins of their homes and lives be any comfort? Trevor chose to build. To forge. The vision of a wasteland built upon piles of corpses had haunted him, as the nightmares of monsters had when he'd first come to Tokyo. Trevor would never claim to have the miracle answer, the magical button to press, that could resolve the tangible, agonizing differences between ghouls and humans. A blood-soaked history that couldn't have gone any other way could not be swept aside so casually or dismissively. But, ghouls and humans could speak with one another. They could share words, dreams, feelings, even fall in love with one another. There was no inherent evil or good in either species, they all simply were. Though it would undoubtedly be a painful experience, the pain of metamorphosis, they could find a way forward that didn't lead to extinction or genocide. They could offer a hand. Just as Tuka had done for Trevor, when he was a sobbing wreck in that alley all those years ago. A simple act of kindness that had echoed far and wide, far further than Tuka or Trevor could have known, that may very well save the world entirely. And so, even in this world full of taking, full of blood and gore, full of guilt and broken pieces, Trevor did not want it to burn. He wanted it to bloom. A blade flew down from atop the cavernous pit they found themselves in, ramming through one of the dragon's heads. Kotaro yelled, twisting the blade and swiping to the side, removing the beast's head entirely. He then looked to Trevor, his war with Kichimura no different from what the people of antiquity would see in two fighting gods, and called out to him. One more offered hand. Kotaro launched Dojima towards Trevor as he fell with the neck of the beast, down and down to where they originated from. Trevor clasped the spear in his hand, claws curling along the pitch-black shaft. He could feel it, all of it, Kotaro's kakuja and very life pulsing within the cross-shaped polearm. With a swing that cracked the air around him, he pointed it right at his foe. Kichimura! Trevor bellowed, his thunderous voice rattling the bones of Tokyo. His wings flared, and he charged, becoming a barely perceptible streak of blinding light with a singular point of black at its head. Give me everything. Kichimura called back, a formless mass of midnight tendrils with a sun-bright eye at their heart. Trevor's flight became harried by bullet-sharp attacks, darting across his form, spikes tendrils lashing at him and trying to entangle him in violence, to halt his inexorable approach into the heart of darkness. Trevor did not stop. The lessons of his mentors, the skills of his companions, the battles of his enemies, they all crystallized in that moment. They fueled him, taking him deeper and deeper into the monster that had plagued them. Their hands pushed him forward, their words guiding him. After all, he was supposed to go back to them. He was supposed to see them all again, to hear their voices. He had promised, but he couldn't go, not yet. Not until this miserable creature was finally gone for good. Trevor surpassed the violence, the jungle of hate and greed that stood in his way. It was all swept aside and turned to ash in his wake. Trevor crashed into the heart of darkness. Dojima struck true. They, half and half, belonged to neither world, yet know both. They were the heart of the storm, the living contradiction at the core of the both worlds. Two shades of paint meet and mix upon a stark canvas. One set of eyes sees only the divide. The other the new possibility before them, the new shade born from that storm of differing colors. Trevor ran Dojima through Kichimura's heart. Their armor fell away, one from the web of violence that had preceded his arrival, the other from the pure force behind the blade that sunk into his chest. Impaled upon the wall, Kichimura blinked. Eyes tired, he stared down at the weapon running through his torso. So it's like that, is it? Trevor nodded slowly. Yes, it is. Kichimura let out a scoff. He tried to reach for the sword, to remove it, but failed. He allowed his head to rest against the wall, a sheer, flat thing that belonged to a shaft. You don't remember it, but if you'd never met Riz back then, you could have gone back to your normal human life. Back to America, and continued to live, knowing nothing. No burden of a tedious role like this, just normality. But that isn't what happened. I didn't go back. I don't think I ever could go back, anymore. I became. Trevor looked down at himself, then back at the broken man in front of him. This. What an unsightly thing you are. You're one of those things I'll never understand, I suppose. Kichimura said, looking off to the side. Oh, bother, am I really going to die in this dingy pit, associate special class? What a sorry state of affairs. His words caught on a cough, a horribly wet-sounding one which seemed to undulate with the squashing of his lungs. It steadily transitioned into a hacking laugh. Fuck, another cough, fuck it. Seriously, fuck this place. Damn it. He seemed to relax, the words carrying a sort of finality to them. His head slumped slightly. So well groomed, no longer. His hair a matted mess, his uniform in tatters, blood marking his moon-pale skin, Kichimura Washiyu no longer had a mask to obscure him. I'm not going to bore you with motivations, my reasoning, or anything like that. Can't explain all that with however much time I've got. It's pointless. Just know I'm a freak. A freak who just wanted something he could never have. Don't laugh, but all I really wanted was the thing you had, once. Trevor hummed, finding no amusement in the admission. That normality you mentioned. He supposed. Something like that. Sure. A house, a wife, a well-paying job and 2.5 kids. Why call it the American dream, right? Kind of dreary, that it's just a dream in that place. It's a dream if you can never attain it. Maybe I would have attained it if this had never happened. Maybe not, Trevor sighed, shoulders slumping. So you burned it all down. Tore the Washayu apart, root and stem, for a dream like that. With Riz. He looked around at the ratty, filthy hole they laid in, a miserable place for a death. It's not a bad dream, I can grant you that. Kichimura didn't reply. He just threw his head back and laughed, a genuine one lacking the malice oft associated with his group. No cruelty. Just amusement at a joke, one just for his ears alone. A final drop of amusement milked from a world that seemed so cruel. It was the clown's last laugh. V was done for. The CCG had been upheaved. One way or another, the world would change. It was up to them to make sure it was for the better. Kichimura Washayu died in that pit, halfway into the depths of Tokyo's mysterious underground, leaving Trevor to figure out what came next. The weight of the day's actions had begun to settle in on his new flesh, finally reaching some sort of limit. It was not a form of exhaustion he was familiar with, but a sort of seizing of his limbs. To move them was like scraping rust, doable, but not exactly pleasant. Kotaru was not in sight, having descended further upon the top of the monstrous serpent head he decapitated, entrusting Trevor with his weapon to land the finishing blow. The way down was still evident. A tunnel of teeth and eyes. The very space around Trevor had become part of the dragon, metastasizing beyond the confines of its body. The nucleus resided below. Trevor slowly and stiffly removed Dojima from Kichimura's body, wincing as he discovered the toll his body had taken. As though wading through molasses, he took a few steps away, using Dojima as a prop and stared at the corpse for a few moments. It did not move. Trevor let out a breath, not quite feeling the satisfaction some might have expected of him for finally slaying his longtime foe. It was good that Kichimura was dead, but what else was there to say or feel? He turned to the tunnel within the pit, shoulders set. Unfortunately, despite the protests of his strange, new body, they were not done yet. And so he descended into hell, leaving behind Kichimura Washayu in his small, dingy grave for good. A twisting landscape, distorted by a fleeting resemblance to parts of the human body, passed him by. The walls roiled like a mass of titanic snakes, tied together in an ugly bow. At the bottom of the pit, where it opened up into a cavernous complex, it was no better worse, even. A field of flesh and Kagun, with stalagmites of bleeding stumps dangling from the roof and emerging from the walls like dead eels. Something in the distance, a white pyre of faint fire upon a spider lily tower, drew Trevor's eyes. Something at his core urged him onwards, something that was not him. The fire existed in the mind's eye alone. Kotaru stood none too far from where Trevor dropped down, covered in bite wounds and doused in gore that was not his own. The jaw of one of the serpentine heads served as his weapon, their teeth his blades. He panted, gazing out at the towering flower blossoming in the distance. It no longer felt like they were anywhere real. This did not feel like Tokyo, anymore. He could hear her, that elusive woman who had only existed in his delusions until but days ago. The words were like an echo in a cave, the whispers of a voice long gone. He was just picking up on something said in the past, a passing thought. My father taught me something, the voice began, that everyone steals, and everyone is stolen from. That's all they can do, in this life of ours, it's everything to us. Kotaru looked back at Trevor. He checked on his well-being, running up to him and beaming with an uncharacteristic joy. His words seemed dull compared to the echo in Trevor's ear. The dangling stalagmites were the remains of the Hydra heads, slain by Kotaru in his descent. It's everything to us, ghouls and men. Seize, and be seized. Obey, and be obeyed. Do, and be done unto. The words meant something. They weren't just being said for no reason. There was purpose behind them, behind the fact Trevor could hear them. It was Riz. It was what she believed, what had come to define her and the life she had led. Who could truly blame her, when one considered what she was born into, what her role was meant to be, what had happened to her throughout the years? Trevor smiled at Kotaru, a rusty hand gently resting on the man's shoulder. He said something to the man, gratitude and happiness for seeing him. After a moment, he offered Dojima back to Kotaru. He took the weapon back, and the crossblade receded back into his body, the act bringing relief to Kotaru's visage. The large man, his upper body exposed and bloody, had a weight taken from his shoulders. One last task before them. One last, long walk. The hissing of beasts in the distance. They were not done yet. We repeat the good and the bad of life, over and over, fighting only so that we don't lose. But even so. Red eyes bathed in darkness, a primordial fear awaiting them. A tiger in the jungle, wolves at midnight, a pack numbering in the hundreds in a myriad of shapes. Dragon orphans, one and all. Even the serpents which emerged from the walls, for they were without their parents, the creations of Trevor and Riz. Their 1,000 young, their progeny of an ungodly union. Their children. Children that would kill, and keep killing. Feed, and keep feeding. They would never stop, until every last drop of blood had been spilled. This hell on earth would spread beyond the pit and scream against the very heavens, constantly growing and evolving until it became the true apex of all life. Everything Trevor and Kotaru had worked toward, everything Oak and the remnants of the CCG had worked toward, everything those who died on the path had worked toward, it would have all been for nothing. They continued their approach, undeterred by the sight of red on black 100 times over. But even so, the two men fought against the tides of the hell that had grown around them. Tooth and claw, muscle and gore, all arrayed against them to block them from the nucleus of it all. My loved ones in my home will surely disappear. We will surely be forgotten. We fight and fight not to lose, but we always do. You, me, everyone else. We will lose to time, the march of history, the turning of this world, the spiraling of this system, the expansion of this universe, the death of this star. Living like this, as blessed as we are with our minds, is sorrowful. Empty. Despite that, knowing that I'll lose someday, knowing I'll disappear someday. They drew closer and closer, inch by bloody inch, carving a path towards the blooming lily. The white light was closed now, a jewel of the lily's crown. I ended up wishing to be unsightly, and wishing to be beautiful. There was no time for climbing. If they climbed, they would eventually be overwhelmed. Trevor had to do something he'd only ever seen Ito do. Trevor spread his wings far and wide, the branches of a tree with leaves of absolute white. Their brilliance bathed hell in a pure light, casting aside the thousands of hissing shadows in an instant. He grasped Kotaru around the waist, and then Trevor flew. As I grew, I was forced to consider, which one will I choose? On burning wings they ascended up the length of the final tower. Higher and higher, until they passed the petals, looming over the fire at the heart of hell. He could see her, there. Her upper body, supported at the waist by the tower itself. She was the core of it all, their surroundings and the towers. It all grew from her. She, white and red, vacant and uncaring of the world around her, bore the visage of a god. Trevor and Kichimura had merely been playing, still too human, but those eyes were a proof of her nearness to divinity and a sign that the woman who had once been, the person he had interacted with in that liminal space, may no longer be. RC cells were merely a quantification of the supernatural. Riz proved that, then and there. To study them was foolish, to desire a mastery of them folly, for they were merely lesser reflections of something more. They were the power to change the world. She looked up at them, but did not see them. I will choose this. They landed before her. I will keep choosing this. This will keep being chosen. Trevor beheld her. The world no longer felt like reality. It felt like one of his twisted dreams, impossible fantasy that buckled against reason and the natural laws of the worlds he had lived in. He stared at Riz, the ethereal entity she had become since they had last spoken, and called out her name. No response, other than the echo. That is all. That is all we can do. We choose what is, and keep on going. I'm fine with that. I was fine with that. Even if we're all protagonists in our own tragedies, these stories always end, and there's always something after. Even if we lose, we can still look forward to that, can't we? It was not an echo. It was a testament. She had known the entire time, when talking to him, that there would be nothing left for him to find. These were the final words of Rizkami Shiro as she was, the binge eater, the daughter, the dragon. The woman who had cast the longest shadow across Tokyo. And so, it was up to a piece of her shadow to put an end to it. Trevor did not say anything to Kotaru, for he did not need to. He approached Riz as she stood atop her throne, his expression both sad and tired. From his back, his Kagun answered his call one more time. They took on their old shape, the original shape shared by him and Riz, 4 serpentine tails of crimson, the patterns of abrasive scales dancing along their hides. Simple, effective, fluid. It only felt right, to end it the way it had begun. Trevor met Riz's vacant gaze with the eyes of their shared heritage, 2 people who had been trapped in hell at the whims of cruel men. But where Trevor had managed to escape that hell and find meaning, Riz did not. The thing that had saved Trevor, love, had only further damned Riz. His tails rose. They curled at the tips. To the woman at the heart of darkness, to the woman he did not remember meeting, to the woman who had always been the closest and furthest from him. Rest in peace, Rizkami Shiro. Trevor ended her life. Thank you. The world shook and died around Trevor. As Riz's eyes steadily shut, the reality that had been created around her began to crumble like sloughing, rotten flesh from a bone. The walls were starting to melt with the death of the heart that sustained it all, and soon it would all descend on Trevor and Kotaru as a viscous mass. Kotaru stared upwards, grunting. We should get moving. Trevor withdrew and nodded. Yes. Back the way we came is our only shot, he said, offering a hand to Kotaru. One last flight, then we can finally rest. We'll see about that. Still a lot of work that needs to be done. Kotaru clasped Trevor's hand, giving him a nod of solidarity. That there is. Whatever may come, though. Trevor's tail split apart, turning into gnarled branches once more. Wings of shining leaves bloomed along their length. I think I'll vastly prefer it over days like this. The wings pumped, lifting them both off the ground. Without anything further to say or do, Trevor and Kotaru began their hurried flight out of the dying body of the dragon. Riz's tomb was left behind, never to be disturbed again. The ceiling collapsed around them, globs of melting Kagun flesh distorting into visages of pain as mouths and eyes fell apart. It grew worse with each passing second, more of the dying mass falling upon them, turning their flight turbulent to avoid getting brought down with any of it. By the time they reached the tunnel, their task became that much more difficult. It was full of the dying flesh, descending in the only direction it could go down, towards them. Higher and higher they went, forms tarred by the melting world, weighed down by it. A tide ahead of them blotted out any hint of light, a blockage that rushed towards them with all the speed gravity could offer. No escape. It hit them, and dragged them back down into the tomb. Kotaru's grip on Trevor's arm tightened, and all sight was lost to the fluid, no sound passing it either. They were lost in the tide and enveloped in a total darkness, suspended in the remains of the dragon. It was complete sensory death. The only thing that broke that absolute dullness, was a pulling at Trevor's arm. He shifted, ever so slightly in the mass with each squeeze. Kotaro continued on, pulling them through the mass with what was left of his strength. Blind, deaf, and all but drowning, he continued nonetheless. Just one last bit of effort before they could rest. Kichimura may have been right, once. But now Trevor knew better than to go at it alone. It continued, on and on. Time became uncertain in the place, surrounded in the body of a dead dragon, the only method of time being the sensation of Kotaro dragging them both through the rest of the muck, each heave in their journey a moment in its own right. That was the essence of Kotaro Aman. A person who, despite everything, can keep on going, who will be the last pillar standing in a storm. It was why Trevor admired him so, throughout the years. It was why Akira loved him so. A true partner. The day would have been lost and Trevor would have died, if not for Kotaro Aman. And then, a new sensation. With another heave, something brushed against Trevor's forearm and hand. Air. Light followed, dim but stark compared to the dank caverns. With one last pull, Kotaro Aman freed them from the remains of the dragon, pulling Trevor out into the world of the living once more. Trevor tumbled out of the fleshy ooze, spitting out what had gotten into his mouth. He winced against the natural light like an underground creature forced outside, blinking quickly to adjust to the sudden change. He sat on his hands and knees and simply breathed, uncertain if he even needed to, but finding comfort in the reflexive action. With hair drenched in slime, he turned to Kotaro. He looked like a creature of pure slime, hunched over just as Trevor was. Stiffly, he reached over and wiped at Kotaro's face. You, really are something else, man, Trevor managed warmly, barely able to keep himself up. His body felt like it was about to give at any moment. Kotaro spewed out some of the gunk from his mouth. No words yet. The tower they had delved beneath had vanished, instead leaving its melted remains, still in the middle of falling down into the depths, distantly rumbling with the sound of a landslide. Infrastructure would be damaged as a result, meaning there was still much to be done in the aftermath of it all. The CCG who had accompanied them to the base of the duct were gone, likely vacating for their own safety, which left the two of them to absorb what had just happened. The haze of red, still present, was thinner than before. A natural breeze had picked up, kicking it up and away. Bit by bit, the natural colors of Tokyo returned. Once Kotaro was done spewing, he coughed and sniffed, looking out at the city. Plenty of destruction remained, and more would follow as a result of the ducts completely collapsing. It's done, Kotaro finally said, running a hand over his head and wiping away some more of the dragon's remains. That's everything. It has to be. Trevor groaned and sat down on his rear. Let's hope so. I'm about ready to keel over, he admitted, following Kotaro's gaze over Tokyo. I think we've earned a bit of a rest. I wish I could still eat regular food. My body is calling for ramen as a reward, but my mind knows better, Kotaro said, falling back to sit, sighing. What now? Now? Trevor looked around. Not a soul in sight. Not a peep to be made, other than the slow, heavy squelches of the dragon sinking into its pit of a tomb. Now, we should probably tell someone we're alive. And find a bed. I don't know about you, but durable or no, I'd rather not pass out in a pile of ooze and concrete. I suppose we should pick a direction. The CCG probably pulled back to avoid all of this. Kotaro gestured to the ruin left in the wake of the duct's collapse. To where, I cannot say. English teacher. Came a distant voice, bouncing around vacant streets. You alive? You old, hairy piece of work. Trevor smiled, winking at Kotaro. Thank God. Saved us some walking. He cleared his throat. Senpai. We're alive. Over here. Trevor shouted out, then winced. Oh God, he said much more quietly. My body hates me right now. As is to be expected. You asked much of it, today. They're over here. Called another voice from atop the ruins of a building, black hair and garb belonging to none other than Ayato. He pointed down to them, calling behind him with a cupped mouth. A roar of sound. There was far more than just the two of them. Seconds later, a tide of people came bursting from around a corner and over the building between the road, many of them in tattered suit wear. Even without their masks, Oak were distinct enough as it was. Like a herd reuniting with a lost member, they charged up to Trevor and Kotaro, and in the lead were Tuka and Hinamai. The former looked as if she was going to go hug the man, but it became very clear she was actually about to running deck him in the face. Ah, come in, Trevor sighed, entirely too fatigued to do much else. You have endured worse, Kotaro said from beside Trevor. It's the principle of the thing. The blow landed. It was very soft, for all that wind up. The hug followed quickly after, pulling Trevor up and back onto his feet. You've been nothing but a point of concern from day one, you know that. Tuka said, squeezing Trevor with all the might she could muster, pulling him down to her level. First it's so I don't know how I got here, then it's Nishiki's kicking the shit out of me, then it's so Jukiyama wants to jump my bones. Jukiyama tut, arriving just after Tuka. The man looked overjoyed, despite his tone. Come on. Trevor laughed at that, more of a high wheeze at that point. I'm happy to see you too, he replied, unwilling and unable to contest Tuka's observation. He looked around, smiling as he looked upon his friends and Oak. After the strange, hellish realm he and Kotaru had just left, the sight was the most welcoming one he could have expected. He ended up needing to lean on Tuka a bit just to stay upright. His limits, both physical and mental, had been reached. Everyone was there. All of the executives, everyone from Antioku, even Irimi, taking up the rear due to an injury to her leg. Kyode was supporting her, thankfully. Trevor did have enough strength left in him to beam at Oak, pride and joy managing to break through the fatigue. Thank you, all of you, Trevor said, voice tightening with emotion. We should be thanking you, a different voice said, opposite of Oak. Taken the Zero Squad or what was left of them, stood there, a delegation of the CCG following up from not too far behind. Both of you. Kishao would be proud of what you've accomplished here today, Take said, falling into a bow. The rest of Zero Squad followed. Thank you, Captain. They said in unison. Trevor sniffled, jaw opening and then closing. He wiped his eyes. Kishao could rest in peace. He had left something good behind, after all. You're welcome, Trevor said quietly. I certainly hope so. The CCG gathered across from Oak. Soon, it was something of a standoff, the air turning uneasy. They had worked together, but was it due to continue? Was it something that could last? Ui stepped forward at the head of the delegation, patting Take on the shoulder as he passed. Suzuya followed, with Jinchi at his side. Ui, tired but aware, stuffed a hand in his pocket as he looked Trevor and Amin over. Showers are in order, I think. Kotaru, Akira has been pardoned. You're free to walk about as you wish. Trevor, I've already slotted in a time for us to have an extended discussion regarding the future of this arrangement, he said, nodding to Oak. The ghouls looked between each other for a few moments, muttering beginning among the crowd. It was Fuka who spoke, his face in a better state than before. What does that mean? It means I have no intent on setting this organization on a path which will lead to the loss of more investigators than we've already had to, in the past days and weeks. Trevor, Oak, you are ghouls. You kill humans to survive, this is a fact. No amount of holding hands and defeating the unifying evil will change that, Ui said firmly, keen to not let anyone forget that. But that does not mean we cannot make arrangements, at least within Tokyo. I've had a discussion with the Prime Minister. The Diet will defer to the CCG on this matter, under a few conditions. I have accepted them. Which means, you are all free to go. We will not pursue you, not so long as we all strive towards the same peace. This trial has shown we are all capable of at least that much. Trevor was quiet and still. Words that would have been impossible over a month ago had sunk in. Everything they'd built toward, that future he'd so desperately craved. It was now. Trevor pulled away from Tuka, finding the strength come back to him. He walked over to Ui, joining him at the halfway point between ghouls and humans. We're capable of that, and so much more, Trevor replied, smiling calmly at his opposite. Thank you, Ui. We look forward to working together toward that peace. At that, he offered his hand. Ui took Trevor's hand firmly, staring up at him. Though grim-faced, he could not hide the slight quirk of his lips. His next words he spoke quietly, only for them to hear. I understand him now. We will create the world Kishao dreamed of, no matter what. Trevor's smile widened, grateful. The students of the man who had taken them in were finally, truly unified, after years of hardship and seeming treachery. A link was now firmly locked in place. The world would never be the same, and now, Trevor knew without a shadow of a doubt that it would be for the better. No matter what. A small snap. Off to the side, a small woman lowered her camera. Chia nodded to herself, satisfied with the picture before her. An image for the history books. One moment Trevor had been with them, the people he had fought so hard for, and the next he was in a bed. Not his bed, of course. When was the last time Trevor really had a bed he could call his, anyway? It was a hospital bed. One's crisp sheets had the distinct sensation of having been laid on for a bit too long, crumpling under his weight, and the pillow had a bit too much of an indent on it from where his head had been, making it not as comfortable as it could have been. The sun flooded in through the window at his side, beams of light resting upon his covered torso, and a view of a Tokyo under repair sprawled out from what must have been a high floor. The CCG medical facility operated as a regular hospital in cases of emergencies, but the upper floors were reserved for personnel who had longer-term stays, illness and lasting injuries. The sound of construction work reached even there, along with the ambient hum of vehicles on the road. Trevor had expected to hear such noises soon enough, but he hardly expected to be roused awake by them. Surely it would take longer than a night's worth of sleep for the construction crews to roll in and properly get to work? A nurse who had been checking in on Trevor gawped as he awoke, and spared not even a second before power walking his way out of the room, leaving him alone for a good few minutes. Not the reaction he'd thought he'd have. How long had he been asleep? It made sense that Kimmy was the one to pop her head in first. Her misaligned bob cut and brown hair were in a much better state compared to the last time they had encountered one another, and her confidence just from the way she entered the room seemed to be through the roof. Good morning, Sleepy. I was about to start charging you rent for that bed, she said lightly, shifting her arm slightly to get a better grip on the array of folders held under it. She stood beside Trevor's bed, smiling down at him. A whole month, before you ask. Oh my god, Trevor groaned, hand palming his face. He then froze and pulled his hand back, inspecting it with wide eyes. 5 fingers curled and uncurled. 5 perfectly normal fingers, skin and all. A few scars here or there, but... Hey. No more lizard man, he muttered. The hand fell down. How is everyone? I'll be here a month if I tried to give you a summary, Kimmy said, pulling up a chair. Instead, I'll say that you being out cold for so long was a blessing in disguise. It allowed us to observe your body's recovery process. How you looked before was just your body scrambling to put something together resembling a human, before it could start to build and shift around it. Scaffolding. Very deadly scaffolding. She prodded his shoulder with a pen, the flesh indenting as it should, squishy and human-like. It's not complete internally. Organs are still forming, so you'll need regular checkups for the foreseeable future. But, superficially, you're you again. More than I expected, Trevor admitted, resting a hand against his chest. A regular heartbeat pulsed there, now alien to him. He had blood again, as opposed to pure RC matter comprising the entirety of his body. Maybe he still was just made of RC cells, channeled into creating the older idea of Trevor that laid in his mind. I'd gotten used to not having a heartbeat. Or not needing to breathe. Probably for the best that I didn't stay like that, he allowed. It was the most inhuman he'd ever felt, and perhaps rightly so. Putting aside what it could do to your head, I don't even think it's sustainable physically. RC cells can functionally do anything any other cell in your body can, but as to if they should is a different matter altogether. She wiggled her pen, as if dismissing the thought. But we avoided that. Now, on to the others. Things have been tense, but they've also been progressing. My team and I, with UI and Dr. Chigyu's blessing, have been pulling the CCG archives historical, anthropological, scientific, whatever apart, from day dot to the present, and we're full steam ahead on trying to break through the most pertinent barrier between ghouls and humanity, food. Oak's been trucking on under Jukiyama and Ms. Kirishima, and have managed to negotiate a form of self-policing for the time being. The Intermediary Committee of Oak, they're calling it. Just a band-aid until more solid solutions can be applied. That's a lot of good news, Trevor said, perking up at the notion of the food issue finally being solved. He sat up, wincing not at the exertion but at something else. I'm glad they've been keeping it working, but I still feel pretty bad. That's twice now I've just vanished on the people I'm supposed to be leading for long periods of time. You were in a coma. Brought on by what I can only call exhaustion of your very being, to the point that it circumvented the biological presentations of exhaustion and went straight to coma as its next best bet. I don't think anyone's going to blame you, Kimmy said with a tut. There is, naturally, a line of people who will be wanting to talk with you, but I've warded them off for the time being. UI, Oak, Ms. Maddow, and Mr. Aman, and goodness knows who else. I think you're going to be popular for a while. That's me, Mr. Popularity, Trevor sighed, already bracing himself for the talks to come. I'd prefer that over just sitting in this bed all by my lonesome much longer. How about Seiko? Is she better? Kimmy shook her head. Not yet. Your people managed to retrieve samples of the agent's origin, and Chigyu's team have been going at that for the past few weeks. They've made headway in treating ROS just from having the sample, but not in bringing about a complete remission. She's conscious, however. She paused, and then smiled. But give it some more time. The vault is open, and we've only just started digging into it. Come 2 years' time, who knows where we'll be. Better than we could have asked for. And what's this about a breakthrough in the food problem? Trevor pressed with interest, adjusting himself in his seat. We're still a long way out from a breakthrough, but we're in the middle of learning everything the CCG knew, even if the CCG itself didn't know it. Dr. Kanu long suspected there was a way to create a food substitute for ghouls, but the research that'd require was invasive, even for him, believe it or not. Luckily others have come before him who have done the work. Kimmy folded one leg over the other, finally setting the folders down on the bedside table. That's what all of this is. The tradition that created Dr. Kanu and myself, atrocity after atrocity, the work of a pre-war fascist empire. A lot of outdated methods, but we can extrapolate a lot from it. I'm confident we can come up with some sort of solution. Then perhaps some good can come out of that evil work. I'm sure you'll find that solution in time, Trevor said, blowing out a breath and running a hand through his hair. It was strange, to feel things as they actually were, again. Like returning to sensation after being mostly cut off from what most people took for granted. He turned and looked out the window, the sun's light revealing a world changed. Tokyo, once a war zone, being rebuilt. Ghouls out in the daylight, unmasked and walking beside humans. The first true steps to understanding their condition and resolving it had finally been taken. It was the world he'd wanted. It was the world Kishao and Ito had wanted. Which reminded him. There was a name missing from Kimmy's list. Is Ito around? Trevor eventually asked, still looking outside. Kimmy hesitated. Not that I know of. She vanished, quite simply. One moment she was receiving treatment, the next the window was open and she was gone. The disruption in Tokyo made it difficult to track her, and nobody has seen her. Or if they have, they've kept it quiet. Trevor hummed. He wasn't surprised. She'd told him herself, back in Cochlea. Once things were resolved, Ito had every intention of absconding to avoid the disruption her very presence could have caused. She was entirely aware that peacemaking wasn't a role she could play, not after what she'd done. It still saddened him to hear. He'd be lying if he denied the part of him that hoped he might wake up to see her. But he wasn't hopeless. He had a pretty good idea of where she went. Trevor turned back to Kimmy, smiling soberly. I think that's all I have to ask about right now. There'll be more questions once I think of them, but for now. I should probably start making my way down that long line. Start simple, I say. Other than that, drink your water, Kimmy said, moving to stand. Your body's going to need it, Ghoul man thing or not. Yes, ma'am, Trevor replied, straightening up. Toru skinned an apple without looking at it. He stared forward at the resting Seiko even as Trevor hobbled into the room. The remains of several apple cores sat in the bin at the end of Seiko's bed, though who had eaten them remained unknown. The blue-haired girl at the heart of the room slept, her eyes covered by clinical wrappings, a growth protruding from between them. Her sleep wasn't fitful, instead snoozing quietly. Several drips ran out from her body, with one of them looking like a watered-down RC fluid. Trevor sniffed, looking at both Seiko and Toru. Needing to lean against a wall for some support, he rapped a finger against a doorway to announce his presence. She looks peaceful, he observed quietly. She is, Toru said quietly. His peeling stopped abruptly. It's a side effect of the treatment. She sleeps a lot, but it's not a bad sort. When she's awake, she's herself. When she's asleep, it's genuine rest. The only downside is that it has made her even more inactive. He gently placed the knife down on the small round table that had probably been brought in for him, allowing the apple to sit beside it on a tiny plate. I'm sorry I couldn't do more to restrain Miss Yashimura. She was insistent on leaving. Trevor blinked, slowly hobbling over to join Toru at a chair. You talked with her before she left? He asked, sitting down heavily. Movement was difficult, the act of walking becoming taxing. I wasn't about to let the person you actually love leave without a fight. Not that I'm much of a challenge for her, but I tried, Toru said, bringing his hands to rest in his lap. You two are on a different level from the rest of us. I suppose we are, Trevor murmured, eyes resting on Seiko. He was quiet for a few moments before continuing. Thank you for trying, Toru. It means a lot. But I don't think she believes she belongs here anymore. The owl, Toru began with a calm tone, is a terrorist who has been responsible for the deaths of untold innocents over the course of a decade. I think she's right. There's no way for the government to accept her, let alone those around her. Yet. You're right, and so is she. Trevor exhaled, leaning his head back. It was one thing to accept many of the prolific ghouls of Oak, a substantial number of which were notorious former members of Aojirai Tree, but it was another thing entirely to accept the owl. It was a big, downright unreasonable ask, even if her true motivations were revealed to the public. And yet he still loved her. What a mess. I think I know where she went. I'll go there, when I can. It sounds like I have a month's worth of things to catch up on, and far more than that on the horizon. And far more, he echoed, smiling. I've decided that I'm going to move out of Tokyo. The CCG here's going to change, and frankly, after what I've done, I don't have a place here either. Trevor tilted his head to properly regard Toru curiously. The young man had done his fair share of bad deeds, it was true, though that sadly wasn't the most unique thing in their circles. And what do you think you'll be doing, outside of Tokyo? Trevor asked. I'll continue doing what I've done. I'll keep the peace the best I can. There's a whole country outside of Tokyo, one which hasn't gone through the things we have, seen the things we've seen. If this is going to work, we're going to need to change what's outside of Tokyo too. True enough, Trevor said, smiling. You're more than capable of it. Even if you don't think you have a place here, you better visit from time to time. I'll try. It's not like I'm going to abandon my family, you know. With his uncovered eye, he glanced at Trevor and smiled. I've done horrible things, Trevor, but you people make me want to be better than the person I was. Trevor's smile widened. I'm glad to hear it. We've always got your back, Toru. We might have started out with a bag of lies, but... He trailed off, regarding him and Seiko fondly. Something true came out of it. I'm thankful for having met the four of you, every day. It's why I'm still alive. I'm sure each of us can say something similar about you. Even Yuri, if he was with us. He was an asshole, Toru forced out, as if even saying the word was like milking a rock. But he had a sensitivity to him. Having somebody like you to support him probably meant a lot to him. Trevor sniffled a little, blinking a few times. Yet. I hope so, he said quietly, taking a breath. It was always a worry of mine, if I was doing right by him. By all of you, really. Toru nodded, picking the knife back up and idly spinning it about in his fingers. Jinchi is currently the most emotionally mature man I know. Seiko used to be a NEET, and is now a reliable member of a team whom everyone looks to for leadership and support. Yuri was in the process of becoming a different, more open person. He died because he wanted to be our friend. I think you did well enough, Trevor. But I also think it's time we all tried to stand on our own 2 feet for a while. I think you're right. That's why I'm not arguing with you about leaving Tokyo. A part of me will always want you around, but that doesn't override what you've decided your path should be. Besides, it's like you said, Trevor said, leaning back and folding his arms across his chest. Standing on your own feet isn't abandonment. I respect your choice. Thank you. I don't suppose you've had enough time to consider what's come next for you, Toru said, looking back to Seiko. The small woman stirred, rolling onto her side, a snore coming from her now open mouth. Typical. Not really, no. I need to get a full, exhaustive breakdown of what's been done while I was in a coma so I know what steps need to be taken. There's a lot of work, but, eventually, it'll slow down as peacetime settles in, Trevor mused, eyes unfocused. When ghouls no longer need a one-eyed king, I'll step down from direct leadership. After that, he shook his head, who knows? Somebody to take the shots and call the shots. I don't envy you, Taurus said. You should talk to Director Ui as soon as possible, then. He has somebody he wants you to meet. Ominous, Trevor semijoked lightly. I'll do that, then. In a moment, though. The instant I walk out that door, I'm going to be in work mode for God knows how long. Until the day you die, I'm afraid. You've made yourself a bit too important locally to go quietly. Taurus sighed, shaking his head. If you wanted a quiet life, that train left a long time ago. Unfortunately. I never minded being sociable, but I've always considered myself too mild-mannered to get to a point this ridiculous, Trevor observed with a squint and one of his worst instances of understatement to date. Seiko jerked awake with a snort, a trail of drool coming from the side of her mouth. She let out a bwa, looking about despite the fact she clearly could not see a thing. Wazza? She asked drowsily. Wazub. Trevor answered with a grin. Seiko's ears twitched a little, and her lips formed an O. She reached out for something, but her hands found no purchase. Toru's own hands found Seiko's, steadying her. Careful, he said quietly. Ma man? Is that you? Are you awake? Trevor sniffed and got up to his feet. Yeah, I'm here, sweet pea. He bent down, gently and carefully wrapping his arms around her. I'm here. She latched onto him with as much strength as she could muster, which was not much at all a far cry from the innate strength of a half-ghoul, quinks, or no. I'm sorry I couldn't help you, she murmured into him, fingers digging into his patient garb. It sounded like too much, even for you. It's okay, Trevor assured her, softly rubbing her back. It's okay. It's not your fault. We're both here now. We're both alive, and recovering. That's what matters. One of Seiko's hands relented, reaching out for the other occupant in the room. Toru's lips pursed, fully understanding the intent. With a sigh, he gave in and stood up, reaching out to join in the hug with Seiko. You shouldn't be crying, you know, Toru said gently, resting his head atop Seiko's. It'll agitate the affected area, and make the wraps all soggy. Shut up, she said nasally, her sinuses already growing bunged up. Shut up. We're all alive. I'm allowed to cry, okay. She sniffed, trying to hug the two of them as tightly as she could, not allowing any space to exist between them. Just this once, Trevor allowed in a voice tightening with emotion. His grip on both Seiko and Toru also tightened, her words and reaction getting to him as it all hit him at once. Jinchi wasn't physically there with them, but his presence, and Yuri's, in a sense, was still there. Their family had survived the dragon's calamity, against all odds. For that, Trevor would never stop being grateful. Visitors were prohibited, and with good reason. If Kimmy had allowed it, they would have flooded the hallways, schedule or no, turning the hospital into a festival of people who knew Trevor. Not exactly conducive to running a hospital. The only visitors he received were Kimmy, Dr. Chigyu, a social call more than a professional one, and Toru, as he was more often than not around to spend time with Seiko. He and Jinchi had been taking it in turns. In a rota of weeks, Trevor's awakening fell on Toru's time. Through their occasional talks over the next few days, Trevor pried into the confrontation between Ito and Toru, inquiring as to what had actually been exchanged between the two. Toru clammed up in an embarrassed manner, refusing to give too much detail, but did reveal that Ito had no intent on disrupting whatever came next. She had made her bed, and was choosing to lay in it. Other than that, very little had been exchanged, at least as much as Toru was willing to reveal. It sounded strikingly personal for Toru. Trevor pried no further. All in all, one of the more pleasant hospital stays. It came to an end without much ceremony, departing with a final temporary goodbye to Seiko and Kimmy, and a handful of strange medication to be taken semi-regularly. Variations on RC suppressant, developed in a pinch by the former research team of Dr. Kanu. Enough to ensure his recovery would continue, but not enough to completely take him out of it, dulling the edge of his apparently absurd RC count. The only ghouls even close to him were Kotoru Aman and, presumably, the owl herself. They were still studying his new physiology, so a safe approach was deemed apt until they were certain there would be no ill side effects of his arsification. What awaited Trevor outside the doors of the hospital was like something out of a movie. A flawlessly clean black car with silver edging sat just on the road at the entrance to the hospital, with two more just off in the distance, waiting. A man in a white suit, no, several men in white suits stood by the black car, Fuka among them. The young ghoul's face had healed completely, and his once wild mohawk had been tamed. Still a standout hairstyle, but it spoke of more attention to it. Wordlessly, Fuka nodded to Trevor. He opened the back door of the car, where another familiar face waited for him, Shiyu Tsukiyama, positively beaming. Trevor was already smiling when he laid eyes on Fuka, an expression that only grew once he spied Shiyu within. He gave Fuka a happy pat on the shoulder and a squeeze before sliding into the car. Ah, Simir, Trevor said the moment he could, giving his old friend a hug. Tsukiyama laughed, showing no hesitation in pulling Trevor in for a big one, squeezing him. Dio mio, it feels like it has been an age, Trevor. I apologize for not being there when you awoke, but Hinamai and I did send flowers. Man, sucks I picked the front seat. Now I don't get a hug, Banjo said from the front, looking between the two front seats. The large man's hair had grown out somewhat, allowing it to be combed back neatly. The spiral pattern beard on his chin, once a way of standing out, had been trimmed into a cross instead. Howdy, boss. Howdy yourself, Trevor replied, grinning yet more as he pulled away from Jukiyama and rested a hand on Banjo's shoulder. I did get the flowers, and they were lovely. It's great to see you. And you both look great. Comes with the lifestyle, Banjo said, grinning like a fool. Tell you what, it's been on the up and up the past few days. We've got property now. Property? He gaped, completely in disbelief at the prospect. And the government's okay with that? For now, anyway, Jukiyama said, causing Banjo to deflate somewhat. With recent events, reuniting the Jukiyama group has been a priority. Money still speaks, after all, and property is one of our many cons. The driver, another familiar face, looked back at Shiyu. The Jukiyama had merely nodded in response. The driver Kane turned the key, and the engine came to life. Back to headquarters it is, then, Kane said. They looked less messed up than when Trevor had last seen them, but that was a low bar. Scars still remained on their face, but an undeniable beauty was retained. Thank you, Kane, Trevor said, leaning back into his seat and clasping his hands upon his lap. Property, money, Jukiyama reunions. Between that, the intermediary committee that Kimi told me about, and who knows what else, it sounds like there's a lot for me to catch up on. Most of it can be abridged as the growing pains of going official as it were, but it's not as much as you'd think. It has only been 5 weeks, and while this is the aftermath of a crisis, there are only so many hours in a day, Jukiyama said, sitting back and crossing one leg over the other, his hand resting on his knee. The car began to move, and the other two did too. One took up the front, while the other the rear. But we can save that for after you've had a bit of time to relax outside of the confines of that hospital. Banjo, Kirishima, and myself have the official business in hand, for the time being. That's comforting to hear. I'll take your word for it, Trevor breathed, resting the back of his head against the leather of his seat. In anticipation of his hospital release, he'd made himself presentable again, short-cut grey hair, and clean-shaven. It made him feel fresh. How've the rest of the executives and such been, these last few weeks? Well enough, if exhausted. Their time was largely preoccupied with emergency work in the first couple of weeks, coordinating with the city and the likes. Misa in particular has had her hands full, as the damage to the infrastructure underground has resulted in loss of power and water in several wards. She's been leading the efforts to get crews to where they need to be safely. Kyude and Irimi have taken on the role of a self-regulatory militia, offering protection for and from ghouls across the city, at least until we can figure out something more official or until Nishio's woman pulls a miracle from between her cheeks, Shiyu said, waving his hand about in a so-so manner. Progress is occurring. Being able to operate partly above board has allowed us to do much more with our talent. Progress leaps and bounds further than what we had only a couple months ago, Trevor said, smiling slightly. Hearing of the competence of his friends and subordinates was never surprising, but always warming. He was proud of them all. And how are things with the CCG getting along? I've been told that UI wants to meet with me as soon as possible, which isn't terribly surprising. Of course. Should I ruin the surprise for you? Jukiyama asked, a coy smile playing out across his face. Ah. Trevor visibly fought the urge to tell Shiyu to spill, his damnable curiosity coming back in full. He blew out a breath. You know what? Keep it a surprise for me. I'll give UI my genuine reaction, as a treat. How thoughtful you are. You'll be pleased to hear that our relations with the CCG have been generally positive, but not without tension. Old dogs, new tricks, you know the adage. The issue of food remains prevalent, but for the time being there is an agreement, of sorts. But it won't last long. It is, in part, why it is important that you meet with UI. We can do a lot, but in dealing with UI you will probably have more luck than us. Trevor nodded along. Very well. Sounds like that's first on my list, after we get to headquarters and I say hey to everyone. It was going to be a long list, he knew, but that was just the nature of the job. Life had not returned to normal, so to speak, but people walked the streets and businesses functioned. Where damage had been done to the city, scaffolding and signage had been put up, and at many of the sites men and the occasional ghoul worked away. It was odd to see a Kagun in broad daylight with very little in the way of reaction. Correct. But other than that, everything is well. MRS Fuegaku has officially joined the organization as a teacher for the young ones, Take and Banjo have been doing their part to keep lines open with the CCG, and Tuka has been sharing leadership with myself in your absence. Ayato has been lazing about. Trevor tugged. Not much use for his particular set of skills right now, is there? We'll find him something to do. If we can't, Hinamai will, I'm sure. Preferable this way, I say. Remember how he used to be. Banjo said, sucking in air at the recollection. Let him chill out. Him and the remaining Aojirai goons seem content enough. Fair enough. How about Naki and the white suits? Trevor asked. The gang name was a bit outdated these days, admittedly, but they still found a way to stand out even with a widely shared uniform. They're picking up trades to help with the reconstruction efforts. Naki's gone from a buffoon to a folk hero, basically overnight. Banjo exhaled, rubbing his brow. Guy shows up with reinforcements one time, I swear. You may have missed it. Naki was thought dead, but surprise, he's harder to kill than that. He managed to defeat his unique dragon orphan and toppled the rest of them by moving his white suits to support the rest of us, Jukiyama elaborated. He's a hard worker. I think many people, other than Yamurai of all people, overlooked how much of a hard worker he really is. I'm not terribly surprised. Naki's always been passionate, and that's been put to productive use, Trevor mused, running a hand through his silvery hair. This is all good news to wake up to, gents. You've all been doing great work while I was out of it. I'm grateful for that. It's a collective effort, my friend. We've just been keeping things ticking over, Jukiyama said, looking pleased at the praise nonetheless. But the hard work is coming. Right now we're just basking in the feeling of a job well done. Honeymoon period's gotta go away at some point, right? Banjo said from the front. Now we gotta deal with politicians and citizens, rather than people with weapons. A different kind of battle from what we're used to. It'll be difficult, but we've been preparing in anticipation of this even before the dragon. We'll figure it out, Trevor said, looking out at the passing sights of a sunny Tokyo. It was already infinitely preferable to the Tokyo that Trevor had woken up to over 5 years ago. He'd make sure it would be even better, before he was willing to tap out for good. Welcome, Trevor, to the current home of Oak, Jukiyama announced, the doors opening with the assistance of white-suited ghouls. Before them was an old building, but one that had clearly been made from new materials. A traditional compound within the Nerima ward, not at all far from Shikuji Park, rested behind walls with one way in or out, a stone path paved straight for the wooden gate that was already open in anticipation for their arrival. Flanking the sides of the path were statues on podiums, depicting various animals, a tiger among them. The main building itself had 2 floors, with dark tiles lining the roof. Hints of greenery could be spotted from over the wall, speaking to a spacious garden hidden within. A grand return to the 20th ward if there ever was one. Trevor's smile remained on his face as he made his way through the grounds, looking around and appreciating everything he saw. While there was an undeniable Yakuza compound feeling, that did nothing to curb the sense of true legitimacy that Oak could now display. If anything, that made it even cooler. We purchased it from the previous owners after some unfortunate circumstances befell them, Jukiyama said, adjusting his colorful tie. Hard times in the wake of all that dragon business, I tell you. Remarkably cheap, all things considered. You've got to love it, Trevor chuckled, hands on his hips. It's definitely our most stylish headquarters yet. The garden's a nice touch. A bit of green is supposed to do wonders for the well-being of staff, but it also just looks nice, Banjo noted, strolling alongside Trevor. They hadn't entered the building properly yet. Considering how we're used to cramped apartments and subterranean tunnels, it's something of an upgrade, for sure. Now we've got room to run around and everything. Can't wait to see how it looks on the inside. No need to wait. Come along, Jukiyama beckoned, stepping over to a shutter door and waiting for Trevor to join him. He, completely conspicuously, checked his phone as he did so. The moment Trevor was close to the door, Jukiyama slid it open. The confetti followed not a split second later, momentarily blinding Trevor to the sight of a well and truly packed house. The grounds had been quiet, not because everyone was away, but because they had been stuffed into the house and told to keep quiet. As one, the voices called out. Welcome back, Trevor. Faces familiar and new stood before him, cheering as the festivities well and truly began. Nishiki and Kimi, Hinamai and a person who was undeniably Ryuko, Naki and his boys, Miza beside him, Yumo and Ayato, Take and Yusa, Irimi with Kyode and a smirking Mr. Ape himself, a gas maskless group of gas mask siblings, and last but not at all least, Tuka. She stepped forward and, like Jukiyama before her, pulled him in for a big one. It took all of a second before more started to pile in. The music followed shortly after. To someone who had spent recent days in the slow calm of a hospital, with only Toru, Seiko, Kimi and the occasional Chigya for company, it was a lot for Trevor. Perhaps even overwhelming. But that didn't matter in the face of such a warm reception. Surrounded by a sea of smiling and laughing faces, all gathered for his sake and in celebration of his return to the world. Trevor let himself be taken by the current. His heart felt full, filled to bursting with pride and love with what he saw. He lost his sense of time and signs of fatigue within moments, chatting his heart out and doling out hugs as though they were going out of style. In a manner that had always felt natural to him, whoever was right in front of him became the most important person in the room, and he would roll with whatever energy they put out as though it were second nature. This was where he belonged. No matter how good he'd gotten at fighting, no matter how many stressful situations he'd had to maneuver his way through, none of that was where he truly wanted to be nor where he truly believed he shined. It had been true before he came to Tokyo, but the many conflicts had forced it away. But now, as he neared the end of that road and saw the fruits of his many labors standing before him, Trevor was back. The day eventually became night, as Trevor bounced between spirited conversation about something and nothing, and being introduced to members of Oak who were new or those he had simply not had the opportunity to talk to yet. It was the role of celebrity, just among a very particular group. Their little party received noise complaints, and it had been one of the odder points of the night where Take of all people had to apologize to the police who came to check in on them. And that was it. No trouble. Just a keep it down or we'll fine you. A completely normal interaction with the law for the first time in literal years. The noise, of course, resumed. Ghouls had been quiet their entire lives, and if a fine was the worst thing they had to worry about, they'd crack out the brass and drums. Eventually, people began to file out of the compound to return to their own abodes of the time, and some just chose to sleep on the floor. That left Trevor with his executives, sat in a spacious office, for once not worrying about what came next. In fact, it seemed as if that was the last thing on their minds. So let me get this straight, Irimi began, splayed out across a sofa, resting her head on her propped-up hand. You had a version of him in your head, she gestured to Imo, who looked positively sloshed on something. Telling you to kick the shit out of things. It's being a Kakuja, Toka reiterated, shaking her head. Makes you crazy as a bag of cats. I told him this, mind you. Yes, you did, Trevor conceded, taking a sip of water. All that talking had gotten him parched. I mean, it helped. Not like he was just telling me to fight things, either. You know, protect what I love, try and make things better, productive things like that. I suppose if there's a healthy way to be crazy, having your brain ghost telling you affirming and productive things is that way, Ayato muttered, head resting back on a chair. Hinamai had conked out beside him, head resting on his shoulder. He was unfazed by it. Of course you'd be the guy with the kind psychosis. It was a mixed bag, and that's about the mildest way to put it. Yamurai and Riz were there too, and they helped, Trevor allowed, blowing out a breath. I still don't really get how it all worked, but I think they're gone for real now. Hopefully. I'd rather not grow old with brain ghosts taking up mental real estate. Intrusive Yamurai thoughts in the middle of intimate actions, Irimi said, smirking. A collective yug came from the room, even take. Never happened and never say that again, Trevor groused, wiping his face. So sorry, so sorry. She was, in fact, not at all sorry. If Kurona were here, you'd be able to compare notes, Toka said, playing with a strand of hair. I'm sure her little tulpas were just as interesting, if what I heard was anything to go by. We can compare and contrast our Riz. Where is Kurona, anyway? Trevor asked. Was hoping to catch up with her too. Abroad, Ayato answered. She's gone to Europe, for some reason. She's still affiliated with us. Just not officially, Jukiyama answered, smirking. It's a topic for another day, but despite our differences, young Fuka and I can agree on something. We're changing the world. Not just Tokyo, Fuka finished. Tokyo is just the start, a place for ghouls like us to call home, to rest and prepare. But the message has to spread further. So many more of our brothers and sisters have not known what we feel right now, in this instant. So it is our responsibility to help them with that. Ito planted the seed, and now we the first of our number must nurture its growth. Trevor nodded along, smiling once more. Precisely. It's good to see we're keeping an eye on the future, and I'll have to hear all about what's been in the works when I can. For now, though, a night like this is what I needed, he admitted, resting his cheek on an open palm. Thanks for the party, everyone. The best welcome I've ever had. We'll see how long this afterglow lasts. Give it a few years, we'll look back on tonight and go what the hell? Were we really that naive? Toka said, putting on her best baffled voice. That should make the present all the more precious, no? Trevor countered with a tut. See? Only guy who could have nice brain ghouls, Ayato countered. You're onto something, sure. Toka breathed out, shaking her head. Good grief, united sibling front, Trevor lamented. Jukiyama blinked. United front. He repeated, squinting into thin air. United front. He then snapped his fingers. I got it. New organization, if we can get the CCG in on it. Joint Regulation of Tokyo, where we take on an advisory role to their enforcement to avoid any undue process and cruelty. The United Front. Hey, Trevor hummed, leaning forward. Then he smiled. That's not a bad idea. It'll give us more of a formal say in how things are run around here, and foster a stronger sense of cooperation. Sounds more than workable. And it lets the CCG retain their remit, without forcing them out of their role. It keeps them from suddenly having no place. Take considered aloud, staring off into the distance. At least until we can resolve the food issue. Let's figure out some details and then bring it before the CCG. I can bring it up at my meeting with UI, which'll probably be tomorrow, Trevor mused. Better get some sleep before that, then, Irimi pointed out, looking to her watch. It's only 3 in the morning. Oh god. I haven't been up this late since college, Trevor realized, slightly mortified. He got to his feet, then he paused. And could someone tell me where my room is? I guess I can sleep on a couch if there isn't one. Excellent question to which I do not have an answer, Jukiyama replied elegantly. He was far too rich for his own good. You can bunk with us, Banjo said, thumbing to himself and the gas mask siblings. We got room, plenty enough for you until you can find your own place. Trevor nodded. Sounds Gucci to me. The future was uncertain, but it'd never been brighter. He wasn't worried, not when he knew he could rely on everyone in that room to be right there with him every step of the way. Trevor was, in fact, feeling very Gucci. UI stood before the Metropolitan Government Building, hands behind his back. The structure shot into the sky of Shinjuku as two conjoined towers, the upper levels of the towers oriented diagonally to the rest of the structure. One of the tallest buildings in Shinjuku, it had been hard to miss both for the wandering eye and for the dragon. Repair work was still underway, scaffolding surrounding the length of it while cranes went about their daily business. With how the dragon had coiled around it, most of the windows needed to be replaced and the stone bore the scars of its presence. The director of the CCG went without attendance, the presence of other personnel completely absent. He waited patiently, staring forward as the door to the car was opened for Trevor, allowing him to step out. A cold but sunny day awaited them. Trevor stepped out of the car, eyes taking a moment to adjust to the change in light. He smiled upon regarding Ui, walking over to join the man. Despite the late hour of the party, Trevor had managed a good rest crashing on Banjo's couch. Coffee helped, as it always did. Good morning, Ui. Sorry if I kept you waiting, Trevor greeted the director. I've waited several weeks. What's a few more minutes? Ui said, extending a hand out to Trevor with a smile. Good to see you on your feet and I apologize for the secrecy. The person in question wishes to remain discreet about this meeting. Trevor gladly took the hand, giving it a shake before withdrawing. No worries about that, I understand when a healthy amount of discretion is needed. It does make me awfully curious about who this could be though, he admitted. No need to prolong your suffering. Come along, Ui said. He beckoned Trevor. Keep any guards out here. No need to worry about anyone getting the drop on you here. The local government wouldn't risk their own staff. He stepped towards the entrance of the building with a purposeful stride, cutting the image that was expected of him. A highly professional and to-the-point leader, in a way, Ui was made for the role. It was good to see him come into his own like that. The role suited him. Trevor gestured for his companions, Take, Yusa, and the remaining 2 other members of Zero Squad, to stay with the car as he moved to follow after Ui. Shoes stepped against concrete, a sensation Trevor had nearly forgotten after going almost a year without normal feet. Despite the 2 of them being, well, who they were, very little attention was paid to them as they entered the hub of Tokyo governance. Civil servants buzzed about the lobby, attending to other guests and moving to where they needed to be. As the city would be in a state of reconstruction for some time, it made sense that the bureaucrats were kicked into action. Contracts, inspections, complaints, and compliance were the name of the game. Ui walked Trevor through getting a guest pass for the building his picture needed to be taken and guided him to the elevator. Once inside, he mashed a button close to the top of the building. The doors shut before anyone else could join them. The special class pass on their well wishes. Suzuya wanted to be here, but that wasn't on the table. Need to know basis, and all that. Right. I'll have to find him when I can and see how he's doing, Trevor mused, a hand idly running down the length of his guest pass lanyard. But I'm glad to hear it. How's Mugen? Armless but jolly. I'm medically retiring him soon, and despite his complaints, I think he'll come to enjoy it. He'll have a good pension, with all those years of service, Ui said with a fond expression. But I don't think he'll be the last. Kyoko's retiring for similar reasons, and married, well, he's the most reliable person I know. He could stay on for another 20 or be gone tomorrow to open up a bike shop. Trevor snorted. That does sound like him. All 3 of them have earned a pleasant retirement and then some, after all that work. That does leave the special class getting a bit empty once they're out, though. It does, but I would not worry about that. There's plenty of young talent, your students among them. In fact, it may be apt if the team leader of the Quinks were to take up such a role. Ui exhaled, lowering his head somewhat. We're continuing with the project. Output aside, the research it provides is invaluable to Dr. Kanu's former team. Chigyu and his researchers are also keen, unrestrained as they are. It's a brave new world now, across the board. Kimmy explained some of the advances they were already making while I was out, Trevor said, folding his arms behind his back. Lots of secrets buried over the years by the Washayu that finally get to see the light of day. I'm eager to see what comes of it. As am I. Though, I do not intend to hold this role for long. I'm not cut out for it, I've discovered, Ui said, staring forward still. Besides, it is wrong. I supported Kichimura for the time he held the office, so simply having me slip into that spot by proximity feels corrupt. Trevor paused before responding, eyes glancing to Ui at his side. He let out a breath. I won't say it's wrong for you to feel that way. But corrupt or no, I do genuinely think you've done well with what you have. I'm glad that you're the current director, he offered to his fellow student. We'll see how long that lasts. The door opened to the observation deck of the building. Before either of them could step out, a man in all black met them. His attire, in fact, was exactly like that of a member of V. It very nearly activated Trevor's fight instincts just to see the man. Good morning, he said, his voice a quiet rasp. He bowed his head, hand atop his hat. Corey Ui. And this must be Trevor Galina. He stepped back, providing both of them room to exit. He is on the other side of the deck, where the seating is. Thank you, Ui said, dipping his head in return. Continue as you were. Yes sir. Ui moved past the man. He had the sickly skin of a V member, even the strange vacant eyes. But he distinctly was not trying to kill either of them. Somehow, that was the most surreal part. As they walked, Trevor gave Ui a quizzical look, thick white brow raised. Special Protections Agent. VIPs are provided personal guards by the CCG, the Emperor, and such. Personal guards who, as you may have noticed, were sourced from Veisuki. This was not known to me prior to becoming director, but they're largely harmless. They take their roles very seriously, as was the case with all of them, and part of the problem, I think. I'll say, Trevor muttered, glancing back at the guard before turning ahead. It makes sense, I suppose. Half-humans make for excellent bodyguards against most threats, and loaning them out is a good way to maintain influence over a wide net. Ui nodded. That it is. I've interviewed each remaining Special Protections agent myself, and honestly, I pity them. They're more machine than person. I don't know what Veisuki did to their people, but it turned them into instruments. As such, we'll be keeping them in our employ, but we'll replace them with regular personnel as they're cycled out due to age. Probably the best way to handle them. They wouldn't know what to do with retirement if you cut them loose now, Trevor mused. But then how did they miss that revolution of Keiko and Kichimura's? It wasn't part of their orders. I imagine the majority of them have been in their positions for more than a few years, so if they've been preoccupied with their current role. I supposed, lips pressing together. He shook his head. Count our blessings. If they had killed the Imperial House, then I don't even know what kind of position we'd be in. Far more tenuous is a mild way of putting it. I'm thankful it never came to that, Trevor sighed. But what a miserable way to live. Small wonder things went the way they did. Keiko's revolution was the result of an undisciplined mind, said a dire voice from just around the bend. He had the means, but none of the vision to do anything more than destroy all around him. Kichimura, for all his supposed wit, did not even know what was going to follow. Sat on one of the benches which lined the deck was a man. At a glance, he resembled Matsuri, his hair neatly combed, an immaculate pinstripe suit, a burgundy shade tie with a set of half-rim square glasses. Hints of grey hair shot through his hair, particularly at the sides. As he rose to greet the two of them, the illusion of his height came purely from how he held himself. If Matsuri was serious, then this man was fatal. His face was set like a sculpture, no hints of a smile even beginning to show. It was difficult to place his age. He could have been in his 30s or his 50s, depending on the angle. Oak's leader, I presume, the man said, not even noting Ui. Ui fell into a principled stance, hands behind his back. That's correct. Trevor Galina, he answered, offering a hand to the new face. And who are you? Ena Jobin. Prime Minister. He took Trevor's hand, giving it a firm shake before taking his hand back. At least for now. I do not intend to lose any competition, but the future is the future. Trevor blinked, allowing the shake to play out. Oh, he uttered, unable to fully hide his shock. He collected himself after a moment, clearing his throat. You'll have to forgive my surprise. I wasn't expecting to meet the Prime Minister this morning. A ruse of my request. Forgive my foolishness, but I would rather the Diet not know about this. Place no blame on Director Ui, Ena said, nodding to Ui. He turned, looking back out over the city that stretched into the horizon. My predecessor resigned after the dragon incident, but I understand he had connections with the Jukiyama group. While I do not doubt he would have done something very similar, our reasons are much different. Shiyu had mentioned before that his family had deeper ties to Japan's government in the past. In hindsight, it was impressive how much they'd accomplished under the rule of Veisuki, but Kichimura had himself once boasted the Jukiyama were something of a cultivated threat to justify the previous world order. That leads to the natural question of just what your reasons are for this meeting, Trevor said, looking out across Tokyo alongside Ena, sharing the view. I had figured that Oak would interact with your office sooner than later, just not like this. Despite being a career politician, I detest bureaucracy. Face-to-face diplomacy is irreplaceable. Men and women alike can pretend through letters and emails, but in person, their lies require effort. Not that I expect you to lie, Ena clarified, inclining his head to the side slightly and then correcting it. In short, I have no interest in what at least half the party wants. They want the old ways to continue, for ghouls to be considered less. I simply desire for you to be citizens. I have called this meeting to consider that future with you. Foreigner or no, you've earned the trust of your people in Tokyo, and that means you are the man to talk to. Trevor nodded, happy with what he heard. It was expected that so many would still want things to return to how they were. The past was cruel, but familiar. Comforting, for those not truly troubled by it. There was the perfectly natural fear of dealing with your predator, of course, but events had proven that transcending that barrier could be a shared dream. Then you and I have the same goal in mind. I've hardly been secretive about my wants, and ghouls being granted full legal citizenship is one of the big ones, Trevor said. Oak has no interest in making the same mistake as Kichimura did by not considering what came after the physical battle. Since our inception, we've been preparing for how we wanted peacetime to look. Ena hummed. Good. That means I'm not working with deranged fools. First things first, legal rights will not come in a matter of weeks. That is a battle of years, and it will be more insidious than whatever contest you had with the CCG. Secondly, your organization will need a rebrand. As it stands, the name Oak is associated with terror, no matter what the truth is. Third, I want an explanation of your vision of peacetime. I will consider the practical applications, and that which I feel I can fight for, I will fight for. Ena Jobin did not seem like the kind of person Fuka and Jukiyama would have had Trevor believe the ruling party were like. Severe, yes, but there was no small degree of pragmatism there. But then again, he did mention he was going against the wishes of the majority of the party. An outlier who swept in at the right time, riding the disruption of the dragon. It sounded too good to be true. Trevor didn't believe the man was out to ruin him and his people, but it did cast an interesting image. That led to another natural question. To go against most of your party for our sake. Quite radical, especially considering the state of Japan only a couple months ago, Trevor mused, half turning to regard Ena. But you seem especially motivated. Where does this motivation come from? Because I have been waiting for this for years. Not this particular set of circumstances, but something similar, Ena began. He reached into his jacket pocket and removed a cigarette packet. He offered one to Trevor, but got a polite refusal. Ena took one out and placed it between his lips. I've been on committee after committee, board after board, regarding Ghoul activity, Ghoul crime, Ghoul subversion. Even when I was in Yamaguchi, it was all the same. The same answer to the same problem, the same answer which hasn't worked, and has only deprived us of several vital things: your unique traits, and peace. When I was younger, I tried to walk the middle ground, tried to see things from the majority's perspective, but you know what I found. Ena brought the flame of his lighter to the cigarette, not bothering to cup it. No wind to protect it from. Malice. Nobody cared about the most practical solution to a problem of life and death. This wasn't some vague economic issue born from poor policy, but an honest desire to exterminate life that was different from us, no matter the cost. And that taught me the truth at the heart of our nation, that the old order, the evil of the past, never left us. It just became Americanized. He inhaled, and then let out a plume of smoke carefully. Far more palatable. No less evil. I'm motivated because I'm fed up of seeing the same problem rear its ugly head, of hearing the same tired arguments from the same wrinkly old imperialists in poor disguise. Solve the problem that's killing people on both sides, or get out of the way. I'm trying the former. Trevor lacked the sheer breadth of political experience that Ena had, especially when it came to Japan, but that didn't mean he couldn't understand where the Prime Minister was coming from. While Trevor had been in both literal and proverbial streets shoveling through the endless parade of violence that consumed everyone, Ena had struggled in his own arenas that were no less valid. Most would either recede to the party line or call it quits out of cynicism after enough years of such a Sisyphean ordeal. Ena seemed like the real deal. Then the former is what we'll work together on. This problem never was as simple as killing several bad actors, but I knew that going into it. I'll deliver on those latter two things you need, and we can move forward from there. Trevor turned to Ena, smiling at the man. I look forward to working with you, Prime Minister. He nodded, glancing at Trevor. No smile still. I do not doubt there will be disagreements. When they happen, remember this moment. We're working towards the same thing. On that note, I have an offer for you, a means for you to remain on payroll in the future, if you're interested in that. It'll position you nicely for your plans. Trevor hummed, expression sobering. And what is this offer? Director UI is already aware, but I intend to push for reform in the CCG. The director has agreed with me, so it's only a matter of time. The Tokyo branch of the CCG will become its own organization with a different remit. We've kept it quiet, but the Dragon Orphans remain functioning still, and they're no minor issue for the city. This new organization will instead be a peacekeeping group dedicated to the containment and removal of them. As such, it will no longer hunt ghouls as its primary function. In fact, I intend for it to bridge a gap. With that in mind, Ena looked to Trevor. I'd like you to rejoin the CCG. It won't be called that for long, and your new role will relate purely to relations with ghouls. You'll be the voice on the inside, going between both sides. Trevor was quiet, head dipped and heavy with thought at the words. Returning to the CCG, that had become an alien concept to him. Downright impossible for him to consider since he'd left, no matter how good of a relationship he still had with many within the organization. A part of him, a deep part of him, strongly and emphatically insisted that the One-Eyed King could never truly be a part of the CCG. Kishao had been, but his reign was decisively far different from Trevor's. Ena raised his hand, sighing. Stop. Never mind. You're hesitating. I've not got time for it. Get me a list of names of individuals who you'd feel would be apt for such a position. Ghouls, humans, ghoulmans, whatever. That I can do, Trevor replied, letting out a breath. It's not a place I can return to, not like that. Luckily, I already have several strong candidates in mind. That will have to do. We'll establish a means of communication through the director, if that suits you both, he asked, looking between the two of them. UI gave a firm nod. We're proud to serve, be in peace or turmoil. Good man. Things will be moving quickly from here out, Trevor. A word of advice to you and yours, Ena said, pulling his cigarette from his lips. Get good lawyers. Get a lot of lawyers, too. We'll need an army of them, no doubt. If you have recommendations, I'm all ears. Either way, we'll find who we can. Good. We'll be in touch, Trevor. Ena looked back to the city, and focused on his cigarette. The no smoking sign went flagrantly ignored. That we will. Until then, Ena, Trevor replied, then took the hint and made his exit. Besides, he had a hell of a lot of work to do. Kotaro Amon held the business card up to the light, squinting at it in the same way one might a diamond, scrutinizing the quality of it. A sort of quiet anxiety fell over the room of gathered senior members. Kotaro flipped the card between his fingers, gave it a little wiggle, and then finally, nodded. Acceptable quality. We can use these. A collective sigh of relief followed, even from Akira. She pat Kotaro on the arm. He slid the business card into a handmade holder, and then pocketed it into his suit jacket. For the first time in more than a few years, Kotaro looked like an investigator once more. He would not be working for the CCG however or the Tokyo Branch Security Committee, as they had taken to being called. The CCG still existed, of course, just not in Tokyo itself. With the Tokyo branch intending to take on more of a peacekeeping and mediation role, they would serve as the testing ground for this new approach. It had taken months of arguing between what would go down in history as the pro-reconciliation factions as led by the Prime Minister and the anti-Ghoul groups in the Diet, but through means that were suggested to be uncouth, the former won out. The Prime Minister had kept to his word, strangely enough. The difficult part had begun. With the security committee in play, Oak had to ensure they did not lose momentum. With no central body for ghouls, it fell to them to keep the peace among their people in Tokyo. Where instances of ghoul predation had been determined, they were to be on the scene alongside the TSC, offering insights and support to keep the process as humane as possible. Reviews of the law were still ongoing, and would not be done for a while yet. Until then, they had their lawyers and if needs be, means to allow a ghoul to vanish. They were official, but they weren't the government. An important distinction. Kotaro Aman had joined them under a role that would suit him well. As the lead on advocacy and response, he'd be taking on a team who would be the first out there, either to protect a ghoul or politely dissuade them from any eccentric ways. It turned out, however, that Kotaro Aman was a perfectionist. He needed his business cards to be precise and appropriate in every respect, with no room for deviation. Sure, I'm glad we spent all that Jukiyama money on a few pieces of card, Naki grunted, hands in his pockets. I like a suit as much as the next guy, a criminal understatement, but this is just goofy. Kotaro rounded on Naki, lips pursed. We're leading the way on several fronts. If we do not present ourselves as ahead of the pack, then how can we expect others to do better than us in the future? He whipped out one of the business cards, presenting it to Naki. When we present this to ghouls and humans alike, they should look at it and know that we're more than just a band of rogues. That we're protectors, willing to fight for them both on the battlefield and in the courtroom, Kotaro stated emphatically, brows knitted together into a glare that, while not necessarily directed at Naki, was pointed in his general direction. The white-suited man pulled back, as if hit with a blast of hot air. You wish to be that, don't you? Raise your standards, white suit. There's more to this than just looking good. Kotaro tugged on his suit. All right, all right. Intensity dialed down, Akira said, smiling up at Kotaro. I think he gets the point. Naki glanced at her with a raised brow. He might have understood, he might not have. Glad we got that matter settled, Trevor said, an unspoken finally hanging in the air for those listening for it. The issue of the business cards had turned into a dramatic one, though he could hardly argue with Kotaro's point. Now, more than ever, appearances mattered to the sole legitimate group ghouls could rally behind. He leaned back into his chair at the head of the table, the leather squeaking against him. As expected of his role, Trevor abandoned the ominous black cloak he'd taken to wearing during the dragon incident, instead wearing a grey suit. His white hair was longer, if carefully combed and maintained, and he'd grown his beard out to a respectable length and kept it tightly trimmed. With that done, how are the rest of advocacy and responses duties coming along? It's going as well as it can, given that we're inventing the wheel here, Akira said, stepping just ahead of Kotaro. Intelligent as he was, Akira was the real brains behind that branch of their organization. It made sense, given the role she'd been in previously. We've discovered that the wiggle room allowed to us by the TSC means we can act preemptively, provided we do not frame it as that. We don't plan on considering it malicious compliance, but it is likely not what they had in mind when they gave us the go-ahead to act if they are absent from a scene. Minimal conflict so far, but it's early days yet, she reported, nodding to Trevor. There's a few hopefuls among our members I'd be interested in having with A&R. Trevor nodded along. Sounds good. If any of those members are currently unassigned, feel free to approach them. If they're already assigned, just speak with whoever might be the head of their department and I'm sure you'll be able to arrange something. Of course. Miza, we'll talk later. The leader of the outreach team blinked, looking across to Akira from beside Naki. Oh, you're interested in members of my team? What brought this on, Madao? She asked, looking genuinely surprised. She looked no different from how she used to, still dressed in a cloak and with her mask under her arm. She wore it less when on the surface, but given the specific nature of her task, she still required it. I've heard good stories about your team. Ideally, I'd take the entire team into my own, but I can settle with one or two. Miza bowed her head, respectfully. Thank you. I think. No points of order from us, Jukiyama said, a hand on Banjo's shoulder. All is apace with the TSC. I just request that if there are any pressing matters that need to be brought to the director, you have it recorded clerically as well as verbally. We've been able to get away with it for now, but it's only a matter of time before someone tries to strangle us with bureaucracy, so we should get used to being thin on air on that front. Yes. I'd received yet another reminder from the legal team along similar lines, Trevor sighed, directing his following statement to the everyone else gathered. It might feel pointless in the moment, but please remind all of your team members to keep their recorded activity updated. Otherwise we'll be feeling the pain of 1,000 cuts in areas in the future we can't afford. Such a pain. Kyodai muttered, reclining in a chair. Without his mask, he was a truly handsome fellow. Though he had been doggedly insistent on keeping it for the longest time, he had recently relented. Should have signed up with the school. There's less paperwork if you are just showing kids how to kick a ball, right? The grass is always greener on the other side, Trevor said, waving a hand through the air. There's mountains of paper there too, just different kinds. Anything on your end you need to bring forward. Word from the streets. Rumors for the time being, but it's worth keeping in mind, Kyodai said as he adjusted on the chair, leaning forward. It didn't take long, but there's a ghoul out saying we're just going to be tools of the CCG. Ghoul-faced doves. They may be gathering up a few friends. It may just be another childish gang we've all been part of one in our time but you know. It's our job to keep an eye on these things now. Talk like that was bound to start sooner or later, Trevor murmured, steepling his hands on his lap. Certain humans weren't the only ones resistant to change, and ghoul kind was no monolith. And I'm sure we'll be hearing it for a while yet. For now, keep doing as you are. I've no interest in crushing anyone who complains, but if things escalate, I'll trust your and Irimi's judgment. For better or worse. Anyway, that's all I really had to talk about. Anyone else for anything else? He called to the room. Tuka raised her hand once it was clear they were all but done. One more thing, she said, regarding the room with a smile. I suppose anyone who has talked to me recently already knows, but it's best to lock myself into it officially. I'll be stepping away from our work for a while to focus on other things. School, being the main thing here. I'll be trying to lay low while I'm studying, don't want any weird attention. It was only a matter of time, Tsukiyama said, stood leaning against the back of a chair. But yes. Being here's good work experience and all, but you've been going on about going to university for years. Good riddance, I say. Poor baby, still sore about the one time I happened to beat you, Tuka said, putting on a pouty look. It did little to hide the amusement behind it. You'll miss me. We will. Banjo interjected before Tsukiyama could speak, verbally barging him out of the way. I mean, in my head you've kind of always been here, even if we were all apart for a while. It'll be weird to see you gone. Misa hummed in agreement. Not simply due to your experience, but also your wisdom. For one so young, you've already matured well enough, Kirishima. Though, what of your section? Who will be taking over? She thumbed to Ayato, bringing all eyebrows in the room up to the ceiling. Don't look at me like that. He needs something to do. Besides, with the Fuegukas there, he won't be able to do that much damage. Boy, what a rousing vote of confidence in my ability, Ayato droned, staring forward with dead eyes. Tatara always went on about the importance of nurturing the next generation. I'm just taking his words to heart, finally. Not that you know the first thing about dealing with kids, Kyode said, grinning like a dog. Hell, you're still a shitty brat as it is. Ayato sighed, shutting his eyes. Give me strength. Trevor snorted. You'll do great, don't worry. Besides, I'm sure Hinami'll be glad to have you around and working again. We gotta plan the leaving party, Naki noted, nodding. There had been a lot of parties, actually. Tsukiyama. Rent out the Sky Tower. Okay, I'm rich but we've not got that much money to launch into the ether. How about the Hilton instead? Even after all this time, Trevor continued to be baffled by Shiyu Tsukiyama. The Hilton will do. Considering it's going to be the big send-off for one of our best, it'll have to be a party worth remembering, Trevor said, resting his cheek on an open palm and smiling at Tuka. You're going to be missed around here, but that degree has been a dream of yours for a long time. I'm happy for you. She crossed her arms, smirking. You, in particular, are not getting rid of me that easily. I'll need your grasp on English. Trevor gasped. I finally get to be your English teacher? I can't believe it. You've been waiting out for that for years, haven't you? Since you first called me an English teacher very sarcastically. So yet. Years. Tuka rolled her eyes at him. I hope the payoff was everything you ever dreamed of, English teacher. Everything and more, my friend. Trevor clapped his hands together once. On that note, it sounds like we don't have any further business for this meeting. Keep up the good work, everyone. Just a glimpse into the day-to-day running of their organization. It had been oak once upon a time, but no longer. Though the emblem of a white tree on a field of red hung over them, it represented their roots more so than what they were now. Beneath the tree, their name was there in both English and kanji, the United Front. Grown from a field of blood, they would create something better. The ducks scrambled for their feed, quaking and honking in a manner that was almost polite. The park was nearly empty apart from the two of them and the TSC members in the distance, ensuring privacy for the both of them. Director Itsuki Merid tossed the ducks their food. The blonde young man, Hyde Nagachika, wasn't too far from them but far enough to be out of earshot of any conversation held between them. Merid had taken over for UI once he had announced his resignation from the position of director. While still a special class investigator, Corey had all but left those responsibilities behind. Instead, he took to becoming a trainer at the academies across Tokyo, the places the orphan victims of Trevor's charges sometimes ended up. I think I've had enough of fighting, UI had said with a strange smile. For the first time, he actually opened up to Trevor about his more personal thoughts on Kishao, on the loss of Haru and more. Of all the investigators in the CCG, it became clear that he had been the one to lose the most. His found family had all but been torn apart by their work in the most bloody fashions possible. The fact he lasted as long as he did was remarkable. Merid had been the natural replacement. Never much of a fighter, the man nonetheless had everything else going for him. Weaselly, conniving, cunning, all the negative descriptors for incredibly intelligent one could think of. Only, he wasn't by any means a bad man. His way of thinking would have just lent itself well to being a thorn in anyone's side. Another month, another discreet not so discreet meeting of Tokyo's most powerful. If you don't count those rich bastards, that is, Merid said with a dry amusement. Trevor had been to this park before, both to meet Merid and with another. It'd been the place he and Kishao had frequented. The ducks were still there, some of them the exact same ones Kishao had fed. Can't even give myself a pay rise. This director gig isn't all it's cracked up to be. It never looked all that appealing to me. My ambitions laid elsewhere, Trevor admitted, watching the ducks with his hands in his pockets. Though I don't see you taking the job if you didn't want it on some level. Merid snorted indignantly. What did you take me for? Some sort of career chaser? Nah. If it weren't for Iba, I'd just be some old punk. Never been one to look a gift horse in the mouth, so the fact I've got this far is because someone wanted me there. He tossed more feed to the ducks. Not like anyone else could have taken the position. Suzui is not made for it, and Kyyoko's got other stuff on her plate. All up to OL Merid to keep this show running. How about you? Fed up of being the boss yet? I've still got some gas in the tank, but to be honest, the United Front runs itself most of the time, Trevor admitted with a chuckle. I'll be the boss for as long as I need to be, but who knows how much longer that'll be. The very idea of retiring still feels otherworldly. Tell me about it. I got another decade or so in me before I really start thinking about it, but not a day don't go by with that damn alarm clock that I don't think what if I just took it early? What's the worst that could happen? He paused. Then I drink my coffee, and I stop being a little baby. I'd blow my brains out if I had to live like Iba, playing golf like it's a job. I think it's a brain chemistry thing. Something just flips in your head when you get old and you decide you like stuff like that, Trevor tugged. He was glad to hear Iba had survived the dragon, the old veteran pulling through at the end of the day. They still talked, if no longer about grand conspiracies or shadowy deals. For the best, really. But just as a heads up, at the end of the month I'll be taking a little vacation. Haven't had one since, well over a year, I think, he said, squinting at the air. We're all due one at this point, I say. That shouldn't be an issue for anyone, but I'll bring this up now. Chigyu and his nutjobs have noticed something in the dragon orphans. It's a concerning trend. I want your take on it, given your relation to them. Merid reached into his pocket, pulling out a folded piece of paper. He handed it over to Trevor. Unfolded, it was a printout of an email chain that included Kimi and Chigyu. The email itself was a response to a question of some sort. It confirmed one thing for certain, the dragon orphans had some sort of individual intelligence, and it seemed to be getting more complex as time passed. It was slow, it was minor, but it was there and happening. Trevor frowned, brows furrowed as he scanned the email chain. They're evolving. Considering they've proven to adapt in wild ways before, the increased intelligence would be another adaptation to being treated like particularly dangerous animals up until this point. He looked up to Merid. I don't need to point out how this could escalate further if we don't nip it in the bud. Of course. But that's too obvious, and it's not my main concern. My concern is this, Merid began, turning back to the ducks. They were all too happy to feast, snapping at crumbs in the water. I'm impartial on the Ghoul situation. I don't feel strongly one way or another, I'm more concerned about doing what's right in each situation. So, now we're working towards treating your lot like regular OL citizens, humans in all but dietary habits. That's fine, as long as you lot don't go around killing people like it used to be. But what about these things? They're stupid animals, sure, but they're still animals. If they have the potential to become more, should we be aiming to cull them? What's the calculus there? I got my ideas on it, but I wanted to get yours. Trevor's frown deepened and he looked back at the paper, considering it. He blew out a breath. The dragon orphans were, more or less, the byproduct of Trevor and Riz. Progeny that couldn't have existed without that strange union. As messy as that was, the facts up until now had been clear, the dragon orphans were mindless beasts that prioritized killing everything in their path and bringing that meat back to the dragon itself. It'd been simple. But the dragon was dead, leaving the children without direction beyond their instincts. In that time, the orphans had developed and become stronger. And now, they were beginning to think. Was it hypocritical to exterminate all of the orphans, after pushing so hard for the rights of ghouls? The differences between the two groups were blatantly obvious, but the gap was beginning to close. This is something I've wondered might happen. My gut tells me no, that calling them down entirely is wrong if they display this sort of intelligence, especially if this is an upward trend, Trevor mused, rubbing his chin. But that begs the question of what other solution is there? As they are right now, they can't be reasoned with, and they'll only get smarter the more obstacles come their way. Merid chuckled, though it did not sound pleased. A classic little conundrum, ain't it? And it's one for us to solve. Things never simple, Trevor. If anyone tries to tell you something simple, they don't know enough about it. The TSC'll keep doing their thing. Holding back against them isn't really reasonable, in the same way you can't tell people to not shoot a tiger if it's in your village. Indeed, Trevor grunted, handing the paper back to Merid. The current policy will have to do for the time being, for lack of a better plan, but I'll think on the problem more. Between this, the politics, and whatever world-changing knowledge Kimi and Chigyo discover on any given day, who knows how things will look in a year or two, at this rate. Different. Things'll be different, Merid said. If it'll be better is up in the air. The Prime Minister's on your side for now, but he won't be the boss forever. Say one of his less nice, more bigoted peers takes his place, what then? He asked, letting out another dry chuckle. The wonders of emperor and parliamentary systems. Why don't he choose the guy who's actually in charge? Woe unto the people whom that actually matters to. If it comes to that, things will get more difficult. But my people finally have that sense of legitimacy they've gone millennia without, Trevor said, staring at the ducks. And none of them want that to go away. We'll figure it out, Merid. It won't be easy, but we'll find a way. I'll hold you to those words. Last thing I want is to be the guy who oversaw the CCG when it failed to bring some sort of lasting peace to Tokyo, so I'll do what I can as long as my ass is in this seat. It may mean that we need to get a bit dirty, to make sure the people we need to be in power, stay in power. Just depends on if you are willing to play that role. We both fucking hate V, but are we willing to adopt some of their methods? At what point do we become hypocrites? Trevor sighed, shaking his head. I'm not some paragon, but I made a promise that I'd help build a future we can be proud of. I don't believe you and I could ever truly become like V, but it's a dangerous game to flirt with their methods. That's not a precedent I want to set. Then we'll be optimists. I can do that. It's a good change of pace, anyway. He tossed the bag of feed to Trevor. Enjoy your vacation, Trevor. Get what peace you can while it lasts, yet. Trevor smiled, taking the feed. I'll take what I can get. And right back at you, Merid. We're both in this for the long haul, so let's make sure we don't burn out. Ha. I burned out years ago. I'm just running on fumes, at this point. Give that dog Irene my regards. Merid turned and began to walk away from Trevor, following the path. He waved over his shoulder, not looking back, and joined up with Hyde once again. The young man looked to be Merid's choice in apprentice. I'm sure she'll appreciate it. With a tut and a wave goodbye, Trevor turned back to the ducks. After a few moments, he claimed a seat on the nearby bench, the exact same spot where he'd joined Kishao all that time ago. It had been almost a year now, since he passed. Trevor sniffed, tossing the ducks their feed. He wasn't a religious man, but he did wonder sometimes if Kishao could still see how things were going back down on Earth. Trevor liked to think Kishao would be proud of what he saw. The previous one-eyed king could rest easy, in death. The living would take care of things in the meanwhile. After all, there was a lot more to live for, these days. And speaking of things to live for, Trevor would need to be in Ibaraki in time for a birthday. The shadow of Mount Tsubaka and the canopy of trees cast a cooling cover over the dirt path. The sound of whining cicadas came from the greenery. The sun, just overhead, bled its light through the gaps in branches and leaves, warming the air to a degree just beneath sweltering. The scent of life undisturbed filled the area. Grass and wild plants and the bark of the trees, moved on by the slightest of breezes. It hadn't been easy, finding this place. As expected, her trail had long been scrubbed, but a bit of digging with the help from one diminutive photographer had proven more than enough. Getting there by car was difficult enough. The path catered to people on foot, or anyone in a vehicle made of tougher stuff. Privacy was the name of the game, and how anyone would get mail out there was anyone's guess. A house sat at the end of the path, which itself rested close to the edge of a slope, overlooking the flat land that went on into the horizon, dotted with villages, a lake, farmland, and towns. The house was almost transparent from all angles apart from the approach, glass, and balconies lining the 2 floors, the first due to how it just hung over the beginning of the slope. Black paneling and frames on the outside contrasted against the cool colors on the inside. A fire pit and a deck chair were the only things out the front, where one might expect a 4x4 vehicle. The lack of tracks suggested that the person who lived there did not bother with a car. The first time they'd ever spoken together, she had once jokingly said she'd become the Yama-Yuba of the mountain if she ever retired. A joke that had, perhaps knowingly, been made into reality. With a traveling bag slung over his shoulder, Trevor paused once he finally beheld the house. After all the trouble of finding it, after the many months of work, he couldn't but take a moment to stare at the house, at the one who claimed it as their own. He'd made it, just in time for her birthday. Licking dried lips, he couldn't deny the nervous flutter in his gut. The man who died more than once and threw himself into proverbial flames time and again found himself anxious, all because of a certain, strange woman. But the anxiety wasn't enough to hold him back. He needed to see her again. That brief reunion where she'd come back from the dead had not been nearly enough. He doubted he'd ever get enough. Trevor continued, one foot in front of the other. He walked past the fire pit and the deck chair, striding up to the door. He took a breath, then knocked to a little tune he heard in his head. It opened at the little application of pressure, unlocked without any concern as to any who may have been passing by. The interior opened up to Trevor, revealing a place that felt different, but familiar. Everything seemed low to the ground, with an absence of traditional chairs, pillows scattered along the floor, with some piled together into what could best be described as big seats. Even the tables nearly clung to the ground. Open and without much of a plan beyond where the kitchen was placed, it looked like a near copy of her old residence in Tokyo, only with different colors. By no means was it cleaner, but the mess took on a different form. With the need to play human no longer present, any scattered food items and their wrappings had instead been completely replaced by various forms of literature. Novels, educational books, manga, Western comic books, instructional manuals. A veritable omnivore of the written word, she held nothing back in her hunger to read. He could see through the ground floor to the other side, where a glass door to the wooden balcony hung open, natural light flooding in through the wall of panes. His destination clear, he slid off his shoes and set his bag down in the mudroom and then padded his way over. He became more cognizant of the sights and sounds around him, a heightened awareness taking over him as a reaction to his emotions. Not even the high-stakes meetings with the Prime Minister had quite gotten him like that. Only her. The sound of water sloshing in a metal container, followed by a gentle sprinkling. It passed, followed by the sound of something creaking beneath a weight. Paper shifted, and something scratched. The scents of wood, soft fabrics, and summer, and the smell of her. A glass table, a basic metal folding chair, a red watering can in her. Her hair, once the color of a light seaweed, had faded just enough to take on another more washed-out shade. Tied up into a bun at the top of her head, she otherwise looked almost exactly the same as she did when she was Sen. A short woman in large glasses, looking between an open book on the table and the notes in her journal. A light, almost see-through kimono top rested over a loose white blouse and a long dark blue skirt airy, and fit for the rising temperatures. It also covered the scars, the hints of them poking out at her neck. As the world changed and grew into something new, the secluded Ito Yashimura wrote as she wished. Neither revolutionary nor killer sat before Trevor on that balcony, looking over a world ignorant of her presence. Only a writer. Only Ito. Her pen stopped mid-stroke. She rolled it between her fingers for a few moments, eyes not leaving the words before her. Moments passed, both aware of the other, but doing nothing about it. She spoke as she finished off the character. How was the trip up here? She asked, turning to look over her shoulder, a smile on her face and her eye crimson. Not too much of a hike for you, I hope. Trevor's smile, already present, widened a touch at the sound of her melodic voice. Not at all. It's a beautiful place out here. I can see why you picked it out, he said, walking over to join her. She set her journal down on the table, atop the book she had been glancing at, bringing her hands together to rest against her stomach. It's just far enough, and close enough, that nobody'll come looking for me. Apart from you, of course, but you've got more motive than the others. Motive is one word for it, Trevor replied. After a moment, he gently rested a hand on her shoulder, thumb rubbing against the fabric of the kimono. After all, I thought it'd be nice to wish you a happy birthday in person. Ito blinked, lips parting momentarily. Oh, is that today? She glanced about, as if looking for a calendar of some sort. There was none to be found. You lose track, out here. Good to know that I'm getting old, though, she finished with a sigh, shaking her head. She looked back up at him. No need to worry about that. You know I'm not a big birthday sort. What I am big on, however, is news from civilization. Go on, what new developments from the capital? Anything spicy? She asked, wriggling her fingers as if casting a spell on him. Or something. Trevor snorted, patting her shoulder and looking around for a spot to sit. Well, Oak and the CCG rebranded, Ayato works at a school now, and... He trailed off, electing to lean against the balcony. And monstrous beasts spawned from the corpse of my Kaijo Kakujin now prowl the deeper parts of Tokyo. If you consider that spicy. Ayato's a teacher? Damn. Ito whistled. No bingo for me, then. Who would have guessed that? And the dragon orphans are interesting, but that's not completely unexpected. At least, not to me. No? I don't actually know how much you know when it comes to the dragon, Trevor admitted, scratching his cheek. The government's as open as it can be, but that doesn't mean a whole lot when it comes to the actual details. I'm not an expert, but I've done my bit of reading and digging over the years. There's a few origin stories for ghouls, but it goes without saying that they're linked to whatever the hell those dragons are. All I know is that those things aren't unique to the here and now, at least if we go by stories, she said casually, as if it were a simple matter. She shrugged, her smile becoming more of a smirk. Is that what you came here for? To unravel the secrets of our kind? Hell no. Years ago, that might have been more on my mind, but not anymore. Now, though. Trevor kicked off the balcony, striding over to Ito and taking a knee right at her side. He met her smirk with a plain smile, crinkling his crimson-scaled tears. I just want to make up for that lost time we missed out on. I just want you. She dipped her head, letting out a quiet little titter. When she raised her head again, her smile mirrored his own. She brought her hand the nails clawed out to his cheek, allowing it to rest there. So disarmingly earnest. You always have been, even from when we first met. She paused, her hand steadily moving to the back of his head, fingers burying into his white hair. I'm sorry. I have no regrets in what I've done to get us here, but I am sorry for how it must have felt. The fact you're here, after everything. She exhaled, eyes shutting briefly. You're a madman. Most men would have figured out that I'm not exactly a healthy person to have around. Trevor hummed. I've had a lot of time to think ever since that night at Lunatic Eclipse. About you. About myself. About the lie that was mostly true. He paused, letting out a breath. I can't pretend it didn't hurt. If it was all earlier, I'm not sure I would have had it in me to forgive you. But now. His breath shuddered for a moment. I've come to accept my touch of madness. At the end of the road, I see someone I could spend the rest of my life with. I see someone I ended up falling in love with. Slowly, gingerly, he lifted his hand to cup her cheek. The last time he'd done that, she'd been dying in a gutter. I see you, Ito. Her hand moved to rest atop his head, nails gently scratching against his scalp, an unheard rhythm to the movements. You need your eyesight checked. But... She reached up with her other hand, taking off the round glasses that framed her face, setting them down beside the book. That time, when I was Sen and you were Janalai or not, were some of the best months of my life. It showed me something I'd never seen before, allowed me, creature that I am, to look beyond the pure cold utility of my goals. It let me see that, no matter what, humans and ghouls will always find ways to connect beyond the confines of our biologies. We, as people, will always have the potential to go beyond what is natural, and instead look for what is right. She paused, sniffing. When I'm with you, it feels right. What happened between us does not change that. Trevor blinked a couple times, his vision turning foggy at the edges. He wiped at her face with a small touch. No, it doesn't, Trevor confessed, his tone cracking a little. So, if it feels right to us both, if we both really want this. Despite how much he wished to say the words, despite how genuine they were, he struggled to let them out, his feelings spilling out. Would you like to be with me from now on? He asked. She reached out with her free hand to grab his, lifting it up until they were almost eye level. Disarmingly earnest, as ever. Yes, Trevor. I would like to be with you from now on, she said quietly, and without any reservation. I don't know what that will look like, whether you want me to go with you, or if you want to move here, or if we try a bit of both, but the answer is yes. Trevor smiled without reservation. Just as quietly, and as he drew closer, he replied, then however it might look, or whatever comes of it. We'll make it work. And so, he sealed that promise with a kiss. It was different, not at all a spark-filled youthful exchange, but a calm and almost practiced meeting of the two. They had been there before, on quiet nights when Trevor was not Trevor, and she was not Ito, when they both lived lives that were not their own. Even so, those moments had been real. Only now, they no longer had to pretend. The moment was real. They were finally real. When they parted, they were both standing, her arms looped around his neck and shoulders. Ito let out a steadying breath, staring into his eyes, her one red and the other green. What about America? She asked quietly, only just speaking over the sound of nature. I'm a bit overdue for a visit, Trevor admitted, his arms wrapped around her back. After all these years, they probably think I'm dead. Now that he'd finally had the time to look into his situation, no longer needing to live a lie and having the means to do some proper digging, Trevor had made a startling discovery: his family, his flesh and blood, was still back in America. All of them, living their lives and doubtlessly, desperately wishing to know what happened to him. It'd never been a case of traveling to another world. It was just him going crazy right from the onset. His mom was more likely to kill him than Kichimura ever could have. So you and I will go there at some point. I'll introduce you to the rest of the family. Here, Dad, this is my partner. She led and instigated a violent coup against an anti-ghoul agency in Tokyo, she said, putting on a goofy impression of Trevor. Is that how it's going to go? Trevor's brows furrowed, tilting his head back in thought. He might think that's neat. He shook his head at the silly idea. Well, we'll need a plan of attack for how much we're going to divulge when it comes to that. I know there's some things I've done here that I'd rather not tell my mom, he sighed. A new generation of family secrets. How quickly we become the adults we used to hate, Ito said, teasing. She slowly pulled away from him, hands sliding off only after having reached the distance where they had to. We'll figure it out. We figured everything else out, didn't we? Trevor chuckled. That we did, and then some. Besides, you'll finally get to see where I get my refined sense of humor. Oh, I am looking forward to seeing what underlying childhood trauma compounded the severe trauma of meeting me. Anyway, this place is mine. If you ever need a place to retreat to, feel free to use it. Only people who know it exists are the planners, the prefectural government, you and me. If you're bringing a human word of warning, getting things is kind of tough. It's a bit of a hike to a family mart. So I saw. I'll keep that in mind, but I'm not looking to disturb this little slice of paradise just yet, Trevor said, hands on his hips. I was able to wrangle a week off from work for this trip, so you've got me around now for a bit. What kind of things are there to do around here? Walk, run, read. She listed off on her fingers, retreating back to her chair. Sometimes I stargaze at night. You saw the chair out front. Fishing if you go down to the creek. Climbing the mountain is fun too, there's a cable car that takes you between the two peaks. She said, genuine enthusiasm in her voice once she got around to the cable cars. I mostly like it here because there isn't much to do. Let's a lady practice her craft in peace. The hermit method. I'm going to need to give the hermit method a shot. All my writing's ever been done during chaos. Trevor said, trailing off before shooting up with a start. Oh, that's right. I finally finished that book. Or the first draft, at least. Wanna give it a read? It might need a prose touch. He admitted. Something about her changed. Her smile, while still present, became a serious sort. Are you sure? Shunji Shiato, my late editor, instilled me with the skills I'd need to give you the full degree, you know. I won't go easy on you. A chill ran down Trevor's spine. He was engaging with a tiger of a writer, and he knew it. Fortunately and unfortunately, he'd developed a certain instinct when it came to tiger-adjacent people, and her especially. With a speed and deftness only someone like him could achieve, Trevor darted to the mudroom and then back again, a thick notebook held in his hands. The title was short and simple. Liminal. I'll be in your care, Trevor answered, offering the book to Ito. She let out an inquisitive hum as she took the first draft from him, reaching out for her glasses. She didn't need them, but it was probably a habit inherited from Sen. She crossed one leg over the other, leaned back in her chair, and flipped the cover page to begin reading. With the air of a teacher grading his homework, she steadily began to comb through it in an uninterrupted session of focus, only breaking to reach out for her pen to make notes on the draft, highlighting sections and leaving little questions in the margins. Trevor left her to it. He found himself another chair and pulled it up, grabbing a book he'd brought with him, a collection of Kafka's short stories, and began reading where he'd left off. The sun was high. It went low. The sky turned orange, and eventually the sun only peeked just barely over the top of the mountain. He saw her small ticks while she read. She dabbed her thumb on the tip of her tongue, turning the page with that same thumb. It was consistent, and without thought. A strange start to the rest of their lives, but one that was emblematic. Two people, quietly reading in the light of a sun soon to be gone. It suited them both. They'd had more than their fill of excitement in life, and at the end of the day, they wanted to live without any of the nonsense. Now the two of them had that chance, and finally affirmed to each other in no uncertain terms that they were going to make the most of that chance. The L word hadn't been used throughout the entire exchange, but it had been all but mutually implicit. The future was still an uncertain thing, but Trevor and Ito would figure it out. A knock at the door to Trevor's study, a familiar whimsical rhythm that meant it could only be one other person. Mailman stopped by. Ito called from the other side. Trevor looked up from his desk, wiping at his eyes. The space had been well and truly made his own over the years, bookshelves topped with all manner of objects, all different variations of Godzilla gazing down on him with both vicious snarls and goofy eyes. A couple globes here or there, along with other knickknacks, some coming from his old home in America. What do we got? Trevor called back, rolling his shoulder with a groan. He'd stiffened up, sitting like that for too long. She opened the door with a quizzical hum, flicking through a few envelopes in her hands. I guess you want the more interesting bit of paper first? She asked, peering up at him over her glasses, smirking. Her hair, unbound, rolled down beyond her shoulders into her lower back, a tide of unkempt faded green. Here. She sent one of the envelopes flying like a disc, sliding straight onto his desk, prompting Trevor to make airplane noises. A smooth landing. It's from Take. Got the company logo on it. An update, surely, Trevor mused, smiling as he took the envelope and opened it. Take had since retired from the world of ghoul rights and investigation, the need for Zero Squad steadily vanishing over the years. In that time, Take had inherited his grandparents' mortician business, a peaceful profession that suited the ever-quiet and calm man. Of course, that didn't mean Take didn't occasionally do some work for Trevor and his allies on the side. Being a step removed from United Front, it was easier for Take to serve as an intermediary for their interests overseas, chiefly Corona, who had been keeping herself busy fighting the fight where ghouls had yet to reach the point Japan's ghouls had. Sometimes, she had help from a certain side of Takaizawa, though that was even more informal. Still, it was all help, and good help at that. More than Trevor could have asked for. Trevor. I hope this letter finds you well. I am currently as well as I can possibly be. There's never a lack of work, directing a funeral home. The dog is fine too. I have recently contacted our allies abroad, and have an update on their respective situations. Corona has recently entered the Yemeni conflict zone. She has opened dialogue with local sympathetic groups, of which there are many. Upon cursory investigation, the ghoul groups do contain a strain of biology-based thought, but given the situation, local philosophies remain more prevalent. Nonetheless, what leaders she has communicated with are eager to receive support from our allies, be it training or resources. Corona has promised nothing yet, but provides what aid she can in the meantime. I understand this particular area is of little strategic value to our overall goal, but I support Corona's choice. While not strategically sound, it is a more ethical choice to support those most in need as opposed to those who can provide us the most value. Our aid, while not enough to end the conflict, will benefit human and ghouls alike in the region once the war, read, one-sided savagery, ends. To the point, analytical and considerate. Despite the time that had passed, Take remained a dependable man. He ran through a list of situations, ending with Fuka. The once executive, who had risen to considerable renown among Oak for being among the more radical sorts, had instead taken his fight to the States, taking with him a more hardline ideology of revolution. Ito liked him. The fight was by no means over, but they were gaining ground and losing none. It'd take years of hard work supplemented by the normalization of things like Kimmy's atrocious artificial food, but they could do it. They weren't allowed to give up, or settle with what they had achieved in Tokyo. Ito flicked through more boring letters while Trevor read, leaning against the door frame. She tugged at one, folding it up and putting it back inside the envelope. Print delays. We're going to be put back months. That's lame, Trevor sighed, folding Take's letter and getting to his feet. Sparing one last glance at a certain family photo on prominent display at his desk, he walked around it and went to join Ito. But that's the nature of the beast when it comes to publishing, I suppose. Some promising stuff here, at least, Trevor continued, wiggling the letter in his hand. Corona's keeping up the train of good work. Take was more detail-intensive, of course, but that's the gist of it. I can hear his droning voice from here, Ito said with a roll of her eyes, kicking off the door frame. A sound came from the ground floor, a television letting out some cartoony action noises. Good to hear he's doing. Take things, though. Don't forget, we've got guests tonight. I'm trying something new with that food spew so one half of them can actually eat something, but I'm leaving the human food to you. I'm going to do my mama proud and cook it a pizza, Trevor declared. Don't you dare compare yourself to your mother and her cooking, Ito hissed, nudging him in the side. You couldn't hold a candle to it. Oi, I didn't say that. I'm just a big dreamer, come on, Trevor tugged, acting wounded and indignant. An arm wrapped itself around Ito's shoulders. I'm shooting for half as good, but that means not trying to make calzones again. Dunno how she does it. She leaned into him with a dramatic sigh. Behold, the once king, leader of the forces which liberated Ghoulkind in the Kanto region, defeated by trying to make a decent calzone. How tragic, Ito said, mourning his less than optimal prowess as a chef. But it's fine. Most of them are or were investigators. They're used to eating shit. If ghouls need to eat that weird slop, I'm sure the humans can put up with something of similar quality, Trevor scoffed as the two worked their way down to the ground floor. Ito's house in Ibaraki was now home to their budding, strange little family, Trevor having completely moved in once he no longer needed to be constantly present in Tokyo. He would still commute out as necessary, but now Trevor spent the majority of his days enjoying the peace of the forested mountain with his wife. It was a quiet life, but one he took to eagerly. It's gonna be odd, seeing this place packed for once, Trevor mused, eyes gliding over photos that hung from the walls. The photos told a story of the past 6 years, that of a life that had at some points seemed impossible to attain, but had now become a blissful reality. A reunion in America, long overdue. His mom, dad, brother, and sister, all locked around him in a tearful embrace. Another photo included Ito, meeting her soon-to-be in-laws. A wedding, taking after the culture of ghouls. Both Trevor and Ito were bedecked in jewelry and gold, clothed in white. Traditionally, a ghoul wore the heirlooms of their family passed down through the generations, but Trevor didn't come from a ghoul family. Thankfully, Tuka had come in, offering him the heirlooms that her father had worn for his wedding. It was a sweet touch. You're telling me. Here I was, building a place to be left alone, now I can barely get a night's sleep without someone waking me up. She followed him down the steps to the living space, none of which had changed much in the years. Ito's habit of living close to the floor prevailed, and it was the expected norm around the house. The other occupant of their home bounced up and down like a little mad thing before the television. Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, for the millionth time. The small person, no older than 5 years of age, pumped his fists at his sides making, oh oh oh, oh oh oh, oh 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 noises with each little squat he did, as if he were watching an actual fight between human beings and getting very invested in it. This time, it was Godzilla and Rodan teaming up to take on Ghidorah invasion of Astro Monster. Godzilla lance tackled Ghidorah like a footballer, and Rodan followed up by flying into the three-headed dragon's heads with all the grace of a thrown brick. The clunky but awesome sequence brought a sound out of the little man, a primal howl of excitement. Yeah! The boy cried, punching at the air. Get him! A messy mop of dark hair, green in the right light, and with a distinctly red eye. Not in the ghoul sense, but a truly red eye. Trevor's face split with an entertained grin, both from the boy's antics and those on the screen. He plopped down atop the cushions beside his son on his stomach, elbows propping him up while his feet kicked idly in the air. They finally beat him, Mako? Trevor asked lightly. The boy jumped, letting out a bwah, as if he hadn't even seen his mother and father approach him. He quickly readjusted with the short-term memory only a child his age could have. Yeah, again. This time Godzilla and Rodan were fighting, but then the aliens in the spaceship pressed some buttons and made a weird noise and they stopped and then they beat up Stray. And the guy who looks like you but with yellow hair was like whoa, and then Godzilla started fighting Rodan again, he said in one continuous verbal torrent, fists clenched. He let out a huff once he finished, looking between his parents with uncontained excitement. He was expecting some sort of follow-up, but what exactly was unknown. Isn't this the 10th time you've watched this? Ito asked Mako, falling onto her butt beside Trevor, leaning back on her hands. You already knew this was going to happen. Yeah, but, this time it was different because yesterday I watched the one with Robot Godzilla and Jet Jaggy. Ito let out a pleased little hum, holding back her smile. Comparative media analysis. Nice. Truly our kid, Trevor chuckled, rolling onto his back and resting his head against a pillow. Now Mako, we're gonna be having a bunch of friends over tonight. The 9 will be there too, so play nice with them, alright. Mako nodded, giving a double thumbs up, something he had picked up from Kuma on one of his and Irimi's visits. Always do. Shiroi's weird, though. He's Naki's son, of course he's weird, Ito said cheekily. Still, be nice or he'll get weirder. It's up to you to keep him less weird, you hear me? That's your mission. Mission. The boy uttered with reverence, staring at his mother with sparkling eyes. Yes, Mama. He snapped into a poor salute. It's good as done, then, Trevor said, letting out a dad groan as he bent up. He played it up, for both his entertainment and those around him. Mom and Dad are gonna get things ready for the party. Is your room clean? He asked. No. He answered with a strange sort of pride, beaming up at Trevor. Why was he proud of that? All the same, it was a critical hit to Trevor's heart. He found it impossible to be upset with Mako for anything longer than an instant, and even that was as rare as a unicorn sighting. Alright. Once Astro Monster is done, that's next. After your room is clean, we can play fight ball. How's that sound? Another howl of excitement. Kid loved his fight ball. He then did a little spin and jog on the spot, and plopped himself down with crossed legs, watching the screen intently. Finishing the movie was now a task, and for whatever reason he took tasks very seriously. The mission trick Ito used was an easy way to get him motivated to do anything. Trevor, as ever, was blown away by their son's manic energy. Neither of his parents knew where he got it from, seeing as they'd both been quiet kids in the past. But Mom and Dad wouldn't dream of complaining about it. Mako brought a spark to their lives they hadn't even thought they were missing until he'd entered the world, and now he was irreplaceable. Tussling Mako's dark green hair as he stood, Trevor got to his feet and offered a hand to Ito. She took it, gripping his wrist, and pulled herself up with a heave. Ito had been through her challenges, in the early days with Mako. She'd come to the conclusion herself that she wanted a child, but it seemed even that hadn't quite prepared her. Indeed, she was a scarred person in many regards, and Mako's existence initially challenged something about her. It'd taken a year in and of itself for her to overcome that hurdle, and now it was like it never happened. Neither of them were the best at the whole normal thing. Ito barely slept, and Trevor had his own rough nights. The peace and quiet actually seemed to make it worse, to begin with, but they toughed it out together. For every bad night, for every rest-destroying nightmare, for every few minutes spent staring at nothing because of a certain sound or sensation moved either of them too close to the past, there were weeks of normality. Days of family. Hours of this. Let's leave him to it, Ito said, smiling up at Trevor. She squeezed his wrist in her hand. Trevor returned the smile, bending down to give her a smooch. Sounds like a plan to me. With the kitchen divided into two, they began preparing food for their guests, ghouls and humans, both eating from the same table. And not a single bit of cannibalism would be involved. Where? Island. My little brother. Jinchi barged into the house with a roar, shark teeth on full display as he made a straight shot towards the tiny person shooting towards him. There he is. They collided with one another into a hug, Mako jumping into Jinchi. It took all of a second of sappy hugging before the two of them were play fighting, with Jinchi getting Mako into a headlock, giving him a nuggie. Why are you growing so much, hey? You're gonna be taller than that punk Ayato in a few years. Oi, a quiet voice said from outside. Ow, 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 but he's so tall. I'll never be tha big. I think Jinchi's here, Ito said, leaning back against the kitchen top. You sure? Trevor wondered, smirking a little as he watched the explosion of noise. The noise only got louder as Seiko stepped in to join Jinchi. She hadn't grown an inch, and any signs of her ROS had long vanished. Ooh, young ma, there's nothing wrong with being short. It means you're hiding more power within. In a much more subdued manner, Mako hopped over to Seiko, giving her a hug and getting a smooch on the head for it. I like having power. You'd have got along with Yuri, then. She gave him a swat on the back, sending him on to the other guests. The Kirishimas followed, Hinamai, Ryuko, and Yamo included. While there had never been any sort of announcement or declaration, it was as clear to anyone that Hinamai and Ayato were involved. It'd been obvious for years. They just keep it quiet. Mako and Ayato glared at one another, though Trevor could see that Ayato was being very half-hearted about it. What? Wanna get your ass kicked again? Gnome. Gnomes are cool. They wear red hats and grant wishes. Then where's your hat? Ayato retorted. Mako paused, expression going blank. Defeated. Ayato just scoffed, then moved past the boy. He offered a nod to Trevor and Ito. Hey. Right back at ya. How's it been? Trevor asked as he started washing his hands in the sink. Oh, you know. Kids being stupid, parents getting worried in the office, you know how it goes. School stuff, Ayato replied. He was headmaster Kirishima, these days. Ooh, you know, Toka said, mirroring the droll tone of her brother in an over-the-top manner. School stuff. No wonder the parents are scared of you too, sheesh, she said, pushing past him after giving Mako a ruffle. What's the awful cooking I smell? Is that really Kimmy's newest and best? Yet. I could crack out the good stuff, but you know. Tone and all that, voluntary or no, Ito said like a conspiratorial housewife. She was anything but. Conspiracy was no longer in her vocabulary, and if anything Trevor was the housewife. It's also best not to expose Mako to it. Got to make sure the young ones grow up knowing something different from what we did, right? Hinamai said, getting a grunt from Ayato. He loathed the food, but he knew she was right. It was getting better, bit by bit. Those first iterations of it had been dire. Now it just tasted like bad food, as opposed to edible sewage. It's not that bad, anyway. I trust Ito on her cooking, or at least her attempts to make it better, Ryuko said. The mother wavelength had been activated between the two of them. People who Trevor never thought would meet or interact were now quite close. Ito grinned. Finally, some faith in my abilities. The next to show broke the trend mostly. Suzuya, Hanbi, Akira, and Amin arrived together, parking up outside. Amin, being a goody two-shoes, was their designated driver for the night. While Mako looked up to the others, he adored Suzuya. After all, Uncle Suzuya let him play with dangerous stuff when Trevor wasn't looking. Even as Suzuya entered, he gave Mako a conspiratorial little wink. Later, he'd crack out the juggling knives. With Shinohara back in Suzuya's life, he'd developed into a surprisingly well-adjusted man. Strange, yes, but fundamentally kind. After giving their greetings to the rest, Kotaru approached Trevor and Ito, offering a stiff nod to them both. Director, he said to Trevor. Violent Revolutionary Lady, he said to Ito. That's MRS Violent Revolutionary Lady to you, hard peck. How are you doing? She asked the tall man, smiling in a genuine manner. They didn't get along on an ideological level, not in the slightest, but they both appreciated the role the other had played in getting them to where they were today. We're doing well. No confrontations this week, it's all casework. Had a few troubled family incidents, but that's not surprising. A good week, if the TSC doesn't call us for any backup, Kotaru said. He held his coat over his arm, pressing it against his body. Mako seems energetic. Always. He'll find a way to keep going for hours yet, now that people are showing up, Trevor remarked fondly, hands on his hips. Never a dull day around here. No clue where he gets it from. I'm sure MRS Nishino will have a completely scientific answer for you, Kotaru said. He reached out, clapping Trevor on the shoulder in a familiar manner. Good to see you again. Trevor mirrored Kotaru with a clap of his own, beaming at him. You too, man. Glad you and Akira could make it out here, it's rare getting everyone together, but we pulled it off. The planets have aligned for a good night. Let's make the most of it. And so they arrived. A swarm of children, accompanied by 2 adults Naki and Miza. The chaos began in earnest. Though the youngest were held by Naki's 2 stalwart brothers and Suttam, even they seemed excited to be somewhere new, kicking about and making the typical baby noises. At least they weren't crying. Kimi and her wife Guy, Nishiki. Tsukiyama, Banjo, and his crew. Kuma, Irimi, and with Kyodai in tow though reluctantly, as he was not wearing his mask. He loved that mask. It was a complete picture, all apart from one. Toru. Toru was missing. He was an incredibly busy man these days, constantly traveling across the country as he prepared the myriad CCG branches for their transition into the TSC. Now a special class on a national level, he'd become someone of tremendous influence in Japan and used that power accordingly. Unfortunately, that meant he couldn't make it out to Ibaraki for that particular party. After needing to turn down the invitation, he promised to meet up with them the moment he was able to. It left an empty space, but Trevor took comfort in the fact that Toru would have been there if he could have. As it was, they were far from wanting for good company. It went on, and on. After the food had been consumed to varying reviews, with Tsukiyama's being the highest in Trevor's favor, the kids moved on to play fight ball outside, recruiting Yamo and Ayato to act as goalies. Really, that just meant stopping any one of the Ghoul children from trying to slam dunk a basketball at full strength by bumping them out of the way. Dunking was the only valid way of scoring. The sun set, and the conversation spread out across the ground floor of their Ibaraki home. The kids eventually tired themselves out, as Trevor predicted, and Mako was put to bed while Naki and Miza called it quits. As nice as it was to get out and about, the children came first. Kotaru Amon and Trevor Galina stood on the balcony overlooking the prefecture, the sun's dying light casting it in a cooling orange. They enjoyed a momentary reprieve from the bustle of so many people talking to one another, taking in the evening air. Kotaru drank water. It still doesn't feel real, Kotaru finally said, gripping the glass tightly. Trevor hummed. He watched the sunset with one eye brown and the other red. The admission hung in the air. Yet. It feels like a miracle, he confessed quietly. Of all the outcomes, this should have been too good to be true. Indeed. But I'm glad. Glad that I get to take part in it, even if it doesn't feel real. Glad that the man I met all those years ago turned out to be okay. He threw the water back. It could have so easily not been the case. Each of us could have been so much more damaged than we are. We act happy now, but at least me and you were the same. We got away with bad sleep, and the occasional mood swing. Ito has them too. I don't think those things will ever truly go away. What we went through, what we've done, it'll always be there in the past. But, Trevor began, turning to Kotaru with a small smile. We've managed to move forward, all together, he gestured between them, and to the crowd back in the home, with you and with them, the damage doesn't hurt as much. We pulled through. That's something to be proud of, I think. Yet, it is, Kotaru agreed, his lips turning upwards. The large man, ever dressed well and clean-shaven, had the beginnings of wrinkles around his eyes. The stress had taken a toll on him, but he had bounced back well. Him and Akira had made a life for themselves that suited them both, workaholics equally. Ever onward, Trevor. We won our fight, but their battle. He turned, looking over his shoulder to the signs of where Mako and the kids had once been. It begins the moment we leave the stage. That means we keep fighting. That's right. There's still work to be done. For my son, for all of the children that have a chance to never know the hell we lived through, Trevor said, the lingering embers of a cause he'd championed continuing to burn in his eyes, we'll keep going. I'm thankful to have you at my side on this road, Kotaru. And you, Trevor. But, it seems like my time is up. Kotaru nodded to the person standing not too far from the glass door. Toka waited patiently with arms crossed, glaring at Kotaru. I'm in the way of a heartfelt, touching moment. Trevor chuckled. So it seems. I think I hear Akira getting a bit silly inside, anyway. Kotaru groaned. Then it's for the best. Good luck. He gently swatted Trevor on the arm, and stepped back from the railing, taking his glass with him. With the space vacated, Toka took her chance to take up the spot where Kotaru had been. Thought he'd never get the message. Sometimes, a fella's gotta hang with his fella. But now you got your spot, Trevor said, nudging her with his elbow. What brings you to my office? Office? What work could you possibly get done out here? You'd just get distracted by the view, she said, returning the prodding with equal vigor. But I'm just here to relax with a fella. Nothing wrong with that. Trevor huffed. Nope, nothing wrong with that at all, he agreed, looking back out at the view in contentment. She had nothing else to add. Instead, she just leaned against Trevor, her arm looping around his in a familiar manner. Together, they just basked in it. Whatever it was. The night, the environment, the company, the progress. It didn't matter. They didn't need to worry, not like they used to. Not like when they first met, confusing each other in equal measure, signaling the start of something very strange for both of them. The journey had felt like its true start had been that moment, and then proceeded to set the tone from there on. A confusing meeting with a cooling body between them, and an offered hand. In many ways, Trevor and Tuka had changed, had no choice but to change, as the world threw them through struggle after struggle, but in certain, all too important ways, they hadn't changed at all. Against all odds, the ashes of Antioco had created something beautiful. The manager would not be there to see it, but there was comfort in knowing that if he'd seen what had come of all their efforts, his heart would have been filled with joy. Each of them hurt, in their own unique ways. The scars of the cruelty they had each experienced shaped them, but in the end, they had rejected the pain. Each of them hurt, some more than others, but as one they had decided on something different. They had decided to do the one thing they knew they could. They learned to live and manage the pain. They accepted that the hurt was part of who they were. Trevor, Tuka, Kotaru, Akira, Jinchi, Toru, Seiko, Ito, Jukiyama, Banjo, and so many more. Though the world had been cruel, there was naught else to do but accept one simple fact. The world is. It is not evil. It is not good. It is not twisted. It simply is. And that was far more empowering than any of them could have ever hoped for. Tuka looked up at Trevor, and smiled. What? Trevor asked, smiling back. You got another one on the way. You know that, right? She asked him, her brow raising steadily. Trevor blinked once. Then twice. Then thrice, then. Then her words caught up with him. Wait, I do. Wow. She really managed to keep that under wraps, hey. I expect that the reason we're even here tonight was so that she could butter you up to tell you once it's all done. Oh, that little love of my life, Trevor grumbled. Holy smokes, holy shit. I gotta, oh god, Mako's going to blow up once he finds out. Tuka let out a knowing hum, smiling in a smug manner. She pressed up against him, head resting on his shoulder. I know. That's why I'm betraying your wife's secret, to give you time to not also explode. I'm sure she thinks she's being very funny, but I can't imagine this place if you and Mako learned at the same time. She'd probably go deaf from all the shouting. Thanks for being a real one, and holy shit, I'm going to be a dad again, Trevor breathed. Tuka rolled her eyes, holding back a comment. She opted for a gentler approach. You're welcome. Get it all out, big guy. Normal face when we get back inside. Right. Normal. I can do that. Whatever that means anymore. It means dad jokes. Which you're now doubly justified in employing. Congratulations. Thanks. I'm going to need more material. Trevor mused, giddy and alight with the news. Tuka, good friend that she was, knowingly placed herself at ground zero for his sake. Oh, I'm sure you'll find it. If you run into a dead end, just call your dad up. I'm sure he'll help. He will, and gladly so once he hears another grandkid is on the way. We'll have to either go over there or invite them over in order to break the news. Mom only wants to learn about that kind of stuff in person. Trevor mused, already planning out the logistics in his head. Then he remembered just what that news was again, and his heart did another flip. He sniffed. I can't believe it, Trevor admitted quietly, voice cracking with emotion. It happened once, somehow. It can happen again. It has happened again, Tuka said, giving him a jostle at his side. Just don't pull a Naki, alright? Guy needs to cover it up. Trevor wiped his eyes with his free hand, laughing a little. I do have my limits, believe it or not. You don't need to worry about that. 3 would be the limit for me, he decided. Tuka tittered, gently easing up on Trevor's arm. The sun had gone, retreated beyond the horizon to rise in the new day. The moon ruled now, her light soothing and cool. The things we get to talk about now, hey. Right? It feels like a dream, even though we helped make it, Trevor said, slowly withdrawing as Tuka did. 12 years ago, the last thing I expected was, any of this. But now we get to talk about kids, ghouls and humans partying under the same roof, and more besides. Wild. And here's to another 12, where things just keep getting better, she said. Though they had no drink, the sentiment was there. A toast without any booze, so proper they had become. Cheers, Trevor replied, fictional drink clinking against fictional drink. I think I'm calm enough now. At least enough to hold it in until Ito and I are alone. Then all bets are off. Hey, whatever you end up doing with your wife in the privacy of your own home is your business and not mine. Provided it's not mutual puking into a toilet, I won't mind. That's our thing. She slid away from Trevor, patting him on the arm as she did so. I wouldn't dream of betraying you when it comes to mutual puking, my senpai, Trevor assured him with a laugh. He turned, gesturing to the home, lit by the warmth within. It's the least I can do for the girl that saved me, way back when. And don't you forget it, Mr. Without me, Mr. King remains Mr. Zero. Come on, she said, stepping past him towards the glass door. Let's finish off what's left of that food before anyone else gets ideas. Right behind you. The door to the Yashimura Galina household shut behind them. The light from within bled out onto the mountainside, a dot to those who gazed upon it from the base. Within, a family laughed and rejoiced, not for any one event, not for the new addition they were to soon have. They rejoiced because they could. They laughed because they did not fear something ruining it. They lived, because finally they could. Trevor sometimes did not believe the world he saw. He did not believe that he had come so far, that the place he'd seen as Ragboy and Scorpion and Giojana could have transformed into what it had become. But then, a scene like this always had the potential to exist, a scene he had glimpsed in the many people he had come to know since waking up in Tokyo. A scene that was now fully realized. The future still carried uncertainty with it, but it had never been brighter. For everyone who had lost their lives in the making of the new world, Kuzan, Kishao, Yuri, and many more besides, Trevor would make sure it stayed bright. For everyone in the present, the countless friends and family he'd taken with open arms, he would make sure it was brighter. For his growing family, for Ito, Mako, and their arriving child, Trevor would make sure it shined brighter than the sun. When the lights finally went out, it was almost begrudgingly as everyone steadily crumbled under the excitement of the celebration. A packed home, full of slumbering people that Trevor had changed and been changed by in turn. In their bed, Trevor held Ito in his arms. His fingers softly grazed through her hair, nails on her scalp, and he stared up at the ceiling with a soft, subdued smile. At the end of the road. Trevor had never been happier. The end.